Goblins, among the most despicable of creatures in this world, particularly the minion variety. They are neither farmers nor herders, greedy and cunning, worshipping the Dark Lord like locusts in the fields, endlessly slaughtered and utterly detestable. Sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the dust that sparkled like grains of gold on the moss-covered stone steps. A teacher clad in a blue robe was imparting knowledge to the children. However, goblins come in many varieties, including the sinless species, which are diminutive with black hair and brown eyes, easily submissive and born as natural slaves. At this juncture, a female assistant clapped her hands and stepped forward. Take notes, so you don't mistake them in the future. Yes, Teacher Gula, the children responded with a lackluster enthusiasm. In Martia, a nation where slavery is highly commoditized, a noble who cannot distinguish between goods and monsters would become the laughingstock of all nobility. A street away, within a dimly lit room, the acrid scent of rusted iron mingled with the stench of fermented excrement. Limu trudged heavily, slowly boarding the prisoner transport cart. It had been a week since his arrival here. Having lost part of his memory, Limu was swiftly apprehended as a Senla goblin on the streets of Martia. Due to his unusual height and appearance compared to typical goblins, the Bureau of Magic Identification deemed him an abnormal entity cursed, transforming his status from slave to prisoner, destined for a special prison for containment. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the heavy iron door creaked open, and Limu was unceremoniously tossed inside. Weakness from hunger left him devoid of the will and strength to resist. As he slumped against the wall, this was his first experience in prison, and, paradoxically, it was the first time in a week he felt a sense of relief. Hey kid, are you male? How did you end up in Black Rose Prison? Hey kid. As Limu was on the verge of dozing off, the voice next to him roused him. An instinctual sense of danger prickled at his skin, as if a monstrous beast were fixated upon him. He glanced sideways. A figure, standing at 6 feet tall, with an alluring physique and exaggerated muscular lines, emerged unsteadily from the depths of the cell. As the light from outside illuminated the space, the identity of the speaker was revealed. With a mane of thick brown hair and striking orange eyes as clear as a ruler, along with well-defined thighs and calves, she possessed a long tail adorned with fine brown fur at the tip. Despite her slightly disheveled appearance, the golden bracelets adorning her wrists, ankles, and tail end lent her an air of nobility, an exquisite yet wild creature. A lion? A human? Limu inquired. Even now, his memories remained muddled, yet he could distinctly assess the features of the being before him. The golden family, noble blood of the golden rose. The newcomer corrected him. Her sharp teeth instilled a sense of dread. Kid, you still haven't answered my question, why is a male in Black Rose Prison? Her slightly hoarse voice brooked no argument. I'm not sure. Are you saying this is a women's prison? Limu gradually calmed himself and raised his gaze to ask. The deep, dark brown eyes met the transparent orange ones, and both were momentarily stunned by each other's appearance. You don't know this is a women's prison? The lioness displayed little outward surprise. Indeed, I am unaware, Limu replied nonchalantly. Then, in shock, looked up at the lioness. You understand Chinese? Within the week since his arrival in this world, the language barrier had posed significant challenges for Limu. How could he not be astonished by the foreign entity's comprehension? This is a talent of our golden family. We can understand all languages and expressions of emotion. There is no need for your astonishment. The lioness slowly sat down. You need not fear severe punishment. You need not worry. Those who arrive here are deemed special species bearing curses. The dwarves of Martia fear contamination by curses and will not easily execute us. At this, the lioness revealed a peculiar smile, licking her upper gums. But that does not mean you are safe, for this place is a concentration camp for anomalies. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. To lock eyes with a lioness at such close proximity would terrify any normal person. Yet, having adjusted his mindset, Limu remained oddly calm, simply uttering, "Thank you." Seeing Limu's tranquil demeanor piqued the lioness's interest. Her arms gradually thickened, claws forming from her fingertips, as she approached Limu on all fours. Interesting. You're not afraid of me, but rather express gratitude for the favor of a superior? Are you challenging the authority of a golden lioness? The deafening roar displeased some prisoners in the neighboring cells, though they restrained themselves. Should I have acted fearful? Limu queried, somewhat puzzled. His memories remained fragmented. He possessed cognitive abilities and could gauge emotions, yet struggled to articulate and comprehend them clearly. Instinctively, he felt fear, yet his inner self remained calm. To be precise, he found himself in a contradiction and confusion, unable to express the corresponding emotions adequately. The lioness observed Limu's demeanor, retracting her posture and pointing at his head. Fascinating, truly fascinating. It seems you are in a stupor? How interesting that a male has arrived in Black Rose Prison. Hey, Grail, Why are you still awake this hour? Planning to duel with me tomorrow? A disgruntled voice emanated from the neighboring cell. Lioness Grail shook her head, turned away, and with her long tail sweeping across Limu's face, retreated deeper into the cell, addressing the neighbor. I am tired. You can play with that group of monsters tomorrow. Limu gazed at the now quiet ceiling of the cell, sighed, and leaned back against the wall once more. At this moment, he could only recall fragmented memories of high school, university, and the experiences of this past week since his arrival. He had witnessed the highly commoditized world of slavery, observing how slaves were created and subsequently mistreated. Were it not for his modern stature and appearance, he might have been relegated to the status of an ordinary goblin, condemned to a lifetime of exploitation. Yet, because of his unusual skin and visage, even with physical traits, careless and obstinate assessors declared him female, and when confronted, refused to acknowledge their error, effectively consigning him to Black Rose Prison. During this time, he attempted to employ modern wisdom to rescue himself. But in a world of extraordinary powers, individual strength proved exceedingly insignificant, especially with his memories still unclear. As Limu sighed, a flicker of desire surged through his mind. A yearning for clarity emerged, as if something within him needed a catalyst, a stimulus to awaken him. Vaguely, he began to recall fragments of memory. In his childhood, he seemed to have found a crystal his parents said it was merely glass, but he kept it as a cherished treasure on his bedside table. Since then, he had begun to experience a series of recurring dreams. Seeking stimulation, Limu murmured, surrendering to the depths of sleep in his weakened state. Prologue 2. The Black Rose Prison. In this prison, time is an elusive concept, devoid of the distinctions between day and night. The sole means of gauging time is the resonant chime of the metal clock, striking once in the morning, noon, and evening. After a night of rest, Limu's mind has cleared somewhat. Clang. The solitary sound echoes, approaching from afar. This signifies the morning. Immediately, the entire prison seems to come to life, a cacophony of sounds rising in unison. Among these, the unmistakable sound of hard-soled boots striking the stone floor and the creaking of iron cell doors being unlatched stand out prominently. As the door to his cell swings open, Limu gradually opens his eyes. Two guards, their faces obscured, enter and fasten unique metallic shackles onto Limu and the lioness in the adjacent cell. The lioness remains silent, exhibiting palpable impatience. The guards, seemingly perceptive of the tension, cast a stern glance at Limu and admonish him, do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. This prison is saturated with mithril and magical crystals, rendering magic and combat techniques futile. Any attempts will only heighten your peril. With a dismissive huff, the lioness strides towards the door, and Limu silently follows in her wake, devoid of conversation. As he walks, he observes his surroundings. It is not until he steps onto the narrow corridor of the prison that he truly appreciates its extraordinary architecture. In his previous life as a civil engineer, he possessed a keen sensitivity to construction and detail, instinctively assessing the structure. The prison's seismic resilience and ventilation systems undoubtedly surpass any building he has encountered in the past week, including noble estates, setting it apart as a remarkable feat of engineering. Almost uncharacteristic of the Martian people, as he rounds several corners, a sudden clarity emerges. Hurry up, you up ahead. A voice bellows. Damn it. I hope breakfast doesn't consist of that coarse bread again. It's maddening. Are we all rushing to our doom? A medley of peculiar languages intertwines, fear, anxiety, and anger coalescing into a palpable tension that overwhelms Limu, who has only just begun to reclaim fragments of his modern memories. A line of diverse female beings, succubi, harpies, two-headed creatures, undead, giants, and other fantastical races, slowly advances towards a grand doorway. Among them are even swamp monsters and indescribable entities. A flicker of doubt arises in Limu's mind. Are they all female? How can one discern? Just as confusion envelopes him, an unusual breeze wafts across the nape of his neck. He whirls around abruptly. A female werewolf is sniffing him curiously. Her yellow-green eyes glimmer. Her human visage adorned with distinctive features, her limbs cloaked in fur, exuding a faint aroma of flesh and blood. Forest goblin, Capan giant, Tin man, male. The werewolf exclaims in astonishment, unable to determine his species, yet more significantly, recognizing him as a male. What? A male? A sultry voice rings out from further back. The figure is flawless, each movement saturated with allure. Her skin, as pale as snow, radiates an enchanting glow. Her eyes resembled the profound depths of a lake, and when she gazed upon you, one could almost perceive the yearning within her soul. Her attire clung closely to her form, accentuating the exquisite contours of her figure. The neckline of her garment revealed an expanse of pristine skin and alluring collarbones, exuding an enchanting fragrance. A glimmering belt encircled her waist, further emphasizing her delicate silhouette, making her allure utterly irresistible. Were it not for the prominent horns adorning her head, one might easily mistake her for a beautiful fairy. Yet, she was a succubus. As her voice resonated, a palpable commotion erupted within the group. Males, males, fear, excitement, hunger, waves of gazes converged upon her. Limu felt as though he had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves, his skin prickling with unease. At that moment, the lioness at the forefront took a sudden step forward, and an overwhelming pressure permeated the air. A multitude of foreign beings fell silent, while only a few continued to engage in lively discussions. What noise persists from behind? Silence. A guard had also detected the disturbance, and his stern voice commanded quietude. Limu lowered his gaze, stealing furtive glances at the surroundings. His instincts warned him that engaging in eye contact with these beings could prove perilous, even though magic and combat energy were rendered futile within the confines of this prison. Before long, the line reached the entrance. After collecting their share of breakfast, the inmates clamored toward the central square of the prison. There, they could earn points through labor in exchange for supplies or find ways to express themselves within the confines of established rules. The one thing that could not be exchanged was freedom. Only a handful, no more than 5, could leave this place each quarter. Rather than a prison, it felt more like a sanctuary for aberrations. Bullying, gambling, incest, experimentation, destruction, and consumption were all commonplace here. Those who thrived in this environment could hardly be deemed normal. As the sole male among a female prison population, he too felt somewhat out of place. No, there were also numerous beings of indeterminate gender present. It remained a mystery by what criteria they were admitted here. Perhaps it was for the same reason that he found himself among them. With a sigh, Limu exhaled slowly, accepting his portion of bread and wood chip porridge. He took a bite, savoring the rough, bitter, and peculiar taste, and stepped toward the square. In the next moment, a dozen figures encircled him. He glanced at the nearby guard, who appeared disinclined to intervene, and then at the distant lioness, who seemed indifferent to his plight. Males. Indeed, the distinction was unmistakable, unlike those of the otherworldly beings. The scent, such a peculiar aroma. Not an ordinary male. Hey, hand over the food you're holding. Damn it, I was here first. Get lost. A cacophony of voices erupted, and Limu found himself at a loss for how to respond. Excuse me, could you please let me pass? Limu attempted to communicate in Chinese. Oh, he spoke. He spoke. What language is that? I have never heard of this. How peculiar. Hey, surrender the food you have in your hands. Realizing that communication was futile, Limu decided not to prolong the situation. He shifted sideways, inching closer to the prison guard. Do not leave. Allow me to taste your flesh. Perhaps I shall discern what you are. He implored. However, the peculiar beings quickly took notice of Limu's movements and converged upon him. Insects begone. Just as everyone failed to react, a voice, laden with authority and magnetism, resonated through the air. A figure taller and more imposing than the lioness approached. Her exaggeratedly long legs and well-defined muscles seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. Her luxuriant orange-golden hair flowed abundantly, and her delicate features exuded both wildness and nobility. With a lion's tail stretching over 3 meters, her body possessed a powerful yet graceful silhouette, while her eyes shone like the sun. And her upright ears appeared as if each hair was imbued with nobility. She resembled a lion person but seemed to belong to an entirely different species. It was Santing. Santing, one of the 3 ancient totem bearers in the prison, held a position of great esteem among the beasts outside, capable of annihilating half a prison even without the use of combat magic. Bound by certain contracts, she was compelled to remain within the prison, residing in accommodations far removed from the cells. In that instant, whispers of retreat filled the air. Limu found himself locked in a gaze with Santing. Insect, prostrate yourself. Infuriated by Limu's unwavering stare, she unleashed a roar that reverberated across a considerable portion of the square. Limu's bones quaked, and in an instant, his limbs went limp, causing him to collapse to the ground, his food scattering around him. Yet, just as Limu braced for punishment, another voice rang out. Hey, food. Apologize. A petite girl, barely a meter tall with starry eyes, stood before him. Cat, apologize for the food. Upon hearing those words, the very air seemed to freeze. Chapter 3, Memory Crack, Crack. Amidst the heavy silence, fissures began to spread across the floor. Shorty, consider this another chance. I shall pretend I have not witnessed your rudeness. However, the little girl in front of Limu appeared oblivious to the words spoken. Apologize for the food. Her youthful voice was unyielding, and the commanding tone made even Limu, who did not understand the language, sense the impending danger. Boom! In the next moment, a multitude of stone slabs shattered, a terrifying force surging forth from across the way. Your demand is death. May I interpret it as such? Limu felt his heartbeat quicken, an instinctual urge to flee consuming him, yet his limbs lay paralyzed, incapable of movement. In stark contrast, the little girl before him remained utterly unaffected. Apologize. The command echoed through the air. Even the surrounding beings seemed to close their eyes in response. With a cacophony of noise, fragments of the floor were ground into dust. No, this cannot continue. If these monsters engage in battle, the likelihood of my demise is exceedingly high. Breath, breath. Limu summoned his courage and opened his mouth to speak. Stop. However, before he could utter a word, a pair of arms lifted him, and he was immediately engulfed in a dizzying whirl. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling and walls adorned with decorations. Was this a prison? Indeed, this was my cell. Following the sound, a delicate, alluring figure obscured Limu's entire field of vision. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a male presence. The voice was irresistibly enchanting, as if it penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, rendering him utterly spellbound. Such a delightful aroma, a succubus? Limu shook his head vigorously, gazing in astonishment at the remarkably captivating girl before him. Can you understand what I am saying? What do you intend to do? The succubus seemed somewhat surprised by Limu's composure. She gently fluttered her small wings and landed gracefully beside him, her dainty feet barely making a sound. Oh dear, you are quite the naughty one. You already know I am a succubus, yet you still inquire about my intentions, she lamented with a sultry undertone, igniting a fervor within him. As for why I understand your words, simply rest, and you will learn everything in due time. In the next moment, before Limu could react, the succubus's delicate hands entwined around his head. A wave of intense dizziness surged through his mind, and a vivid pink haze swiftly consumed his rationality. After a week devoid of dreams, Limu was once again plunged into the realm of slumber. Oh, so this is the dream world? The youthful succubus wandered excitedly through the vast expanse, her heart racing with exhilaration. It was her first successful foray into another's dreams. As a rare and insatiable succubus, her desires for vitality and souls surpassed those of ordinary succubi. making it difficult for the average human's essence and spirit to endure her demands. In her previous wanderings, most men succumb to the loss of their vitality before even making contact. The few who managed to endure often found their souls too feeble to proceed, leading to their immediate demise. Next, she aimed to influence his dreams, to draw him into her own. Talking to herself, the succubus cautiously attempted to control Limu's dreamscape, fearful of rendering him mentally incapacitated. This man, so hard to come by, she vowed to cherish. Gently, however, as time passed, the succubus realized that such light touches were utterly insufficient to sway his dreams. In desperation, she began to amplify her power. What was happening? The succubus felt a surge of terror. She had already exerted nearly 20% of her strength, yet his dream realm remained impervious to her influence. Such power might overwhelm even the most formidable of mental mages. 40%, 60%, she had never wielded such immense force before. In fact, Limu's dreamscape seemed to actively draw upon her released energy. Originally, her essence was one of insatiable desire, seducing others. Now, she found herself stimulated in return, unable to withstand the overwhelming response. The instinctive hunger poured forth uncontrollably, and the succubus could no longer maintain her delicate control. This was perilous. Such colossal power would be unbearable even for the nation's most elite. But it was too late. The succubus's energy surged uncontrollably, spiraling wildly deep into the recesses of the dream. Not long after, the succubus found herself utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before her. Her power seemed to encounter an insatiable maw, swirling into a vortex as it was devoured by the dream. Even her very spirit felt firmly ensnared. Previously, she had been the one to draw others in. Now, she was the one being drawn. This was the first time the young succubus had encountered such a situation, and she was momentarily flustered. Suddenly, a thunderous sound pierced the air, capturing her attention. A gentle, cool breeze began to calm her. The dream of her counterpart was evolving, utilizing her own strength to become more intricate. How vivid, how expansive this dream was. The sounds, sensations, and rules transcended her understanding. Was this truly a dream? Gradually, the overwhelming pull began to wane, and the dream itself began to transform. Waves of clouds rolled and swirled, revealing an endless expanse, layered and majestic, as though she were immersed in a celestial realm, a surreal fantasy. In the distance, floating islands appeared intermittently, akin to exquisite ink-wash paintings, enchanting and mesmerizing. A myriad of extraordinary creatures and vehicles traversed the sea of clouds, seemingly narrating the marvels of nature. The succubus felt as if she could hear the whispers of the clouds, a gentle, faint sound that floated through the air, intertwining with one another. Golden sunlight cascaded upon the cloud sea, rendering it even more resplendent. In this dream, the very air felt refreshingly invigorating. Having lived in a tainted world, the succubus was momentarily entranced by this enchanting scene, almost longing to dissolve into it. Suddenly, on an empty island amidst the cloud sea, a flickering silhouette caught her eye, forcibly pulling her back from the overwhelming urge to merge with the dream. Startled, the succubus realized she had nearly been consumed by the dream herself. Regaining her composure, she turned her gaze to discern the identity and intent of the figure. Yet, to her astonishment, that figure turned first, casting a glance her way. That gaze seemed to pierce through time, space, and all constraints, locking onto her with an intensity that was both unsettling and profound. No, to be precise, it was merely a fleeting glance, for in an instant, that silhouette vanished like smoke, transforming into a crystal that plummeted downward. The depths beneath the cloud sea were unfathomable, stretching endlessly without a hint of land. Above her was the sky, below her was also the sky. A profound sense of dread enveloped her, an infinite void of confusion that threatened to tear her apart. Thankfully, this sensation did not linger long, as it suddenly collapsed. Then, both individuals awakened. Congratulations. You have received sufficient stimulation, recalling fragments of memory. A series of dreams culminate. Your mind has expanded, mastering a new ability. Mental Overload 15. Prologue 4. Acquisition of information. Having recovered fragments of memory, Limu's entire demeanor had undergone a noticeable transformation. Not only had he regained portions of his past, but he had also unlocked a new cerebral capability. Upon the activation of innate faculties, one can momentarily enhance cognitive prowess, thought velocity, and reaction time, akin to a state of euphoric inspiration, albeit accompanied by an insatiable hunger. This was the explanation provided by the brain itself. As I gradually opened my eyes, I found the succubus gazing intently at me. We exchanged a serene gaze, the atmosphere shifting subtly between us. Just then, a rumble emanated from my stomach, shattering the tension and awkwardness that had enveloped us. I shall fetch you something to eat, the succubus declared, unfurling her wings and taking flight. Her thoughts were in disarray. Having been countered during the dream state, while it did not lead to self-recrimination, it was nonetheless an unpleasant experience for any succubus. Yet, this venture into the dream realm was not devoid of benefit. At the very least, her craving for essence had been subdued. Before long, she returned, bearing an assortment of food, including a surprising selection of meats. Thank you, I expressed, my voice devoid of extravagance yet imbued with sincerity. The succubus blinked her large, enchanting eyes, seemingly savoring the novelty of being appreciated, and curiously circled around me several times. The young succubus prodded her chin with a finger, remarking, "What a peculiar male." After scrutinizing the food for a moment, I felt assured there was no poison or risk of illness, and thus I indulged, consuming heartily. It had been a full week, since I had last enjoyed a proper meal. As the carbohydrates and fats nourished my body, it felt as though a parched desert had encountered a refreshing rain, enveloping me in warmth. With the replenishment of energy, my mind grew clearer and more agile than before. If I could sustain this state, my memory would undoubtedly recover more swiftly. After a moment of hesitation, I spoke. Succubus, my name is Shalia. Might we strike a bargain? The succubus looked at me with delight, circling me once more. Without warning, Shalia's hair darkened significantly, her irises transforming to a deep black, revealing a set of sharp, menacing teeth as she asked, "Do you wish to make a deal with a demon?" The abrupt transformation startled me. Though his memories began to resurface and I experienced a mental overload, I quickly regained my composure. "I will provide you with sustenance. In return, I shall come to you daily to offer essence, but not in excess, as it would disrupt my normal life." Upon hearing this, Shalia shook her head, reverting to her original form. "These provisions are bartered from the 3 courts. They are not mine." "Bartered? Do you not partake in them yourself?" "Indeed. The queen of that lion pride was injured, and I exchanged dream relief for these goods," the succubus explained with a smile. "I am a succubus. What I seek is essence and magic. While I may have an appetite, sustenance is secondary." "What? That lioness is injured?" I exclaimed in surprise. Soon, our conversation flourished, and I discovered that this succubus was quite the chatterbox. Once engaged, she found it difficult to cease. Fortunately, this led me to glean a wealth of valuable information. For instance, to what extent does the prowess of the lioness queen reach? Moreover, the little girl who injured her is, in fact, a harvest sprite, possessing formidable strength herself. Furthermore, in this world, there exists neither sun nor moon. Instead, one finds golden and silver beams spanning the sky. It is said that these beams soar to heights of 1,000,000 miles above the ground, referred to as the laurel light flow layer. I have also come to understand the origins of this prison. Due to the peculiarities and frequent criminality of various non-human races and the curses they bear, executing them hastily could lead to calamity. Of course, some eminent scholars possess the means to dispel most curses. Yet they hold themselves in high regard and are reluctant to intervene without substantial cause. Even if they were to act, their fees are exorbitantly steep. Thus, it is far more pragmatic to construct a specialized prison for their containment. Consequently, most of these non-human entities are confined within the Black Rose Prison and the Blue Lilac Prison, built specifically by Grand Mages. As time progressed, the complexities of adjudication became burdensome. Thus, similar non-human races were simply incarcerated en masse, occasionally resulting in unfortunate accidents that claimed the lives of some, or engaging in the buying and selling of others to maintain a balance in the prison population. Undoubtedly, the current circumstances are also influenced by the prevailing public sentiment in this nation. Since the establishment of Martia 200 years ago, numerous nobles, to avoid offending their peers, have shifted the blame for various misdeeds onto the non-human races. This has intensified the populace's xenophobic sentiments, which have reached a critical juncture due to certain incendiary events. In the highly commoditized slave society of Martia, radical factions demand the expulsion of the majority of non-humans to preserve the purity of Martians, while conservatives argue that the radicals are excessively stringent, advocating for the enslavement of the remaining non-humans as commodities. As the Martians harbor disdain for the non-humans, the latter naturally reciprocate this animosity, leading to escalating tensions between both factions. Presently, the situation has essentially devolved into outright hostility. "I see," Limu nodded silently. "This must be the reason why I was unceremoniously cast into prison despite having committed no offense. Furthermore, being placed in a women's prison regardless of my gender likely reflects the imminent reckoning the non-humans face, causing those below to grow increasingly restless." Ding 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 ding. The noon bell tolled, signaling the return to the cell. As a parting remark, the succubus added, "Ah, by the way, if you wish to partake in that food, you might inquire with your cellmates. If you can assist their queen, your worries will likely dissipate." "Thank you," Limu nodded. "It seems I am rather fortunate, after all. In the previous week, I had only endured bullying through fists and feet, suffering hunger for a considerable time without sustaining any lasting injuries or ailments. Upon entering the prison, I encountered a lioness and a succubus. Had I met other races, I might have emerged with missing limbs." Reflecting on this, Limu began to navigate toward his cell. Guided by memory, perhaps due to it being midday, many inmates had quieted considerably. Aside from those engaged in work, they remained silently in their cells. As the cells were not locked, Limu walked cautiously past those occupied, wary of disturbing the strange inhabitants. Was it this way? A left turn? Or a right turn? He must have been silently murmuring to himself. Never before had he yearned for a cell as he did now. However, after wandering for a while around the corner, Limu realized he had taken a wrong turn. Just as he was about to turn back, he faintly heard a gentle melody that eased his tension and fear, as if he had returned to Earth. Prologue 5. The Injured Lioness. The music was exceptionally unique, entirely different from that of the Martians. It struck Limu as reminiscent of a lullaby from Earth. Since he was not far from his own cell, he cautiously peeked around the corner, drawn by the sound. Cascading like a waterfall, her silken blue hair fell upon her gem-like shoulders, shimmering with a faint glow. Her eyes were deep as the ocean, radiating purity and mystery. She possessed a sweet and enchanting visage, her skin as white as pearls. Her form was light and supple, akin to a flower in water, a masterpiece of nature. Her distant and pure voice was beyond the capacity of ordinary words to describe. This mermaid, so accustomed to gaudy makeup and ostentation, was a breathtaking sight in her natural beauty. Had she not been imprisoned, one could hardly fathom her beauty when properly adorned. Yet, even in captivity, her presence only added an air of melancholy and ethereality. It seemed that this world too held oceans. Limu found himself pondering. Suddenly, the song ceased, and the mermaid turned her gaze toward him. Caught off guard, he was seen with half his face, yet he did not flee. Turning away, he leaned against the wall and explained, "I apologize, I haven't heard such a song in a long time," and inadvertently lingered a bit longer. "I'm sorry for intruding." However, the mermaid appeared indifferent to his explanations, as she could not comprehend his words, only sensing the emotion behind them. She glided her lower body closer to the iron bars. her delicate nose sniffing lightly. What a familiar scent. Are you a Newlander? No, you are different. Limu listened as the mermaid babbled, unsure of what she was saying. Yet it seemed she did not entirely reject his presence. After a brief silence, she quietly retreated deeper into her cell, her gaze dimming. Limu had no intention of lingering. After all, this mermaid, confined even during the day, might pose some danger. Moreover, her stunning beauty evoked an unsettling intensity. Given his current situation, it was prudent to avoid potential trouble. Thus, after their fleeting encounter, Limu returned to his own cell. Upon stepping inside, he heard the lioness's voice from deeper within, sounding considerably softer. Limu dared not look at her, managing a reluctant smile as he settled into a corner. Today as outdoor time had come to an end. The prison provided only 2 meals a day, one in the morning and another in the evening. The routine was to fetch breakfast in the morning and receive dinner in the cell at night. Those without work could only venture out for half a day in the morning, while those with jobs could remain outside their cells all day. As the surroundings grew quiet, Limu resolved to continue organizing his memories. However, the faint sound of dripping water and the eerie scent of blood shattered Limu's tranquility. Following the sound, he turned to see the lioness lying weakly on the inner bed, a gaping wound on her abdomen steadily oozing crimson blood. Startled by the vivid sight, Limu exclaimed, "What happened to you, Claire?" Yet, the lioness offered no reply. If this continued, she would inevitably slip into shock, perhaps even death. In this prison, the demise of one or two of the other races would bear no direct consequence for the Malthians, who would rather see their foes engage in mutual slaughter. To speak candidly, although the lioness appeared monstrous, she had genuinely aided Limu. He could not simply watch as she gradually succumbed before his eyes. "Claire?" He called softly once more. "Stop calling. She has fainted," came a voice from next door. Santing was injured as well, and being a lioness, she surely was not faring any better. "Serves her right. Who told those lionesses to be so reckless?" After a brief silence, Limu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Yet, no response came from next door. He chose to ignore the reactions of others. In this chaotic prison, focusing on his own actions was essential to avoid confusion. According to the voice from next door, it seemed that the prison was rife with intricate interests, and the lioness's severe injury was likely linked to the wounding of their so-called queen. Lions, with their proud disposition, probably had made many enemies in their daily lives. This was not difficult to comprehend. Initially, Limu had been solely concerned with his own safety, unaware of the broader implications. He could hardly fathom that such events would unfold in a single morning. As the lioness's breathing grew more labored, Limu snapped back to reality. If he did not take action soon, matters would worsen. He could only do his utmost. Whether he succeeded in saving her was secondary to finding peace within himself. "Claire, I apologize," he murmured softly, taking a deep breath as he approached her. This was the first time Limu had been so close to her. In her current state, Claire resembled a wounded beast. Her alluring curves, primal allure, and striking features drew him in. Unlike humans, the lioness's race exuded potent hormones, and such proximity, particularly amidst her immobility and the pungent scent of blood, could easily awaken base desires within him. With her rising and falling abdomen and chest, accompanied by a unique scent and the essence of sweat, alongside her wild hair, ears, and tail, Limu felt his own hormones surge, his blood racing. Slapping his face firmly, he took several deep breaths to regain his composure. He stripped off his shirt and tore it apart, dampening the fabric with drinking water to begin cleaning her wound. Aside from a hint of resistance when he brushed against a pendant at her waist, the lioness showed little opposition, weakened as she was. Thus, in this strange balance of emotions, he commenced the cleansing of her wounds. Once he could discern the shape of the injury, Limu suppressed his discomfort and adjusted the lioness into a more suitable position, alleviating the impact of her breathing and movements on her injury. Simultaneously, the folded fabric was pressed against the wound. "If you can hear me, breathe as I instruct and relax." This time, the lioness seemed to cooperate willingly, allowing Limu to proceed with greater ease. After approximately 10 minutes, the lioness's breathing appeared to stabilize, prompting Limu to begin gently wrapping her wound with the cloth strips. During this process, there was inevitably extensive physical contact. However, Limu was oblivious, and the lioness remained unperturbed. The earlier surge of emotions had long dissipated, leaving only pure assistance and trust. Once everything was completed, Limu replenished the lioness's fluids and readjusted her positioning before returning to his corner with a sense of relief. As Limu was not particularly knowledgeable in this area, or perhaps due to incomplete memories, his treatment was somewhat rudimentary. Whether Claire would survive was left to her own fate. As night fell and Limu began to feel drowsy, a faint voice emerged. "Can you help our queen?" Prologue 6. The plan for healing at some point. Claire had managed to sit up. In the darkness, her luminous eyes were filled with defiance and resistance. Even though she was a wounded lion, she remained a lion nonetheless. "Your injuries are not yet healed," Limu observed with concern, gazing at Claire's frail form. Concern? Limu was unaware that his emotions and memories had been restored more swiftly after the dream ended, upon hearing the mermaid's song and attempting to heal Claire. "Silence." Claire's voice was hoarse. "Do not challenge my limits." Limu looked at Claire in surprise. He was well aware of her pride, but had not anticipated that mere concern and sympathy would be perceived as offensive. However, this time was different from the first. Limu seemed to understand her better, his thoughts more composed and profound. "I sincerely apologize, Claire." The lioness regarded Limu with a momentary pause. In his eyes, she saw no impurities, only respect and recognition. And respect is mutual. "You are indeed intriguing. Rather than foolish kindness, you resemble..." Cough, cough, never mind. A brief cough interrupted the lioness's speech. Limu patiently awaited her adjustment, his expression calm and humble, devoid of impatience or entangling worry, instead conveying respect and freedom to her. It was as if he had always known how to engage with such an entity. Noticing Limu's transformation and patience, the lioness, after steadying her breath, made an effort to sit upright. I, Blair's Salfinid Grep10, implore you to use your wisdom to save our queen. Limu nodded and replied, I am willing to accept your request, esteemed Blair's Salfinid. I apologize for disrupting the atmosphere, but I did not quite catch your full name. The lioness placed a hand on her forehead. Ah, it matters little. The full name is of no consequence. Let us discuss how to heal our queen. Furthermore, we are indebted to you, so do not worry about any losses you may incur. Limu observed the carefree demeanor of the lioness, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, let us discuss the matter at hand. What must I do? Soon. Limu acquired pertinent information regarding the assistance required. During dinner, a prison guard would come to document the status of newcomers, at which point Limu could proactively request a position. By citing his proficiency in medicine, he could directly assume the role of a physician, treating inmates without the need for any assessment. Though it appeared straightforward, the pitfalls were significant. After all, if he failed to heal or cause complications, the factions among the inmates would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Furthermore, as it concerned the well-being of an inmate, the guards would be entirely indifferent to his plight. In fact, the prison institutionally encouraged internecine strife among the prisoners, even if he successfully healed others, mitigating management difficulties and the risks of disease transmission. The prison would neither express gratitude nor offer substantial compensation. Thus, it was a venture fraught with peril, yet yielding minimal reward. It was no wonder the lioness earnestly implored Limu for assistance. Nevertheless, Limu did not intend to engage in this endeavor long-term. His objective was merely to cure the queen within a specified time frame, while merely concealing his efforts regarding the others. Truth be told, upon learning all this, Limu was initially reluctant to assist. On one hand, his medical skills were not particularly advanced. On the other, the dangers involved were considerable. Rationally, the lioness's debt of gratitude was insufficient to warrant risking his life. Yet, Limu was human, possessing an emotional facet as well. If he were to heal the Queen of the Glare, it was likely he would earn her protection. Moreover, without the lioness's initial assistance, his current circumstances could have been dire. However, amidst his internal conflict, another reason compelled Limu to ultimately agree to help. He sensed, almost intuitively, that successfully treating the queen might elicit a stimulus that could restore more of his memories, perhaps even unlock new abilities within his mind. Should he acquire powers related to medicine, it would undoubtedly bolster his prospects for survival in the future. Ah, our dinner has arrived, echoed the voice of Glare. Interrupting Limu's thoughts, the clanging of iron gates signaled the arrival of a guard who set down 2 plates of substandard food. Another guard, holding a roll of parchment, addressed him. You are Limu, correct? Are you willing to participate in prison labor? Her tone was somewhat flippant, revealing a hint of impatience. However, Limu understood the general intent behind her words, and she grasped his meaning as well. This was a form of communication entwined with the essence of the soul. Although its efficacy was limited, it transcended many linguistic barriers. The guard's impatience stemmed from the awareness that many newcomers had yet to acclimate to their environment, let alone consider engaging in labor. Yes, I am willing. Very well, you are agreeable, the guard replied, momentarily taken aback by Limu's response, though only briefly. Subsequently, she retrieved another roll of parchment from her waist, inquiring, here are the available positions. Please select your preference. Limu feigned contemplation for a moment. In truth, he could not recognize a single character, and after a moment, he finally spoke. I wish to become a physician. A physician? After a brief silence, the guard cast a glance at Limu and eventually said, very well, I shall register you. Here is your work badge. You may use it to enter the functional area at night, where tasks await you. Thank you, Limu replied as he accepted the badge. However, this time the guard seemed momentarily taken aback, as if she had not anticipated that beings of another race could express gratitude. Nevertheless, she did not linger, quickly departing, leaving the iron door unlocked. The door is open. Grayer, would you like to join me outside? Limu inquired as he turned to face her. Yet, Grayer shook her head. It is futile. Even if I were to escape, I could only wander within the confines of the cell area, as access to any other section requires a work badge. Moreover, even roaming within the cell area without a badge would incur punishment if discovered. Very well, I shall proceed. But I cannot guarantee anything, Limu stated earnestly. The lioness offered no further response. She had already succumbed to slumber, evidently having exerted herself to converse with Limu after losing so much blood. Limu glanced at the work badge in his hand, reflecting on the healing knowledge he could recall, and slowly made his way outside. The dim corridor obscured the conditions within the various cells. Yet Limu felt countless eyes observing him, an eerie sensation that rendered it difficult for him to gather his thoughts. Thus, he approached a large door with trepidation, where guards stood, seemingly tireless, their expressions as rigid as puppets, intently scrutinizing Limu. It was only when he cautiously extended his work badge that they finally stirred. The guard, after receiving the badge, inserted it into a slot beside the door, which then creaked open. Prologue 7. The healing queen. The world beyond the door was not the bustling scene Limu had envisioned. Rather, it was quite the opposite of his preconceived notions. The number of inmates participating in labor was woefully scarce, and most appeared disinterested, merely wishing to escape the oppressive confines of their cells. Naturally, Limu was wise enough not to gawk at others. It would be prudent to head towards the place the lioness had instructed him to go, the medical room. Unfamiliar with the written word, Limu could only observe the interior of the medical room through the door. Fortunately, matters proceeded relatively smoothly. Due to the heavy stench of blood nearby and the guard stationed outside, Limu swiftly located the medical room. Upon presenting his work badge, the guard glanced at him through her visor and permitted him entry. The medical room appeared exceedingly rudimentary. The entire floor, including the beds, bore no trace of fabric, only straw, reminiscent of the cells. There were no nurses or doctors in sight. The otherworldly beings lay there, seemingly left to fend for themselves. There were 2 rows of beds, totaling 12, yet nearly 20 patients occupied the space, forcing the less severely injured to sleep on the floor. Limu's arrival startled a few of the less gravely injured beings. They were somewhat surprised by the presence of a male, but said nothing, merely fixating their gaze upon him. The sensation of being scrutinized by a multitude of aberrant life forms is akin to swimming before the maw of a great white shark. With the feeling of suffocation nearly erupting from one's throat, Limu stifled the discomfort within his heart and surveyed his surroundings. At last, he discerned that familiar silhouette nestled within. At this moment, she lay serenely upon the coarse wooden board, resembling a delicate masterpiece that starkly contrasted with her environment. However, the bruises and swelling upon her skin were unmistakably visible, even from a distance. Taking a deep breath, Limu approached her with measured steps. "I have received a request from Grail to provide you with treatment." As she slowly opened her eyes, her profound gaze narrowed slightly, remaining silent. Yet, the mere act of her looking upon him sent tremors through Limu. He felt he had offended the magnificent golden lioness queen. Limu steadied his demeanor, his voice calm and composed. Thanks to the culture of the wine table, his tone neither appeared overly obsequious nor excessively rude. He then began to assess her injuries. Strangely, as he entered into his role, a hazy recollection of health preservation, back massages, foot baths, traditional Chinese medicine, and emergency care from construction sites began to surface. With gentle touches and careful needs, he found himself articulating insights about her condition. Rib fractures, dislocated joints, muscle strains. Limu murmured, "I must apologize in advance, as I may need to make contact with your noble body." Although complete healing was beyond his reach, the rudimentary treatment of flesh and bone posed no insurmountable challenge for him. He meticulously observed, palpated, and assessed her state, pondering how she had sustained such grievous injuries, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. "Bear with me. This may be somewhat painful," Limu stated solemnly. Despite his robust physique, he found it challenging to maneuver her body. Reluctantly, he wrapped his arms around her dislocated arm, increasing contact area and adjusting his leverage. Surprisingly, she exhibited no signs of resistance or hostility, merely gazing at him quietly. "Endure." In the next instant, Limu summoned his strength, twisting and pushing with all his might. A chilling cacophony of cracking bones erupted. Yet, the figure before him remained devoid of any discernible change in expression. "You are bruised. I shall begin by clearing tea." They had never encountered such an unusual male muscular structure, distinct from that of goblins or Martians. Time passed gradually. "You have been stimulated. Regaining fragments of memory. Your brain has developed the unique diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine, enabling you to actively expend mental energy for analysis." Limu regained his composure. His eyes appeared deeper, and his overall demeanor underwent subtle changes. The Lion Queen, highly sensitive to fluctuations in energy, acutely perceived Limu's faint transformation, revealing a rare moment of emotional response. "The Golden Lion owes you a favor." Her hoarse yet magnetic voice resonated. She understood that without Limu's healing, her body's natural recovery would take at least half a month. By then, it would be too late, and her kin would undoubtedly suffer severe oppression. Limu smiled in response, bowing slightly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding extraterrestrial beings were taken aback. This effectively announced that Limu was under the protection of the Golden Lion and her erratic kin. The few pure males in the prison would surely attract the attention of many outsiders. Although the 3 courts represented the pinnacle of the prison hierarchy, it was not the sole apex. Such a conspicuous declaration suggested that the situation was far more complex than a mere act of healing. Limu naturally noted the reactions of the extraterrestrials. To be candid, he had initially intended to showcase his physique to the gathered beings, to enhance his proficiency and stimulate their interest. However, these extraterrestrials differed from humans. Their logic and reasoning were markedly dissimilar. Should he repay kindness with kindness, they might misinterpret his healing as an act of seduction, leading to potential harm. Thus, rather than indulge in his own hypocritical gestures, it was wiser to maintain distance and avoid unnecessary interactions. Ultimately, Limu refrained from any further actions, silently remaining beside the Lion Queen, reflecting on his gains while idly contemplating. It seemed he had often invoked this term in the past. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Fragments of memories regarding university and internships flickered like stars in his mind. By retracing his recollections related to traditional Chinese medicine, he realized that his health had been compromised due to his field of study. For the sake of his well-being, he had engaged in various forms of exercise, health preservation, and rehabilitation. Indeed, now confined in a prison, physical conditioning and rehabilitation were paramount. At the very least, he needed to restore his physical stamina. Moreover, a voice deep within urged him to escape. Escape. This desire intensified the more he contemplated it, as if something awaited him to undertake. The sound of metal striking metal jolted Limu back to reality. The work shift had concluded. He needed to return to his cell. Glancing back at the still reticent Lion Queen, who seemed lost in thought, gazing out at the inky darkness beyond the window, he chose not to disturb her and quietly departed. Prologue 8. The History of Martian's Night. Upon returning to the prison, Grail had already fallen asleep. Yet, Limu found himself unable to slumber. His memories gradually began to resurface, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. An urgent sensation, a fervent desire to act, and a certain intuition about the future lingered in his mind. This persisted until the early hours of the morning, when that desire solidified into a guiding principle. Exhausted, Limu succumbed to slumber. Guidance. Enhance your physical fitness. Escape from Martia prison. Completion reward. Evolution. The night passed in tranquility. At dawn, Limu awoke earlier than usual. Experiencing an unprecedented clarity of thought, it felt as if every nerve in his body had undergone subtle transformations. His reflexes, perception, memory, and bodily control all seemed to attain a newfound clarity and tangibility. Enhanced physical fitness, escape from prison, he murmured to himself. This was not a task assigned by any system, nor was it external information. Rather, it was the manifestation of his subconscious yearning and judgment about the future. It resembled a sudden intuition that one should refrain from venturing outside, yet was far more detailed and vivid. Each word was meticulously pondered within his subconscious, urging him to act with precision. As for enhancing physical fitness, it was indeed time to commence training. Push-ups, sit-ups, and weighted runs. He realized that mere volume of exercise would not suffice. Scientific training methods, while effective, often harbored significant risks. Their primary aim was to rapidly elevate strength and intensity rather than to improve overall health and vitality. This approach placed undue emphasis on nutritional intake and the extraction of potential. Consequently, those who engaged in high-intensity training and strict dietary control, particularly those obsessed with fat loss or weight gain, often appeared robust, yet exhibited poor mental states, essentially lacking vigor and spirit. Moreover, the repeated tearing and repairing of muscles could lead to mental fatigue, hormonal imbalances, and even disrupt the body's internal equilibrium, leaving behind latent ailments that, while unnoticeable in youth, could severely shorten one's lifespan. What Limu sought was a genuine enhancement of both physical fitness and potential, achieved steadily despite limitations in diet, medication, and environment. This endeavor transcended simple exercise. It necessitated careful attention to both the quantity and type of workouts, as well as nurturing the internal conditions of his body. Thus, Limu embarked on a journey of mental overload. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to amalgamate modern and traditional exercise techniques, centering his regimen around the 8 sections of the Vajra, supplemented by specific strength and muscle training. The 8 sections of the Vajra, a culmination of a Taoist master's lifelong studies, primarily aids in the unblocking and dilation of meridians. It facilitates the flow through the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians, fortifying the internal organs. This practice cleanses the body of harmful waste, enhances immunity, nurtures internal energy, and promotes longevity and potential growth. It also plays a crucial role in relieving shoulder tension and aligning the spine, softening back muscles, and regulating spinal health while unblocking the governing vessel along the back. It revitalizes blood flow, nourishes yang energy, expands the skin and bones, and alleviates hidden ailments, proving highly beneficial for foundational repair, reinforcement, and development. With a solid foundation established through the 8-fold Vajra technique, combined with scientifically rigorous training such as climbing and running, one can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort, leaving no hidden ailments. A gentle perspiration began to form, and a subtle warmth spread throughout my body. Yet, I, Limu, could sense that my 5 senses had sharpened, and a surge of vitality pulsed within me. My entire being felt purer and more energized. Unlike the weariness that accompanies conventional workouts in a gym, this practice invigorated me further. I felt that exercising in fresh air at dawn would yield even better results. However, I was also aware of the principle of moderation. When my stomach voiced its protest, I willingly ceased my movements and began to regulate my breath. Exhaling slowly, I released a breath of stale air and sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting breakfast. Hey, I see you've been active all morning. What are you up to? At that moment, I heard Grail's voice coming from the side of the room. Turning towards the sound, I replied calmly, "You're awake? How do you feel?" "You still haven tea," answered my question. Grail emerged from the side, her curiosity evident in her gaze. To her, Limu exuded a masculine aura that rivaled that of a lion, imbued with a unique scent that was both subtle and commanding. "I'm exercising," I replied nonchalantly. "I don't wish to be easily bullied, which would only cause you trouble. Wouldn't it?" Grail did not respond immediately. Instead, she circled around me, observing intently. "You've just recovered. It's best not to overexert yourself." I glanced at the bandage on her abdomen and said, somewhat helplessly, "You should take care." After a moment of silence, Grail leaned against the wall across from me and said, "You saved my life. Is there anything I can assist you with? Hasn't he, your queen, already promised to protect me?" I replied with a smile. However, Grail shook her head. "No, I'm speaking for myself. The golden lion always repays kindness." Seeing the earnest and serious expression on Grail's face, I pondered for a moment before asking, "Could you tell me about the world outside?" "I have no memories of the past." Grail met my earnest gaze, as if peering into an endless river, and after a brief pause, she began, "You are indeed intriguing. Very well, let me share with you all that I know." She then recounted her knowledge of Martia, founded nearly 2 decades ago, approximately 120 Earth years. It is said that their ancestors were a nomadic people who inhabited the back of a colossal beast. Upon arriving in this region, they chose to settle and thrive. Presently, Martia spans 4,000 back units, about 4 million square kilometers, a unit of measurement derived from the area of that great beast's back. After settling, the people of Martia rapidly developed, leveraging their exceptional magical talents to establish their own nation. In just a century, they grew from a population of mere hundreds of thousands to nearly 30 million, becoming a significant power. Their secret to success lies in the high commodification of slavery. The leading magical technology and a tumultuous history have compelled them to adopt a parasitic survival logic as their core of development. With the loss of colossal beasts, they turned to parasitize other nations, such as the Principality of Tyrus, a land that was once ruled by a multi-ethnic state, a distant relative of the Kingdom of Marwen. With a mere population of 500,000, the Martians, who are well-versed in the art of parasitism and endowed with magical talent, completed their national transition within just 5 years. When a parasite grows larger than its host, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative transformation, resulting in the emergence of a composite slavery system, facilitating their exploitation. As the population increased, the slaves from Tyrus could no longer meet their developmental needs, prompting them to initiate the slave trade. The kingdom of Marwen was too formidable and distant to provoke. Fortunately, the nearby border forest was teeming with diverse races, not only varied in talents, but also abundant in number. What should have been a smooth endeavor soon faced challenges. With the development of the border forest, the Martians finally recognized the terror of nature. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more hostile the environment became, and the stronger the foreign races proved to be. However, the setbacks in the slave trade did not halt the Martians' progress. They were astute and swiftly adapted their parasitic strategy. They began to study Marwen's adventurer system, vigorously developing adventurer guilds. Weaker foreign races continued to be traded as slaves, while stronger ones were exploited through the guilds. As time passed, the Martians grew more powerful and officially ascended to the national stage. Numerous small states, rising and falling like stars, lacked any definitive count. Yet, they all shared a common trait, a predatory gaze towards their neighbors. For the Martians to survive and thrive, it became inevitable to parasitize the mighty Marwen. Thus, confrontations with Marwen commenced. Unfortunately, as a nation steeped in history, Marwen overwhelmingly surpassed the Martians in terms of national strength, culture, and technology. The Martians' multiple attempts ended in failure. Were it not for the considerable distance, their assets might have attracted Marwen's attention, and such a development strategy would have likely led to their demise long ago. In the wake of their dormancy, the Martians began to feel anxious and dissatisfied with their current state. The pressure from Marwen forced them to hasten their pace. The inflation of their power led to disdain for foreign races. The acceleration of the commodification of these races became urgent. In this context, the earlier factions of radicals and conservatives emerged, resulting in the introduction of numerous new policies, including the establishment of the infamous Black Rose Prison. Consequently, most of the foreign races present in the market today hail from the border forest. This vast expanse rivals multiple Eurasian continents, nurturing a complex web of tribes and ecosystems. The Martians categorized the border forest into 9 zones based on the difficulty of survival and development, with higher numbers indicating greater danger. Presently, the Martians have only ventured into the shallow depths of the 3rd zone. The tale is far from over. It is said that deep within the border forest lies a vast chasm. Beyond this chasm lies the Kelta Forest, a realm far more terrifying than the border forest itself. This revelation was disclosed by Marvin. Although the Martians refute this information, believing that no individual or team has ventured beyond 5 circles into the border forest, they suspect it to be merely a tactic employed by Marvin in his cultural warfare. Nonetheless, the lioness, hailing from the grasslands of the border forest, approximately 4 circles deep, tends to believe this account. Furthermore, she imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding climate, geography, and races to Limu, though the information was somewhat fragmented and chaotic, rendering it less than reliable. At the moment of their critical exchange, the metallic clang that heralded breakfast resonated. "Thank you for your enlightening discourse. It holds great significance for me." Limu expressed his gratitude. Grail, unable to endure the pretentiousness, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is merely common knowledge and hardly worth mentioning. Rather, consider it an unequal exchange. If that is the case, would you be willing to teach me Martian language upon our return?" Limu inquired, gazing at Grail, hesitating for a few seconds before asking. "Language? I am illiterate. If you wish to learn Martian, seeking the queen would be far more beneficial. However, given your physical stature, remaining in close proximity to the queen for extended periods may not be safe," Grail replied solemnly. Limu appeared somewhat perplexed. Observing Limu's expression, Grail sighed and continued. "Should you have glimpsed the queen's back during your healing, you must have noticed that emblem. It is a curse, a potent curse, the curse of the ancient gods." "I understand. If possible, simply teaching me a few phrases would suffice. My memory is fairly sharp, and I shouldn't pose too much trouble." Limu nodded in response. He recalled the queen's delicate skin adorned with the peculiar pattern, which seemed to have had no adverse effect on him during the healing. Yet, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to limit contact, as he was still unfamiliar with this place. "Now, let us proceed." The lioness had risen and pulled open the iron door. Indeed, although Limu wished to advise the lioness against unnecessary exertion, he refrained, knowing it would likely lead to reprimand. As per usual, they formed a line, collected their meals, and proceeded to the square for activities. Limu quietly stood behind the lioness, astonished by the brightness of the sky outside, which appeared to be just dawning. Despite the multitude of events that transpired the previous day and the lengthy discussions that morning, he pondered whether a day here exceeded the standard 24 hours. "Good morning, dear." A familiar and alluring voice suddenly called from behind. The moment the voice rang out, it captured the attention of many surrounding diverse beings. The male, entangled by the succubus, seemed unscathed. It was rumored that he was under the protection of the golden lion. Ridiculous. A cacophony of peculiar voices mingled, creating a disarray of sound. However, the succubus appeared utterly unconcerned, seizing the opportunity when Limu was distracted, and with a flutter of her wings, she leaped onto his back, entwining herself around him. The soft, powdery white thighs entwined around Limu's chest, a pair of genuine warmth resting atop his head. An alluring fragrance penetrated the air, enticing one to succumb completely. Fresh from his training, Limu felt a surge of vitality, compelled to release an overwhelming mental energy. Had he not done so, he might have succumbed to confusion. "Darling, you smell exquisite today," teased the succubus, who had pressed herself against Limu, suddenly catching a whiff of something that turned her cheeks a rosy hue, exuding an irresistible charm. Limu exhaled deeply, preparing to speak when he suddenly felt a lightness above him. "Come down. Don't stir trouble. The prison guard is coming." A familiar voice, that of the wolf girl from the previous morning. "Really? Are you jealous?" The succubus jested. "Then I want to be going back to sleep tonight." "That would be a welcome change," the wolf girl replied, her expression remaining stoic. Ah, why are you so heartless? The two women playfully bickered, only to be interrupted and pushed to the back of the line. Are these two sharing a cell? Limu mused quietly. Despite the succubus's carefree demeanor, her strength was formidable. The lioness interjected, breaking Limu's train of thought. Did you see that mercenary over there? The bald one? She single-handedly took on the entire mithril mage corps. And that woman, resembling a bear, she's of giant lineage and can easily overpower the mercenary. Look at that serpent woman. Her strength is comparable to the mercenaries. Together, those three would barely manage against that succubus. Prologue 10. Vitality and impulse. The familiar ceiling loomed above. Limu rubbed his forehead and slowly rose from the bed. How did I end up in the succubus's cell again? Oh right, during the queue. Someone must have whisked me away while the lioness was serving food. You're awake? The succubus nestled at Limu's bedside, her complexion appearing even more radiant. Limu, sensing waves of weakness coursing through his body, furrowed his brow. What did you do to me? At this, the succubus blushed deeper. This is my first time. Thank you for helping me come of age. Limu swiftly placed his hand on his pulse, meticulously assessing his condition. Once he confirmed that his vital energy remained intact, he exhaled slowly. Phew. He had only just begun to refine his body and nourish his vital energy. Any depletion at this stage could jeopardize his foundation. Wait, something felt off. As Limu prepared to cease, he noticed an anomaly. Although his vital energy was intact, his essence felt exceedingly feeble. Akin to the exhaustion after a marathon, he could barely muster the strength to rise from the bed. In this state, even walking would be a challenge, let alone training later in the evening. Limu turned to glare at the succubus. The succubus, seemingly unfazed, shyly remarked, "Thank you. This is my first encounter with a man's essence, and yours is remarkably unique, purer than that of a wizard, and more robust than that of a great knight. I noticed you exhibited no adverse reactions, so I may have inadvertently consumed a tad more than intended." Yet, Limu lacked the strength to resist. Lying on the bed and observing the succubus's coy demeanor, though Limu appeared dissatisfied, the innocence that blossomed within him stirred no trace of resentment in the succubus, prompting her to draw closer. Limu's exquisitely delicate skin contrasted starkly with that of the Martian and Goblin races. The unique warmth emanating from him felt to the succubus akin to a potent toxin, irresistibly drawing her nearer. As the distance between them diminished, their gazes intertwined. Limu's profound eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, captivating and enchanting, while the succubus's translucent pink eyes sparkled like gemstones, adorning her exquisite, alluring, and innocent visage. This intimate proximity allowed them to distinctly perceive one another's breaths. Limu remained silent, devoid of reasons to refuse, and found it implausible to push her away in such circumstances. Perhaps yielding to the moment would even prove beneficial. Yet, what was he hesitating over? The modern man's reticence? Or a fear of the unknown? You are truly exceptional, and I am irresistibly drawn to you. I long to possess you. The succubus's voice, akin to an ancient enchantress, caused both body and soul to tremble slightly. Could it be possible? A richer aroma invaded his senses, igniting an uncontrollable fervor within him. The voice, now imbued with a more potent magic, reflected the growth inherent in the succubus's kind, always accompanied by escalating power and impulse, reminiscent of the tumultuous nature of adolescence, ensnaring them both. Moreover, at that moment, she displayed an unexpectedly pitiful demeanor. It felt as though something within Limu blossomed fully, rendering his enhanced mind momentarily stagnant. Limu, call me Attila, the succubus implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Attila was her true name. Beneath her seemingly frivolous exterior lay a profound yearning. The stifling atmosphere of the dim cell, coupled with the solitude of being in a foreign realm, intensified the allure of the girl before him. Limu's heart softened. His body lacked strength, and at that moment, embracing one another felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. However, just as they were about to meld into one, the intensity reached its zenith. A torrent of fragmented memories erupted within Limu's mind, fleeting and ephemeral, leaving little behind. In that instant of memory tumult, Limu's aura transformed into something terrifying. Lilith's pores constricted, and she instinctively stepped back. This brief moment allowed both to regain their composure. Limu breathed heavily. The relationship with a succubus could only be described as either non-existent or infinite, particularly with one as insatiable as she. The consequences of succumbing to such desire were unfathomable, regardless of the prison-like environment or their respective lives. Once calm, Lilith gazed at Limu, realizing the potential complications that lay ahead, murmuring, "Limu, could you perhaps call me by my name?" "I'm sorry, Lilith," he replied. Calming down, Limu did not feel any embarrassment. Instead, he met Lilia's gaze with sincerity. Thus, they exchanged a tranquil moment of understanding. The rejection was not born of disdain, but rather of deeper considerations. "In the future, may I still draw upon your essence? I promise to be cautious and will not take without giving. I will provide sustenance for you," Lilia spoke softly. After resting for a while, Limu regained some strength. Adjusting his mental state, he slowly sat up, leaning against the wall beside the bed, his expression returning to one of composure. "Of course, but next time, do not be so impulsive and do not take too much," Limu replied in a neutral tone. The exchange of essence for food seemed reasonable to him. At that moment, he appeared to have overcome his fear of the highborn race. Lilia, comforted by his warm hand, gradually calmed down, the blush on her cheeks fading slightly. The overwhelming absorption of essence had also left her momentarily uncontrollable, but now she was slowly regaining clarity. Reflecting on her previous actions, she felt a wave of shyness and buried her head under the covers. Observing this scene, Limu couldn't help but ponder, do succubi experience shyness? Just then, he felt something moving against his thigh beneath the covers. "Lilia," he exclaimed, the sudden elevation of his voice startling her, prompting her to retract her mischievous hand. "I was merely curious. You are such a miser," she teased, sticking out her tongue and returning to her playful demeanor. Curious? Limu sighed at her antics. Indeed, a succubus is a succubus. Their thought processes and emotional fluctuations are beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from the doorway of the cell. So, you have found a new teacher of Martian? Upon seeing the lioness's arrival, Limu felt as though he had found a savior. Glare. He now felt that dealing with a succubus was more exhausting than running a marathon. What brings you here? The succubus remarked disdainfully at the sight of the lioness. Had I not come, the reputation of the golden lion would have been tarnished, Glare retorted, though her hands were busy lifting Limu. However, due to his considerable size, the physical contact became excessive, compelling Glare to abandon the shoulder carry and instead support him as they departed. Lilia remained silent, casting a deep glance at Limu as they made their way back. Glare assisted Limu while the wolf girl coincidentally returned to the cell. She was clad in the attire of a prison guard, the only distinction being the absence of a mask. Glare said nothing, and the wolf girl's expression remained indifferent as they passed one another with a cold detachment. However, in an unusual turn of events, after they had moved a few steps apart, the wolf girl paused. If you wish to escape, cherish this week, she stated before departing. Leaving behind the indifferent gaze of the lioness, a sense of trepidation enveloped Limu in the shadows. Ultimately, he remained utterly ignorant of this prison and the world beyond its confines. Time flowed inexorably. Limu continued his regimen with unwavering dedication, visibly enhancing his physique. Yet today, the atmosphere within the prison felt distinctly altered. Early in the morning, the inmates queued for their meals, their voices a cacophony of noise. Have you heard? Those foolish nobles are coming today for some sort of event. A concert, perhaps? How laughable. They are a culture devoid of substance. At that moment, a set of footsteps echoed, subtle yet resonant, lingering in the ears of every outsider. Though the Martian people possessed poor physical attributes and a meager historical legacy, it was undeniable that their affinity for magic was remarkable, as the lioness explained to Limu. Having acquired a fair grasp of the local language within just a week, Limu could now engage in basic conversations. However, amidst the crowd, a petite girl disdainfully remarked, how pitiful that their magical talent is merely a product of the failed gifts from the magic fortress. Dressed in vibrant attire, she resembled an exquisite doll, evoking a sense of fondness. Yet, her gaze bore an icy sharpness, more piercing than the stern expression of the wolf girl. It was a look that seemed to survey from a great height. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Grail's expression shifted dramatically. It's the seven sources. They have come as well. At this revelation, Grail couldn't help but glance at the nearby wolf girl, exhaling a heavy sigh. The seven sources? Limu inquired, turning his attention toward the girl. A comprehensive analysis ensued, yet yielded no substantial information, as if he were still missing a crucial element. Engaging in mental overload, he sought further insights. However, just as relevant information began to surface, the girl suddenly turned her gaze toward him. In the next instant, she broke into a smile. Limu, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Grail's frantic shaking brought Limu back to his senses. With hollow eyes, he gradually regained his composure. What on earth have you done? Grail asked anxiously. Nothing much, just exchanged a glance with her. Grail stared at Limu in disbelief, gripping his shoulders with a little more force than intended. You actually managed to lock eyes with her? Ouch! Limu winced at the pressure. Grail took several deep breaths, slowly releasing his grip. The seven sources were beings of such formidable power that even the entirety of the prison could not contain them. Their dealings with the Martians were driven solely by self-interest and restraint. Within the Black Rose prison, they enjoyed absolute freedom of movement, making their appearances exceedingly rare. In any case, do not entangle yourself with them. Not even the Queen could save you, Grail warned gravely. This was the first time Limu sensed anxiety in her tone. I understand. However, the arrival of the seven sources indicates that something significant is afoot. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar pierced the air. Silence. Beside the owner of the footsteps that had just echoed, a tall woman bellowed. Next, we shall hear from the Duke, the illustrious Majildaravans. The ranks of nobility, kings, princes, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, are but a grotesque structure born from the rapid population explosion under the feudal system and parasitic mentality. Yet, despite the constraints of magic and vested interests, the contradictions within this system are gradually accumulating. The owner of those footsteps now ascended the platform with deliberate slowness. What is this? I haven't even had breakfast yet. How frustrating, the crowd murmured below. You may perish, the Duke coldly remarked, casting a disdainful glance at an individual of a different race. His voice, aged yet hauntingly youthful, belonged to an elderly man with a mane of white hair. In the next instant, the bear-like woman exploded into a gory spectacle, bloody chunks of flesh splattering everywhere, while entrails clung to several of the surrounding beings of other races. Silence ensued. Enough, filthy creatures. The fly is dead. Let us now discuss the matters concerning the concert. The Duke stated nonchalantly. Those whose names I call, step to the left. Those not called, to the right. The woman beside the Duke stepped forward once more, beginning to recite the names of the foreign beings. Before long, all were divided into two groups. Regrettably, Limu and Glare were separated. Indeed, this side consisted entirely of those lacking in strength and bearing peculiar appearances. Well then, the left group shall remain in the prison, awaiting selection by the nobility to prepare for the concert at the end of the month. The right group will be sent directly to the mines. The Duke's words were blunt, striking like a bolt from the blue. What? The mines? Damn, what does that mean? However, chaos erupted as several dissenting individuals of other races were instantly reduced to mere heaps of flesh and blood. So it is decided, hurry along. Limu stood in shock. Witnessing it all, the surreal nature of the situation overwhelmed him. One moment he was contemplating an escape, and the next, he was to be dispatched to toil in the mines. He longed to glance back at Glare and the others, yet was abruptly fitted with a hood. A concert? The mines? Were not the foreigners cursed? How could they dare to kill at will? What in the world was happening? In the darkness, Limu felt a tightness around his neck, as if a collar had been clasped upon him. The wooden boards creaked beneath him, gently feeling the wood around him. He deduced that he must now be seated in some sort of carriage. The wheels rumbled ominously. Fate seemed to slip once more from his grasp, bringing him back to that hazy afternoon 2 weeks prior. Prologue 12. The red and yellow mines on the borders of Martia, in the young slave mines. The number 3 mine, marked by a web of black lines, welcomed a new batch of slaves after a long interval. Most of those arriving here were young. Even very young, beings of other races, predominantly the inferior breeds referred to as goblins by the Martia populace, the most despised among the multitude of slaves. With dark, luxuriant brown hair and brown irises, the creature possesses slightly prominent eye sockets and calves that are marginally longer than its thighs. Its ears, reminiscent of humanoid features, taper gently, far less exaggerated than the elongated ears of goblins. Within the confines of the mine, even fully grown lesser beings stand only at a height of 3 to 1. For meters, while newborns weigh a mere 4 pounds, rendering them even smaller than goblins and Martians, barely reaching the waist of Limu when standing upright. They are devoid of magic, the innate talent for combat energy, curses, or inspiration, lacking even the vitality that goblins possess, having been forsaken by the forest. This is a lesson imparted by the Martians, a consensus shared across this land. With a creaking sound, Limu was ushered off the cart. The hood was abruptly removed, blinding him momentarily with an overwhelming brightness. Hurry down, came the furious roar of a Martian nearby, as a whip lashed out, hastening the sluggish movements of the lesser being slaves. To avoid trouble, Limu instinctively quickened his pace. In less than half a day, Limu had transitioned from prisoner to slave. Ultimately, his life was entirely at the mercy of the Martians. Fortunately, perhaps due to Limu's appearance, the overseer among the Martians seemed to refrain from excessively tormenting him, thus sparing him from numerous troubles. With his lustrous black hair, fair and delicate skin, abnormal height, and robust physique, he was clearly a valuable asset. Nevertheless, a few kicks were unavoidable. You there, what are you staring at? Damn it. Get over there and pick up a hoe, you filthy creature. Limu inhaled deeply, feeling the sting of the overseer's harsh kicks, which, while painful, left no wounds due to the overseer's controlled force. The overseer, brimming with a delinquent demeanor, was likely a criminal himself, wielding his authority only because of his affiliation with the Martians. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, he pressed onward through the squalor of hunger, filth, and numbness. Amidst occasional glimpses of corpses hanging from the rocky walls, while fellow captives surreptitiously gnawed at the flesh, the once vibrant group of young individuals now evoked a sense of nausea within Limu. As he swiftly assessed the dire situation, his expression grew increasingly grave. Here, the toil was secondary. After all, the labor on previous construction sites had been no less arduous. What truly mattered was the lack of adequate sustenance. Starved and subjected to the overseer's whims, the environment was stifling. Stop daydreaming, get to digging. At that moment, a youthful voice unexpectedly broke through the despair. Limu glanced over with skepticism. The speaker was a young child. Trust me, lower your head and dig quickly, the voice urged, though it was hushed. Limu remained silent, picking up his pickaxe and complying. You lazy good-for-nothings, do you want to die? Get to work. The overseer's furious voice erupted, followed by a brutal display of violence against several sluggish slaves. One child, attempting to resist, was met with a spell from the overseer, causing the collar to glow and rendering the child unconscious. And this was merely the beginning. The foreman seized one of the child's legs and, with a single hand, dragged the child's body across the mine, much like one would handle a mere toy. The friction of flesh against the ground traced a line of blood, which darkened with the passage of time. In a state of unconsciousness, the child was effectively dragged to death. The lifeless body was then tossed into a cesspit. Consider this a gift, the foreman smirked, addressing the older group of slaves in the distance. In the next moment, a throng of numb-faced slaves surged forward, fervently scavenging the child's corpse from the cesspit, disregarding any sense of disgust as they began to consume it. An intimidation tactic, a reluctant thought surfaced in Limu's mind. Thank you, he managed to utter to the child beside him, suppressing the discomfort rising within him. The child replied softly, no need for thanks. My name is Chuchu. Let us survive together. Limu remained silent, reflecting on the remarkable existence of a child capable of independent thought amidst the numbed masses of slaves. He felt fortunate to have encountered such a child, yet his wariness remained intact. As time passed, Limu endeavored to maintain a low profile while searching for potential sources of sustenance. However, as night fell, no food had been provided within the mine. A foreboding feeling crept into his heart. Could it be that in this mine, one's own kind were viewed merely as food? With this thought, he anxiously observed the indifferent beings around him. Their expressions remained vacant, yet a flicker of longing emerged in their gazes when they looked upon their fellow beings. A sudden chill gripped his heart. The true peril would likely commence under the cover of night. You need not worry. I will not consume my kind. Chuchu's voice whispered in his ear. I have this for you. With that, Chuchu discreetly produced 2 peculiar items, handing one to Limu. Wild yam. Limu raised an eyebrow, questioning, why? Because you appear to be the only one here capable of normal speech. Chuchu's tone carried a hint of sorrow, starkly contrasting with his youthful visage. Limu solemnly accepted the yam, momentarily at a loss for words. It is now time for rest. As long as we remain still and speak cautiously, we should be safe. Could you tell me about the world outside? Chuchu sought a shadowy corner, taking advantage of the dim light to eat furtively. In the gloom, they lowered their voices and shared all that they knew. Through this exchange, Limu gleaned a wealth of information, such as the nature of their collars and the origins of Chuchu himself. He was one of the few slaves captured directly from the Elven tribe in the border forest, which allowed him to retain his cognitive abilities. In contrast, those born into slavery or subjected to prolonged torment were utterly different. Furthermore, Chu provided Limu with insights regarding their surroundings. This was the most remote area of Martia, where, beyond a market street, only transportation routes and small groves remained. Most notably, he elaborated on the foreman's cruelty and twisted nature. Among the various considerations, many may appear trivial, yet only those who have truly survived in the depths of the mine can grasp the immense significance of the cautions articulated by Chu. Prologue 13. The emergence of resolve at dawn the following day, Limu rose early to engage in physical exercise. It was not due to an extraordinary diligence, but rather because the frigid night had rendered restful sleep nearly impossible. He had previously assumed that the conditions within the prison were dire, yet he discovered that the mine was even more suffocatingly dark. In Martia, slaves were commodified to a high degree. Logically, the overseers, as criminals, should face severe penalties for arbitrarily killing slaves, as it constituted property damage. However, the value of inferior slaves was so disappointingly low that even if one were to accidentally kill a few, the worst consequence would merely be an extension of their sentence. The historical foundation of Martia was too fragile, riddled with legal loopholes. For overseers, already burdened with excessively long sentences, the murder of additional inferior slaves held no repercussions. They were irrevocably tied to the mine and found solace in retaliating against the nobility, as long as they avoided blatant massacres that would disrupt mining efficiency. The occasional death of a few inferior slaves went unnoticed. With a sigh of relief, Limu retracted his fists and feet. His stomach was empty, making excessive exercise inadvisable. It was prudent to conserve some strength. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes, focusing on regulating his breath and inner state. In such a harsh environment, it was paramount to prioritize physical training to enhance one's constitution and manage emotions. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before he became one of the inferior slaves. Gradually, his mind settled, though the surroundings remained tumultuous. The rustling sounds nearby revealed inferior slaves furtively gnawing on the corpses of their kind, while others were stealthily committing murders. Enduring his discomfort, Limu persevered until dawn, at which point he, along with the other inferior slaves, resumed mining with their pickaxes. Unlike the previous day, an aristocrat now stood beside the overseer. "Hey, new inferior ones. Come to collect your garments." The overseer seemed to have tempered his demeanor slightly. Soon, the newly arrived inferior slaves formed a line to receive a grass skirt from a box next to the noble. Despite Limu's desire to remain inconspicuous, his distinctive appearance drew the noble's attention. As he joined the queue, he could distinctly sense the noble's gaze scrutinizing him. Upon returning to the side of the mine, Chu remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Limu, did you receive your grass skirt? Now, you are one of us." Limu surveyed his surroundings, finally comprehending Chu's implication. It turned out that all the slaves donned similar grass skirts. However, due to his trousers and short sleeves, which had not been washed in weeks, he appeared unkempt, preventing anyone from noticing the peculiar material of his clothing. Fearful of contracting strange diseases from foreign garments, no one attempted to take his soiled attire. Consequently, Limu did not rush to wear the grass skirt. What was this? Distributing clothing to slaves? Employee benefits? Analysis. The herbal skirt, composed of ingredients such as dragon tongue grass, schisandra, and white pepper, possesses the capability to castrate certain biological entities to some extent, while also serving as a scent marker to aid hunting dogs in their pursuit. Gazing at the herbal skirt in his hand, Limu fell into silence. "Indeed, Chu, it would be wise for you to refrain from wearing it any longer," Limu said solemnly, looking at Chu. Chu gazed at Limu with confusion, seemingly discerning something from his expression, "But I have worn it for quite some time." Upon hearing Chu's words, Limu fell silent, eventually murmuring to himself, "Continuing down this path is not a solution." He found himself unable to resist the tides of Martia society, yet he understood that persisting in this manner was untenable. Thus, the two engaged in a desultory conversation until the light waned in the west. "Hey, who permitted you to speak while working?" A sudden roar interrupted them. The unexpected shout startled everyone, causing them to shudder. Limu's skin prickled with goosebumps as he caught a glimpse of a figure drawing near. "Coming this way? Damn it, wasn't this the side of the mine? How could they attract attention?" Furthermore, he and Chu were making minimal movements, keeping their voices low. Wait, could it be that the noble who brought the herbal skirt was responsible? "Lee, get down," Chu urged, using all her strength to keep her voice low. After uttering this, she quickly prostrated herself on the ground, exposing only her profile, disregarding the dirt, filth, and debris that scratched her face, not daring to move. This sequence of actions was all too familiar to her, and yet loathed. It was the most humiliating position, the same one her brother maintained in his final moments. "Huh, you are quite nimble, disgusting creature." The foreman's twisted smile spread across his face. In the next instant, he brutally ground his filthy shoe into Chu's face. Her tender skin and frail form resembled a tattered cloth, entirely at the mercy of the foreman. The surrounding lowly workers continued their tasks with a numbed indifference. A surge of rage ignited within Limu, yet he stifled it, mindful of the collar around his neck. Should he intervene, Chu would no longer be the only victim. This torment persisted for what felt like an eternity, until the foreman, satisfied, glanced at his shoe before slowly retracting his leg. "I'm feeling a bit hungry," he remarked, turning to leave, as if everything that had just transpired was of no concern to him. In stark contrast was Chu, on the brink of asphyxiation from prolonged pressure. Her face bore the marks of damage, blood and filth mingling grotesquely. Several of her teeth had even fallen out. "Quick, hurry, follow me to wash this off. It's filth." Once Limu confirmed the foreman had moved far away, he hastily pulled Chu toward a nearby stream. In ancient warfare, arrows were often smeared with excrement. In other words, in Chu-Chu's situation, without timely cleaning of her wounds or medication, she could very well perish. Cold water splashed onto Chu-Chu's weakened cheeks. Limu was uncertain whether cleaning with plain water would yield any results, nor did he comprehend the constitution of the refined individuals. He could only do what was within his capacity. Sensing Limu's anxiety, Chu-Chu offered words of comfort, saying, "Mu, there's no need to worry. Recently, the foreman has been visiting me less frequently. As long as I persevere and remain vigilant, I am certain things will improve." Unbeknownst to her, such reassurances only deepened Limu's frustration. Perhaps because of his shorter stature, he felt akin to those refined individuals who had met their demise in some forsaken place. Yet, since he was alive and retained clear thoughts, he was different. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow this dire situation to persist. Limu had resolutely made up his mind. For far too long, he had been an inconspicuous existence, merely swept along by the tides of fate. However, witnessing the tragic plight of the children before him, observing the devastation that lay all around, and seeing faces akin to his own wandering like the living dead, Limu decided he must take proactive measures. The first step in this endeavor was a resolute declaration. The foreman must die. Prologue 14. Preparation and unforeseen events. As the temperature gradually rose, time moved slowly forward. In recent days, it seemed that the foreman had reduced the frequency of his inspections in the mines, likely due to the warmer weather. After a period of observation, Limu discerned the feasibility of assassinating the foreman. The management here was indeed alarmingly lax. Were it not for the excessive servility of the inferior refined beings, had a few matriarchs from the Black Rose prison been brought in, the situation would have long since erupted. Thanks to this, Limu was able to commence his plan smoothly. Accustomed to the stench of decay and blood, he navigated among the corpses of the refined individuals. He did not compete with the numbed refined beings for flesh. Instead, he collected the remnants of bones and tendons they left behind. To shatter the stalemate and eliminate the foreman, external forces were indispensable. In the absence of biological assistance, he could only rely on materials. Perhaps collecting materials outside the mine would prove challenging, but remaining within the mine would simplify matters considerably. With an abundance of bones and tendons, he could fabricate numerous basic tools. Although the skeletal structure of the refined beings was not as robust as that of humans, it sufficed for crafting bone implements. Initially, Limu fashioned a few bone spears. However, considering that the opportunity to strike the foreman might only arise once, he resolved to create more weapons. With a single chance at success, the approach must be swift, precise, and ruthless, leaving the adversary no opportunity to utter incantations and promptly ending their life. Yet, the bone spears, while fierce, lacked in speed and precision. Thus, Limu contemplated the bow and arrow. Bows and arrows enable rapid attacks from a distance, allowing for stealthy eliminations of foes. However, Limu was not content with this alone. It felt insufficient and fraught with peril. Although he possessed the skills to craft bows and arrows, his archery experience was limited to a university elective course. Only those who have truly wielded a bow understand the difficulty of achieving accuracy, which heavily relies on the quality of the equipment. With only one chance to strike, a misfire would lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, there is another point to consider. The bow is excessively large, making it challenging to craft the curved arms. And handling the tendons is quite arduous as well. Finding suitable plant fibers is also a daunting task, and it is not conducive to concealment. Hence, Limu opted for a crossbow. It encompasses all the advantages of a bow, yet it is more accurate, more discreet, and more convenient. Thus began the plan to construct a crossbow from bone. However, creating crossbow bolts proves to be even more difficult than crafting bows. Though the structure need not be overly complex, lacking the formidable power of compound bows or recurve bows, the selection, polishing of each bone, the treatment and preparation of tendons, along with the crafting of compatible arrows, is no simple endeavor. Consequently, throughout the production process, Limu squandered numerous bones and tendons. Fortunately, the mine is abundant with minerals and bones, if lacking in other resources. Moreover, he did not waste even some discarded bones. After a bit of polishing, he fashioned many bone knives, bone spikes, and bone spears as weapons and tools. To avoid arousing the foreman's suspicion, Limu fashioned a grass skirt for himself. As time progressed, significant advancements were made in the crafting and exploration of the crossbow. Limu repeatedly reviewed his plans in his mind. He did not neglect his physical training, preparing for the worst. Should one arrow fail to slay the adversary, he must engage in close combat. With newfound resolve, everything seemed to crystallize. However, that morning, the foreman spoke in a flat tone. "Hey, inferior one, follow me." Although during this time, the foreman occasionally engaged Limu in conversation or offered a bit of training, Limu had seldom witnessed such tranquility from him. His calmness, even more so than his previous madness, sent a chill down Limu's spine. Quietly, Limu trailed behind the foreman, saying nothing. He had endured considerable suffering during this time, and it was merely due to his appearance that he had not faced harsher treatment. Today, the foreman did not greet him immediately. What could this mean? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Limu narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Continuing to move, they ascended to a greater height, gradually leaving the mine behind. Limu's suspicions grew stronger. Indeed, in the distance stood a man clad in somewhat ostentatious attire. Esteemed Baron, this is the finest specimen among this batch of goods, significantly more special than previous ones. The foreman's obsequious voice rang out. Moreover, the minerals here are all that I have procured during this time. The man referred to as Baron nodded slightly, surveying Limu with interest, and remarked with satisfaction. Very well, this time we have indeed made some gains. They will be pleased. I believe you shall not be here much longer. In just a few brief sentences, a wealth of information was conveyed. The Baroness batch of goods? It appeared that the other party had engaged in such dealings more than once, illicitly extracting relatively high-quality slaves from state-owned mines. The underground web of interest was something that, as a modern individual, Limu could easily relate to. As for the minerals, it was no wonder that the foreman always discreetly pocketed a few pieces during his visits to the mine. Gathering a dozen or 20 pounds daily could amount to several hundred pounds over a month. It appears that the dealings with the Baron extend beyond mere transactions. They now involve, or complicating matters significantly. The extraction of minerals is likely far more intricate than it initially seems. Subsequently, a mere utterance from Limu swiftly dismantled the prior conjecture regarding the foreman's collusion with the Baron. Would the other party be content? Wasn't the foreman directly engaging in trade with the Baron? Could it be that this Baron is merely a laborer? If Glaire's teachings of the Martian tongue serve me correctly, I may have inadvertently become entangled in far more convoluted affairs. Damn, plans are easily disrupted by unforeseen changes. What shall I do next? The relentless shifts could drive any individual to despair. Limu even began to contemplate evasion. If only he were not burdened by the visage of an Oriental. Perhaps surrendering to fate would be simpler. Guidance. Enhance your physical prowess and escape the Martian prison. Completion rewards. Evolution. At this moment, that guiding message reappeared. A fervent yearning for freedom surged within him, rekindling a profound desire to flee. This intense longing reinvigorated Limu's spirit. Escape from prison? Is this mine also part of the prison system, or does this prison hold a different significance? Regardless, it is not yet time to relinquish hope. Though his mind raced with tumultuous thoughts, Limu managed to maintain an impassive demeanor. Today, someone will oversee the mine. You shall accompany me. The Baron remarked coolly after inspecting the ore, addressing the foreman. Me? I need not go. The foreman began to protest, but was silenced by the Baron's penetrating gaze. This time is different. The other party holds considerable influence, and it is prudent for us all to be present. Should they take offense, you know the implications. The Baroness' words left no room for ambiguity. The foreman, resigned, nodded his hefty head. Thus, Limu was once again adorned with a hood. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the anxious gaze from below the mine, strikingly reminiscent of Glare and Lilia's expressions. In the dimness, the sound of metal scraping echoed. Was this carriage a metallic cage? Prologue 15. The half-blooded woman of the dusty roads within the shadowy confines of the room. A pungent odor permeated the air. Based on the jostling sensation and the duration of the ride, Limu deduced that his location was no more than 5 kilometers from the mine. This suggests he was likely taken to the outskirts of the mining district, near the marketplace street. As long as he remained clear of the inland cities, there remained a chance to escape the Martian's grip. While musing on this, the door to the room swung open abruptly. A woman, her demeanor somber, hobbled in with a tray bearing coarse porridge and hard bread. She uttered not a word, merely placing the food down before departing. However, with his keen perception, Limu activated his mental overload and discerned something amiss in that fleeting moment. The woman bore numerous bruises and fractures, and her appearance suggested a high likelihood of having contracted a venereal disease. Could she be a woman of ill repute? Limu pondered, reasoning that his current abode was likely situated near a house of ill fame on the marketplace street. Furthermore, at the instant the woman opened the door, he caught a glimpse of the exterior. A corridor stretches ahead, lined with numerous doors closely adjoining one another, reminiscent of the dim and confined space in which I find myself. It is plausible that this location serves as a venue for the trade of slaves or the confinement of hostages. Aside from the collar around my neck, I find that I am unencumbered by shackles or handcuffs, which causes me to frown. I would prefer if my captors were to impose additional constraints, as that would make them seem more manageable. What truly troubles me is the ambiguity of their intentions, as their apparent lack of overt measures leaves one uncertain of their capabilities. I gingerly touch the collar at my neck. Presently, I can only deduce that it possesses some essence connected to the soul, rendering it unremovable. Beyond that, I am aware that should anyone utter incantations in my vicinity, I would be rendered unconscious. After finishing my meager meal, I realize that dwelling in contemplation is futile, and I resolve to rise and explore my surroundings. Given that my body is not restrained, I must endeavor to seek a means of escape. After wandering about for a while, I find nothing beyond the food that was recently delivered. However, upon lightly tapping the back wall, I ascertain that it conceals a substantial barrier. A wall of such thickness is not typical. In other words, it is highly probable that I am situated underground, perhaps beneath a brothel. Retaining this hypothesis, I continue my investigation. To my surprise, as I push against the wooden door, it yields effortlessly. Peering cautiously through the crack, I observe a narrow corridor flanked by rooms akin to mine. An estimated several hundred in number, with staircases ascending at both ends. Though the corridor appears desolate, I suspect there are guards stationed above. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes from the staircase nearby, prompting me to retract my head hastily. The footsteps are faint, suggesting they do not belong to an adult male. Following the footfalls, I hear the sound of a door opening, growing closer until it reaches my chamber. I feign indifference as a figure slowly enters to retrieve the empty food bowl. It is the same woman who delivered my meal, now here to collect the dishes. This time, I observe her more closely. She appears frail and delicate, bearing a resemblance to a Martian, yet possessing some incongruous traits. Is she of mixed heritage? Just as she prepares to turn away, I spring into action and swiftly close the door behind her. "Skak!" she exclaims, her words muffled by my hand covering her mouth. I am equally startled by her reaction. A typical woman, confronted by a slave in a darkened room, would likely scream, yet her immediate response is to recite an incantation. "I mean no harm. May we converse? I can heal your leg," I venture, taking a gamble that she does not harbor the malicious intent of a foreman and that the incantation requires verbal articulation to take effect. To my astonishment, upon hearing my words, the woman does not react with contemplation or shock. Instead, she relaxes. I gradually lower my hand from her mouth, positioning it so that she can speak, yet I could swiftly silence her if necessary. Are you a lesser being? She inquires. Apologies, the information I have is as follows. The woman was far more composed than Limu had anticipated. Whatever you wish to inquire about, I am more than willing to share. However, I can heal your leg. No, the woman interrupted Limu. There is no need to heal me. Do you not trust me? Although my leg is indeed difficult to treat, it is not a matter of belief. Feel free to ask me anything directly. Over time, the higher-ups will uncover the truth. Limu gazed at the petite woman before him, perplexed by her willingness to converse. Soon enough, he posed several questions, to which she responded succinctly and clearly. Even cooperating willingly, Limu held some doubts about her, yet with one hand resting on her pulse, he could almost ascertain that her words were genuine, provided she lacked any special means. But why? Was she attempting to extract information from him? Nevertheless, Limu was confident that he would not reveal any telltale signs. Even if she reported him, it would pose no grave threat to him. After all, once he was signed off as merchandise, he would not be subjected to undue mistreatment. Unless she was indeed fishing for information. As an outsider and a slave, she exhibited neither fear nor even a hint of disdain towards him. However, since she showed no resistance, it seemed permissible for him to gather more information. I have many more questions. Can we continue this conversation later? The woman nodded indifferently, appearing not to belong to the noble class. Limu gradually, slowly, released his hand. Can I trust you? If you were to speak carelessly, what would happen to me if I were executed? Limu asked earnestly. The woman said nothing but suddenly lifted her skirt. She had a wolf's tail, silently attesting to something. Yet, Limu's gaze was not drawn to that tail. The sight surrounding it was so distressing that he could scarcely bear to look. The woman's thigh was covered in ragged, festering wounds. Further up, there were gaping holes, bite marks, and the scars of poor medical treatment. Beyond that, the sight worsened, swollen and oozing, utterly ghastly. It was unimaginable what she had endured prior to this moment. Limu stared at this harrowing scene, unable to utter a single word. The woman, however, appeared remarkably calm, saying nothing further as she slowly lowered her tattered skirt and turned to leave. The wooden door creaked shut behind her. In that instant, Limu seemed to grasp the reason behind her tranquil demeanor. Indeed, in Martia, being of mixed blood with an unremarkable appearance sufficed. There was no need to witness such a sight. Limu felt a constriction in his chest and gradually sank back down. He raised his gaze to the dark ceiling, an inexplicable sense of oppression weighing heavily on his heart. Was he overthinking? Regardless, he felt he had not yet earned the right to be overly sentimental. Prologue 16. Past Tales of the Circle. It seemed that Limu's adeptness as a member of the earthbound folk, coupled with the fact that the woman before him had finally found an outlet for her emotions, led to a more extensive conversation between the two the following morning. Limu initially broached the subject in the guise of a woman, unwittingly engaging in extensive conversation. In the culture of Martia, brothels are an indispensable component, aligning seamlessly with the core ideologies of parasitism and exploitation. This practice is a favored indulgence among the nobility, having once been briefly exalted as a form of high culture. However, the mere association with nobility causes prices to soar. The impoverished, beggars, and even the somewhat wealthier laborers find themselves unable to afford such luxuries. Even the taverns and private courtesans are beyond their reach. Yet, the destitute devise their own means. Some Martia individuals conceived a method. They gathered several abandoned livestock pens and enlisted a few female vagabonds, creating the most rudimentary form of pleasure. As these establishments evolved from livestock pens, they were colloquially referred to as circles. Limu found herself beneath one such circle. However, the Martia people lived in disarray. Their attire tattered, and the female vagrants typically appeared unkempt and unattractive. What could possibly entice clientele? It was not a daunting task. Torn garments could be washed and cleaned. An unappealing visage could be masked with inferior mineral powder and a dab of oil to the hair. They were displayed in a row, stark naked and bound by ropes, relying on visual shock to attract customers. They treated individuals as mere commodities, sparing even their fellow Martia compatriots from compassion. Subsequently, cultural pressures from the ruling class deemed such lowly establishments as detrimental to societal standards, leading to a decree for their dismantling. The beneficiaries of these ventures adapted their methods, surrounding their circles with earthen walls, foregoing roofs, and creating small openings in the walls. This was a classic case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Passers-by could peer through the small openings, discerning the various shapes and sizes within. If someone piqued their interest, they would enter and exchange money, concluding a transaction. However, with the influence of state policies, a vast number of the most rudimentary circles were eliminated. The remaining establishments, those with a modicum of power, found themselves presented with greater markets and opportunities. With fewer competitors, the rivalry intensified. In pursuit of further advancement, these circles began to host not only female vagabonds, but gradually introduced young and beautiful maidens as well. Yet, the self-proclaimed noble Martia individuals remained reluctant to descend into such sordid circles for the sake of trifling sums. Their methods were steeped in deception, abduction, violence, and coercion, forcing the unwilling into a life of prostitution. The intricate web of relationships involving the slave trade was deeply tangled and nearly impossible to untangle. Within the circles inhabited by mixed-blood women, 3 such unfortunate souls existed. Foremost among them was Mado, whose father was once a baron in the interior. Due to his integrity in exposing the nefarious dealings of local gambling establishments, he was falsely accused of collusion with foreign factions and subsequently imprisoned, ultimately leading to his demise. His mother, unable to endure the humiliation, took her own life. When neighboring nobles came to seize their estate, the baron's daughter Mado could only flee with a maid. Having departed in haste without sufficient funds, Mado was compelled to part with her ancestral gold ring, which the maid took to sell. Little did she know, upon selling the ring, the maid would fall victim to thieves who struck her down and absconded with the money. Mado awaited the return of her funds, only to be met with misfortune. The former steward of the Baron, who had attended to Mardo's needs, was inextricably linked to the Baron's fate, which he could not escape. Now, we find Mardo alone, with nefarious intentions brewing in the heart of a deceptive individual who sweet-talks the still innocent Mardo into a sinister circle. The master of this circle is none other than the foreman's sister, a grotesque and corpulent figure known as the Rascal Hen. While the foreman oversees the slave trade, his sister manages the circle. By the time Mardo arrives, there are already two unfortunate women ensnared within its confines. The first is the widow of a knight, who met a brutal end due to debts, leaving her to raise her 2-year-old daughter, Lily, while cradling an infant in her arms. The foreman, accompanied by a band of criminals, stormed into the widow's home, abducting her and her children with terrifying threats that nearly harmed little Lily. Alone and powerless, the widow had no choice but to acquiesce, and thus her family fell into the clutches of the circle. The second captive, Feng He, hails from a foreign land and is around 3 years of age. His father, an esteemed mage from a neighboring kingdom, had come to share knowledge, only to be betrayed by colleagues who sought to steal his academic contributions, leading to his untimely demise. Following his father's tragic fate, Feng He found himself alone in Martia, unable to return home, resorting to begging on the streets while making his way toward the border. However, he was soon discovered by the Rascal Hen, who forcibly took him as well. Having received some education from his father and possessing rudimentary magical skills, Feng He fought back with vehement defiance, refusing to yield. Yet, the Rascal Hen, seeing his resistance, resorted to brute force. Lacking sufficient power to defend himself, Feng He ultimately succumbed to the harsh reality of the circle, and both he and Mardo were given titles within this grim establishment. As business flourished, the foreman and the Rascal Hen grew increasingly emboldened, especially with the backing of noble patrons. Despite Mardo's noble upbringing and mastery of knightly sword techniques, she found herself utterly powerless against such malevolent adversaries. The foreman employed various underhanded tactics, and the brutality of the situation was too harrowing to recount. The Rascal Hen attended to her with a whip, even going so far as to sever one of her tendons. The relentless torment, both mental and physical, would break even the strongest of spirits, let alone a mere lady of high birth. In moments of unbearable pain, Mardo would faint, only to be dragged back into the circle and left in despair. However, having endured some training, Mardo awakened in the dead of night, yearning to escape. Yet, she soon realized that the perimeter was fortified with thick earthen walls and locked iron gates, rendering her efforts futile. Faced with the bleak prospects of her future, she contemplated suicide. However, her attempts drew the attention of the Rascal Hen, who swiftly apprehended her once more. The Rascal Hen then contacted a local lecher, old enough to be her father, selling Mardo for 5 copper coins for a night. During this ordeal, Mardo attempted to resist, but a group of ruffians overpowered her, leaving her at the mercy of the aged man, who inflicted unspeakable pain upon her. The torment was relentless, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. The Rascal Hen brought forth narcotic smoke to revive Mardo, forcing her to endure further suffering. Once the old man departed, the other ruffians pounced upon her again, subjecting her to further torment until she was on the brink of death. Yet, the nightmare did not conclude there. With the effects of the drug still lingering, Mardo endured a sleepless night. The Rascal Hen then gave her a hasty makeover before casting her back into the circle once more. A bed of grass lay spread out, bound tightly in 5 elaborate knots, arranged in a single line. What had previously been mere training was now the commencement of business. Mardo felt a profound sense of shame and indignation, wishing fervently to end it all in a single, reckless act. However, the entrance was already thronged with merchants, beggars, and criminals. To enhance competitiveness, after each transaction, they were compelled to perform pitiful gestures akin to that of choo-choo, ensuring that guests could wipe their shoes properly. It was euphemistically termed, responding to the ceremonial summons of Martia, providing exemplary service, and hoping that patrons would not soil their footwear, with the hope of their return. At long last, the mealtime arrived. Just as Mardo grasped a barely edible coarse loaf of bread, more individuals arrived outside. The bread was knocked aside, and in the futile attempt to retrieve it, he found himself utterly powerless, toppled to the ground. After barely enduring this ordeal, he yearned to eat. Yet guests continued to arrive one after another, leaving no time for nourishment. It was only deep into the night that the 3 dared to converse, sharing their backgrounds and grievances. However, the weeping of the widow's child disturbed the raucous rooster, leading to a fatal mishap. Just as Mardo contemplated a violent reaction, he was thwarted by the leverage held by his eldest daughter, Lily, forcing him to relent, just when he thought he might finally find a moment of respite. Before dawn could break, the raucous rooster demanded 3 copper coins, selling another location at the first opportunity, causing Mardo to let out a despairing scream and succumb to unconsciousness. Thus, half of the tale was told. As for why the other half remained untold, it was the woman who chose to cease, seemingly unwilling to continue. I apologize for burdening you with such trivialities. Allow me to impart the information you seek. Prologue 17. The return to the mine. Although it was never Limu's intention to listen to such a lengthy narrative, he ultimately could not interrupt the woman before him. He had assumed she was a taciturn and unresponsive individual, only to discover her remarkable eloquence. Through this interaction, Limu realized that it was not merely the foreign races that faced disdain, but that all aspects of Martia resembled a degraded version of a bygone society. One that not only consumed its own but would not even spit out the bones. What would you like to know? The woman inquired, breaking into Limu's reverie. After a prolonged silence, he directed his gaze towards the young yet weary woman and finally spoke. Please tell me about this collar and the regulations within the mining district. The woman, seemingly fatigued from standing and unable to sit due to injuries to her back and hips, leaned awkwardly against the wall and began to speak slowly. Firstly, concerning the collar, it It was not vastly different from what Limu had surmised. This collar could entwine with the soul. Unless a significant blow was dealt at the soul level to shatter or extricate this entanglement, forcibly tearing it apart would inevitably result in backlash. Furthermore, the collar could be activated by spell resonance. Anyone with magical aptitude could cause it to induce dizziness in the wearer, while those lacking sufficient soul strength might have their very souls torn apart, rendering them imbeciles. Even Marwyn could not delve into the intricacies of soul-level techniques. The reason Martia possessed such collars was that, during their time on the back of the colossal beasts, they had been captured and studied under the enslavement of the magical fortress. The technology was pilfered from that very time. However, due to an inability to grasp the underlying principles, I could only emulate others, resulting in a half-finished product that has become the current collar. Another issue arises. The entire mining area is not merely state-owned on the surface, as private corruption runs deep. Situated in a border region, the area is rife with a multitude of power factions. It can be said that within the more than 300 mines scattered throughout, each foreman is no ordinary criminal. Behind each of them lies one or several chains of interest. The significance of the ore, combined with the operational feasibility of regularly supplying slaves, alongside the archaic centralized governance of Martia, has transformed this remote locale into a prime underground gold mine. There even exists a competitive relationship among the various mines. The foremen serve as pawns, while the nobles and factions behind them act as the players. Rumors even suggest that royal figures are involved here. The methods to eliminate your foreman, to install your own, and to adjust profit strategies indicate that this place hardly qualifies as state-owned. By the way, since you have come from Black Rose Prison, you must be aware of the concert, right? At this point, the woman inquired again. Of course, Limu replied quietly. If possible, after you are purchased by the nobles, strive to secure an opportunity to attend the concert. That will be your chance to escape, the woman stated earnestly. Limu gazed at her in silence for a moment before speaking. And what about you? By the way, we have been talking for quite a while. Won't they suspect anything? However, the woman merely smiled. Limu was taken aback by the innocent smile that broke across her face. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed something amiss and asked seriously, have you done something? Having been here for a considerable time, he faintly heard some commotion from upstairs. Yet, the woman seemed to disregard Limu's inquiry, glancing upstairs before instantly shifting her tone to one of gravity. She took out a stack of parchment and handed it to Limu. The scoundrel chicken and the person you were trading with are dead. I am not far from death myself. When you return to the mine, find a way to slip this stack of papers into the cart carrying the ore. It will benefit you as well. The woman spoke with utmost seriousness, finally adding calmly, thank you. She then turned and exited the room, closing the door firmly behind her. Limu reached for the door, but paused in that moment. A familiar voice echoed from outside, the foreman. You damned woman, how dare you poison my sister and the noble? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Heavy banging, furious curses, and the woman's coughing cries resounded from outside. Limu wanted to open the door. Yet, the first line written on the parchment warned against opening the door and instructed to send out the materials. A wave of guilt washed over him. Not only had he been unable to do anything, but his very presence at last, it appeared that something had collided with the door of the room. Limu could distinctly sense the frame quaking violently. Gradually, blood began to seep from beneath the door, suppressing the fury that surged within him. Limu instead found a semblance of calm. Motto, I shall remember you. Thank you. Yet, his gaze remained chillingly cold. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and the foreman, without uttering a word, placed a hood over Limu's head and led him back to the mine. As he departed, Limu did not cast another glance at the corpse of the woman, for he understood that she was not yet dead. At least not until he had delivered the parchment. 3 days had passed since Limu's return to mine number 3. Curiously, during these days, the foreman had not subjected Limu to any form of torment. However, this did not imply that the foreman had lost his temper. On the contrary, he had become even more tyrannical, perhaps due to the death of his sister, deprived of his usual circle. The foreman sought to satiate his curious cravings by summoning several slaves each night. The inhumane experiments he conducted were devoid of any moral limits, far exceeding those within his usual confines. As long as the slaves remained alive, all was tacitly accepted. Nevertheless, since the foreman refrained from inflicting harm upon Limu, he patiently awaited an opportunity. The stack of parchment the woman had given him contained extensive records of the foreman's illicit mining and slave theft, all bearing seals and imbued with magic, ensuring their authenticity. Should these documents fall into the hands of the mining officials from rival factions, a bloody storm would inevitably ensue. Not only would it lead to the foreman's execution, but it would also allow for the capture of Mato's enemies. Truth be told, Limu longed to eliminate the foreman with a crossbow and seize the chance to escape. However, that path was fraught with peril, and he owed a significant debt of gratitude. Thus, he resolved to tread the path laid out for him. At last, the moment for the records had arrived. Mining was collected every 3 days, with shifts changing every 6. Today, the officials from another faction were due to arrive. As afternoon approached, in order to conserve his strength, Limu had significantly reduced his mining pace. Waiting was always a source of anxiety. Time progressed slowly, the light in the sky gradually shifting westward. Something felt amiss. Why had they not yet arrived? It was nearing evening. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Limu caught a glimpse of something. Someone seemed to be watching him. Lowering his head, he cautiously turned in that direction, only to find the foreman, standing in a corner of the mine. A smile plastered across his face as he gazed at him. That smile resembled that of one observing a corpse. A chill of horror gripped Limu's heart. He knew instinctively that something was amiss. No, this was not the time for contemplation. What should he do now? Right, he should flee. However, just as he contemplated moving his body, he heard the foreman murmuring something from a distance. Suddenly, Limu felt a dizzying sensation, as if the world was spinning, and his body went limp, collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Mu, what has happened to you? A faint voice echoed in his ears. A few days ago, I sensed something amiss, that wretched scoundrel. You indeed have ties to that woman. Huh, did you think that without connections or talent, I would have survived until now? However, thanks to you, my return to the city after serving my sentence is now impossible. The authorities will not be able to hold out for much longer. Cursed be it. Limu's body lay rigid on the ground, initially expecting to lose consciousness. Unlike those slaves, he surprisingly remained alert. Was it due to his constitution? Cursed be it. Truly curse it, as the noble overseers, who regard humans with such disdain, cursed and paced back and forth. Suddenly, the overseer turned his gaze towards the slaves in the pit, a cruel smirk appearing on his face. The air was filled with screams, the sound of blood splattering, mingled with the acrid scent of gore. Though unable to turn his head and see what transpired, the warm liquid splattered upon him painted a vivid picture in his mind. As time passed, and by some stroke of fortune, the overseer did not kill him first. Limu's sensory nerves began to gradually revive. His voice, though hoarse, was now capable of uttering sound. Choo-choo, over there, run into the woods. My crossbow is there. Choo-choo looked at Limu in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the rapidity of his recovery. Yet, he was not a slave. He retained his rationality and quickly grasped Limu's meaning. Wait for me, Mu. Choo-choo sprang to his feet and dashed towards the exit of the pit. The overseer immediately noticed Choo-choo's movement. However, he uttered no incantation. He had succumbed to madness, reveling in the thrill of torturing and hunting. Most importantly, having long danced on the edge of darkness, the overseer had succumbed to the curse. His mind teetering on the brink of insanity. The sensation of pursuing a feeble prey magnified within him as he slowly began to lose his humanity. Despite Choo-choo's desperate run, his youth rendered him unable to outrun the overseer. Finally escaping the pit, Choo-choo found the overseer just a breath away. The uneven terrain caused Choo-choo to stumble into the intended thicket in his haste. Within lay bone spears, crossbows, and an array of weaponry. With no time to load the crossbow, Choo-choo quickly seized a spear and thrust it forcefully into the underbrush. Thud! A visceral sensation surged through him. The orange blood began to seep forth, blood of the Martian people. In the next moment, a pained cry erupted. Ah, it hurts. I will kill you, you wretched creature. The overseer's furious voice thundered, and even through the thicket, Choo-choo felt an overwhelming dread. Meanwhile, the overseer, roused by excruciating pain, began to mutter incantations aimed at Choo-choo. The collar's stimulation caused Choo-choo, poised to retaliate, to faint instantly. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the overseer slowly withdrew the spear, taking several breaths to regain his composure before parting the underbrush. Upon seeing Choo-choo's youthful visage, and realizing the absence of his elder sister's protection, a surge of malice ignited within him. It seemed intentional, for the overseer spoke loudly. Heh, aren't you two quite close? No rush, today. I have ample means to concoct a fitting end. The ordeal had come to an end, leaving no room for further apprehensions. The foreman's countenance gradually contorted with a ghastly smile as he suddenly lifted the grass skirt. In the next heartbeat, a searing pain pierced through him, as if it were tearing his very soul apart, shooting straight to the crown of his head. A thrust, a twist. Warm liquid splattered forth. The foreman, in horrified disbelief, turned to find Limu's towering figure standing behind him. Unbeknownst to him until that moment, his body was once again impaled by the very bone spear he had discarded moments before. Yet this time, Limu's physique and strength far surpassed that of the delicate Choo-choo. The spear drove directly into his innards. Die! Limu, dragging his weakened body and battling dizziness, bellowed a single word, summoning every ounce of spirit within him to retaliate fiercely. The blood gushed forth in increasing quantities. The foreman, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the agony, was filled with resentment. Why, as an orphan, was he destined to be trampled upon by others? In his final moments, he gritted his teeth against the pain, turning slightly to face Limu, and reciting his incantation anew. Limu, taken aback, instinctively loosened his grip to flee. However, the bone spear was too short. His opponent had firmly seized his hand, locking it in an unyielding grasp. Limu retreated step by step, while the foreman closed in relentlessly. It was too late. The incantation had already been uttered. Limu's entire being stiffened. Even though the foreman's voice was barely audible, it resonated with effect. Once, twice, thrice. Limu succumbed to unconsciousness, and the foreman lost his senses as well. Thus, they both tumbled back to the depths of the mine. That afternoon, aside from the mine, a storm of bloodshed and turmoil swept through the aristocratic circles. The familiar creaking of wood reached Limu's ears. What sort of carriage was this? Weak and weary. He pondered, and slowly opened his eyes. A golden-haired, blue-eyed boy came into view. Wow, he's awake. The peculiar slave has regained consciousness. In the adjoining chamber, a rotund figure seemed to nod in approval. The boy then turned back, saying, Kid, thank the god of harvest. Our lord has taken a liking to you. Henceforth, you shall no longer languish in the filthy mine. Serve our lord well, and with a mere word, you shall become the exclusive, noble slave of a nobleman. Limu offered no response, instinctively analyzing his surroundings. After a brief assessment of the situation, he sighed, wondering how Choo-choo was faring. Was she still lying amidst the thicket? He could not fathom how the foreman had discovered the anomaly or delayed the arrival of the nobles. In that moment, self-preservation was all that mattered. As for the parchment, he could only hope that those who later explored the mine would stumble upon it. I'm sorry, I did my best. Hey, I'm talking to you. The proud young Martian boy interrupted Limu's thoughts, chuckling. Haven't you seen a count before? Our illustrious Meridoro Vins is no ordinary noble. Although the circumstances remained dire, this experience seemed to illuminate a clear path for Limu. To escape Martia, to flee from this foreign prison. The collar's significance to oneself is somewhat inferior to that of an ordinary slave, yet it presents an opportunity. Moreover, there is the matter of the concert spoken of by Motto. With this thought, Limu's gaze became increasingly resolute and luminous. The boy beside him also sensed the change in Limu's expression, growing even more haughty. Indeed, you feel it too, don't you? We adults. Amidst the bumpy journey, Limu had managed to discern much about the boy before him. The boy possessed a trace of noble blood, reflected in his golden hair. Although the Martia people are known for their abundant ear hair, they have cultivated a flourishing culture of ear adornments through meticulous grooming. Nevertheless, the texture of the boy's ears was markedly different from that of the typical Martia. They resembled the delicate and brilliant wings of a butterfly, with ear hair akin to the soft fuzz on a butterfly's wings. It is said that this is a trait of the northern nobility. The boy's character was neither overly complex nor jaded. With a little coaxing, he could easily divulge a wealth of information. His physique was fairly robust, with bones not overly pronounced, leading Limu to deduce that the life of a noble slave must be considerably better than that of a common one. A strange chime rang out abruptly. The loquacious Dick fell silent in an instant. "Newcomer, stop dawdling and get off the carriage with me," the boy commanded. Limu nodded obsequiously, showing no sign of disdain for the boy's youth. The benefits gleaned from charm and demeanor far outweigh what one might imagine. The Martia carriages are generally designed for individuals around 1.60 m tall. Perhaps due to an excessive focus on controlling expressions, Limu inadvertently bumped his head. "Junior, there is much for you to learn," Dick muttered, his restrained expression unable to conceal his schadenfreude. "Ah, yes, you are quite right, senior." Limu responded with a sycophantic nod. He initially expected the loquacious Dick to continue speaking, but there was no further reply. Instead, he felt a push from behind. "Hurry, get down. The noble is about to disembark." As the words fell, both boys swiftly crouched down. Limu understood that, in this moment, he could choose only between dignity and life. Thud, 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 the sound of footsteps echoed on the wooden boards. A corpulent woman, resembling a hippopotamus, slowly emerged from the spacious rear compartment. As soon as she stepped out, two slaves hastily crawled over, curling up to serve as her steps. Fortunately, there was no such custom for noble slaves. Otherwise, Limu genuinely worried that a single stomp from the woman's high heels might crush him right there. As Mary moved, several lords clustered around her, escorting her step by step toward her estate. Noticing Limu's gaze, Mary unexpectedly glanced in his direction, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Limu quickly lowered his head. After all, he was a slave who had killed a foreman and had spent time in the Black Rose prison. Confronting a noble could only lead to misfortune. Fortunately, Countess Mary seemed unfazed, her expression remaining placid. Or perhaps it is said that excessive fat on the face obscures the subtle expressions and emotions. As Mary entered the estate, she was followed closely by the butler, the lord, the knight, the steward, and the treasurer, forming a great procession of individuals who entered in orderly fashion. After several minutes of waiting, even the servants and attendants had gone inside, and it was finally the turn of the noble slaves, along with the few slaves who had just served as steps. Ultimately, the status of the noble slaves remained that of slaves, murmured Limu to herself. Dick glanced at Limu, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet he ultimately refrained, maintaining a stoic expression as he led her toward their quarters. Soon, the reality shattered Limu's fantasies of magic and nobility. The main structure of the estate, the castle, was entirely made of stone and brick, lacking joints or framework, relying solely on stacking, adhesives, and some magical assistance for its construction. In terms of insulation, ventilation, lighting, drainage, safety, and structural integrity, it was rather crude, to be frank, for someone like Limu, a civil engineer. However, from the outside, the castle appeared quite imposing, adorned with a few flower beds that lent it an air of nobility. Such facade engineering is never absent. Yet, Dick moved swiftly, not allowing Limu to examine the details further. As he guided her through a series of turns into a basement, the interior was shrouded in darkness, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Illumination at the stairway was provided by braziers, while the basement relied on a type of luminescent nut for light. Quite luxurious, isn't it? Have you ever seen such a grand house? But do not touch anything recklessly, otherwise, even as a noble slave, you could face punishment or be cast out of the estate. You are aware of the lives of the slaves outside the noble estates, aren't you? After a prolonged silence, upon reaching the basement, Dick finally spoke. The internal structure of the basement was akin to a chicken coop, featuring a corridor flanked by rooms, with staircases leading upward at both ends. It seems the Martian people have a penchant for excavating such fishbone-like underground structures. The room on the left is ours, and the one on the right is where we work. Since you are new, today you shall accompany me to prepare hot water for the master. He has just returned from outside and has a habit of bathing. But remember, you must be attentive and meticulous if the water temperature is not to standard. Both you and I will face punishment from the night. Dick earnestly conveyed these instructions, hoping to instill in Limu a sense of seriousness. Limu observed Dick's serious demeanor, finding it both amusing and pitiable, considering he was still but a half-grown child. In a society like Martia, he ultimately could only become a slave. Unconsciously, Limu touched her collar. "Hey, do not entertain any strange thoughts. It could lead to death," Dick reiterated. "Although your collar has been stained with the master's blood, marking you as his exclusive slave, outsiders cannot cast spells upon you. However, if you attempt to remove the collar or escape and are discovered, the punishment will be far more severe. It is not as simple as merely fainting. It could lead to death." "Oh," Limu's eyes brightened, realizing her expression was inappropriate. She quickly cleared her throat to cover it. "Ahem, senior, is it truly that terrifying?" "Of course, noble slave, the exclusive servant of the aristocracy. In other words, you have become the private property of Lady Mary. Now, Lady Mary possesses the ability not only to cast stunning spells, but also to employ pain spells and truth spells. With the effective range of her incantations greatly expanded, although you are under the protection of the nobility, you shall bear the weight of increased control and peril. Even if you manage to evade Lady Mary and successfully escape, without an official pass issued by the nobility, any individual outside possesses the authority to detain, confine, or even slay you. Listening to Dick's words, Limu fell into a contemplative silence. What difference is there between this and being a pet dog? No, it is even worse than that. It appears to be protection from the nobility, yet the cost of such protection is the forfeiture of greater freedom and privacy. If that Lady Mary were to one day lose her wits and employ her truth spell on me, the consequences would be dire. Limu initially believed that circumstances might have improved, only to discover that it was merely a prelude to a new chapter in life. After becoming acquainted with the relevant tasks, Limu found himself feeling even more despondent. Although the noble servant was spared from some of the more torturous duties, he had consequently lost many opportunities. Most of Limu's and Dick's work, indeed, all tasks, barring exceptional circumstances, were conducted in this underground chamber. It could almost be described as being cut off from the world, shrouded in darkness. Under such conditions, escape became increasingly difficult. For some inexplicable reason, Limu suddenly recalled the concert. Madhu had once said that it presented an opportunity for escape. Now it seemed that indeed, only the concert could serve as a means for him to flee from Martia. The sound of the shovel scraping against the coal, as customary, filled the air. Observing Limu, who seemed to work diligently yet remained lost in thought, Dick felt perhaps his recent guidance had been overly verbose and frequent. With a twinge of embarrassment, he remarked, "Young one, perhaps I have overly elaborated on the use of the shovel, but it was for your own good. If the shovel becomes damaged, we must repair it ourselves. If it is not well cared for, we shall have to resort to using our hands. The noble servants have changed numerous times. I do not wish to see another set of noble attire added to my collection." Snapping back to reality, Limu gazed at the golden-threaded noble attire that adorned him, feeling the irony keenly. Who was he to don such garments, confined in this underground realm? The temperature in the coal-burning chamber was far from comfortable, and the ventilation was inadequate. Who would willingly wear such heavy and rigid clothing? Regrettably, it was a requirement to wear formal attire while working. Moreover, as a noble servant, one had to ensure that the garments remained unsoiled by the black coal. To stain them would be to bring disgrace upon the nobility, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Down here, the water was barely sufficient for drinking. Where would one find water to wash clothes? It could only be taken to the surface. But who would wash a slave's clothing above? To avoid unnecessary troubles, one had to wear cumbersome clothing, maintaining efficiency while also ensuring the garments remained clean. Thus, life continued in this dark, anxious underground existence. Work followed by meals, meals followed by work. There was even a lack of entertainment, leaving only the walls to gaze at in a daze. Limu had nearly lost all sense of time. Without the aid of analysis to constantly remind him of how long he had been there, he would readily believe that years had passed. Limu gradually comprehended why Dick was so loquacious. Time flew by, and it was now the 25th day since his arrival in this world. Summer had commenced, as it did every year. As usual, Limu rose early to engage in physical exercise, despite enduring prolonged periods of hunger, which rendered him somewhat gaunt. His mind was remarkably clear, and his muscles more refined. In fact, the habit of consuming little for an extended time deepened his understanding of physical exertion. As per routine, Limu ascended the staircase to deliver some of his saved bread to the guards patrolling the entrance of the basement. No matter how famished he felt, as long as he remained alive and his body unscathed, the surplus food constituted his sole possession. Additionally, he would select some of the leftover charcoal from boiling water to use for maintaining relationships. Thus, through the cunning of a laborer and the connection fostered by charcoal and coarse bread, Limu successfully established rapport with the servants above. Though the bread was coarse, the guards adored it. The reason was simple. With the coarse bread, they could reserve their yellow bread for their children. Occasionally, as on this day, Limu would encounter his kin. That group of inferior beings, the lowly slaves, monotonously transported heavy cargo past the basement entrance, panting heavily. Despite sharing a facial resemblance to Easterners, he felt no inclination to show them kindness. Yet, Dick, possessing a kind heart, occasionally shared food with them, only to receive no emotional response in return, as if feeding livestock. "Do not look at them. You are different," remarked the guard, Muscle, leaning against the wall as he lit a roll of tobacco. "Thanks to you, my child can have a full meal." Though he expressed gratitude, he reminded Limu of his status. Limu snapped back to reality, quickly donning a flattering smile, making an effort to appear natural. Yes, of course, brother Muscle. Muscle, too, was a man of misfortune, finding a semblance of accomplishment in his interactions with Limu. He preferred a slave like Limu over those apathetic swine. On occasions when he was in a good mood, he would lend Limu a hand, indulging in his own small act of hypocrisy. "Ah, by the way, I noticed your physique is quite impressive. In a few days, would you like me to speak to Lady Mary on your behalf? She hasn't entertained anyone in days. And you understand, the opportunity is splendid." Muscle smiled, recognizing that a slave of Limu's caliber was indeed rare, and he believed Limu would not disappoint him. Upon hearing this, a shiver ran through Limu as the image of the rotund woman surfaced in his mind. However, he managed to maintain his composure, for this was indeed an opportunity, potentially allowing him to participate in the so-called slave music conference. Speaking of which, it had been ages since he last saw Glaire and Lilia. He wondered how they were faring. Ahem. Observing Limu's silence, the guard cleared his throat several times. "Apologies. My sincerest apologies. This opportunity is indeed invaluable," and I momentarily faltered. "What can I do to express my gratitude, dear brother?" Limu's flustered demeanor resembled that of an innocent junior. Unbeknownst to the guard, Limu's true age may well surpass his own.
Observing Limu's flurry of thoughts while still recalling his own kindness, the guard's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk, swelling with pride. Humph. Enough of this. Do you think I am so easily unsettled by such trivial matters? Allow me to tell you, in my youth, I was quite the flatterer. After a round of sycophantic banter and self-aggrandizing tales, this matter was settled. Furthermore, Limu gleaned considerable information regarding the upcoming music conference. In the master bedroom of Mary Castle, the butler reported, "Sir, Kes has come to flaunt his half-elf slave again. Your father will be attending the conference as an observer. Are you truly unprepared?" Kes had always been an insufferable braggart. Realizing his indiscretion, the butler promptly restrained his tongue and bowed. "If it pleases you, I would rather you refrain from attending. Saba, I understand your sentiments. However, I must attend this conference. The Dorvin's family cannot afford to be absent." Mary lamented. "Kes is merely blinded by the prospect of inheritance. He is not devoid of goodness." A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes, and even her plump visage bore a hint of emotion. "But, my lord, must we risk embarrassment at such a prestigious gathering? Your father, the lord, will also be present. Should we falter, it would bring shame upon him. You know all too well how intricate the politics are." The butler spoke with a hint of anxiety. "Rest assured, as long as we do not disgrace ourselves, we shall be fine," Mary replied nonchalantly. "Simply procure some musicians to masquerade as slaves. As long as they cheat alongside the others, there should be no issues." Prologue 21. Encounters the Dorvin's family, seemingly prosperous, is led by the current head, Magel Dorvins, the very one who delivered a speech at the Black Rose prison. As a nobleman, he occupies a rank above that of a duke, second only to the royal family. However, this esteemed patriarch has only sired 3 offspring. His youngest daughter, Countess Mary Dorvins, his second son, Count Kes Dorvins, and his eldest son, Marquis Kate Dorvins. In a relatively progressive nation like Martia, such a small progeny count is exceedingly rare and poses a critical vulnerability. Nevertheless, as the family closest to the emperor, this situation is more readily accepted. Indeed, the emperor likely encourages noblemen to maintain such a small lineage. Thus, the Dorvins family, due to their limited offspring, is tacitly regarded as a pro-imperial faction among the myriad of dukes and marquises. Yet, despite the scant number of heirs, the relationships among them remain fraught with tension. The eldest son has long been away, striving to stabilize his title by serving in the military, but has not returned for 2 or 3 decades. 1 decade is approximately 6 Earth years, and is rumored to have perished at the frontier. The father grows increasingly frail with age. Meanwhile, the younger sister possesses extraordinary magical talent, inciting jealousy in the second son, who fancies himself the primary heir. During her childhood, he subjected her to relentless bullying, which has shaped Mary into the gluttonous and indifferent figure she is today. This course of action is undoubtedly unsustainable. Otherwise, the inheritance that rightfully belongs to Mary may fall into the hands of her second brother, Keith. However, no matter how anxious the steward may be, Mary remains indifferent, preoccupied only with her gluttony. Soon, the appointed day will arrive. Muscle, as the castle's guard, possesses a certain degree of influence. Limu, as a noble slave, carries a distinct significance compared to ordinary slaves. Fortuitously, Limu secured the opportunity to serve Mary. For this occasion, 8 men were chosen, all possessing striking appearances. Truth be told, these individuals were not lacking in attractiveness. With the aid of Earth's grooming companies, they could easily be considered charming youths, if not demigods. Alas, their standard of living was woefully inadequate, rendering them inferior in skin quality, height, and demeanor when placed beside Limu. At the castle's side entrance, a voice from behind Limu urged caution. He nodded earnestly. It would be impossible to claim he felt at ease, with a collar around his neck. He was always at risk of losing himself, or worse, incurring irrevocable harm. Soon, a line of maids arrived, ushering the 8 men into the castle. Out of the corner of his eye, Limu glimpsed Dick peering from the basement, prompting a silent sigh as he followed suit. The interior of the castle was not as opulent as he had envisioned, lacking any artistic embellishments. It was merely an expansive space, characterized by the heavy and somber stonework. With only the main hall adorned with carpets and metallic fixtures, the group moved quickly, leaving Limu little time to absorb his surroundings. After navigating several corners, they were led into a room. "Sit down," the maids commanded sharply. The slaves complied obediently, resembling puppets as they allowed the maids to manipulate and adorn them. Unknown oils and powders were smeared upon them, transforming their appearances as they donned new garments. Immediately after, the maids herded the 8 men upstairs, where they halted before a door that stood out distinctly, signifying the chamber of Countess Mary. "Let them in together today," a familiar voice resonated from within. Limu swallowed hard as he was pushed into the room amidst the throng of maids. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them, sealing the 8 men inside. Not far away, a remarkably obese woman sprawled upon the bed, resembling a mound of fat. If she were merely a corpulent woman, Limu would not feel such discomfort. However, it was evident that her condition was not solely a matter of gluttony, but rather a grotesque affliction of morbid obesity. A mere glance elicited a visceral reaction of revulsion. Limu fervently urged himself to maintain mental composure amid the overwhelming distress. "You, come here," Mary beckoned, pointing at one of the slaves. It seemed not to be his first encounter, as the slave's vacant gaze flickered with a hint of trepidation, and he obediently approached her. After a brief moment, Mary seemed unsatisfied and called over 2 more individuals. The atmosphere within the room gradually intensified, with various actions becoming increasingly exaggerated. However, Limu, observing all of this, could only feel a sense of nausea. Eventually, as the 7 seasoned individuals were summoned, Limu found himself the sole remaining figure. He continually adjusted his mindset, his breathing growing more rapid. Finally, "You here, Limu," expression unreadable, lowered his head and slowly approached Mary. In that moment, no one could discern his thoughts. Mary glanced at Limu and added, "Help me with a massage." Limu lifted his head again, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not an outrageous request. Merely a massage was within the realm of acceptability. After all, it was merely a mass of flesh, so he could treat it as a form of massage. Thus, Limu endeavored to diminish his presence while giving Mary a massage. Throughout the process, he ignored the peculiar sounds and odors that surrounded him, focusing solely on the task at hand. He expertly avoided any sensitive areas. However, perhaps due to his engrossment, Limu failed to notice that the other men had gradually exited, leaving him alone. When he finally realized it, only Mary remained. Locking eyes with him. In that moment, neither spoke. It was Limu's first time gazing so closely at Mary. At that instant, he was acutely aware that this noble woman was far from being as simple as she appeared. Her gaze held complexity. Mary, too, was taken aback by this slave, this man. Limu's demeanor, actions, and even the massage he had just performed were anything but ordinary. He was certainly not a goblin, nor a lesser being. As he lacked even the most distinct features of an elf, his ears were neither pointed nor typical of any known race. Rather, they were rounded and short. A sight she had never encountered before. His towering stature and delicate skin suggested something beyond mere curse or mutation. With her knowledge of magic and expertise, she could ascertain this. "Please rise," Mary spoke in a flat tone. Limu said nothing and quietly stood up. Mary narrowed her eyes. From the mere act of him rising, she sensed his exceptional agility. "You came here for a purpose, did you not?" Her voice remained even. Inside, however, Limu was engulfed by a tempest of thoughts. In an instant, countless ideas flashed through his mind, yet after touching the collar around his neck, he resolved to speak the truth. "I wish to participate in the slave music concert." Mary appeared to pause, gazing out the window as she replied, "Very well." Did she just agree? This noblewoman had consistently maintained an air of composure, neither condescending nor revealing any ulterior motives. It felt as if she were communicating with him in the most ordinary of manners. Perhaps sensing Limu's uncertainty, Mary simply uttered two words, "Mardo." Prologue 22. The noble factions in the centennial reign of Martia, the nation has reached a stage fraught with escalating contradictions, primarily due to its fragile historical foundation and environmental factors. At this juncture, a plethora of noble factions have become intricately intertwined. These factions vary by region, political allegiance, and significant issues at hand. In their attitudes toward foreign races, they are simplistically divided into conservative and radical camps. However, this is merely a superficial observation. In reality, regarding various critical matters, the nobility has splintered into multiple sections. For instance, in the context of national expansion, the factions can be chiefly categorized into the Patriot faction, the Manhwa faction, and the Separatist faction. The Patriot faction contends that the nation must cease its rapid external expansion to avoid drawing the attention of neighboring states, thereby increasing diplomatic pressure. In contrast, the Manhwa faction believes that actively courting Manhwa, embracing its culture and technology, and focusing expansion in that direction is the rightful path. The Separatist faction, as its name suggests, advocates for the decentralization of power, enhancing the autonomy, initiative, and independence of local nobles, thereby allowing them to share the scrutiny and repercussions that come with expansion. The families of Mari and Madu were once staunch supporters of the Patriot faction. Regrettably, the esteemed Marquis Magaldurovins, Mari's father, due to his high-ranking position and ambiguous factional allegiance, harbored a subtle ambition to establish a fourth faction independently. As time progressed, indeed, from the foundation of the Patriot faction, two splinter factions emerged, the Co-Prosperity faction and the Dormant faction. Both factions maintained a conservative stance on expansion, yet their underlying philosophies diverged. Ultimately, Madu's family chose to align with the Marquis's Co-Prosperity faction. However, herein lies the crux of the issue. Initially, the Co-Prosperity faction flourished steadily, gradually taking root within the lower to mid-tier noble circles and seizing control of numerous foundational industries. Amidst the increasingly tumultuous political landscape, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly and promisingly. Yet, one fateful day, the Marquis underwent a dramatic personality shift. His policies became increasingly peculiar, and his methods grew more ruthless. Subtly adopting the demeanor of the Manhwa faction, it soon became evident that internal strife had afflicted the Co-Prosperity faction. Not long after, the faction found itself embroiled in a series of bloody purges. Whether this was due to a betrayal from the upper echelons, internal discord, or an inherent scheme for cleansing within the Co-Prosperity faction remains unclear. Madu's father perished amidst this upheaval. As for Mari, although she is the daughter of a Marquis, she did not explicitly follow the path of her father or her elder and younger brothers. Instead, she succumbed to indulgence, engaging in gluttony and revelry. Despite possessing a talent for magic, she remained ensconced in obscurity. Perhaps she harbored her own intentions. Perhaps she felt guilt over her friend Madu's plight. Or perhaps a part of her still aligned with the Co-Prosperity faction. Nonetheless, Mari's survival thus far, encumbered as she is by her excess weight, may well be pivotal. Regrettably, with Madu's demise, this upcoming concert is yet another vortex, and Mari finds herself unable to escape. The tumultuous transformation of Martia appears inevitable. The arrival of Limu, an intelligent slave, seems like mere coincidence, akin to a key suddenly appearing in a cage. Seizing this opportunity, Madu relayed signals from within the mines, transmitting those few sheets of parchment, not merely a handful of evidence regarding corruption and graft, but also a manifestation of Mado's vengeance and the machinations of the Manhwa faction. Mary had, of course, perused those parchment scrolls. She was acutely aware that the forthcoming concert would undoubtedly usher in significant events, perhaps even those directly affecting her. Furthermore, the audacity of a slave like Limu to proactively seek participation in the concert was likely orchestrated by Mado, hinting at deeper implications. Consequently, Mary shifted her previously negative stance towards the concert, not only acquiescing to Limu's request to attend, but also resolving to prepare earnestly herself. Admittedly, Limu had not secured formal performance rights, but merely a position as a substitute, yet that was sufficient. Limu's singular ambition was to escape from Martia. Upon returning to the basement, Limu immediately commenced preparations, gathering weapons, armor, and planning, as well as assembling musical instruments. The basement, due to various undertakings, was relatively well equipped, and soon Limu found himself engrossed in his work. The sounds of wood being carved and metal being struck filled the air. Dick observed Limu's industriousness, surprisingly quiet for an entire evening, uttering not a word. He understood that Limu was unlike him, nor akin to the deceased noble slaves of yore. Limu dared to pursue what all slaves yearned for, but feared to undertake. "If you require my assistance, just call for me," Dick said before silently departing. Limu lifted his gaze briefly to catch a glimpse of Dick's frail figure before returning his focus to his tasks. Time flowed inexorably, akin to a relentless current. The dimly lit basement remained illuminated by a perpetual flame. The lean, diligent figure prepared day in and day out, determined not to remain powerless as before. As a precaution, Limu first crafted a musical instrument, a flute. It would serve to conceal his identity while also considering the materials and the performance's context. Next, he set about creating armor by layering several pieces of discarded clothing, filling the interstices with charcoal powder and other substances, and stitching a grid pattern to secure the filling. In this manner, ordinary strikes and arrows, provided they did not strike the head, would mitigate some degree of harm. Due to a scarcity of materials, Limu could not fashion bows or crossbows and was reluctant to wield a spear, which would render him an obvious target. Thus, he abandoned the notion of direct confrontation, instead mixing charcoal powder, lime, and coarse salt to create a powder pouch akin to a self-defense spray, prioritizing survival and deterrence. With his tools at hand, it was time to familiarize himself with them. In truth, only those who have wielded a bow and arrow can truly appreciate the difficulty of hitting a target, especially with a rudimentary handmade bow. The same principle applied to the armor and tools he crafted. Naturally, he also needed to practice with the flute, not only mastering its melodies, but also learning to wield it for self-defense. This flute would not be an ordinary one. Limu affixed sharp metal edges to its end, ensuring they resembled decorative elements of a musical instrument. To enhance this illusion, he meticulously etched simple geometric patterns, such as hexagrams, and polished them to a smooth finish. In the depths of the night, a melodious flute tune gradually resonated from the basement. As the familiar melody resonated, even if it was played by himself, Limu found himself irresistibly drawn into its embrace. When it comes to music, Limu considered his skills to be rather commendable. In his youth, he participated in various performances and competitions, and the atmosphere at that time was quite pleasant. Unfortunately, as he sought to advance further, his path became less than smooth. During one selection process, a trio with connections usurped his rightful place. Thus, he inexplicably lost an opportunity to engage with a higher echelon. In his youthful innocence, he was unaware of the concept of injustice. He merely felt joy at securing a ranking. Yet, years later, as a graduate in civil engineering, he reflected on those days. Perhaps had he not encountered such obstacles, he might have ventured down an entirely different path. The flute's notes lingered gently before gradually ceasing. Behind him, Dick's voice broke the silence. "Moo, tomorrow is the music festival. Please, be careful on your way." Though still young and lacking formal education, Dick managed to express his concern with a simple caution. "All right." Limu regarded Dick's demeanor with a complex heart, unable to articulate his thoughts, ultimately settling on a solitary affirmation. Prologue 23. The concert. The golden rays of daylight, symbolizing the essence of the day, stretched across the vast sky, slowly rising from the east, sweeping over the azure heavens and white clouds. As the sky brightened, Limu descended from the carriage. The rare encounter with the sun's brilliance was somewhat blinding for him. In the distance, the familiar outline of the prison gradually came into view. However, this time, his destination was not the Black Rose prison, but rather the Oglay Theater, located 3 streets away. The Oglay Theater served as a prominent landmark at the border, its construction costly. Even from a distance, one could sense its imposing presence, akin to a colossal beast lying upon the earth. Those who gazed upon the theater could not help but be awestruck, and Limu felt a similar surprise. Despite the shabby and diminutive houses lining the streets, he had not anticipated that Martia would possess such a grand edifice. However, his astonishment was fleeting, quickly fading into indifference. Although the theater could be considered a large structure, it paled in comparison to the grand airports and stadiums of his previous life, seeming rather primitive. At the very least, in a world where magic existed, constructing such a sizable building did not strike him as particularly remarkable. Lost in thought, Limu continued walking without pause. Before long, he found himself at the entrance of the theater, trailing behind Count Mary. Upon entering the theater's grand hall, specialized personnel immediately directed the participating slaves and nobles into separate groups. Limu's entourage comprised a total of 26 individuals, of which only 6 were confirmed participants, professional musicians concealing their identities. The remaining 20, although carrying instruments, were merely attractive slaves, brought along for appearances. Lacking any substantial knowledge of music theory, Limu included. "Look, who do we have here? A country bumpkin, perhaps? Judging by the attire, could he be a slave of that fellow from the Dorvins family?" A noble from a nearby group remarked mockingly. It was evident that such individuals were not mere slaves. They were likely musicians, merchants, adventurers, or even low-ranking nobles masquerading as such. However, Limu remained indifferent to their contemptuous expressions, absorbed in observing his surroundings. It appeared that the silence of Limu's group failed to elicit the expected response from the mockers, prompting them to escalate their taunts with an even more provocative tone. "Oh, look, is this a case of when the pot is broken, let it fall? Observe, These slaves hardly exhibit any mastery of music theory. Perhaps they are merely a collection of inferior servants? Surely, the Mary family must have depleted their resources for training slaves by now. How could this be? Look at those few individuals up front, their hands replete with four-note calluses. One wonders which household they hail from. A voice from the surroundings chimed in. Again and again. Limu, hidden within the group, pursed his lips, secretly astonished by the circumstances surrounding the Mary family. Despite holding the title of count, they were brazenly targeted in such a manner. Was it a matter of Mary being an exceptional individual, or had factional disputes begun to overshadow the significance of noble titles? Just as Limu's thoughts spiraled, the leader of the group finally furrowed his brow and spoke, seemingly perturbed by the mention of their masters. Humph. While four-note calluses are commonplace, the self-proclaimed talents with three-note calluses are a rarity. One wonders why such renowned individuals would stoop to seek validation among slaves. The nearby group, unable to inflict humiliation, found themselves pricked at a sensitive spot and became agitated. You there. While we may not be allowed to resort to violence here, that does not imply it will be easy outside. As the atmosphere shifted, more groups, including those from noble families in the interior, turned their curious gazes toward the unfolding scene. To avoid the machinations of the unscrupulous, both parties departed in an awkward silence. Upon reaching their designated quarters, it was not long before a servant girl arrived with food. This time, there was a marked difference. Oatmeal, bread, and even a small dish of salt. The slaves, appearing as if they were starving, devoured their meals with a fervor that rivaled that of a gluttonous pig. In contrast, the group of 6 appeared comparatively normal, yet they too consumed their food with haste. Given the current situation, few musicians were willing to assist Mary, and their own circumstances were undoubtedly dire. Thus, amid the silence punctuated by the sounds of vigorous eating, time gradually passed. Let us proceed. Enter, came the resonant voice of a knight at the entrance, imbued with a magnetic quality that instinctively compelled obedience. Soon, the slaves rose in unison. Limu observed the knight's retreating figure, squinting slightly as he caressed the flute nestled in his arms, and followed suit. The moment he stepped outside, Limu realized his earlier misjudgment. The theater appeared modest from the outside, yet within, it was remarkably spacious, adorned with an abundance of white flowers and greenery, resembling a hidden sanctuary amidst the desolate frontier. The layout was distinctly unusual, reminiscent of an arena. Above, seats were filled with nobles and merchants, while below, against the walls, were cages. Inside the cages, chairs were set, and a multitude of slaves sat curiously peering through the bars towards the outside world. Limu even recognized familiar figures among them. Those were the female outcasts from the Black Rose prison. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze filled with hostility from a distance. Following the source, he discovered it was the same group from earlier. The Kess family had arrived with ill intent. In the Dorvan's family, despite the few offspring, they seemed to revel in causing disturbances. Who could argue otherwise? The elder brother has been stationed at the borders for an extended period, rumored to have perished there. Keese has but one sister, yet she remains unrestrained. How could the esteemed Marquis produce a daughter like Mary? Lower your voice. We mustn't let the neighbors overhear, came the admonition, as murmurs echoed from the adjacent wall. Limu sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, appearing utterly out of sync with the surrounding tumult, yet somehow drawing little attention. From the elevated seats, Mary turned to a young man and inquired, "Are we prepared?" "Everything is ready. The score provided by the teacher is impeccable and should not leave them with too much to criticize," he replied gravely. Mary nodded, choosing not to engage further, instead producing some jerky to eat in solitude. The light ascended to the zenith of the heavens. Suddenly, a cacophony of cascading waters erupted. In the next instant, a thunderous roar resounded. The sky burst forth with hundreds of sparks, blooming like a stream, transforming into droplets of shimmering gold that rained down upon the entire venue. An immediate hush fell over the theater. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this musical gala. This will be the inaugural performance," announced a lithe figure, elegantly clad in resplendent attire, half reclining upon a colossal spoon-like apparatus, suspended in midair. She delicately held an extraordinary flower that absorbed sound, subsequently transmitting it to the surrounding white blossoms, spreading its resonance outward. Before Limu could fully contemplate these marvels, the host concluded her introduction, prompting an eruption of fervent applause throughout the venue. The atmosphere in the theater was electric. The host promptly began introducing various high-ranking nobles in attendance, eliciting waves of cheers. The enthusiasm peaked when the Marquis d'Orvins and other dukes were mentioned. However, in stark contrast to the fervor on stage, those behind the bars remained significantly subdued. Limu quietly observed the lofty nobles, pondering their thoughts in silence. As the introductions drew to a close, an eerie tension enveloped the atmosphere when the last few nobles were introduced. Among them were the nobles from Maven, and now, let us welcome Miss Tina, the Viscountess from Maven, to present a captivating performance. Martia, devoid of a cardinal directional system, divides space into 6 segments based on a hexagram, with this ancient corner being one of them. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The key question arises, why would an internal musical gala of Martia invite nobles from Maven? Maven has historically maintained a stance of disregard towards Martia, given the considerable distance and the presence of independent powers that complicate any interaction. Yet, here they are, sending a noble to partake in a domestic gala's inaugural performance? The authenticity is uncertain, and intentions remain ambiguous. Before the audience could ponder this conundrum for long, a gate in one section began to rise slowly. 3 slaves, adorned as minstrels, slowly emerged, their appearances distinctly unlike those of the Martian people. Meanwhile, Tina herself floated gracefully to the center of the arena, resembling an ethereal sprite. A peculiar metallic melody suddenly erupted, captivating the attention of all present, not merely due to its astonishing timbre, but also its vast range. The sound was clear, bright, and multi-layered, an accomplishment difficult to achieve with the current musical instruments of Martia. But that was not the end of it. A series of melodious vocals intertwined with the music, resonating with magical harmony. The unique timbre, unlike the common vocalizations of Martia, pierced directly into the ears, causing hearts to pulsate in time with the rhythm. Lacking lyrics or choreography, it nevertheless conveyed a narrative, evoking visions of distant lands. This extraordinary opening act silenced the nobles, sparking a flurry of speculation among them. As the music gradually faded, it left the audience entranced, reluctant to return to reality. Only when Duke Mageldorovins initiated the applause did the other nobles follow suit. Gradually lifting the atmosphere, the younger aristocrats, emboldened, began to shout with fervor. "Oh, Miss Tina, you are simply exquisite. Wow, Miss Tina, like the silver radiance of the night. Marry me." One of them, referencing the word silver, drew a slight frown from Tina, though she managed her expression so well that few noticed, save for Limu. "Thank you, Miss Tina." The host hastily delivered the opening remarks, attempting to expedite the proceedings, mindful of the numerous noble competitors. During this interval, within the cage where Limu resided, the musicians engaged in continuous discussion, seemingly placing great importance on the outcomes of the competition. After all, this contest not only involved social dynamics among the nobility, but also represented a struggle for influence between musicians and the aristocracy. In this nascent era of artistic development policies, opportunities were plentiful, yet the competition was minimal, marking a pivotal moment for various prospects. The rankings of such large-scale events were telling, and thanks to the backing of royal policies, they were relatively impartial. Ordinarily, Limu would be indifferent to these so-called rankings. However, the competition's rules compelled him to care. In this contest, neighboring noble teams, such as numbers 1 and 2 or 3 and 4, would form rivalries. The teams that performed exceptionally well would be led to the interstice between the cage and the viewing platform, while those that performed less favorably would be returned to their original cages. Within the cage, 3 sides were walled, the rear door tightly secured, and guards stationed, rendering escape virtually impossible. The interstice, however, was different. Upon entering the theater, Limu maintained a keen analysis of the architectural structure. The interstice consisted of interconnected chambers, with relatively lax supervision and several staircases leading to the outside world. This meant that only if the team of Count Mary achieved a commendable evaluation, surpassing the team of Lin, would they have a chance to escape from this place. Soon, particularly the team of Kestadorovins made their entrance. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a new announcement echoed from outside. Kestadorovins, Mary's second brother, a fool blinded by the allure of inheritance. This was how Limu perceived Kest. As his words fell, a procession of slaves slowly entered the arena. Kest, with an air of arrogance, rose to bow before the assembled nobles, casting a significant glance toward Tina in the distance, his greed unmistakable in his gaze. Three-string zither, a musician behind Limu, remarked solemnly. Suddenly, a gentle breeze arose, and a classical melody began to play. It was a familiar traveling style typical of Martia, yet imbued with an unexpected depth, creating a powerful impact. In an instant, the nobles, weary of similar tunes, began to murmur among themselves. In the stands, Duke Magel squinted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Limu too watched the performance with a hint of surprise. How could such unremarkable instruments produce a sound akin to that of a guzheng? At that moment, Kest's face radiated pride. Although he lacked the means to bribe the judges, he still had the opportunity to influence the order of performances. By presenting at this pivotal moment, he could captivate the audience's attention and create a comparative spectacle with Tina's opening, securing his position in the limelight. Yet, the performance was far from over. Just when everyone believed it was about to conclude, a voice emerged, crystal clear and soul-stirring. It was a sound so exquisite, so ethereal, filled with the essence of gentle breezes, azure skies, and radiant light. The voice flowed like water. Suddenly, water began to cascade from the ground, and a blue-haired maiden gracefully revealed her delicate visage, her deep, clear eyes resembling treasures of the deep sea. It was the mermaid from Black Rose Prison. Limu was taken aback. He anticipated that the mermaid would be part of Kest's ensemble. Yet, it was not entirely surprising. Kest was the Duke's second son. And during the selection at Black Rose Prison, it was indeed the Duke who presided, naturally reserving the most talented artistic performers for his own family. In the stands, upon the mermaid's appearance, Mary cast a glance at the distant Duke, her expression dimming further. The mermaid's song was beautiful and pure, leaving no room for malevolent thoughts or dissent. As the final note lingered in the air, Kest's performance concluded. Fortunately, it seemed the mermaid had not given her all, at least as Limu perceived it. Her singing was not as enchanting as it had been during her time in the prison. There appeared to be elements of modern vocal techniques mingled with her performance, rendering it somewhat less than pure. Nevertheless, for the nobles hearing the mermaid sing for the first time, it was nothing short of celestial. Moreover, it was not merely about the beauty of her voice. As the audience regained their composure, their expressions turned fervent and greedy toward the mermaid. Even some high-ranking nobles occasionally cast inquiring glances at the Duke. Had the host not intervened to speak, it was likely that an impetuous youth would have leapt forth to commit some folly. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Count K's for the splendid performance he has delivered. Now, I invite the ensemble of Countess Mary, number 34, to take the stage. Within the confines of the enclosure, a collective gasp arose, including from Limu. Several musicians furrowed their brows, realizing that this was not an opportunity for them to compete, but rather to serve as mere embellishments, bringing shame upon their own sect. For Limu, the situation was even more precarious. Given that K's was number 33, one of the two would inevitably face elimination and be barred from advancing. With K's recent stellar performance, anyone unfortunate enough to encounter him would surely suffer. Limu clenched his fists tighter, raising his gaze to see K's casting a mocking glance at Mary. He understood that this arrangement of the performance order was likely a manifestation of Kay's malicious whimsy, yet must all his preparation and opportunities be obliterated by such a caprice? Time and again, Limu found himself unwilling to accept, to concede, or even to acknowledge this cruel twist of fate. As the host's words echoed, the enclosure where Limu stood gradually ascended, unveiling all those within. Due to the outstanding display of Kay's ensemble, the attention of the audience was inevitably drawn to those in the same group. Eyes filled with curiosity, disdain, wagers, and shouts converged upon the rising enclosure. The musicians recognized that this contest was a certain defeat. Hired merely as temporary performers, what right did they have to compete against the mermaids and such illustrious figures? If they took the stage, spurred on by Kay's, they would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon their sect, facing expulsion from the orchestra, with no future prospects of acceptance elsewhere. Conversely, should they choose to remain offstage, they would also be branded as cowardly, leading to a tarnished reputation. In that moment, they comprehended why Countess Mary had placed such a high bid, yet few were willing to accept the engagement, and they finally understood why, despite their lackluster talents, their master had deemed them worthy of representation. The orchestra profited, while the Countess sought to gather souls. It was evident that they were merely pawns in the orchestra's quest for wealth, and thus, their lives had come to a dismal conclusion. At that instant, the musicians felt as though they were no different from a group of slaves. Under the scrutiny of all, the individuals behind the enclosure surprisingly did not emerge immediately, marking the first instance in the competition where, following the host's speech, a team remained motionless. In that moment, all the musicians stood as if they had lost their very souls, frozen in place. Their breathing became the only reality, as if everything external had no bearing upon them, save for the weighty sound of their own breaths. With each inhalation and exhalation, whispers began to ripple through the venue, and Countess Mary's expression soured considerably. According to the original plan, even if she were to be outperformed, as the hired musicians were ultimately in her employ, her departure would not be overly humiliating. Yet Kay's flagrant manipulation of the performance order, so overtly directed against her, exceeded all expectations. Though Mary had publicly forfeited her claim to the title of Duchess, resulting in diminished competitive influence, Kay's occasional bullying of her was a subtlety rather than an outright assault, refraining from inflicting any grave harm. Now, it is unclear which string he has mistakenly plucked, for the intensity of the targeting has far surpassed expectations. As time drifts by, the nobles cast glances at the motionless slaves below before turning their eyes toward Mary. Even the Duke cannot help but glance in her direction, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. The atmosphere of the arena grows increasingly peculiar. At this moment, the sudden sound of footsteps, amplified by the white flowers on the ground, reverberates throughout. Limu's countenance turns serious as he steps forward slowly. He had not intended to tread this path, for once he emerges, he would undoubtedly attract significant attention, bringing forth numerous dangers and complications. Yet, if he refrains from stepping out, they would remain confined behind the cage doors until the contest concludes, ultimately returning to that dim underground chamber in silence. In the next instant, all eyes gravitate toward Limu, who is making his way to the center of the arena. Mary appears astonished. Cass wears a mocking gaze, while the Duke squints slightly. Meanwhile, from behind the dense cage doors, a few pairs of eyes regard Limu with a hint of surprise. Darling, a familiar voice echoes from a certain direction. Limu strives to keep his head lowered, attempting to ignore the outside world, shrouding his face with his clothing. To speak candidly, Kess's performance, in the eyes of modern individuals accustomed to the baptism of various music styles, does not strike as particularly stunning. The only aspect worthy of attention is the mermaid song. In other words, he is not without opportunity to turn the tide. At the very least, he must garner sufficient attention, perhaps even inciting the envy of the nobles. But how can he, under the mermaid's spell, astonish the audience once more? Ultimately, the mermaid's song does not resonate as melodiously as it did in prison, even sounding somewhat forced. It is merely the marine ambience that delivers a powerful impact to the Martian people, who are accustomed to the melodies of travel. He needs only to sway the audience with the music of the mermaid, the music of the sea, on the same stage, perhaps even surpassing the mermaid's melody. With a plan forming in his mind, Limu continually adjusts his mindset. At this moment, he feels as if he has returned to his childhood. Standing upon the grand stage of the magic city, he gradually lifts the flute. The white flowers, sensitive to melody and spirit, tremble in response, and the wind begins to stir. Limu, much like those apprentice musicians, conjures an extraordinary phenomenon within the arena. The white garments of the noble slaves flutter gently. In that instant, Limu stands tall, his long black hair cascading around him, his delicate skin barely visible, resembling an exotic noble as he occupies the center stage. The tone of the flute may not be as exquisite as those from his past life, yet it possesses a uniqueness of its own. Once the sound resonates, it captivates the attention of many present. A wholly new instrument, and more importantly, one that even Marwyn lacks. This is a pivotal element that can be extensively analyzed in the cultural battle. The flute's melody is tranquil, both near and distant, resonating with a soothing echo. Most notably, Limu's piece is a variant extended version of the mermaid's bass song from a game in his previous life, also the music he employed in his childhood competitions. At that moment, it seems as though all pressure dissipates, transforming any discontent and resentment into a source of strength. The sound seemed to transcend time and space, weaving through history. In the midst of a sea of white blossoms, Limu found herself momentarily liberated from the pressures and anxieties of the outside world, fully immersing herself in the experience. The solo flute resonated. Though it was but a simple sound, it invoked visions of distant realms. It felt as if there existed, in some faraway place, a sanctuary exclusively for merfolk. The scenery was picturesque, enchanting enough to linger in one's memory. Even without having seen the sun, one could almost feel the morning light rising from the east, its golden rays cascading over the ocean's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. The melody continued to flow, accompanied by the gentle caress of a salty breeze from the shore, which stirred the surface of the water into rippling waves. There, beautiful mere children frolicked innocently, while various sea creatures chased playfully. The white flowers swayed gently, gradually emanating a blue glow. Words like sun, sea, merfolk, childhood, stories, and distant lands arose vividly in the minds of the Martians. Mary gazed at Limu in astonishment, repeatedly contemplating the deceased motto and whether there were more intricate schemes at play. Not only the nobles, but even the recently performed merfolk were left momentarily speechless. Behind the cage, pure eyes were fixed intently on Limu, glistening with a hint of moisture. As the final notes of the flute drifted away, the entire venue fell into silence. Limu continued to lower her head, concealing her face, and slowly made her way back to the cage. Now, it was the judges below who found themselves in a quandary. Kess, the official heir of the Duke, had procured a mermaid for the competition, essentially representing the Duke's will. Yet Mary, as the Duke's daughter, also deserved commendation for introducing a new instrument, one that could make waves in the cultural arena. The Emperor placed great importance on cultural development. At an event of this caliber, any unfair evaluation could lead to dire consequences. Unless one had the stature of a Duke, few dared to make a definitive judgment. The beleaguered judges exchanged glances with the Duke, who squinted his eyes, fixated on the departing Limu, unable to decipher her thoughts. After a brief silence, the Duke glanced toward Mary. The judges below exchanged knowing looks and quickly made their decision. Chapter 26. The unusual the sound of footsteps echoed on the stone steps. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Limu was the sole performer. Or perhaps it was her inherent uniqueness. She was the only one brought to the mezzanine. The height of the mezzanine was low, causing Limu to unconsciously stoop as she walked. The ceiling was thin, allowing the fervent discussions of the nobles above to filter through. This place was a labyrinth of passageways, resembling an underground tavern, with only a few tables and chairs and low walls dividing the space. With a creak, the wooden gate opened, and as Limu stepped inside, a murky odor assaulted her nostrils, indescribable but unpleasant. Once the door swung open, light streamed through the windows in the walls, illuminating the dim interior. Many had already gathered here, yet it was eerily quiet, predominantly filled with individuals from different races. "What brings you here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Limu felt a shiver run down her spine and turned swiftly, only to find that the speaker was none other than the lioness, Grail. "You should not be here," Grail remarked, her brow furrowed. "This matter does not concern you." Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in Limu's mind, he found himself unable to articulate a single word. His initial observations of the majority of the audience being from foreign tribes had already led him to some suspicions. Grail's words further solidified his belief that this concert was far more complex than it appeared. The cultural conflict, the pressure on the Adventurers Guild, the intertwining of industries and interests, and the commodification of foreign goods. These superficial deductions could not entirely quell the disquiet he felt within. "I am already here, so could you explain what is truly happening?" Limu attempted to inquire. The lioness, observing the bewildered expression on his face, let out a sigh, just as she was about to offer an explanation. A familiar voice echoed from outside. "Darling, where are you?" The succubus had arrived. "Do not disturb him. He remains unaware," Grail's voice interjected. As her words faded, another voice chimed in. "Then there is no need to inform him. It is Tina who poses a problem. Speak less." Grail glanced at those beside her, then at Limu, before leading the succubus away. Limu watched as they departed, remaining silent. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming his escape routes. The entire mezzanine was enveloped in a hushed atmosphere, save for a few small groups in the corners murmuring softly, ensuring the silence did not become oppressive. Time slipped by gradually. Occasionally, individuals ascended, the majority being from foreign tribes, though some Martian folk were present as well. It seemed the foreign tribes were indeed more adept at the performing arts, which was understandable. However, Limu sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. As he scanned the room, his attention turned to Miss Tina. Since his arrival, the Martian noblewoman had been engaged in an incessant conversation with a nearby musician. This behavior was quite unexpected. Those involved in the arts typically took great care of their voices, yet she had been speaking for what felt like an eternity without pause. Furthermore, what could a noblewoman possibly discuss with a common musician for so long? Intrigued, Limu unconsciously focused his attention, entering a state of heightened perception, ready to analyze the content of their dialogue. Murmuring a puzzler, he attempted to decipher their conversation through their lip movements and faint sounds. However, he soon discovered that their dialogue did not resemble Martian speech at all. Could it be the language of the nobles? While that might explain some aspects, the manner of delivery felt overly declarative, resembling the recitation of incantations rather than genuine conversation. This is troubling. Just as Limu resolved to seek out the lioness, Tina suddenly turned her gaze in his direction, murmuring something under her breath. A wave of weakness washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground. Indeed, anything associated with magic was perilously dangerous. He had let his guard down. Why had he even bothered to observe her? Would it not have been wiser to seize an opportunity to escape early? Fortunately, Limu possessed a resilient spirit, maintaining his cognitive faculties and some sensory awareness, allowing for a swift recovery. "What should we do with this slave?" Tina approached alongside another musician, the latter speaking with grave seriousness. "Do not act rashly just yet. We are still 3 verses short of completing the demon-slaying incantation, and any sudden movement now could attract unwarranted attention," Tina remarked, shaking her head. "Miss, we must expedite our plans. Certain foreign entities have begun to notice the situation here, and the competition is nearing its conclusion," the bard interjected, casting a glance towards the nearby foreign beings. Tina remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the window where the Duke was positioned. His movements were subtle, yet the rigid figure of Limu, due to his height, caught sight of the Duke's slight nod. The Duke's collusion with the Marwan nobility. Could it be that he was aligned with the Marwan faction? Yet, how could one of such high standing maintain connections with the distant nobility of Marwan? Before Limu could unravel the intricacies of this alliance, Tina had already initiated a large-scale spell. In an instant, a surge of magical energy erupted among the foreign entities, breaking free from the constraints of their collars, amplifying the negativity and dark energy that lurked within their souls. However, due to the absence of the final verses, the spell's potency was somewhat diminished. Sensing the disturbance within their bodies, many of the foreign beings became alarmed, scanning their surroundings. Yet, the prevailing reaction was one of madness. The Black Rose prison, after all, was a prison. Many of its inhabitants were psychologically twisted, deranged, and perverse. Even though the foreign beings attending the concert had undergone a selection process, once their magical restraints were shattered, who could guarantee their compliance? Hoo-ha! A familiar voice echoed nearby. It was the Harvest Fairy, the little girl who had once severely injured the Lioness Queen. Typically quiet and calm, she only exhibited intense desire when it came to food. It was assumed that as long as food was not involved, there would be no issues. Yet, who could have predicted that after the collar's restraints were broken, she would be the first to scream and dash forward? Kill. Ha! Damn Martians. Flesh and blood. It's all flesh and blood. They are all nobility, all wealth. Where there is one, there are two. Where there are two, there are three. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the entire tier. Boom. The sound of crumbling stone walls reverberated. A multitude of foreign beings burst through the walls, charging towards the audience. Ah, what is happening? Guards. In an instant, the entire theater descended into utter chaos, with blood and gore flying. Limu concentrated fiercely, channeling his mental energy to electrify his body, rapidly regaining his ability to move. In such turmoil, regardless of others' actions, it was the perfect opportunity for him to escape. Click. At last, his numb fingers began to tremble. Supporting himself against tables and chairs, Limu gradually shifted his body, his recovery speed increasing. During this time, not only had his mental prowess grown, but his physical training had also progressed significantly. Let us go, we must leave. At that moment, it seemed Limu too was influenced by the chaos, his desire to flee reaching its zenith. Clang. Outside, the clash of blades resounded, claws descended, metal reverberated, and blood splattered. Some foreign beings, already burdened with severe curses and resentments, were slain amidst the turmoil of dark energy in their souls, further spreading and amplifying these curses. Numerous nobles who participated in the blockade, despite having slain one or two of the otherworldly beings, found themselves ensnared by a curse that even extended to their entire lineage. Some formidable cursed entities, upon meeting their demise, would further afflict the region, escalating the incidence of plagues and the birth of malformed offspring. With no feasible means to kill or escape, the nobles were plunged into chaos. It was at this moment that the Duke stepped forth, leading the guards with unwavering resolve to eradicate these beings. Seemingly unconcerned about the repercussions of the curse, the nobles dared not intervene or assist. They could only watch as the Duke engaged in the extermination of the otherworldly creatures. Of course, many astute nobles, such as Countess Mary, had already made their way toward the theater's exit. The interior of the theater was vast and intricate, leaving Limu unable to locate an exit. By chance, he spotted Countess Mary fleeing alongside the steward and decided to follow her, preparing to seize the opportunity to escape. Prologue 27. A sudden turn of events outside the theater. Numerous nobles were hastening toward the exit. Leading the charge was Miss Tina, who was assisting in the evacuation of the nobles, directing them to various safe locations. However, as Mary moved alongside Tina toward the carriage, she encountered Cass. It must be said that Cass was indeed twisted. Even in such dire circumstances, he had not forgotten to tease Mary. My dear sister, what brings you out as well? Oh, damn it, I am assisting Miss Tina with everyone. Yet, at this moment, Mary appeared to shed her usual demeanor of weakness. Her expression was grave, her stance resolute, and she abruptly interrupted Cass. Cass, enough. Enough? My dear sister, are you defying me? Cass was taken aback by Mary's outburst, glaring at her with a mix of indignation and rage. Realizing the futility of conversing with Cass, Mary turned her attention to Tina, saying, Miss Tina, my brother is not the wisest of men. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Cass's expression shifted instantaneously, as if her words had struck a nerve, provoking his ire. Tina cast a glance at Mary and halted her pace. Mary, you have gone too far, Cass remarked, his gaze icy as he advanced toward her. Just then, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. The Duke appeared, soaring above the theater on the back of a colossal eagle. The eagle, with a wingspan of approximately 10 meters, was a common bald eagle, yet due to its unique flesh, it attracted peculiar monsters and venomous creatures, making it rather troublesome to rear. Ah, good, came a familiar voice. Father. Both Cass and Mary bowed in unison. However, before Cass could lift his head, a long sword pierced through his chest. Mary watched in horror as Cass fell, furrowing her brow and tightening the fist concealed within her sleeve. Since Tina, a noble of the Marwan lineage, had revealed herself, Mary had sensed the impending doom and, in that very moment, comprehended many things. This concert was undoubtedly a trap. Her earlier words were merely an attempt to save her ostentatious brother's life. After all, he was her only remaining family. Mary wished to protect Cass, but how could Cass not desire to safeguard his only sister? Under the compulsion of circumstances, both parties concealed their true intentions adeptly. Though Cass wished to articulate something, he drew his sword from behind. In an instant, Cass resembled a deflated balloon, gradually collapsing, ultimately unable to utter his final words. Marie gazed at Cass's lifeless body, his eyes wide open in death, and an epiphany struck her. So that was it. You had known everything all along. With newfound resolve, Marie lifted her head and confronted her father, questioning, "Are you my elder brother?" "Oh, while perhaps not as astute as Kess, you possess considerable intellect," the Duke remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. "Regrettably, those who are clever do not tend to survive long." "What of our father?" Marie pressed on. The staff hidden within her sleeve was now firmly clutched in her palm. Catherine Dorovins slowly wiped the blood from his sword, stating, "Father? No, no, that is your father. Not mine. I am merely a cuckoo's egg." As Marie beheld her elder brother's imposing stature, it became evident he bore little resemblance to a Martian, and for a moment, silence enveloped her. "Your father is quite astute. Upon sensing the anomalies, he intended to send me to the border," Catherine mused. "However, it is unfortunate that the agents of Marvin turned the tables and sent your father to the border instead. This duke now falls under my purview. What of the patriotic faction? What of the separatists? Before the grandeur of Marvin, they are but inconsequential ants in a colony." Catherine turned to survey the theater, perhaps to ascertain the situation or perhaps to feign vulnerability. Marie's chubby fingers gripped the staff tightly, beads of sweat forming as she slowly articulated, "So, father is dead. Slain by your hand." It must be said, the tide has turned irrevocably. Following these events, the demise of numerous cursed foreign entities will directly taint the many mining cities along the border, creating a demarcation zone between them and the inland cities, severely hampering the extraction and transportation efficiency of one of Martian's 5 major mineral sources. Henceforth, transporting resources to other nations will become increasingly convenient, and with a mere intermediary, Marvin shall reap the benefits. Simultaneously, Catherine will exploit this turmoil to eliminate adversaries, seizing the opportunity to draw certain neutral nobles into the Marvin faction, thereby bolstering its influence in the border regions and encircling the 3 other noble coalitions aligned with Marvin, establishing control over imports, external resources, and territorial expansion within the inland. Of course, in the aftermath, he can instigate tensions between the foreign entities and Martians in advance. Moreover, leveraging a prolonged cultural indoctrination that portrays Martians as inferior will further exacerbate conflicts, striking a significant blow to one of Martian's principal economic sources, the Adventurers Guild. Additionally, Marvin's encroachments into the border forest have drawn the attention of powerful foreign entities, and this maneuver, coupled with a series of strategic actions, could redirect the animosity harbored by those deep within the forest toward Martians. Ultimately, from the foreman's mineral explorations to his superiors, through the noble circles and the entire Marvin faction, deep roots have already been established within Martian society. Even the ostensible cultural warfare appears distant. It is merely a smokescreen intentionally deployed by Marvin. In truth, with Marvin's transportation and economic capabilities, establishing foreign trade and political relations with Martians is well within reach. Marvin deliberately disseminated similar news, leading Martia to believe it had ample time for development, diverting part of its attention towards artistic resistance. Little did they know, Marvin's infiltration had far exceeded their expectations, treating Martia as mere fodder, harvesting wave after wave of resources. The Dorovins family, staunch nationalists, could not easily be swayed into other circles, having been raised amidst such ideals as the offspring of a duke. Keith had discerned his father's peculiarities early on, feigning a debauched demeanor to attract attention and diminish communication with the outer Marvin faction, all while safeguarding his sister. Mary, under the misconception that Keith had aligned himself with another circle for self-preservation, began to feign ignorance and clandestinely cultivate her own endeavors. However, she was ultimately outmatched by Keith's cunning. Despite his cover, her progress was hastily thwarted by the overwhelming forces of Marvin. The Mardo family thus faced utter ruin. Now, it was finally the Dorovins family's turn at the concert. "Tina, the outside is entrusted to you." As Kate surveyed the theater's conditions, it was time to seize the opportunity to rescue any nobles that could be of use. The woman named Tina nodded slowly, gesturing with her hand. In the next moment, a multitude of knights surged towards the various directions where the nobles had scattered. Shortly thereafter, one direction erupted with screams, while the others merely guided the nobles towards a certain building. "The outside is now clear. Only you remain, Countess Mary. I have long heard of your talent in magic," Tina remarked with a subtle smile, her words cut short as she lunged forward. Meanwhile, behind a small window, Limu watched in astonishment as events unfolded. The nobles within the theater had mostly perished, while the few survivors had been sheltered. The nobles outside had likely completed their selection process. Next, it seemed, they intended to eliminate the outsiders and spread curses. During this intermission, if one did not flee now, when would be the time? Prologue 28. The Marvin army, a resounding crash echoed as a corner of the theater collapsed, flames spreading like a deluge. Ultimately, Mary fell amidst the pool of blood. Having always cherished the Dorovins family, a steadfast supporter of national prosperity, a true patriot among patriots. Unfortunately, Martia, as the first nation in the history of the Martians, was still too immature and savage. In her final moments, Mary gazed towards Limu's direction, seemingly uttering something, or perhaps merely struggling to breathe. Yet Limu understood. It was a gesture of gratitude. The reason eluded him, as everything transpired too swiftly, leaving him, an outsider, a mere drop in the tide, unable to indulge in the luxury of analyzing the intricacies of love and loss. Perhaps all that had transpired was somewhat comprehensible to Mary, but for Limu, it was far too sudden. So sudden that he could not discern the current situation or devise a new plan. He could only adapt and follow the natural course. After a tumultuous upheaval, a multitude of outsiders began to flee the theater. Many shared Limu's sentiments, their hearts equally yearning to escape Martia, perhaps even harboring a deep-seated hatred for it. Footsteps echoed softly, accompanied by the rustling sounds of movement. Despite Limu taking the lead, he was swiftly pursued by the foreign tribes. Their intent mirrored his own. to escape the boundaries of the Martia kingdom and venture into the border forest. This realm not only offered shelter from the Adventurers Guild, but also served as the homeland for many of these tribes. Yet, how could Mary's older brother allow them to escape so easily? The more tribesmen that fell, the greater the curse that tainted the land, facilitating their sinister plans. As the cleansing of the nobility reached its conclusion, the focus shifted ominously towards the slaughter of these tribes. Aguza Mas witnessed the tribesmen surging through the theater's grand entrance. The knights, already poised for action, began to chant incantations. The slave collars emitted various waves of energy, inflicting profound harm upon the souls of the tribesmen in an instant. However, this was insufficient to halt all of them in their tracks. A strange hissing sound erupted, and shadows behind the knights began to writhe. Several serpent women sprang forth from these shadows, ensnaring the chanting knights with fierce determination. Get back! A savage mercenary, adorned with a glowing totem, unleashed a powerful blow, shattering the armor of the leading golden knight and sending blood and flesh scattering. Farewell, Martia! In the air, those tribesmen skilled in flight soared away into the distance. It became apparent that the defensive line formed by the knights could not impede these foreign entities. Yet, Limu hesitated, retreating into a corner of the theater's alley. The reason was simple. He had observed the overly relaxed and amused expression on Mary's brother, Kate. This stirred a sense of foreboding within him. Rushing forward might lead to unforeseen peril. Indeed, the clang of metal echoed through the alley, drawing his attention to its source. The fastest of the fleeing tribesmen were abruptly transformed into mere flesh and blood amidst the sounds of clashing metal. Not far away, a regiment of soldiers emerged, a proper army. The formation was impeccably organized, their armor was alarmingly robust, and they exuded an unusual power. The variety of their units and equipment was staggering. Some tribesmen recognized this force as not belonging to Martia, but rather to Maven. It was Maven's army. Had it been Martia's forces, the tribes might have stood a chance, relying on their formidable individual strength to carve a path through. But the Maven army was entirely different. Indeed, Maven's military was the epitome of an organized force. Faced with such an army, characterized by discipline, individual prowess, and a depth of resources, even the strongest individual would be reduced to insignificance, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. A pall of silence fell over some of the tribesmen. They were unaware of the conversations between Mary and Kate, lacking knowledge of Maven, and were left questioning the origins and motivations of this battalion. It became evident that Maven had long been scheming to claim Martia's lands, having premeditated the garrisoning of this mining area. A murmur from one of the tribes echoed the realization. Limu's heart sank in horror. Initially, the conspiracy I had surmised was merely the tip of the iceberg. Mawin's audacity and decisiveness exceeded my expectations. Their objective was, astonishingly, to establish a military presence nearby. I had harbored doubts about how they could possibly annihilate a significant portion of the otherworldly beings with just a handful of knights, unleashing curses to contaminate the land and create a quarantine zone. However, it now became clear that they intended to station troops right in the vicinity. The situation had escalated beyond my wildest imagination. Recognizing the reality had become trivial. What mattered now was my escape. Mawin. The mere mention of this name caused some of the otherworldly beings to visibly tremble. Yet, before they could fully grasp the implications, a series of peculiar humming sounds abruptly filled the air. In an instant, my scalp tingled. This sound was reminiscent of the sonic boom from high-velocity projectiles, something I had only encountered in films. As the otherworldly beings pondered their escape, the world around us illuminated as if it were day. Countless colossal purple fireballs erupted, transforming the twilight into blinding brightness. The terrifying shockwaves, searing heat, and swirling magical storms surged forth, engulfing a multitude of stunned entities. Their fur, flesh, nerves, and bones evaporated under the onslaught of such harrowing sorcery. As the distant waves of heat washed over me and the tremors of the ground gradually subsided, I bravely lifted my gaze toward the border. All the border structures had vanished. Those who had managed to flee had been reduced to charred pillars, embedded in the scorched earth. What remained was the distant military force. We surrender. We surrender. Some cunning otherworldly beings, realizing their predicament, raised their hands in surrender. Yet, in the next instant, an almost imperceptible beam of light pierced through them directly. Silence ensued. The distant army continued to shift formations and erect fortifications, while the otherworldly beings appeared petrified, unsure of how to respond. The opposing force had no intention of allowing us to leave alive. How despicable, to toy with us. Some of the more powerful beings among them let out furious roars. Faced with imminent death, 3 representatives from the triad emerged, the queen of the golden lions, the mother of the armored earth dragons, and the songstress of flesh and blood. The opposing army showed no inclination to grant us any semblance of leadership. The moment the triad revealed themselves, the enemy confirmed their identities and immediately launched an assault. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying beams of light shot forth. However, this time, rather than being pierced as anticipated, the triad intercepted the oncoming attack using various methods. Roar. The enemy, showing no regard for our lives, had already deemed us dead. This sudden onslaught ignited the fury of the Lion Queen. Her enormous pupils gradually brightened, and beneath her fur, golden red patterns shimmered. Chapter 29. The death of Glare. If you wish to avoid death, then charge forth. The mother of the armored earth dragons, undeterred, unleashed her heavy armor, her body swelling as she turned and bellowed, leading the charge into the fray. Boom. The earth cracked beneath a tremendous thrust, as the armored mother dragon shot forth like a cannonball into the distance. The lioness queen, akin to a golden tempest, swept through, accompanied by an aura of dominance and a scent of blood, striking like a bolt of pure gold from the flank. The flesh and blood siren. with a carpet of flesh fungi spread beneath her feet, seemed to incite the alien races trampling upon it, who forgot the fear of death and erupted in unparalleled madness, rushing forth in every direction. However, this did not imply that the alien races were paragons of virtue. On the contrary, their ruthless and decisive actions revealed the weight of their numerous transgressions. At this moment, their negative emotions were magnified, rendering them somewhat devoid of their usual cunning and treachery. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, Kate observed the situation stabilizing and quietly sought an opportunity to depart. Limu, acknowledging his inability to survive amidst the chaos, held his breath and maintained a distance as he followed Kate. He was not alone in this sentiment. Those among the alien races who dared to engage in battle were often either eccentric, bloodthirsty maniacs, or had ulterior motives. Many among them were inclined to seek alternate paths, with a considerable number choosing to trail Kate. However, with a larger group came the inevitability of mistakes. Soon, several cunning aliens were discovered and slain by Kate. The alley was thick with the stench of blood, and curses spread, subtly influencing the environment and hearts alike, even afflicting those who came into contact with blood and flesh with strange maladies. Limu had heard from the lioness about the dangers of these curses and proceeded with utmost caution, keeping a safe distance. As the number of slain aliens increased, Kate ceased her aggressive pursuits and focused solely on her journey. As darkness enveloped the sky, the distant cries of battle diminished. Suddenly, Kate halted. The remaining subordinates truly are obedient beasts. This area, being a junction, has insufficient curse intensity, and I did not anticipate your compliance in following me here. Upon hearing this, Limu's pupils constricted, for he felt as though he had been locked onto by something. Although he suspected the adversary possessed exceptional probing abilities, after all, they had initially identified several of those trailing him. He realized that the first few aliens he had deliberately revealed were merely a ploy to lower the remaining aliens' guard, leading them into a trap to be eradicated at this destination. In essence, he had harbored similar intentions from the very start. Before Limu could ponder further, the adversary struck with a swift slash directed towards him. An eerie surge of energy transformed into a blade of light, hurtling towards him at high speed. Was it magic? It did not seem so, but for him, it spelled death. Who would have thought that even with an ability to harness the full potential of his mind, isolated in such a foreign realm, he would still be unable to escape the clutches of a tragic fate? Overwhelmed, as he beheld the encroaching blade of light, his body instinctively attempted to evade, yet it was too late. Here, every soul lived as their true self. This is not merely a tale nor a biography. It is an authentic realm of the extraordinary. As if resigned to fate, Limu sighed. However, at that very moment, when he thought everything had come to an end, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the wooden crate before him. Who is this? When did they appear in front of me? It was unclear. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted. A familiar silhouette was hurled past him. Gliel? Cough, cough, cough. Behind him, Gliel, having collided with the wall, began to cough. Boom, boom, boom. Kate's assault triggered the resistance of the surrounding alien beings, and the air was immediately filled with the sounds of intermittent clashes. Gliel, Limu instinctively whispered. The lioness narrowed her eyes, gasping for breath while clutching her abdomen where her wound had reopened. She shook her head, signaling Limu not to approach. Take the token and go. Her voice was extremely faint. Yet, Gliel summoned all her strength to retrieve a fong pendant from her waist and tossed it to him. After completing this action, she seemed to have exhausted all her energy, collapsing in a heap. Limu remained silent. After a brief hesitation, he tremulously reached out for the pendant. Silently, he tucked it away, solemnly murmuring, Gliel Salphanidigrape X, thank you. It seemed that Gliel sensed Limu's emotions. Her pupils glistened slightly with moisture as she gazed longingly at the dark night sky above. Ultimately, not a single tear fell. Instead, she departed with a sense of self-affirming pride. The ground trembled incessantly outside. Limu observed the pendant in silence. It glimmered faintly, seemingly imbued with some form of blessing, and pressing it firmly would activate a special effect, temporarily enhancing his physical attributes. Indeed, it was a valuable item, possibly even life-saving. He gazed silently at the fierce battle unfolding outside, then glanced at Gliel's lifeless body. It appeared that he had made a resolute decision, clenching the pendant tightly. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became increasingly rapid. Analyzing, overloading, both abilities operated at their utmost limits. Run. Once the decision was made, at that moment, Limu seemed to shed his fear of death, consumed by a singular thought, to flee. Not far away, Kate had naturally noticed Limu's sudden appearance. However, he dismissed Limu, a mere slave with such frail constitution, entirely from his mind. A mere fragment of his focus, coupled with a whispered incantation, would render Limu instantly incapacitated. A swift thrust of his blade would resolve the matter entirely. For him, the real trouble lay with these alien beings. Even with collars and curses diminishing their strength, their peculiar abilities made them challenging to confront. Indeed, as he anticipated, just as Limu accelerated halfway, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he began to plummet towards the ground. Seemingly having foreseen this outcome, Kate didn't spare Limu a glance and continued to suppress the other alien entities. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as Limu descended towards the ground. At that very moment, he shattered the shackles of his soul. With heightened concentration, he took another step forward, stabilizing his form, regardless of whether it was Martia or Marvin. He commanded, get lost. This action momentarily stunned Kate, who then realized that Limu was impervious to the effects of the magical curses in the theater, and even the enslavement spell had little effect on him. This brief moment of astonishment allowed Limu to dash past him, providing the alien beings with a fleeting opportunity to react. Damn it! Kate resolved to no longer conserve his strength and aimed for a swift resolution. Initially, he had intended to toy with the remaining aliens, maximizing their negative emotions. But now he understood he had overestimated his prowess. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of regret at the thought of letting Limu escape. Kate was equally resolute. Die, he bellowed, unleashing his power with a surge of intensity. He swiftly dealt with the remaining 3 aliens and immediately pursued Limu. However, at that moment, Limu's speed was not to be underestimated. Having delayed for just a moment, he had already sprinted several dozen meters away. After having just unleashed his own power, Kate felt fatigued. Burdened by heavy armor and lacking the height and long legs that Limu possessed, chasing him directly would undoubtedly prove troublesome. Thus, Kate whistled for his giant eagle. Behind him, a fierce beastly roar echoed. Limu recognized it as the sound of Kate's beastly mount. In ordinary circumstances, a normal person would be unable to resist the urge to glance back. Yet, in his heightened state of mental focus, Limu forcibly suppressed the impulse to turn around, directing all his energy towards running. While he may not excel in combat, he had been running since childhood. Nevertheless, running on the ground could never compare to flying in the sky. Moreover, his recent living conditions had been abysmal. Prolonged periods of frugality and low-energy exertion had rendered his body in need of more energy to adapt to sudden vigorous activity. Coupled with the additional drain from the Pendant-S overload analysis, Limu's physical stamina diminished far beyond his expectations. Not long into his flight, Limu began to feel breathless, his legs heavy and weak. As time passed, breathing became increasingly arduous. Thoughts of the dust, bacteria, or even potential curses in the air became secondary concerns. Merely relying on his nasal passages was insufficient. He gasped, yearning to inhale all the air in the vicinity. Yet, despite his efforts, he felt that no matter how wide he opened his mouth or how deeply he inhaled, it was impossible to meet his body's demands. Furthermore, the collar around his neck constricted his trachea. Even at a distance, Limu could hear the sound of wings flapping. Aware of Kate's ranged abilities, he forced himself to hold his breath and, on the brink of exhaustion, made a sharp turn. This abrupt maneuver, under such strenuous conditions, felt akin to tipping the balance of his breath, causing excruciating pain in his lungs as if they might burst. But what choice did he have? Stopping mid-death. He could not afford to pause. Not far ahead, Kate was gradually closing the distance with Limu. However, to ascertain Limu's position within the alleyway, Kate maintained a low altitude. His speed was relatively slow, requiring him to navigate around taller buildings and stone towers. Limu's pace was gradually diminishing, yet his steps persisted, even exhibiting the strength to change direction, which slightly astonished Kate. Despite the narrowing gap between them, with Limu nearing the range of Kate's long-range combat techniques, Kate hesitated to unleash his powers. He had already expended considerable energy throughout the day, and the exertion required for long-range techniques was daunting. If he missed several times, he would have to abandon the pursuit. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from inching closer to Limu. It is worth noting that his steed was not a gigantic aerial mount, with a wingspan of merely 9 or 10 meters. Clad in armor atop such a creature, Kate could not sustain a high-speed chase for long. Once the beast felt fatigued, it would not exert itself as fiercely as Limu, likely slowing down or even landing in place. Thus, both parties found themselves in a peculiar stalemate. At one point, Kate even contemplated letting Limu go, as his objective was merely to complete the curse isolation zone, not to eradicate all the beings present. Some of these beings could morph into mice or bats to escape. Outside the Black Rose prison, unencumbered by the mixed silver materials of the prison, dealing with them merely through the collar they wore was no trivial task. He truly saw no necessity to make such a grand effort for a single entity. Yet, each time this thought crossed his mind, a pang of regret surfaced within him, as if allowing Limu to escape would become a lifelong regret. Being a hybrid, with the power of a sorcerer coursing through his veins, he was particularly sensitive to the unknown and was unwilling to relinquish the chase. Glancing into the distance, he observed Limu's nearly precarious running form. Kate shook his head, resolute in his decision to continue the pursuit. As dusk deepened, tracking became increasingly difficult, and Limu grew more exhausted. He had lost his ability to think clearly, surviving solely on sheer willpower. Similarly, after enduring a prolonged life of servitude, if he were to let this opportunity slip away, he would regret it profoundly. Even death would seem preferable. If he were to die, it would be better to perish while running, or perhaps by falling. Gradually, Limu lost sensation in his legs, and even his arms began to grow cold. His mouth and nasal passages dried out, pain transforming into a rock-like numbness. The last remnants of breath he held felt as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, as if any external force could cause him to collapse. In a haze, the scenery around him shifted. The buildings became increasingly sparse, with occasional trees and fields receding behind him, the greenery flourishing more vibrantly. The towering trees became increasingly obstructive, and the surrounding silence felt unervingly profound. A foreboding sensation stirred within Kate. The chase had reached an impasse. Yet, every equilibrium must eventually be disrupted. The ground began to slope gently. This slight alteration was sufficient to shatter the final vestiges of balance. Each step grew heavier, as though his legs were no longer his own, but rather two independent, lifeless appendages. The sensations of soreness and numbness have dissipated, replaced instead by a profound bewilderment. A chilling, insensate feeling swiftly spreads from my legs throughout my entire being. Aside from my mind, which still struggles to think, my body feels as though it has abruptly spiraled out of control. I can no longer perceive my legs, nor my arms. My consciousness begins to waver, and my thoughts drift aimlessly, rendering coherent contemplation impossible. Like a narrative unfolding, I find myself ensnared in a dire predicament. Willpower? Potential? My body has become a foreign entity, utterly devoid of strength, as if I have been isolated from it. Suddenly, my entire body succumbs, uncontrollably toppling forward. I can only watch helplessly as I descend. Not far away, Kate furrows his brow. The creatures beneath him also exhibit signs of fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, he has inadvertently crossed the border, and just ahead lies the forest of borders. He contemplates whether to turn back, for if the creatures truly refuse to move, he would have no choice but to drag one back. Although the surroundings do not belong to the forest of borders, the eerie silence fills him with unease. At that moment, I finally collapse, rolling down the slope. With a sigh of relief, Kate exhales. It is finally over. He pulls the creatures to a halt, gradually descends, and draws his sword, making his way toward my fallen form. However, just a few steps in, an unusual scraping sound interrupts him, causing him to pause. Before he can react, an unparalleled force erupts from below. The ground trembles violently, as if thunder has erupted from the earth itself. The jarring impact sends Kate crashing against a tree. Through the excruciating pain, he manages to lift his head, only to witness his majestic eagle being devoured by a bizarre creature radiating an eerie purple-blue glow. Its monstrous maw resembles a tungsten steel meat grinder, effortlessly pulverizing the eagle's bones, innards, feathers, and flesh as if they were mere tofu. The terror of the creature renders Kate breathless. Only when the eagle has been entirely consumed does the monstrosity lunge toward me. It is in that fleeting moment that Kate regains his senses. In an instant I, the eagle, and even the surrounding trees vanish without a trace. As the dust settles, Kate fearfully touches the cracks in his armor. Thankfully, he did not remove it. The flying debris alone could have shattered his enchanted armor. Had he discarded it, he likely would have perished by now. Weak and trembling, Kate leans against the fallen tree, glancing at the distant forest of borders, then at the feathers strewn about nearby. The essence of the matter lies in the fact that the bald eagle attracts monsters. It should have been realized long ago that such an unnatural environment warrants the avoidance of nurturing such avian creatures. Chapter 1. Kelta Forest Limu. Weakened to the brink of losing consciousness, felt utterly numb, devoid of even the sensation of pain. The world before him blurred into an almost complete darkness, with only a faint awareness of his body rolling amidst the obscurity, as if everything had ceased to belong to him. The loss of all five senses, encapsulated in 4 simple characters, rendered him acutely aware of death and despair. What followed was a peculiar warmth enveloped in darkness. A gurgling sound echoed, reminiscent of something writhing. Or perhaps it was his own body trembling. Strangely, Limu sensed that his thoughts were gradually returning to his control. The thick, viscous sensation against his skin was profoundly uncomfortable, akin to the burning sting of chili oil mixed with menthol ointment. Moreover, a dizzying sensation of rapid movement and a disconcerting feeling of pressure lingered around him. Wait, his skin had regained sensitivity? Limu's thoughts sharpened. He attempted to move his arm, only to inadvertently provoke something. The surroundings surged like the tides of the ocean, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, an immense force erupted from an unknown source, propelling and compressing him upwards. With a peculiar sound, everything suddenly became clear. Limu slowly opened his eyes, only to find that his body was devoid of any slime, appearing rather dry instead. The intense soreness radiating from his limbs deterred him from any immediate attempt to rise. Instead, he tilted his head, squinting as he gazed at the place from which he had emerged. Gurgling again, a strange, luminescent, writhing fleshly cavity was slowly constricting, consuming a multitude of soil, twigs, and fallen leaves, which vanished into its depths before gradually sinking underground. Analysis: wormhole of the sublayer dreamworm. A mere designation. Even with analytical capabilities, this was all that could be discerned. Having completed this, Limu felt as though he had exhausted his last ounce of strength and succumbed to a deep slumber. Guidance. Congratulations on completing a guidance session, gaining substantial stimulation, acquiring, evolution, and unlocking the inner vision of the cerebral panel. Internal strength. 4. Representing a composite internal strength of the soul, nerves, and spirit. Acquiring stimulation, training, cultivating, and nurturing life will enhance this strength, stimulation value. 3. For every 3 points, one may develop a new ability or enhance an existing one. Obtainable through external stimulation and completing guidance sessions. Developed abilities. Guidance 15. Overload 15. Analysis 15. Evolution 15. And so, unbeknownst to the passage of time, Limu reopened his eyes. The surroundings were dimly lit, filled with strange noises. He struggled to sit up, feebly surveying his environment, only to discover that he was surrounded by an expanse of forest. Towering, terrifying trees loomed, each surpassing hundreds of meters in height, their girth so immense that it would take dozens of people to encircle them. One could surmise that even the illustrious Pearl Tower of the former City of Magic would feel humbled in the presence of these colossal trunks. No wonder the forest is shrouded in such dim light. Yet, it is not this aspect that captivates Limu the most. What truly piques his interest is the unusually dense vegetation within the woods. Despite the apparent lack of sunlight, the abundance of plant life close to the ground is astonishingly profuse. Even among the vast networks of gigantic roots underfoot, there exist clusters of small woods, standing several meters high. Although these trees appear diminutive compared to their towering counterparts, they still loom impressively large in Limu's eyes. Beneath these trees lies a tangle of dense shrubs, further obscured by an array of lush, low-lying plants. This scene resembles a grand forest harboring smaller, miniature forests, with layers upon layers of verdant growth, majestic trees, lofty giants, and finally, the humble underbrush. The surreal, tiered structure of this rich woodland landscape overwhelms Limu with a profound sense of astonishment. Of course, the peculiarities extend beyond the forest floor. If one were to gaze upward, the intricate interweaving of branches reveals a complex spatial arrangement. Various vines, fungi, and mosses, some substantial, others so delicate they require keen observation, clamber throughout the shadowy expanse. Occasionally, one might glimpse bizarre creatures darting between the foliage. Their strange calls, luminescence, and erratic movements create a dizzying spectacle. It is a scene both resplendent and overly dim, evoking a sense of disorientation, yet, through fear, one can find clarity. However, before Limu could thoroughly observe and analyze his surroundings, a wave of discomfort coursed through him, snapping him back to reality. It dawned on him that his rapid awakening was due to the overwhelming presence of mosquitoes. Fortunately, the nearby aura of the elusive phantom dream insects had stirred and disrupted the soil structure, deterring most mosquitoes and diminishing their numbers. Otherwise, had he succumbed to slumber for an extended period, he might never have awakened. Limu rubbed his forehead and began to assess his condition. Analysis: strain of the tibialis anterior muscle, overexertion of the soleus muscle. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, upon the emergence of several unusual symptoms, Limu furrowed his brow. Analysis: neurasthenia, mild chronic gastritis, Gudag parasitic disease, the curse of the Kelta forest. Analysis: Gudag parasitic disease, a malady resulting from the bite of soil-dwelling worms, which impairs the body's rejection response, allowing tiny airborne insects to burrow beneath the skin without triggering the body's self-defense mechanisms. This condition typically lasts a week. During the infection, it is advisable to frequently cleanse with hot water and consume high-protein, vitamin-rich foods. Analysis: the curse of the Kelta forest. Having entered this realm, the forest will not easily relinquish what it has claimed. For every 10 kilometers one approaches the forest's edge, unpredictable changes will occur. Some of these adverse symptoms are manageable, but the implications of the parasitic disease and the curse are troubling. The parasitic condition will significantly increase energy expenditure, and the presence of airborne insects may lead to further ailments. Curses become increasingly perilous, as one loses all sense of direction within the forest. A moment's carelessness could lead to an inadvertent displacement of 10 kilometers towards the edge. Who knows what might transpire? This insidiously constrains one's range of movement. Wait a moment, Kelta forest? Is this not the border forest? Limu furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, a chill creeping down his spine. The border forest is already treacherous enough, yet it harbors adventurers and familiar elements that one could exploit. Survival within its depths seemed a plausible endeavor. However, Kelta forest is an entirely different realm. Chapter 2. Contemplation of the mind. Not only does it lie deeper than the border forest, but it is also separated by numerous terrains and a great chasm. In other words, this place is almost entirely severed from the outside world. Furthermore, the vastness of Kelta forest is on a scale incomparable to that of the border forest. The border forest, immense as it is, has compelled the Martia people to explore it in concentric circles, still lingering on the periphery. Yet, in the face of Kelta forest, the border forest is but a mere splash in the ocean. Kelta forest is a true, boundless green sea, the final resting place of many legendary adventurers. Surviving in such a place is a formidable challenge. As Limu swatted away the mosquitoes, he fell into deep contemplation. Just as he was lost in thought, a long-absent piece of information from the guidance re-emerged. Guidance: 1. Survive. Endure for 30 days. Reward: stimulation value 2. Internal strength 3. 2. Please utilize stimulation value to develop or enhance an ability. Reward: stimulation value 1. Internal strength 1. This sensation is peculiar, akin to a sudden epiphany or an instinctive sixth sense, subconsciously guiding him to acquire certain information, regardless of whether it is the mind or the soul. Even with modern memories, Limu knows little about it. This sensation feels less like an external enhancement and more akin to an intrinsic elevation. One could even term it as an internal augmentation. In simpler terms, even if Limu encounters abilities that can isolate systems or external enhancements, he remains unaffected. Moreover, the improvements that belong to him are more intuitive and wield a wider scope for application. Most importantly, they offer freedom, unshackled by external constraints. After a chaotic train of thought, Limu refocused on the specific contents of the guidance. Surviving is straightforward and aligns with his instincts, yet as a directive, the difficulty is likely higher than he anticipates. Furrowing his brow tighter, he concentrated on the second item, utilizing stimulation value to develop or enhance an ability. This seems considerably more manageable than he had imagined, yet the conditions for acquiring stimulation value remain unclear, and based on past experiences, the challenge is still substantial. In this current environment, the choice between enhancing existing abilities or developing new ones could profoundly impact future prospects. Inner strength. 4. Symbolizing the amalgamation of soul, nerves, and spirit. This strength can be enhanced through stimulation, exercise, cultivation, nurturing life experiences, and developing abilities. Stimulation value. 3. Every 3 points can be utilized to develop a new ability or enhance an existing one. Achievable through external stimuli and guided completion. Developed abilities. Guidance 15. Overload 15. Analysis 15. Evolution 15. Limu once again pondered the relevant information. His initial consideration was the development of new abilities. Based on past experiences, the abilities developed by the brain were invariably commendable. However, the nature of the new ability remained entirely unknown and might not align with the current survival needs. This uncertainty prompted the cautious Limu to defer the option of developing new abilities. Subsequently, he began to contemplate enhancing his existing abilities. Guidance 15. Provides guidance by integrating certain deep perceptions and consciousness. Overload 15. Temporarily significantly boosts most of the body's neural capabilities, enhancing reaction speed and cognitive ability. Analysis 15. Employs methods of observation and inquiry, combining latent memories to analyze information about a target. Evolution 15. Consumes considerable mental effort to initiate a brainstorming session, enabling the extrapolation and strengthening of specific techniques or knowledge. All 4 abilities were quite formidable. Their enhancement would greatly aid in survival, making the choice to enhance them seem more prudent. Yet, Limu remained uncertain about the extent and method of such enhancement. Furthermore, given that survival was the primary concern. Deciding which ability to enhance became increasingly perplexing. However, lingering in such indecision would only lead to unnecessary depletion, especially with numerous mosquitoes buzzing about, making it difficult to concentrate. Therefore, Limu promptly picked up 2 leaves, one large and one small, with each potential outcome corresponding to a choice. With a swift motion, he arrived at a conclusion. A flicker of thought resulted in a depletion of 3 stimulation points, leading to the enhancement of a specific ability. Simultaneously, Limu felt his spirit become notably clearer and more expansive. Guidance. Congratulations. Please utilize your stimulation points to develop or enhance an ability. You have gained 1 stimulation point and 1 inner strength. Inner strength, 5 stimulation value, 1 mental value, 77. This value can be elevated based on inner strength and acquired stimulation, restored through rest and life. A value of 0 may lead to mental ailments. Developed abilities, Guidance 15, Overload 15, Analysis 15, Evolution 25, Evolution 25. 1. Consumes 1 mental value point for a technical extrapolation. 2. Consumes 3 mental value points for a probability extrapolation. 3. Consumes 5 mental value points for a methodical extrapolation. Without lingering excessively, Limu quickly contemplated what to use for evolution. To be prudent, he first conducted a technical extrapolation concerning the crafting of wooden tools. In the next moment, a faint ringing echoed in his ears. It seemed as though a spark of inspiration ignited within Limu's mind, akin to a sudden enlightenment. He found himself flooded with numerous ideas concerning woodworking, particularly in relation to spears, bows, and crossbows, deepening his understanding significantly. With a sigh of relief, Limu exhaled, his eyes brimming with excitement. This recent simulation had endowed him with greater confidence, enabling him to craft tools with increased proficiency and speed, while also allowing for enhancements to past techniques. Savoring the sweetness of success, Limu's thoughts ignited, propelling him to continue his explorations. Just as he hesitated on what to delve into next, he stumbled upon a revelation. Pondering what technique to experiment with, he was astounded to discover that the 8 sections of the Vajra technique, which he practiced daily, indeed belonged to the realm of martial arts. It appeared that such techniques, or specialized skills, were more readily accessible for immediate application. Calming his exhilaration, Limu commenced his endeavors. Unlike his previous attempt, this time he felt as though he had entered a peculiar state. A whirlwind of inspiration and knowledge intertwined chaotically, as if some profound insight had been triggered within him, allowing Limu to experience a mental and spiritual flow beyond the ordinary human realm. After a considerable duration, he gradually opened his eyes. A unique technique titled Fundamental Vajra Technique materialized in his mind. Chapter 3. The struggle for survival. This technique not only encompassed numerous advanced scientific training methods, but also sparked within Limu a nascent perception that transcended the 5 senses. Just as a colorblind individual can never truly perceive or comprehend hues, humanity itself is bound by limitations. Individuals can only accumulate knowledge through their senses and innovate through cognitive processing. Absent external influences, they remain mere mortals. Yet, at this moment, through the Fundamental Vajra Technique, Limu experienced an unprecedented sensation. However, before he could fully revel in this newfound joy, a wave of weakness suddenly engulfed him. Analysis. Your mental acuity is rated at 17, which is dangerously low. Recovery is projected to take 1 month. This was a grave oversight. While it had been previously mentioned that a mental acuity of 0 could lead to neurological disorders, the consequences of a low rating had never been clarified. Moreover, the recovery time was astonishingly prolonged. A month? This implied that the dizziness he felt might linger for at least a week before any improvement could be expected. Gritting his teeth and clutching his throbbing head, Limu surveyed his surroundings and gasped, realizing he could no longer remain stationary. He must take action. Buzzing around him were several beetles, each no larger than a thumb, causing a shiver to run down his spine as he hurriedly fled. He resolved to gather some grass stems to secure the cuffs of his sleeves and pants, protecting himself from the bites of insects. However, upon attempting to move, he discovered the ground was a tangled mass of roots, both large and small. An abundance of withered branches and leaves obscured the earth, leading him to stumble perilously close to twisting his ankle multiple times. Moreover, concealed within the debris lurked venomous snakes and insects. Had it not been for the analytical warning, Limu, in his dizzy state, might have already fallen victim to a bite. Yet, this was only the beginning. Among the decaying foliage, there existed peculiar plants with a hardness rivaling that of metal. These plants were exceedingly sharp and could contract and expand like a sensitive plant. Stepping upon them could easily result in a torn shoe, or worse, severed tendons. For the sake of precaution, Limu picked up a wooden stick. Enduring the dizziness and weakness of an empty stomach, advancing like a blind man while swatting away the mosquitoes that occasionally attacked his head. Without those abilities, he would have surely perished long ago. After laboriously trudging for over 10 minutes, Limu finally stumbled upon several promising slender vines. It must be said that the trees and vines in this forest were excessively robust, or perhaps perilous. In such a dense thicket, suitable materials became exceedingly difficult to procure. After repeatedly confirming the safety of his surroundings, he sighed and meticulously assessed the plant's safety and utility before commencing his gathering. However, it seemed as though he had pondered for too long, or perhaps the forest was inherently dim. The darkness enveloping the forest was profound, rendering him unable to discern his own hand before his face, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Gradually, peculiar sounds began to echo around him. The noise was reminiscent of metal scraping, continuous and eerie, causing Limu's movements to become noticeably stiff. Sensing impending danger, he hastily tore several vines and ascended to a branch of a tree that was neither too high nor too low. His instincts warned him that remaining on the ground could prove fatal. Yet, during his heightened state of anxiety, no monsters emerged. Instead, the surroundings grew eerily silent. Limu, however, dared not make any sudden movements, enduring the torment of hunger and dizziness. As time passed, the weakened Limu began to feel drowsy once more. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon began to manifest. A thin mist slowly seeped from the ground below. Simultaneously, the temperature within the forest gradually dropped. The already cool environment became even colder as darkness enveloped it. Limu shivered, reopening his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his clothes had become damp. If this continued, he was likely to succumb to hypothermia. With this thought, Limu resolved to collect some dry leaves from the ground for warmth. As the branch upon which he perched was quite thick and sturdy, just as he lowered his head and gazed at the mist, an analysis suddenly popped into his mind. Analysis, ghost miasma, commonly found in the shaded areas of Kelta forest near the ground, is a chronic toxin that can lead to the decay of vital organs and death, while concealing shallow monsters. The sudden emergence of this information startled Limu, but it also saved his life. He retracted his leg, which had been about to extend, and anxiously stared at the seemingly ghostly mist below, swallowing hard. However, the temperature was unbearably low. Limu could only curl his body tighter. Just as he contemplated wiping his nose, he sensed something above him in the higher branches, ultimately allowing his nose to drip freely. His body had nearly reached its limit, and in a daze, Limu felt a slight rise in temperature. In the hazy realm of dreams, he quietly vowed to ignite a fire the following day. Ideally, he would also seek a well-lit spot. The nights in the forest were distinct from the outside world. Here, a day could extend to 26 hours, with the dim evenings lasting over 60. Unbeknownst to him, that night proved to be longer and more arduous than any ordinary night in the forest. The common man would likely have succumbed to the darkness. Fortunately, within Limu's body resided the vitality cultivated through rigorous training, and the token at his waist emitted a faint glow, allowing him to barely endure until the midnight hour. As the latter half of the night unfolded, the forest gradually became animated. Countless tiny luminous orbs, akin to fireflies, began to drift through the vast woodland. Each of these orbs was about the size of a half-fist. They were the forest's little spirits, or perhaps some manner of creatures, phantoms, or demons. As they emerged, the malevolent miasma began to dissipate. With the dispersal of this miasma, bioluminescent fungi and small animals cautiously peeked out. A few minuscule entities circled around Limu, revealing exaggerated fangs and flicking their tongues before slowly retreating. These were the vile beings, whose size and existence were uncertain, yet it was said that excessive filth upon one's body could lead to their consumption or assimilation. After their departure, swift-moving clusters of fungi began to undulate around Limu, at times forming peculiar patterns, at others stacking into bizarre shapes, and occasionally shifting colors and luminosity. They were visible to the eye, yet did not exist within the world, merely adhering to some strange set of rules. Such entities, comprehensible and incomprehensible to the human mind alike, passed by throughout the night. One could only attribute it to the fortune of life that he navigated through unscathed. Time continued to elapse, and certain specters of death gently brushed against Limu's cheek, yet ultimately failed to claim anything. As dawn broke through the treetops, a semblance of light began to disperse the gloom, and the excessively prolonged night gradually regained a hint of warmth from the cold. A peculiar caw echoed through the air, and Limu opened his eyes once more. Chapter 4. Birds and beasts. As midday approached, the temperature in the forest began to rise, and the insects resumed their relentless assault. Limu's stomach was empty, his limbs ached, and his spirit languished. He had gone over 20 hours without sustenance, and his body had become afflicted with various ailments and negative effects. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling a slight warmth in his body. He was likely running a fever. Below him, a peculiar group of bipedal bird beasts was writhing, their sausage-like sensory organs twitching around the tree where Limu lay. Weakened, Limu instinctively attempted to activate his analytical abilities. However, due to his severely depleted mental strength, this endeavor resulted in a brief lapse in consciousness. In that fleeting moment, his balance was disrupted. Dreams of plummeting from great heights transformed into reality, as he found himself falling from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Adrenaline surged through him, but his frail body, caught in the conflict between hormonal rush and physical condition, rendered him momentarily incapable of thought. In an instant, Limu descended directly towards the ground. Crash! Caw! Fortunately, the bird beasts had formed a circle around the tree, and Limu's landing was cushioned by one of the creatures. Thanks to its thick plumage and the soft covering of fallen leaves and twigs, he sustained little injury. However, beneath the bird beast, numerous tendrils were stimulated, extending and piercing through the creature. The meat-eating avian creature, initially drawn by an unusual scent, was abruptly startled from its curiosity and hunting instincts. With a remarkable agility, it flapped its wings and darted away in a manner that defied belief. The food chain within the Kelta forest is exceedingly intricate. The term chain hardly does it justice. It would be more accurate to describe it as a three-dimensional, sponge-like web of interrelations among various layers and forms of existence. Consequently, most creatures possess the sensitivity of birds coupled with the ferocity of lions, and through prolonged natural selection, have developed impressive survival strategies and intellect. When Limu inadvertently killed a meat-eating avian, it did not incite curiosity among the other bizarre creatures. Instead, it inadvertently scattered them. Had this been a scenario involving the lion and tiger of Earth, which lack natural predators, the outcome would likely have been far less fortunate. Upon landing, Limu felt a sense of softness and quickly deduced the situation. However, he was exceedingly fatigued. Reclining on the back of the avian creature, he reveled in a long-missed comfort, yet his bodily weakness became increasingly pronounced, rendering him momentarily unable to rise. After lying there for a while, had it not been for the pesky mosquitoes, Limu might have succumbed to slumber once more. With great difficulty, he finally managed to sit up and survey the creature. The avian's physique was not overly large, yet certainly not insignificant. Including its feathers, it was roughly equivalent to a baby carriage. Its robust legs were well developed, featuring 4 toes and 3 joints that allowed for a dexterous grip akin to that of a primate. However, its tough skin and sharp claws made it equally formidable in offense. As he shifted his gaze, Limu observed that while the avian's muscles were well defined, its wings had become rudimentary, with a minimal wingspan that likely rendered it incapable of flight. Nevertheless, the wing density surpassed that of the loosely structured ostrich, suggesting a potential for gliding. Most notably, the degenerated wings were incredibly hard, comparable to metal, and could potentially serve as cutting tools. This was a commendable material, light yet resilient. Lastly, he studied the avian's neck and head. Its neck was short, and the head streamlined, resembling a hybrid of a crocodile and a swan, with densely packed sharp teeth and barbed tongue reminiscent of a platypus, suggesting a capacity for ripping and rolling while feeding. Just as Limu concluded his examination and contemplated the dissection of the avian for sustenance, he realized that processing it would be rather troublesome. The plush feathers posed a significant challenge, and beneath the thick plumage lay venomous barbs. A careless hunter might find themselves fatally wounded by this creature's defense. Having narrowly avoided injury from the barbs, Limu proceeded with heightened caution, which inevitably slowed his progress. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting further predators, he intermittently changed his position and crushed a particular herb to mask the odor. Time passed slowly as Limu endeavored to maximize the utility of the feathers, carefully removing them along with the skin. The real challenge lay in dealing with the concealed barbs and the toxic sacs beneath the skin. Lacking stone or metal tools, he struggled with only some sharp wooden spears, rendering the task akin to a dog gnawing on a bone. Due to inadequate handling, the toxic sacs were mostly ruptured. But Limu did not waste the opportunity. He skillfully coated his spear with the venom. However, during the night, it serves as an effective cover, providing warmth, while during the day, it offers protection against insect bites. After all, survival is paramount. Simultaneously, the rigid feathers from the bird's wings were collected by Limu to be utilized as makeshift knives. With these feathers, the task of processing the remaining bird meat became significantly easier. Exhaling deeply, Limu, despite enduring physical discomfort, proceeded to separate the bird meat, bones, and entrails. To ensure safety, he changed his position once more and masked the scent of blood with grass juice. Yet, before he could rejoice in a momentary improvement, a new predicament arose. As time passed, Limu felt increasingly parched, even experiencing a notable decrease in perspiration, while his body succumbed to fever. His temperature continued to rise, and soon he found himself on the brink of collapse. The dire lack of water was palpable. Yet, in the vast forest, where could one find water? Berries and dew were scarce, and even the remaining blood from the birds and beasts was pitifully minimal. The only potential water sources were perhaps his own body and that of the creatures. However, consuming urine directly was out of the question. It required processing. The simplest method would be distillation. Certain organs of the bird could barely function as containers. Yet, Limu lacked fire. Given his current physical state and the forest humidity, igniting a flame was no small feat. Furthermore, dry tinder was not easily found. Nevertheless, he had no choice. Without fire, he could not consume cooked meat or quench his thirst. The prospect of eating raw flesh in such a forest filled him with dread, fearing the myriad issues that might arise. Drinking urine, whether he could stomach it or not, was compounded by its high salt content, which would only exacerbate his thirst. Silent, Limu shook his head and, almost dragging his weary body, began searching for materials to kindle a fire nearby. He was teetering on the edge of shock and death, even hesitant to employ his abilities recklessly. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, he moved slowly, like a dying husk. The daylight in the forest was always fleeting. Processing the bird and beast had already consumed considerable time. Now, with little time left to gather materials for a fire, the surrounding light began to dim once more, and the temperature in the forest gradually dropped. Limu, feeling the heat dissipate slightly, recognized that once this fleeting coolness vanished, he would be close to death. Chapter 5. Fire and the Lamp Blower. Numb. As if a mere shadow of his former self, Limu instinctively sought materials to ignite a fire. However, the Kelta forest teemed with an abundance of super microorganisms, fairies, and other peculiar entities. Once the low-hanging branches of the stunted trees touched the ground, they were decomposed at an astonishing speed, sacrificed to the earth, making long-term preservation nearly impossible. Only the fallen leaves, which accumulated frequently, remained on the forest floor. While the branches of the towering trees were occasionally spotted, their high density and considerable weight rendered them unsuitable for kindling. Merely gathering suitable would prove to be a laborious endeavor, consuming both time and energy. Fortunately, luck was not entirely against Limu. He soon stumbled upon a few shrubs that were sufficiently dry without having to venture far. Now, he simply needed to engage in the act of friction to produce fire. Limu meticulously arranged the fire tinder and wooden sticks, breathing deeply in an attempt to summon a fragment of strength. Yet, his spirit waned further, shadows dancing ominously before his eyes. A certain madness, rooted deep within, instilled in him a strange yearning for death. This influence even unsettled Limu's formidable mental fortitude, causing an unsettling shiver to traverse his body. As the sky darkened and the temperature plummeted, the shadows multiplied around him. He shook his head vigorously, aware that something was amiss, but he could only muster the strength to ignite a fire. Yes, to kindle a flame. Suddenly, clarity pierced through the chaos of his mind, and he recognized his task. With a determined breath, he suppressed all discomfort. At that moment, Limu focused all his mental energy on the act of igniting the fire. The friction between the wood intensified, his palms raw from the effort. The sharp sting of pain shattered his already fragile resolve, causing his actions to falter momentarily. Yet, he refused to surrender. Deep within him resided a fervent desire, an urgent need, incessantly urging him to survive. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with air. The expansion of his chest invigorated him slightly, allowing him to gather strength once more. The sticks moved faster than before, each motion more painful than the last. However, in a moment of excessive force and impatience, the promising pieces of wood suddenly sprang apart, resulting in another failure. Limu was now struggling to breathe. His body had reached a low threshold of perspiration, yet his temperature showed no signs of decline. Clenching his fists, he dismissed all other thoughts. His sole focus was to ignite the fire. To prevent any further wastage of energy, Limu resolved to risk everything. He activated an overload state despite his weakened condition. In an instant, his spirit and strength surged momentarily. Seized the opportunity, he directed his efforts with precision. Finally, a wisp of white smoke began to rise from the wood. Limu fought against the dizziness, carefully cupping the wood and the tinder, gently blowing upon it. The white smoke thickened. It was happening. It was about to ignite. The dizziness intensified, and his arms began to tremble. The repeated exertion drained his vitality, and at that moment, he resembled a frail elder on the brink of collapse. However, just as Limu sensed the flame was about to burst forth, a shadow flickered before him. The white smoke vanished. Stunned, he felt as if struck by lightning. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The fire was on the verge of igniting. How could it extinguish so suddenly? Was it my breath that snuffed it out? No, that couldn't be. With such abundant smoke, how could it dissipate in an instant? I was not the only one blowing. A chilling wave surged from his spine to the crown of his head. What extinguishes its own flame? On the brink of life and death, Limu summoned the last vestiges of his spirit, casting a fearful glance around the forest. Everything appeared unchanged. Yet Limu felt he could perceive shadowy figures lurking in the dimness. Analysis. Insufficient vitality will attract unknown entities from the depths. Analysis. The one who extinguishes the flame has exhausted his spirit, and in the next moment, Limu collapsed. Even as he lost consciousness, he clutched the fire-starting stick tightly in his grasp. A tall, dark shadow gradually emerged from the depths, gazing intently at the present world, even looming over Limu's face. Its expression contorted and flickering as it drew nearer. However, not far away came a unique aura, that of vitality, excessively abundant vitality. It was a group of humanoid beings migrating nearby. This presence filled the shadow with distaste, its expression growing increasingly grotesque, as if it wished to twist its entire face into a knot. To the shadow, vitality acted like a drug. A small amount intoxicated him, alleviating his distortions and anguish, while an excess only brought torment. Ultimately, the shadow slowly dissipated. Time passed gradually. Outside, dusk prevailed, yet the forest was already engulfed in darkness. Cold. In the haze, Limu could only sense this singular feeling, akin to a fleeting glimpse of light. Memories surged in his mind, from the carefree days of childhood to 9 years of compulsory education, and then into his adolescence and youth. These recollections flickered intermittently, often accompanied by another scene that Limu could not decipher, yet felt was connected to a recurring dream. Perhaps in the moments before death, seeing familiar things stirred a flicker of warmth within him. Warmth? Suddenly, Limu's fingers felt a sharp pain and recoiled instinctively. He opened his eyes. Surroundings had darkened considerably. Curiously, the chaotic pile of wood before him had ignited anew. Am I not dead? The fire had gone out. How could it reignite? Limu propped himself up, adding more firewood and dry leaves. Aside from a few welts on his hand, his body was well protected by feathers. Having lain there for an entire afternoon, he seemed to have escaped unscathed. He touched the token at his waist and observed the forest, which was notably quieter than the previous night. Limu was uncertain about what transpired while he was unconscious. He could not discern what was real and what was a dream. He merely felt that amidst the misfortune, he had found a sliver of luck in surviving, estimating that in a few hours, the miasma would rise. He disregarded whether the firelight would attract any monsters and hurriedly began to prepare food and water by the fire. He needed to replenish his energy and then quickly seek refuge in the trees. The flames flickered, and in the shadows, the rustling of serpents and rodents could be heard. Yet, even in his feverish state, Limu, despite his lack of appetite, felt the looming threat of hunger and dehydration. He spread the flames, encircling them simply. After all, death could come at any moment. For him, death had ceased to be as terrifying as it once was. In this moment, regardless of the dry, unpalatable texture of the meat, the cloying nature of the greasy morsels, or whether the flames can truly shield against the prying eyes and dangers lurking in the darkness, he seeks but a fleeting solace within his heart, yearning merely to survive. Chapter 6. The aerial garden. The omnipresent threat of death looms within the forest, leading Limu to surmise that this environment is scarcely preferable to the plight of a slave in Martia. The burden of freedom is exceedingly heavy. Had it not been for his fortuitous luck and unique abilities, these mere 2 or 3 days would have sufficed for him to perish 180 times. Without exaggeration, as he sipped the acrid, steaming liquid and gnawed on the unpalatable flesh of birds and beasts, he reflected upon his predicament. The liquid entering his body distinctly rejuvenated his vital essence, while the consumption of bird meat enabled him to perceive the gradual revival of his once numb limbs. Yet, time was of the essence, and the meat was too substantial. Charred on the outside, tough and greasy within, the texture was exceedingly poor. However, with his cognitive faculties beginning to resurface, Limu recognized that the aroma of roasted meat dissipates rapidly and cannot linger. The darkness of night and the various natural phenomena posed significant dangers. Thus, he abandoned the notion of further preparing the bird meat and instead dragged the better parts with him, carrying a spark of fire as he ventured further away. Fortune seemed to smile upon him, for not far into his journey, he stumbled upon an unexpectedly suitable place to rest. Here, several colossal trees had fallen, leaning against one another like barricades, interwoven with numerous branches, vines, and moss. creating a remarkably stable structure. The slope created by their collapse facilitated easier ascent, allowing Limu to reach higher ground and evade the onslaught of ground-dwelling insects. The junction of these trees formed a relatively enclosed space, providing a safer haven for slumber. The exceptionally thick trunks, with their considerably lower arc, appeared almost flat. Limu felt confident that placing a bed atop them would not lead to instability. After a brief observation, he discerned that the area above bore little danger. With a modicum of strength restored through sustenance, he approached the inclined giant trees, binding the bird meat with vines and securing it to his back before commencing his climb. Despite the slope, the ascent remained steep. Even with hands and feet working in concert, it was no easy feat yet. It was far simpler than a vertical climb. After nearly 10 minutes, Limu finally reached a point where several colossal trees converged, at least 30 to 40 meters above the ground, a fall from which would surely spell death. But this elevation also meant liberation from the dense canopy below, allowing for enhanced daylight. Thus, the area flourished with vibrant green moss, vines, and even some remarkably large fungi forming small platforms, upon which a myriad of unnamed plants and small creatures thrived. This harmonious ensemble rendered the resting point remarkably even. Coupled with the faint luminescence of certain flowers and grasses at night, it could indeed be called an aerial garden. An idea took root within Limu's mind, to make this place his home. Yes, to settle down. Rather than aimlessly wandering in the forest in search of survival, the significance of a suitable settlement becomes increasingly apparent. Humanity's formidable ability to transform and utilize its environment is pivotal for establishing a foothold in the untamed wilderness. Letting out a deep sigh, Limu sensed that the air here was more refreshing than that at ground level. Finding a relatively flat spot, he rekindled the fire, using some firewood and shavings to construct a small bonfire. Leaning against a branch extending from a colossal tree, Limu quietly roasted by the flames. As he watched the flickering fire, a sense of solitude washed over him. In this verdant hell, surviving alone without any glimpse of the future or boundaries birthed an unprecedented anguish within his heart. Gradually, the environment grew colder. As he sensed the persistent metallic taste in his mouth, sleep eluded him. The flames dwindled, and in an effort to conserve, Limu added only a modest amount of wood. The forest beneath him became shrouded in mist, and in the faint silver light filtering through the giant tree's canopy, it resembled an ocean. Serene and beautiful, it occasionally revealed indistinct flashes of color, darting like fish in the distance. Yet, Limu understood that it was a toxic miasma. Though only a few meters deep, a mere touch could corrupt an ordinary person, reducing them to a state akin to advanced AIDS, their body rotting away. Just as Limu pondered this, a rustling sound shattered his thoughts. The noise was jarring in the stillness, reminiscent of something gnawing at the trees. A strange, labored breathing followed. Limu's skin prickled, and he swiftly grasped the spear at his side. A low growl, reminiscent of a mix between a mastiff and a feline, emanated from the darkness nearby. Narrowing his eyes, Limu steeled himself, despite his weakened state. Another rustling sound erupted, and a creature comparable in size to a small bear clung to the wood, tilting its head to gaze at Limu. Although not large, it moved with alarming agility, its sleek fur billowing in the wind like delicate fibers, as sensitive as the antennae of a lobster. With robust limbs and sharp teeth, it bore membranous wings resembling those of a glider along its sides. Overall, its form appeared as if a character from a video game had merged with a real-life flying squirrel. With a sudden movement, it darted away, seemingly startled by their eye contact. Analysis: giant toothed squirrel, a creature inhabiting colossal trees, adept at hunting small birds and mammals. Due to the brevity of time, Limu could not gather more detailed information. The dimness of the surroundings and the creature's swift movements made it akin to chasing flies or mosquitoes. With just a few swift motions, Limu lost track of its position. However, he was certain that it was gradually approaching him. Steadying his stance, he gripped the wooden spear tightly. Since visibility was limited, Limu relied on the sounds of wood scraping to continuously adjust his body's orientation. Yet, it seemed the creature was also aware of his intentions. The mobile frequency accelerated further, causing the slender branches around to rustle. The air was thick with the sounds of leaves and the friction of twigs, rendering the situation increasingly complex. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistling pierced the air above. Limu swiftly dodged and thrust his spear. Clang! Just as Limu believed he had struck his target, he discovered that the spear had only pierced a peculiar wooden fruit. Crack, crack, crack! The sound behind him was akin to a rapid gunfire of friction. Limu's pupils constricted sharply, and he tightened his grip on the spear, sweeping it horizontally. Thud! This time, he indeed hit his adversary. But the creature was so furry and charged so swiftly that it was struck by the base of the spear rather than the tip, resulting in no significant damage. Before he could discern his opponent, the creature utilized the momentum from the spear's sweep to vanish into the shadows. Limu fell into silence, his hands trembling slightly. He had just activated an overload, and despite his frequent practice at billiards with colleagues, even he was overwhelmed in direct confrontation by a mere small animal of 1 or 2 feet. The actions, intelligence, and consciousness of this ordinary creature far surpassed Limu's comprehension. Had it been an average person, they would have perished instantly. Just as the shock began to subside, he heard a rustling sound beside him. To his side, there was nothing but open space and a campfire. How dare the creature attack from that direction? Just when Limu thought it was an opportunity, he realized that the small beast had not initiated any assault, but instead seized a sizable piece of bird meat from beside Limu's fire and fled without hesitation. After a brief silence, Limu exhaled deeply. Instead of feeling disheartened by the loss of food, he felt a sense of relief for having narrowly escaped disaster. Limu was acutely aware that in such an environment, the likelihood of him being killed far outweighed the chance of him killing the creature. After remaining vigilant for some time and confirming there was no further anomaly, He wrapped himself once more in the feathered beast skin and slowly curled back to the diminishing campfire, adding a few twigs. Just as he closed his eyes to prepare for rest, he noticed that the brightness of the entire forest seemed to be increasing. Out of caution, he opened his eyes again, only to find the forest transformed. The miasma had dissipated, and the air became refreshingly crisp, revealing clusters of luminous plants and insects. Countless whimsical, glowing creatures scuttled across the ground, translucent and alive. The chirping of insects and the calls of birds gradually intensified. Even the massive trees exhibited flickering lights beneath their bark, pulsating like veins. For a moment, Limu found himself entranced. So this was yet another facet of the Kelta forest. However, exhaustion finally overcame him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. He slept soundly until nearly noon the next day. The forest's temperature gradually rose, and the illumination became increasingly bright, suggesting that outside, a splendid sunny day awaited. Coughing persistently, the fever lingered, inflicting torment for days, leaving his entire being feeling almost rigid and unyielding. Every endeavor met with resistance. Upon rising, Limu was beset by an overwhelming thirst, succumbing to several coughs. Shaking his head, he stifled the weakness and pain that enveloped him, and from the side, he severed substantial pieces of beast meat to carry with him. He was acutely aware of his current condition. He must seek a water source. Days had passed without urination, and despite consuming some liquid the previous night, without adequate hydration, a multitude of complications would inevitably arise. At that juncture, no matter how resolute one's spirit, survival would be untenable. Thus, Limu gradually descended back to the ground. The moment he landed, a sharp pain radiated from the soles of his feet. Stifling a cry, he removed his shoes to inspect them. To his dismay, he found his feet covered in blisters, the skin broken and exhibiting an unusually moist condition. Even in such a state of dehydration, his feet appeared in this dismal state. Analysis: prolonged friction had resulted in the rupture of blisters, significantly increasing the risk of infection. The forest was rich in water elements, humid air, and concentrated water vapor. His feet, confined within shoes for too long, were undergoing a process of water suppuration and were breeding certain fungi, attracting filth, humidity, and water elements. Limu furrowed his brow, glancing at his battered feet. With no other recourse, he postponed his search for water, kindled a fire, and began to roast his feet and shoes while grinding some non-toxic plants to extract their juices for cleaning, ultimately applying a layer of charcoal. Enduring the pain, Limu exhaled deeply and commenced his quest for water. Mobility was hindered, and he dared not venture far. His progress was slow. After half a day, he had only scoured a small vicinity without any signs of a nearby water source. Conversely, he had gathered a considerable amount of firewood. Yet, fire alone would not sustain life without water. He felt a painful, acrid sensation in his throat. Without water soon, he feared internal bleeding would ensue, rendering him truly helpless. Having managed to ignite a fire and secure a few days' worth of rations, could he still not escape the clutches of death? Truthfully, Limu experienced no fear. Rather, he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and resentment. However, at that moment, amidst the throbbing pain in his soles, a thought struck him. Plants contain water. Could he possibly extract some by boiling these plants? Furthermore, the area was abundant with dense timber and armed with a sturdy feather knife. He only needed to fashion an appropriate vessel. Like grasping a lifeline, Limu persevered through the nagging itch in his lungs, the dryness of his eyes, and the myriad aches plaguing his body, diligently searching for suitable wood. Indeed, the massive tree bark from fallen giants would serve adequately as cookware. Before long, he had collected several pieces. Ultimately, he selected 2 to serve as pots and 2 as lids. He then gathered a substantial amount of seemingly water-rich plants, conducted a brief analysis for safety, and promptly crushed them into the pot. Soon, he set up the apparatus for steaming. Initially, Limu harbored concerns that the wooden pots might be ruined in the boiling process. As a result, the bark of the colossal tree, due to its excessive density, became carbonized only in the portion directly contacting the flames, simultaneously serving to protect the upper layers of wood. The upper section, having experienced evaporation of its sap, exhibited no signs of damage whatsoever. Lifting the lid, Limu first indulged in savoring the droplets of steam clinging to the lid. Subsequently, he tore a piece from his own garment, pouring the plant paste boiled in the pot into it, and then exerting pressure to extract the verdant juice, quenching his thirst. Regardless of how bitter the liquid may be, Limu relished it. The intake of moisture provided him with a much-needed relief akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. However, this meager supply of water was far from sufficient. Once his body had partially recuperated, Limu decided to utilize another wooden pot. He made a slit on the edge of both pots, aligning their openings, with one pot elevated and the other lowered. In the higher pot, he boiled the leaves, while the lower pot collected the distilled water. Directly consuming the plant juice was not a sustainable solution, even after boiling for sterilization. One could not guarantee that it did not harbor any harmful substances or trace toxins. Since he intended to drink water long-term, it was best to ensure it was pure, and distillation presented an excellent option. Moreover, the emergence of flames also heightened Limu's sense of self, as though his vitality had surged, and the presence of those ominous shadows had noticeably diminished. This motivated Limu to ignite more fires and distill more water. Thus, he continued to gather pots and firewood, creating similar apparatuses. Taking advantage of the flames, he engaged in large-scale fire-making and water distillation. Building upon his previous technological advancements, Limu approached these tasks with greater experience and insight. Naturally, having more distillation apparatuses was not necessarily better. Limu understood that collecting plants required time, as did boiling, replacing, and cleaning the apparatuses, and he would undoubtedly need to attend to other matters in the future. Ultimately, based on his rough estimation, he concluded that around 5 such devices would yield the best results. With time and moisture at his disposal, he gained a modicum of strength. To expedite his plant collection, he fashioned a long spear from a sturdy feather, specifically designed for harvesting plants. Upon analysis, Limu discovered that the plants yielding the highest output resembled giant knotweed, those with succulent stems that stored ample water yet were fragile. When slightly crushed, one pot could produce nearly 100 milliliters of water. After some selection, he committed to memory those plants that posed minimal danger, were abundant, and easy to collect, further enhancing his efficiency. However, just as Limu believed he had resolved the issue of water sources, significantly reducing the challenges of survival, he received the following notifications. Chapter 8. Physical Issues, Guidance. Congratulations, you have finally found relief from your long drought, gaining a stimulus value of 1. Guidance. Congratulations on persevering through multiple near-death experiences, gaining an internal strength of 1. Internal strength, 6 stimulus value, 2 mental value, 17 developed abilities, guidance 15, overload 15, analysis 15, evolution 25, with the enhancement of internal strength. Limu felt a noticeable improvement in various aspects within him. Not to mention, merely utilizing analysis had led to a slight increase in the accuracy, speed, and conditions of the information he could obtain. It is precisely this enhancement that led Limu to realize that the issue of water, in the realm of survival, has become a trivial concern. The Kelta forest presents an overwhelming array of challenges. After conducting a thorough examination of his own body, Limu uncovered a multitude of alarming issues. Analysis. Your body has been marked by shadowy entities. You are marked by the pheromones of shattered bone mosquitoes. The lack of shelter from the forest has exacerbated the wear on your ankles. You are experiencing a fever. You are parasitized. Your body is excessively unclean and is being replaced by filth. You have inhaled a small amount of miasma, accumulating toxins within. You are deficient in various nutrients. You are overworked. Your muscles are strained. You are mildly dehydrated. Your hormone levels are fluctuating abnormally. Surrounding flora have designated you as a hostile target. Your mind has been subjected to strange influences. Your body is excessively humid and is slowly succumbing to dampness. Your trachea has inhaled a significant quantity of sprites, toxins, and small particles with unknown risks. Your body is continuously subjected to infrasound impacts. You are affected by a peculiar magnetic field. You are undergoing special radiation. Your body is experiencing energy compression, with thermal energy and bioelectricity being impacted to varying degrees. Last night, you were brushed by petrifying magical currents, leading to slight rigidity. Merely reading through this litany of alarming messages made Limu's scalp tingle. He understood that he had been teetering on the brink of death, his condition exceedingly poor, nearly fatal. Yet, he had not anticipated that, upon detailed analysis, his state was so dire. This was merely a rough assessment. If each message were to be further refined to specific indicators and the potential repercussions elucidated, Limu dared not contemplate the extent of his plight. However, knowing these details was not solely detrimental. At the very least, Limu could use this information to determine what actions he needed to undertake for survival. If he could endure with such a myriad of chaotic issues for 3 or 4 days, then now that he had water, what did it matter to extend his life further? He resolved to adjust his mindset. Limu consumed a modest portion of jerky and sipped some water before embarking on his plans. First, while the water was steaming, he utilized the fire to roast the remaining meat until it was charred and well cooked. Although this would render it less palatable and more prone to carcinogenic properties, it would significantly prolong the meat's storage life. As the flames crackled around him, Limu found himself with some leisure time. Yet, he had no intention of idling. To mitigate the lengthy list of bodily afflictions, he devised a course of action. Currently, there was little he could accomplish alone. However, regarding the inhalation of sprites, toxins, and small particles posing unknown risks, while healing was unattainable, he could take preventive measures against exacerbating the issues. He tore a small piece of fabric to fashion a mask. Although the garment still clung to his body, it had long since lost its original form. He had ripped it during his time in the Black Rose prison, again in the mines, and now here. It was remarkable how much this article of clothing had aided him. Breathing. Crafting a simple mask is not a daunting task. As long as it can rest upon the ears, the primary concern lies in its efficacy. After taking a few deep breaths, Limu could distinctly sense a relief in his nasal passages. Previously, breathing had been accompanied by a heavy, slightly itchy sensation. However, upon donning the mask, although some discomfort persisted, it was largely attributable to pre-existing conditions within his nasal cavity. The new air inhaled from the outside felt significantly lighter. Nevertheless, there remained room for enhancement. By altering the shape and introducing a sprinkle of charcoal powder into the layers, Limu spent an entire afternoon tinkering until he was satisfied with the mask he had created. Indeed, the results were even more pronounced. The fetid odors from the forest were greatly diminished, although a hint of charcoal lingered. In the remaining hours, Limu fashioned some rudimentary containers from sturdy feathers. Observing that dusk was approaching, he crafted a torch and, with some roasted meat and water, ascended the colossal tree once more. As the light gradually faded, he savored the warmth of the distilled water he had prepared. This marked the first time in a long while that he had drunk water in such a manner. His body craved hydration as if it sought to consume the very vessel that contained it. The familiar act of drinking rejuvenated both his body and spirit. It seemed he had truly reached his limits. After finishing the water, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over Limu. Initially intending to remain vigilant against the peculiar creature from the previous night, he succumbed to slumber instead, with a mere feather cloak draped lightly over him. He leaned against the tree, his eyes fluttering between wakefulness and sleep as the night slipped by. A gentle breeze stirred. Daybreak arrived once more. He had slept soundly until noon, even feeling a reluctance to rise. Rarely had he experienced such restful sleep, albeit not entirely without its flaws. Yet, upon realizing that in this secluded forest, wind should not exist, Limu sprang upright in astonishment, instinctively grasping his spear. Analysis. The wind elements emanating from the colossal beast pose minimal threat to the body. It appears to be a natural phenomenon linked to magic, which is a relief. As long as it is not some unheard of aberration or energy system, all is well. With his mind at ease, Limu gazed blankly downwards. This deep slumber had indeed rendered him lethargic, leaving him devoid of vigor. After days without brushing his teeth and subsisting solely on meat, a foul odor lingered in his mouth, and it felt as though he were on the brink of succumbing to some embrace. Shaking his head, he regained his composure. Was this malaise a result of the filth? Taking several deep breaths to recalibrate himself, Limu assessed his surroundings and discovered that both the water and meat remained untouched. Surmising that the small beast had not returned last night, rubbing his forehead, the persistent low-grade fever left him feeling unwell, yet he resolved to muster his spirits. After 2 or 3 days, the sensation of muscle fatigue gradually dissipated, replaced by a peak of soreness. Every movement sent a jolt of pain throughout Limu's body. This could not continue. In an effort to alleviate the discomfort, Limu resorted to simple self-massage and stretching. The audible creaking of muscles and bones echoed repeatedly, likely a consequence of some form of rigidity. Just as Limu observed that he was nearly ready to descend from the tree, a sudden thought struck him. Having already engaged in stretching, why not also practice the Bungu Jin Gang Gong? Chapter 9. Bungu Jin Gang Gong, as the name suggests. This practice solidifies the foundation and nurtures one's essence. The optimal time for this cultivation is at dawn, when the sun rises in the east. This method inherently embodies a principle aligned with the natural law of the unity of heaven and humanity. And in an environment such as the Kaida forest, rich with diverse energy fields, it appears to possess remarkable efficacy. The complete set of techniques comprises 16 movements, utilizing rigid internal energy to open the meridians throughout the body, ensuring a seamless connection between the body, bones, and joints. It also addresses certain deformities and misalignments of the spine, restoring the normal function of the nervous system while harmonizing the operations of the internal organs, expelling various ailments from within. Furthermore, it fortifies mental stability, enhances spiritual growth, and through prolonged practice, cultivates a deeper understanding and application of the body and martial arts. Ultimately, it aims to achieve a balance of yin and yang, promoting health, longevity, and vitality. Originally, the 8 parts of the diamond technique were already an exceptional regimen for wellness, and the evolved Bungu Jin Gang Gong transcends the mundane. For Limu at this moment, it is undoubtedly a gem among gems. Taking a deep breath in accordance with the precepts of the technique, Limu inhaled several times. Unlike ordinary breathing, this time, the exhalations needed to be as profound as possible, while adjusting frequency and method in a precise manner. On one hand, it was to initiate the internal opening of the body, and on the other, to nourish the heart and lungs. With several rounds of breath, Limu began to perspire slightly. Yet, his body felt invigorated, and even his spirit sharpened due to the flow of blood. Emptying himself, he preserved his true self, allowing his essence to guide him. Slowly closing his eyes, he returned to a normal breathing pattern, and his mind began to delve into meditation, seeking sensations beyond the 5 senses, allowing his body to enter a state of true mastery. He became attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat, temperature, flesh, meridians, and bones. Fully engaging in the movement of his body, the long-neglected physique emitted a cacophony of sounds as the fascia and bones began to stretch. Initially, he felt little. However, as the movements progressed, the sensation of muscle soreness intensified dramatically. Yet, perhaps due to the unique state he found himself in, Limu did not halt his actions despite the pain. He endured the discomfort, stretching and swinging further. Soon, that ache transformed into a warm current, stimulating his blood to rush vigorously. Unbeknownst to him, his face flushed crimson. However, since the technique was a complete series, stopping now would significantly diminish its effectiveness. The pain, a mere trifle, had long since become a familiar companion. With unwavering motion and rhythmic breath, the faint beads of perspiration transformed into a gentle mist, lingering yet unyielding, synchronizing with the flow of his movements. Upon the completion of the first sequence, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The blood within Limu surged forth as if it had discovered its rightful course, coursing through his veins with newfound vigor. The previously overwhelming heat now subdued into a warm embrace. The sensations of pain diminished significantly, replaced by a sense of strength and vitality. Even the toxins and ailments within his body seemed to accelerate their expulsion. This sensation resembled the exhilaration following muscular engorgement, yet within the enchanting depths of the Kelta forest, the benefits were even more profound. Upon finishing the sequence, Limu gradually concluded his movements and regulated his breath, preparing to embark on the second set. However, his body proved too feeble to endure another round. Moreover, the rumbling of his stomach indicated a genuine hunger. Indeed, after enduring a prolonged period of frugality, Limu had become accustomed to such a lifestyle, leading to a significant decline in his appetite and cravings for food. Yet, after merely one sequence, he found himself gripped by a ravenous hunger, a most insatiable desire. Had he known of such transformative effects, he would have commenced his practice upon entering the forest on the very first day. Observing the fine droplets of sweat upon his skin, he mused with a hint of exasperation. Settling down, he sipped a modest amount of water and devoured several pieces of meat, resolving to retire early that night. After all, his body remained quite weak. Even a typical elementary school calisthenics routine could be completed effortlessly by others, while he, an adult, struggled after just one round of boxing. An early night promised rejuvenation, allowing him to rise with renewed spirit and perhaps perform several more sequences by morning. If this was the experience after merely the first set, he could only imagine the sensations awaiting him upon completing all 18. Thus, in a soft murmur, Limu drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, He awoke at the break of dawn. Although feverish, his temperature had notably decreased, alleviating the heaviness that had clouded his mind. It seemed fortune favored him during the past 2 nights, for he had encountered no nocturnal assaults, and even the frequency of daytime dangers had diminished significantly. Everything appeared to be on the mend. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. The forest remained shrouded in twilight. Yet Limu knew that daylight had likely broken outside. After a brief sip of water and a moment of adjustment, he commenced his exercises for the new day. With the experience of the previous afternoon fresh in his mind, he found it easier to enter the rhythm this morning. Moreover, whether due to the morning exercise or some other factor, the results exceeded those of the day prior. Soon, he completed the first sequence, and indeed, his condition had improved considerably. The morning was the time of his greatest vitality, and after warming up, the first set barely posed a challenge. Onward to the second set. Riding the wave of exhilaration from the first, the difficulty of the second sequence escalated abruptly. Limu felt a surge of alarm. Were he to recklessly commence the second set without adequately preparing his body, he risked injury, a counterproductive outcome. With a series of cracking sounds emanating from his entire skeletal structure, Limu felt his muscles compress, and even his blood seemed to undergo a transformation, becoming more refined. To his dismay, the latent ailment he harbored flared up, causing him to cry out in pain. He had previously believed himself impervious to suffering. Yet this second set of exercises rendered him utterly disheveled. Before he could fully comprehend the experience, the same agonizing scene unfolded once more. Following the intense pain, his muscles, akin to his blood, warmed up, instilling him with a robust sense of confidence, as if a profound strength surged from within. Limu fancied that he could now deliver a single punch strong enough to fell 10 bulls. At this moment, merely breathing through his nostrils no longer sufficed. He opened his mouth wide, removed his mask, and exhaled gusts of warm air. As he reveled in the rising warmth enveloping his body, he realized he still possessed energy. With renewed vigor, he embarked on the third set of movements, adopting a horse stance rather than a conventional standing posture. As he spread his legs, Limu felt the energy coursing through his meridians and muscles, with every fiber of his skin and bones taut and straining. Had he not laid the groundwork with the previous 2 sets, such a sudden exertion would likely have left him unsteady, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 10. The short apple tree, a torrent of heat enveloped him, and his vitality seemed to transform into a radiant pool of energy, emanating from within. The slight fever he had experienced felt trivial in comparison to this surge of warmth. This third set was akin to a threshold, blending the essence of the prior 2 sets while introducing novel elements. Each movement demanded an immense exertion of strength to achieve even the slightest semblance of the desired effect. As he tightened his form and unleashed a punch, his entire being resonated, sweat spraying forth like tiny droplets of water. The physical toll of the third set was incomparable to the first 2. After completing 3 small movements, Limu felt his stamina plummet. At this rate, he would accomplish nothing for the day. Taking a deep breath, he gradually returned to a more composed stance. After carefully regulating his breathing for nearly a quarter of an hour, he finally approached a semblance of normalcy. It appeared that the third set would require a period of conditioning before he could fully master it. Just as he was musing to himself, a warm sensation coursed through his bladder, accompanied by a long-forgotten feeling of discomfort. Startled, Limu hastily sought a secluded corner of the platform to relieve himself. This was the first time in many days that he felt the urge to do so. A wave of familiar relief washed over him, causing goosebumps to rise as if celebrating this fleeting moment of joy. The oppressive heat dissipated, and a sense of congestion vanished. In that instant, Limu experienced a long-awaited response from his body. Although the color was an unhealthy mix of yellow and orange with hints of green, the expulsion of numerous toxins signified a cleansing process. Moreover, the onset of urination indicated that his body was moving toward a healthier state. Having consumed the last morsel of avian flesh and sipped the final drops of water, Limu returned to the ground. Although the water source had temporarily satisfied his minimum survival needs, it remained precarious. Any unforeseen circumstance could lead him to succumb to thirst. The food supply was only sufficient for today and tomorrow, and that was with careful rationing. After a brief assessment of his current necessities, Limu resolved to alter his strategy. He decided to cautiously expand his range of exploration in hopes of discovering edible, non-toxic plants and additional water sources. The rustling of broken vegetation echoed around him. It seemed that the relentless harvesting of plants over the past few days had depleted the area, leaving scant dry twigs and leaves for kindling, while the surrounding flora had yet to flourish. Near the roots of the towering tree where he stood, Limu had inadvertently cleared a small patch, revealing the dark soil beneath. However, this soil was teeming with peculiar creatures. After sweeping away the dead foliage, small predatory insects and tiny animals scurried about, causing Limu considerable annoyance. Engaging in a mental analysis, he recognized that even the smallest of these creatures possessed lethal potential. Prompting him to avoid unnecessary cognitive strain in recalling them, he opted instead to evade their presence. When confronted with especially aggressive ones, he retreated to the campfire, using the flames as a deterrent. Yet, amidst his frantic escape, he stumbled upon an intriguing plant. Upon analysis, he discovered it to be a dwarf apple tree, whose fruit was edible, although the fruit wax bore a mild toxicity and was highly flammable, while the seeds were resistant to combustion. This plant resembled a cluster of tea bushes, adorned with numerous bright red fruits that appeared potentially toxic. Initially reluctant to exert energy on further analysis, his curiosity proved irresistible. To his delight, this discovery addressed 2 pressing concerns. First, it provided a source of nutrition. Having subsisted on bird meat and coarse bread during his time in Martia, his human body necessitated a varied diet. While he did not harbor the anxieties associated with body-swapping scenarios, the fragility of human physiology rendered prolonged vitamin deficiency perilous. The newfound fruit thus mitigated a latent risk. Second, it simplified the process of igniting fires. Each ascent and descent of the giant tree required him to carry a stick with charcoal embers, a task fraught with danger and hindrance to mobility. Although he had successfully kindled fires with these embers in recent nights, the threat of dampness extinguishing them loomed, necessitating further trips up and down the tree, each taking over 10 minutes. With the discovery of this flammable fruit wax, the situation transformed significantly. Despite its toxicity, the gases produced upon combustion were harmless. As long as he diligently cleaned while collecting and utilizing the wax, it posed little danger. Just consider how effortlessly this wax could ignite a fire. When evenly applied to 2 stones, they could serve as flint. In the past, igniting a fire would consume several minutes, sometimes even over 10 minutes. When carrying fire sources, one had to be cautious and protect the flame, which also wasted considerable time. However, with the advent of this fruit wax, all that time can now be saved. In the forest, apart from resources, knowledge, luck, and the environment, time holds equal importance. As Limu found himself lost in thought while gazing at the dwarf apple trees before him, a flash of red in the distance caught his attention once more. Could it be? After enduring so much hardship, was fortune finally turning in his favor? Suppressing his excitement, Limu cautiously approached the vibrant hue. Indeed, it was another dwarf apple tree. To his astonishment, there was not just one cluster, but several. Could it be that these plants appeared in abundance? This notion sparked an intriguing thought in Limu's mind. The fruits of this plant are highly flammable, yet their seeds can withstand intense heat. Could it be that these plants rely on external friction to ignite the forest, creating space for their proliferation? And those plants reduced to ash by the flames would serve as fertilizer for their seeds? Although the conditions for combustion are quite demanding, requiring a certain intensity of friction, as long as one tree survives, through a stroke of luck, it and its progeny could easily dominate a fertile patch of land. With 2 specimens already discovered, could there be more? With this thought in mind, Limu resumed his search and indeed found more clusters of dwarf apple trees nearby. Vivid images began to form in his mind. Initially, certain creatures might have transported the seeds of the dwarf apple trees to the vicinity, and once expelled, they would take root. These dwarf apple trees, not particularly remarkable among the myriad of plants, struggled to survive and faced near extinction. However, an unexpected event occurred when one of the dwarf apple trees ignited the forest. Most plants perished in the ensuing flames, but a portion of the seeds of the dwarf apple trees survived, thriving in the barren yet fertile soil. Over the course of 10 years, 100 years, even 1,000 years, they flourished throughout the forest. Until the area was once again filled with various plants, they lost their advantage and were fragmented into small clusters. This was the first time Limu truly felt a connection to the history of the Celta forest. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he became exhilarated. It had finally happened. He had been meaning to venture further. Indeed, the farther one goes, the greater the risks, yet the opportunities multiply as well. Chapter 11. Encounter with rodents. After an extensive afternoon of searching, Limu identified a total of 22 locations of dwarf apple trees. To prevent the fruits from rotting too quickly, he refrained from harvesting them all at once, opting instead to gather those a bit farther away first. Nevertheless, the range of his exploration was not vast. The lengthy duration was attributed to the necessity of remaining vigilant against numerous dangers, maintaining analytical awareness, and applying both overloaded capabilities while repeatedly searching within the vicinity of 3 interdependent giant trees. There were likely more dwarf apple trees further afield, but those areas were characterized by dense vegetation and unique terrain, which Limu ultimately decided to forego after careful consideration. After completing the final collection, the sky had darkened once more. Limu returned to the tree bearing several fruits, yet a frown creased his brow. Although the massive tree was thick, with a relatively smooth surface and gentle slope, climbing it remained somewhat cumbersome. Wouldn't the efficiency of movement and transport be greatly enhanced with the addition of a staircase or handrail? Constructing a staircase on this tree posed no technical difficulties. One merely needed to carve out steps for footholds. However, the challenges lay in the exertion required for excavation, the necessary tools, and the inherent safety risks. The tree's density was remarkably high, exhibiting considerable resilience, and beneath its bark dwelled a host of seemingly neutral microorganisms. This heightened the requirements for excavation tools. Without sufficiently strong metallic implements, relying solely on manual labor would render the effort futile, leading to worn and calloused hands. It appeared that resource transportation would have to rely on alternative methods for the time being. Shaking his head, Limu commenced his routine of fetching water. Upon returning to his resting place, he hurriedly kindled a campfire. With the aid of fruit wax combined with dry stones, the ignition was remarkably effortless. Judging by this success, he would no longer need to bear the burden of carrying fire-starting materials up the tree in the future. However, his urgency to light the fire stemmed not from a desire to test the effectiveness of the fruit wax, nor from the chill in the air, nor from a fear of darkness. Rather, it was due to the excessive moisture his body had absorbed throughout the day, necessitating the warmth of the fire to dispel the dampness. Yet, even so, the warmth could only alleviate a fraction of the discomfort on the surface. Much of the moisture had penetrated to the very marrow, and over time, the harm it could inflict on his body would far exceed the effects of 1 or 2 ailments. It was rather absurd to contemplate that, in such a water-scarce existence, he still needed to find ways to expel moisture. As he basked in the warmth, time gradually slipped away. The forest was enveloped in complete darkness. That night, Limu divided the remaining game into portions for 4 days and allocated the fruits accordingly. With the fruits at hand, he could afford to conserve the bird meat a little. However, to expedite the recovery of his muscle fatigue, he could not afford to be too frugal with his meat consumption. After a brief moment of planning, just as Limu stifled a yawn, an unusual rustling noise suddenly broke the silence. The familiar sound of tree bark being scratched shattered his drowsiness. Giant toothed squirrel. Limu sprang to his feet, grasping his wooden spear in a defensive stance. Indeed, the next moment, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the air. Anxiety gripped Limu's heart. The last time, this creature had stolen his food. If it were to snatch away his provisions again, his situation would become dire. Yet, if he gathered all his food, and the creature failed to obtain any, would it then turn its attention towards him? Could he truly contend with such a beast? The sound of a sharp blade scraping against the bark resonated ominously in the night, piercing through the darkness. Even without sight, one could sense how razor-sharp its claws were. However, avoidance was not a viable solution. Allowing the creature to grow accustomed to its predation would jeopardize his very existence. Moreover, the opponent's formidable presence was unmistakable. If one could truly strike them, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. The chilling wind swept by. At the very least, today, I felt more prepared than the last encounter. With this thought, Limu tightened his grip on the spear. He regulated his breathing, entering a state akin to that of rigorous training, even without engaging in overload. His focus was extraordinarily sharp. Once he activated the overload, he transcended into a deeper state of awareness. Every joint and nerve in his hands became acutely sensitive, conveying crisp and keen feedback. His body, still somewhat weakened, felt his heart pounding with unusual intensity. As he repeatedly adjusted his breath and state, 2 streams of warm air escaped from the corners of his mouth, rising against the cold night. Suddenly, several shadows darted past him. Limu's pupils constricted. He discerned the shapes of the shadows, merely a few pieces of wood. It was merely a feint. He would not be deceived by the same tactic again. The true assault was yet to come. Even the faintest sounds were captured by Limu. He detected the subtle rustling to his left. With widened eyes, he anchored his left foot and propelled his right leg with force, spinning his entire body. As he turned, his right arm gripped the spear tightly, thrusting it towards a direction cloaked in darkness. A muted thud resonated. Something felt amiss. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had struck a mass of fur. Just then, a swift scraping sound echoed above him. Alarm surged through Limu. Yet, his right arm had already been unleashed. At that moment, he could only muster a fraction of his focus, leveraging the momentum of the spear to force his body to tumble sideways. Wood splintered and feathers scattered. A significant gash was torn into Limu's feathered cloak, yet fortunately, his arm remained unscathed, narrowly evading disaster. Now, he finally discerned the identity of his assailant. It was indeed a giant flying squirrel, but its fur was dissimilar, and its physique was considerably larger. That earlier lunge had effortlessly stripped away a substantial chunk of bark, 7 or 8 centimeters wide, from a massive tree. Such tenacity in its claw was alarming. Limu's grip on the spear trembled slightly as he turned to face his adversary. The frigid air continued to whip around him. The creature seemed to have gauged Limu's strength. No longer hiding in the shadows, it began to circle him gracefully like a steed around a campfire. After a brief stalemate, the creature revealed an oddly human-like expression, seemingly perplexed by Limu's hesitation to strike. Though the forest was dimly lit, it was evident that its features transformed in a way reminiscent of humanity, contorting its facial muscles to mimic Limu's expressions, smiling and taunting in a manner akin to humans. Could it truly provoke him? Furthermore, it could imitate his own species to taunt him. In an instant, goosebumps cascaded from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The uncanny valley effect was palpable. In an instant, Limu felt a chill run down his spine. A diminutive rodent creature not only possessed remarkable physical prowess, but also displayed considerable intelligence. Chapter 12. An unusual chill. As the rodent assessed the futility of provoking Limu, it gradually grew quiet. Its facial muscles and fur relaxed, returning to their original state. Limu realized that his knowledge of this creature was limited to its name. Beyond that, he was woefully uninformed. It now appeared that the rodent he had encountered previously was likely still a juvenile. Seemingly irritated by Limu's silence, the rodent sprang into action once more. A peculiar panting sound escaped it, reminiscent of the noises made during mating. As it twisted its head and flicked its tail, Limu braced himself, anticipating its next move. Suddenly, with a swift flick of its tail, the creature scattered the campfire, sending sparks and flames hurtling toward Limu. Damn it! Even at this moment, it sought to catch him off guard with a surprise attack. Fortunately, Limu had remained in a heightened state of alertness and managed to evade the onslaught. However, the encounter left half of his feathered cloak singed, rendering him a pitiful sight. One side charred and the other tattered, resembling a beggar. The rodent emitted a cacophony of mocking laughter, seemingly reveling in Limu's disarray. As it laughed, it bared its massive fangs, typically concealed within its fur, which now appeared menacing, with serrated edges and even barbs, resembling a sinister instrument of torture. It seemed to have made a mockery of Limu, delighting in his plight. Limu regarded the creature with icy disdain. In this moment, all he could do was observe quietly, waiting for an opportunity to strike decisively. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange for several rounds, with Limu continuously re-evaluating his understanding of this species, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. The creature, too, seemed to gradually recognize Limu's potential threat, its playful demeanor increasingly laced with malice. Yet, Limu had been occupied throughout the day, and his body bore the toll of exhaustion. As time passed, fatigue set in, and he found himself gasping for breath. He realized that if things continued this way, he was likely to perish here. He had attempted to take the initiative in attacking, but the creature's ability to glide and leap made it not only agile, but also significantly faster than himself. His efforts had yielded little success and had nearly cost him dearly. In contrast, the creature maintained a composed demeanor, brimming with energy, methodically cornering Limu. Though it appeared frivolous, it was, in fact, exceedingly cautious, wary of the threats Limu might pose, aiming to subdue him with minimal risk. This made it increasingly challenging for Limu to seize an opportunity. Amid the cold gusts of air, Limu's heart grew icier, his movements more rigid. In the dimly lit forest, the remnants of the campfire dwindled, casting an ever-darkening shadow. The already precarious situation was further exacerbated. How infuriating! Limu felt a surge of frustration within, yet found himself utterly powerless. However, just as Limu believed his life was in peril, an exceptionally cold current of air swept through. With a sudden whoosh, all remaining flames extinguished. Limu and the rodent-like creature across from him shivered. What was that fluttering? Beep, squeak. A sharp sound pierced the darkness. Yet, bereft of the flame's illumination, the pitch-black forest concealed everything from view. A shrill cry echoed, and Limu sensed that the struggles of the rodent had ceased not far away. The surroundings grew increasingly silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects. No. To be precise, he could hear nothing at all. Analysis. Your body is being subjected to infrasound waves. What could it be? There was undoubtedly something lurking in the darkness. The temperature around him continued to plummet, constraining Limu's thoughts. In the next moment, a gust of cold wind howled. Indeed, how could there be wind in the forest? He should have realized the problem sooner. Limu felt as if a colossal entity was stirring nearby, leaving him in a state of oblivion. The following dawn, Limu's body regained sensation. Aside from a slight stiffness and numbness, he felt relatively well. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered himself ensconced within a cocoon, with only his head exposed. Surrounding him were swarms of insects, and he could see some gigantic creatures moving nearby. Not far off, numerous identical cocoons were visible. Some were writhing, seemingly harboring living beings within. Others, however, had only skeletal remains, some of which bore a striking resemblance to humans, albeit with gaping holes resembling bowls in their skulls. It was unclear whether these were congenital or the result of some later calamity. Of course, there was one aspect that troubled Limu the most. Despite the abundance of insects, which appeared rather unsettling, the densely layered trees nearby struck him as somewhat familiar. This place seemed reminiscent of where he had first arrived in Kelta Forest. It wasn't until he spotted a large pit in the ground nearby that he confirmed his suspicions. Was this not the very wormhole that had transported him to Kelta Forest? He had not anticipated that a wormhole could indeed attract insects. In just a few days, the surrounding environment had undergone a tremendous transformation. Perhaps there was a silver lining amidst the misfortune. At least he knew how to return from this place. Yet time was of the essence. Remaining suspended here was exceedingly perilous. The height was scarcely 3 meters from the ground. Not to mention the nocturnal miasma and the dampness clinging to him, which could easily claim his life. With this thought in mind, Limu began to scrutinize his surroundings meticulously. Once he confirmed that there was no immediate danger, he commenced his attempts to break free from the cocoon. Strangely enough, the cocoon was quite soft and remarkably elastic. With a little effort, it began to deform. Analysis, soul-binding moth silk. Not bothering with its name, Limu steadied his position and, with a single determined effort, extricated himself from the cocoon. With a rustling sound, the leaves below provided a cushion. Otherwise, the fall would have been quite painful. Struggling to rise, oblivious to the thorns and debris that may have torn his trousers, Limu turned to flee. Yet, a chill crept down his spine, accompanied by a persistent ringing in his ears. Initially, he dismissed it, but after taking a few steps, the tinnitus not only persisted but intensified. Additionally, he sensed something flickering in his peripheral vision. Could that cocoon be poisonous? Am I poisoned? Limu halted, attempting to rub his ears and shake his head in hopes of alleviating the discomfort. However, through his habitual analysis, he detected an anomaly. Analysis, your body is being affected by infrasound waves. What on earth is happening? Tensing at this revelation, Limu recalled the peculiar events of the previous night. Turning back, he was startled to find a moth, the size of a basin, fluttering its wings behind him, its sharp mandibles extending and retracting near his head, seemingly searching for an opening to penetrate his skull. Chapter 13. Fortunes and misfortunes intertwined. Go. At that moment, Limu was seized by fear, causing him to instinctively swing his spear. With a tearing sound, foul, deep green blood gushed forth. The sharp tip of the spear met its target perfectly, slicing the moth in half. Analysis. The soul-binding moth's larval form, adept at infrasound interference, utilizes binding silk to ensnare souls, and employs a neurotoxic powder to control its enemies. Its mandibles possess a high degree of sharpness, injecting a decomposition fluid into its target to dissolve organic matter and consume organic fluids for sustenance. Gazing at the lifeless insect on the ground, Limu found himself momentarily entranced. With the target incapacitated, he could analyze it more thoroughly, gleaning significantly more information. Furrowing his brow, he thought, since it was already dead, he might as well remove its elongated mandibles, resembling a triangular bayonet, which could serve as a fine tool, or even a weapon. However, the remaining flesh, tainted with moth powder, posed risks for consumption and was cumbersome to carry, prompting him to abandon it entirely. As he turned to hasten away, eager to evade any monsters attracted by the grotesque scent of blood, he abruptly halted once more. The reason was simple. On a nearby large tree, an array of eggs, large and small, were suspended. Analysis. Soul-binding moth eggs, known for their beneficial properties, clear heat and alleviate fire-related ailments, rich in a unique protein, and deemed edible. The analysis seemed to align with Limu's thoughts upon seeing the eggs. His first inclination was to consider them as food, hence the information provided was also related to consumption. However, merely being edible was insufficient to halt his retreat. The notion of alleviating his feverish condition with these proteins was decidedly more compelling. Presently, he was suffering from a significant fever, severely disrupting his normal life. If these eggs could alleviate some symptoms, it would be a boon. Furthermore, the nature of this protein intrigued him. It was a type of protein not found on Earth, composed of units far beyond mere amino acids. This substance, rich in elements beyond the periodic table, has the remarkable ability to stimulate hormonal fluctuations within the body, gradually leading to improvements. It also fosters tolerance to certain proteins, enabling the body to autonomously synthesize these proteins. Such proteins fortify the body, imparting a degree of resilience and slight resistance to adverse reactions such as stiffness, calcification, and inflammation, while also enhancing muscle mass. In other words, consuming these proteins proves to be more effective than various steroid medications, all while presenting minimal negative side effects. Indeed, maintaining a wholesome diet is the key to nurturing the body. Observing his surroundings, Limu found no urgency to depart. Hesitation in moments that called for effort and seizing opportunities is foolishness. Gritting his teeth, Limu embraced a sturdy tree and ascended. Finding a suitable branch, he retrieved his spear to begin extracting moth eggs. The eggs exhibited remarkable elasticity, akin to pudding but with significantly greater resilience. With a series of rhythmic thuds resonating against the ground, numerous eggs plummeted and bounced chaotically. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his reach with the spear, he could only dislodge a portion of the eggs, while others remained stubbornly out of reach. The several dozen eggs scattered across the ground were substantial enough to sustain him for quite some time. Swiftly descending, Limu commenced collecting the moth eggs. However, the sheer number proved cumbersome for transport. He resolved to consume some on the spot. Just as he prepared a fire to roast the eggs, he noticed a slight drop in temperature, causing the flames to flicker and diminish. Instantly, he recalled the eerie cooling ability of the soul-binding moth. Realizing that the old moth might be returning, he hastily pierced the eggs with his spear, puncturing them thoroughly, then fashioned them into large tinchan, using twigs, which he bound together with vines to hoist over his shoulder. Surprisingly, the combined weight of the sticks and eggs was considerable, nearing 100 pounds, if not more. Yet, the thought of the sustenance they represented instilled within him an unprecedented vigor. He hastened his pace, feeling a sense of urgency. His feet were once again bruised. A few eggs lost along the way, and a patch of his already tattered feathered cloak torn away. Nevertheless, such minor discomforts and losses did not deter Limu. He continued running far in the opposite direction of his dwelling until the chilling sensation began to dissipate, allowing him to finally relax. After a thorough observation to ensure no large moths were in pursuit, he turned back toward his residence. Shortly thereafter, Limu arrived home. Eagerly opening the hollow wooden container to gulp down some water, he quickly ignited a fire to commence boiling water for the day, while also preparing to roast all the moth eggs. For convenience, he had pierced each egg, knowing that, over time, they would inevitably spoil. To prevent decay, he resolved to roast them thoroughly and seal them with charcoal for storage. Moreover, before each consumption, he would remember to reheat them, to avert any unforeseen reactions that might arise from cooling. Thus, he busied himself until dusk before finally settling down. Exhausted, Limu returned to his dwelling with a few moth eggs and some water, kindling a fire to prepare his meal. He had 3 meals a day, often combining them into one, a familiar routine that evoked memories of his university days. Reflecting on those times, Limu sighed to himself. Pondering the changes since arriving in this world, he realized he had spoken little Chinese of late, a fact that filled him with a tinge of melancholy. As if he were gradually losing a part of himself. Lost in thought, he took a large bite of the peeled moth egg, chewing absent-mindedly. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of 3-month-old, unwashed dance shoes invading his mouth, the taste swirling around as if the stench were physically churning within him. The amalgamation of pungent, salty, and repulsive flavors overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. Were it not for the notion that it was edible, he might have discarded all the moth eggs in disgust. After a series of mental adjustments, he resolved to accept the taste, attempting to swallow it down. This was a beneficial sustenance, invigorating, cooling, and possibly rich in salt. Repeating these affirmations to himself, Limu finally managed to force down the strange protein. Yet, no matter how many times he reassured himself, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, it's still unpalatable." Chapter 14. The unpleasant moth egg night deepened, and Limu fell asleep. Uncharacteristically, he did not feel the usual chill. Instead, he experienced a warmth spreading from his mouth to his throat and into his stomach. A sensation more intense than consuming garlic and scallions. In the latter half of the night, this warmth radiated throughout his body, bringing him considerable comfort and allowing him to drift into a gentle slumber. As dawn broke, a cool breeze accompanied the glistening dew, cascading through the forest. Limu turned over, feeling a slight soreness in his back, and instinctively stretched. He longed to sleep for another day. The dizziness that had lingered in his head had diminished significantly, indicating a fever had broken. This long-awaited feeling made him crave restorative rest. A drop of dew fell onto the tip of Limu's nose, small yet sufficient to dispel much of his drowsiness. Analysis. Summer has begun. Analysis. The indigenous calendar comprises 10 seasons: spring, summer, mixed, dust, autumn, thorn, winter, weak, desolate, abyss. Each season lasts approximately 56 months. Today marks the first solar term of summer, also known as the summer solstice. Awakened by his automatic analysis, Limu groggily scanned the information, yawned, and slowly sat up. This was the first yawn he had experienced, indicating an improvement in his condition compared to the previous day. After a night's rest, it seemed that no troubles had arisen. After a brief pause to adjust his state, Limu rose to his feet and commenced today's training. In such a forest, possessing a goal and diligently pursuing it is indeed a stroke of fortune. Today, he would tackle the third set of the fundamental Vajra skill. Perhaps due to the seasonal change, the forest appeared particularly radiant today. The sunlight cascaded through the trees, diminishing the damp and murky aura that typically enveloped the woods. It seemed that discussions of the supernatural had waned recently. Perhaps the arrival of summer was a contributing factor? Shaking his head, he dispelled such thoughts and focused his mind on the practice ahead. with a foundational understanding, and possibly influenced by last night's moth egg. Or perhaps due to his improving health, the first 2 sets flowed with remarkable ease today, and his speed noticeably increased. Soon, he transitioned into the 3rd set. Inhaling deeply, Limu's chest expanded, filled with vigor, and his legs grounded firmly. Indeed, as he entered the 3rd set, the exertion escalated sharply, offering no sense of respite. As he began the movements, a familiar ache radiated through his legs, likely a remnant of yesterday's exertions. However, today Limu felt more robust, and with the intake of salt, his movements became increasingly precise, yielding better results. Yet, as the intensity heightened, the pain grew more pronounced. With each passing moment, he sensed that the discomfort transcended mere leg fatigue. Even his joints, muscles, and skin exhibited a subtle, prickling sensation. Persevere, he silently encouraged himself. This was merely the beginning. To abandon now would render his efforts futile. One movement followed another, his pace gradually slowing. The daylight shifted, filtering through the canopy. As beams of light fell upon Limu's form. In that moment, atop the massive wooden platform, surrounded by vibrant greenery, a young man was drenched in sweat beneath the radiant glow. 3 final movements, he declared. I shall surely prevail in the 3rd set. It was not that Limu possessed an overwhelming compulsion to complete it today, but rather he sought to channel all his frustrations and disappointments into this endeavor. Throughout his journey, he had faced numerous near breakdowns and heartaches, yet had shed not a single tear. The air crackled with energy as he moved, sweat cascading down his body. His entire being was taut with soreness and heat, circulating vigorously. In this sunless realm, Limu felt akin to a blazing fireball, his very essence aflame. The vital forces within, yang energy, blood essence, spirit, and life force, swirled chaotically. Since the world had conspired against him, could he not alter this fate, dissipate his aversions, and manifest his aspirations? In that instant, buoyed by the surging vitality, a newfound audacity surged within him, liberating him from the shackles of tension and self-doubt. Why not attempt the 4th set? He mused, gazing at his sweat-drenched yet resilient body, contemplating the possibility. As the 4th set commenced, Limu pondered deeply and began to experiment. Breathe, breathe, continue breathing, gradually increasing the pace of his respiration. He sank deeper, experiencing an internal explosion, a blossoming from within. Yet, before he could attempt the first movement, the rapid heartbeat overwhelmed him, inducing a choking sensation. The frequency resonated throughout his entire being, causing every cell and fluid within him to tremble. While the quivers of his muscles were bearable, even the excruciating cramps were manageable. However, the tremors of his internal organs were another matter altogether. Soon, that tremor seemed to reach a critical threshold. With a sudden gasp, Limu coughed violently, collapsing like a deflated balloon. Breathless, he stared in shock at his rapidly changing complexion, resembling a boiled lobster. That state of being was far more exaggerated than the physical transformations elicited by extreme anger. It appeared that attempting the 4th set in such a short span was quite improbable. Perhaps he should first master the preceding 3 sets before daring to advance to the 4th. Just as Limu lamented this limitation, the long quiet guidance resurfaced. Guidance. Congratulations on successfully completing a high-efficiency physical workout. Stimulation value. 1. Internal strength. 6. Stimulation value. 3. Mental strength. 27. Developed abilities. Guidance 15. Overload 15. Analysis 15. Evolution 25. Such good fortune, Limu exclaimed, glancing with delight at his panel. Although his internal strength had not increased, the stimulation value was indeed a precious asset, crucial for enhancing abilities and unlocking new ones. To his surprise, it had accumulated to 3 points. Since it had appeared, he resolved to utilize it without delay for early benefits. After a moment of contemplation, Limu determined how to proceed. This time, he wished to explore the development of new abilities and discern their effects. Chapter 15, New Abilities. With a shift in thought, the stimulation value reset to 0. At that moment, his body felt as if it were no longer under his control. A profound source of stimulation manifested, weaving intricate patterns that influenced his mind and radiated throughout his body. The sensation was peculiar, eluding precise description. It was akin to awakening from a deep slumber or experiencing a moment of inspiration, yet it was neither distinctly good nor bad. It possessed a unique essence of its own. Neither uncomfortable nor comfortable, it represented a novel concept beyond the dichotomy of sensation. However, this feeling was fleeting. Before Limu could fully savor it, the experience was over. Analysis. Congratulations on your first development of a new ability. Internal strength. 1. Internal strength. 7. Stimulation value. 0. Mental strength. 77. Developed abilities. Guidance 15. Overload 15. Analysis 15. Evolution 25. Extraordinary ability 15. Extraordinary ability. An extraordinary ability is granted when your skills or specialties meet certain criteria and fulfill the conditions for miraculous transformation, thereby bestowing upon you the power of miracles, which manifests as extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities. Current transformable technologies and skills. Agriculture, culinary arts, construction, tool creation. Click to expand the conditions for transformation. Transformation? Limu furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by its meaning. To further comprehend, he resolved to delve deeper. Requirements for agricultural transformation. 1. Cultivate 1 acre of suitable land. 2. Plant and harvest a fruit with a rating no less than 2. Requirements for culinary transformation. 1. Utilize at least 5 types of spices to concoct a dish. 2. Prepare a dish containing a special ingredient. 3. Engage in culinary activities for 10 consecutive days, ensuring that the dish's rating does not fall below 1. Requirements for construction transformation. 1. Independently erect a building with an overall rating of no less than 5. 2. Complete 5 structures with an overall rating of no less than 3. Requirements for tool creation transformation. 1. Craft an implement that intrigues the sprites. 2. Produce 10 distinct tools, each with a rating no less than 1. Rating? What is this? Can one self-assess their abilities? Otherwise, one would remain oblivious to the standards of this so-called rating. The effects of this transformation remain unclear, but Limu surmised that it might be a form of enhancement for specific skills. Regardless, fulfilling one condition for transformation would elucidate everything. The initial requirements were comprehensible, yet the notion of a sprite's curiosity transcending to a one group was bewildering. Analysis. Sprites, referring to diminutive, low-tier entities, are often seen illuminating the night. But what does one group imply? Generally, is it not a level? Limu scratched his head. This terminology was unfamiliar to him, leading him to suspect an error. Only upon concentrating on the analysis did he realize that the term was indeed correct. Analysis. Group, a collective of technical energy, primarily serves to describe the comprehensive attributes of a target. No group typically refers to entities that have yet to adapt to this world, resembling a half-life transformation, or those with such negligible status akin to ephemeral mayflies, facing imminent extinction. These entities possess such low attributes that they cannot be deemed as having a group. Only by adapting to the world and refining rules and ecological niches can one be classified as having a group, with the minimum being one group. The meaning of one group is quite simple: a complete technical energy collective. The disparities between groups are immense and rigorously defined. Taking individual organisms as an example, they encompass realms, weapons, potential, causality, and a myriad of factors. Thus, cross-group combat is nearly impossible. Even the descriptions of differences in dimensions, realms, and divinity are minuscule in this world. The foundation of this world transcends mere spatial and temporal definitions, delving into complexities of entropic entanglement and the profound essence of thought. Dimensions and realms here are compressed to minuscule proportions, with definitions nearly obliterated. It can be said that every speck of dust in the southern district of this world may harbor countless intricate combinations and distortions of dimensions and realms, reaching even more exaggerated extremes. Only by defining the concept of rank can one conveniently describe disparities. The unit of rank is the collective. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, Limu felt somewhat dizzy. However, with a solid foundation akin to that of many modern youths, he quickly grasped the implications of this information. In summary, it appears that manifesting such miraculous abilities may not be overly challenging. Now, with a certain provision of food, Limu found himself presented with opportunities to engage in other pursuits. Yet, with new objectives before him, he was momentarily at a loss as to where to commence. Observing the area encircled by 3 towering trees leaning against one another, Limu felt compelled to exploit this natural environmental advantage. After weighing his options, he resolved to dedicate time to attempting to cultivate miraculous growth. After all, sustenance is the cornerstone of long-term survival. Even if he could not meet the necessary requirements during his experimentation, he could still reap additional food in the process. However, cultivating land was an entirely different matter compared to gathering. While an acre may seem modest in scope, it was, in fact, quite substantial. The forest was lush with vegetation, teeming with venomous insects, and accessing water sources posed significant challenges. Thus, creating a fertile plot of land was no simple task. The stipulation clearly stated that certain criteria must be met, indicating that indiscriminate clearing was not an option. This initial step proved somewhat daunting for Limu. He was still quite fearful of death. Traversing forest paths was perilous enough, let alone breaking ground for cultivation. The thought of a venomous snake suddenly appearing and delivering a fatal bite sent shivers down his spine. As Limu pondered his surroundings while steaming water, the heat from the flames began to make him feel restless. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he glanced at the fire. Slash and burn agriculture. Clearing land with fire was undoubtedly a sound strategy. Moreover, this approach could yield a substantial expanse of land, far exceeding just an acre. Without hesitation, Limu selected a relatively plant-free patch to ignite. A flickering little flame quickly sprang to life. Just as Limu believed the plan was viable, the flame flickered upward for only a brief moment before extinguishing. The reason was simple. The forest was saturated with water elements and humidity, and the plants themselves contained copious amounts of moisture. Such a small flame could not achieve the desired effect. Indeed, primitive people practicing slash-and-burn agriculture first dried the vegetation before igniting it. However, this did not deter Limu from abandoning the method of burning. After all, even if igniting the flames proved difficult, it was still preferable to painstakingly clear the area with one's hands or tools. Solutions are always at hand. Activating his creative thinking, Limu contemplated for a moment and devised a remedy. He would gather a substantial quantity of dry twigs and leaves, then evenly scatter them across the targeted burning area. Even if the living plants could not be ignited, the heat generated from the dry materials could effectively eliminate most insects and vegetation. Naturally, the twigs and leaves must be sufficiently dry to be effective. The critical issue having been resolved, Limu commenced his endeavors. However, as time progressed, he found himself increasingly discontented. The method had come easily, yet the execution proved to be a formidable challenge. Limu ultimately grasped the significance and laborious nature of the ancient practice of gathering firewood. It was not merely a matter of selection, but also classification. Firewood was to be distinguished from dead leaves, requiring multiple trips. Not only did he need to prepare fuel for burning, but he also had to reserve enough for boiling water and cooking. In his usual routine, Limu utilized minimal fuel, a consequence of his lack of ambition and physical stamina at that time. However, now that he was preparing for an experiment, with an increased physical exertion, he had to consider the future while collecting materials, anticipating unforeseen circumstances that would necessitate greater consumption. After a day of arduous labor, he regrettably fell short of his goals. Although Limu appeared spirited during his morning practice, he soon discovered that his body could not endure prolonged activity. Reluctantly, he retired early, awaiting the dawn of a new day. The following day, Limu awoke early, adhering to his customary routine. Yet his practice remained stagnant at the third set. Burdened by thoughts, he hastened to the surface to commence his tasks. The light today was rather dim, hinting at an overcast sky, a foreboding sign. In order to avert any mishaps, he endeavored to expedite his preparations and ignite the fire. By midday, utterly fatigued, he combined his meals into one, consuming a modest amount of food. During this interval, his negligence resulted in the complete ruin of his feathered cloak, which now hung on him like a tattered sack. His shoes had also developed a hole, allowing the chill of the breeze to seep in, making him vulnerable to encroachment by plants and insects, which he could only fend off with leaves and charcoal. Furthermore, Limu had gone far too long without cleansing himself. His entire being, even his teeth, had begun to harbor strange, invisible afflictions, which rendered him profoundly uncomfortable and nearly drove him to madness. Crucially, maintaining a balanced mindset in the forest was imperative. Limu's anxiety allowed certain influences to infiltrate his thoughts, causing his rationality to wane dangerously close to a crisis. Fortunately, his formidable spirit and resilience enabled him to reclaim his composure at the brink of insanity. During this tumultuous period, he also identified several new hazards to be wary of. On one hand, there were peculiar depressions and basins in the terrain that he should avoid at all costs, as they might conceal perilous predators or obscure deep holes. Some might even be points of anomalous gravity, where stepping upon could lead to internal hemorrhaging or worse, the crushing of bones. Although some of the deeper pits appeared innocuous, their origins remained mysterious, and it was prudent to steer clear of them. On the other hand, he recognized the significance of sound. If silence could be maintained, it was preferable to refrain from speaking altogether. If speech was necessary, it should be kept to a whisper. Engaging in idle soliloquies might provoke strange occurrences, while loud utterances could not only draw the attention of monsters, but also attract the gaze of unspeakable terrors lurking in the shadows. Moreover, the forest is teeming with spirits, including a multitude of word spirits, which exist by adhering to certain rules and reaping lives. If one continuously utters pessimistic words, it may indeed lead to one's own demise. It appears that the effects following the internal strength surpassing 7 have rendered Limu's analyses more detailed and less consuming. Consequently, this journey has yielded an abundance of information far exceeding that of the past. Coupled with the harvest from previous encounters and myriad challenges faced, Limu has distilled 21 points of caution regarding the forest: scent, movement, curses, diseases, temperature, popularity, insects, miasma, cleanliness, sustenance, animals, plants, tools, humidity, air, sound, magnetic fields, gravity, radiation, energy, and magical currents. In future treks through the woods, these 21 terms must be etched in memory at all times. Assessing safety necessitates an accelerated thought process, considering at least these 21 facets. Fortunately, all has proceeded relatively smoothly. After Limu laid the kindling, aside from a few minor losses, no significant issues arose. He exhaled softly, picking up a familiar stone to apply some dry fruit gel. He then began igniting fires at several pre-selected locations. The crackling sounds resonated beneath the towering trees as a figure darted through the underbrush, igniting sparks wherever it passed. The temperature fluctuations seemed to alter the surrounding airflow. Standing at a distance, Limu observed the flames intensifying in the target area, and his previously anxious heart finally found some ease. He had genuinely worried that the rising inferno might provoke unforeseen calamities, but it appeared to be progressing well. Before long, the crackling of flames transformed into the buzzing and popping of plants. A peculiar smoke wafted into the air. Regardless of whether it was toxic or not, be it deadly or mild, Limu instinctively donned a fresh mask and swiftly ascended the giant tree. However, unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to an exhaustion of good fortune, an unusual sound suddenly erupted above him. This sound originated from a considerable distance, seemingly from the tree canopy hundreds of meters high. The rustling of massive leaves resembled the clamor of a bustling market or the crashing of waves against the shore. Instinctively, Limu raised his gaze but saw no peculiar creature. Just as he prepared to lower his guard, he sensed an unsettling change. A drop of coolness splattered upon his nose. It was raining. Limu's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, he was bewildered. If the fire below were extinguished, it would not merely be a matter of a day or two. This dampness could linger for over a week. In that time, how many resources would he need to consume, and how long would his body endure this humid environment? Moreover, certain viruses unique to post-rain conditions could wreak havoc, potentially plunging him back into a feverish state. Yet, time does not pause for anyone. As Limu's mind raced with such thoughts, the uppermost canopy seemed unable to bear the weight of the descending water. A cascade of water, reminiscent of a splendid waterfall, surged downwards from the treetops not far away. Following this, an increasing number of water columns, enveloped in radiant light from the outside world, seemed to pierce through the canopy, showering the forest below. The concentration of water elements, rain essence, vapor, and mist energy rose rapidly. A gentle haze gradually enveloped the surroundings, and amidst it, numerous shimmering little sprites flitted joyfully around the water columns. The entire forest transformed, appearing as if it resided in a celestial paradise above the clouds. Chapter 17. The blessing and curse of rain. Faced with the caprices of nature, the forest remained powerless, and Limu could only stare in dismay. Columns of rainwater converged, cascading downwards towards the earth. These torrents, plummeting from hundreds of meters above, bore immense force, creating plumes of dust that soared several meters high upon impact. The thunderous sound of their collision rendered the tranquil forest akin to the epicenter of a thunderstorm, echoing constantly and raising the hair on the back of one's neck. Ultimately, the first rain of summer had arrived. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, shaking everything from its slumber. Towering trees quivered, and the underbrush swayed. If one possessed exceptional eyesight, they would notice a multitude of unknown creatures surfacing from the depths of the soil. Creatures resembling crabs, mudskippers, and octopuses scurried about in a bizarre frenzy. Observing the chaotic scene below, Limu finally comprehended how so many pits had formed in the forest floor. Although the water columns did not directly strike the area where Limu stood, he watched as the once mighty fire he had kindled was gradually weakened by the splashing water and soil. After a day of toil, he felt a profound sense of discontent. His understanding of this world was still too limited. On Earth, he stood upon the shoulders of countless sages, enriched by a culture steeped in heritage. Though he may not have realized it in everyday life, arriving in the Kelta forest illuminated the significance of these commonplace elements. Take, for instance, the impact of the 24 solar terms on the progression of life. In this world, however, Limu found himself bereft of such knowledge, only to discover the harsh reality of relying on the whims of nature. All he could do was force himself to find solace and shift his mindset. Otherwise, survival would become impossible. Thus, he sat cross-legged, adjusting his thoughts in a fervent attempt to adapt. To survive, one must maintain an optimistic outlook. Viewing the arrival of rain from a different perspective, he recognized that, despite the inconveniences, it would also provide a significant source of water. Regarding the discomfort he experienced, he reasoned that warming himself, exercising, and maintaining cleanliness would suffice as a temporary relief. Moreover, following the rain, an abundance of fresh water would be available. Eliminating the need for distillation, boiling would suffice. Additionally, the summer rains might yield more food. After all, having survived thus far, could it be mere misfortune that plagued him? Since fortune has smiled upon him, why wallow in self-pity? Gradually coming to this realization, Limu was suddenly filled with a surge of determination, feeling compelled to take action instead of remaining idle. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to seize the opportunity while resting on the tree to thoroughly investigate and transform his surroundings. It is worth noting that due to his fear of death, Limu had previously overlooked the gnarled branches of the tree, focusing solely on the platform. Given the immense size of the giant tree, it essentially constituted an entire ecosystem. Particularly, this rare confluence of 3 trees fostered a rich ecological environment. First and foremost was the platform beneath Limu's feet, a colossal fungus emerging from the crevices of the tree. Analysis: star disc mushroom, a giant fungal species akin to wood spirits, exhibiting considerable resilience. With mature specimens covering an area of up to 1,000 square paces or more, the white fibers sprouting from its surface were not mere weeds, but its mycelium, dispersing through the gentle breeze to propagate. An impressive specimen? It seemed that after achieving sufficient internal strength, his analytical skills had caught up as well. Limu scoffed slightly, noting that this platform was merely a single specimen. With his bare hands, without considering any abilities, he was effectively unarmed. Why then could a single fungus seem to rival his augmented self? Shaking his head, Limu glanced further afield. Analysis: parasitic moss, a single specimen, resembling plant roots, was indeed a form of parasitic moss. To his surprise, those seemingly complex and entangled roots were merely moss. Tilting his head slightly, he directed his gaze to another area teeming with mushrooms and leaves atop a wooden stump. Analysis: antworm platform, a type of spirit plant resembling a wooden post, capable of attracting and ensnaring mosquitoes through its aroma and adhesive surface secretions. It could also absorb ambient spiritual energy, granting movement to the corpses of insects, allowing them to gather organic nutrients from the vicinity. Such a plant existed. Thus, Limu embarked on a comprehensive analysis of his surroundings. Before long, he found himself dizzy and overwhelmed. Finally, as his energy waned, he discovered a plant suitable for environmental transformation. Analysis: slithering snake vine, a single specimen, resembling a snake, with remarkable resilience, its surface smooth and thick. It was rumored to be a necessary ingredient for certain potions. Regardless of its potential magical properties, Limu was drawn to its smooth surface and robust durability. Initially startled by its snake-like appearance, especially with its seed pouch resembling a snake's head, he was relieved to conduct an analysis. However, upon understanding the nature of this vine, Limu's fear dissipated entirely. This vine was, without a doubt, a naturally exceptional cable. Not to mention, combined with wood, it could be fashioned into a pulley or basket, greatly facilitating the transportation of goods in the future. Furthermore, this vine could be employed to construct fences, ladders, or even small whips. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Limu became, prompting him to gather it without delay. He utilized hard feathers to cut the surrounding slithering snake vines, wrapping them in circles to bring back to his dwelling. Having completed this endeavor, with a residual glimmer of light in the forest, Limu took the opportunity to commence repairs on the platform. He intends to entwine the twining moss on both sides around wooden sticks, simply enclosing a wall, thus avoiding the high, unbarred expanse of dozens of meters that he awakens to daily, as well as preventing rodents and similar creatures from leaping over and launching their attacks. The star-pattern platform is open on 3 sides, with one side leaning against a massive tree. 2 sides are fortified with walls made of dark wood, while one side has been constructed into a fence. The section of the walls backed by the towering tree is intended for the addition of a roof, serving as a treehouse. Conversely, the portion adjacent to the fence is envisioned as an aerial balcony. The wooden abode will serve as a dwelling, alongside a sloped path connecting the upper and lower trees. The balcony will be utilized for pulley systems to transport supplies and to accommodate a bonfire. Having a background in civil engineering, he remains acutely aware of safety, taking meticulous measures to ensure the successful execution of his plans. Limu diligently assessed the stability of the star-patterned platform beneath his feet, scrutinizing its compressive strength, shear resistance, and various other attributes. Only after confirming that its capabilities far exceeded his expectations did he feel emboldened to proceed with his design. On one hand, he aims to fulfill miraculous conditions. On the other, he seeks to enhance safety. Of course, this treehouse is merely a rudimentary construction, serving as a transitional phase for the current stage. After thoroughly planning everything, Limu let out a sigh of relief. He raised his gaze to the increasingly dimming light and shook his head, realizing that today's tasks would remain unfinished, necessitating a wait until the following day. Throughout the night, the incessant sound of flowing water made for a restless sleep. Despite the warmth of the bonfire, he still felt a persistent, damp ache throughout his body. As dawn broke, the thunderous roar that resonated throughout the forest gradually subsided, although occasionally, a cascade of water still tumbled down. To avoid the risk of being struck and possibly killed by falling water, Limu resolved to remain in the tree that day. Chapter 18. Obstacles in house building and farming. In the morning, Limu, as usual, practiced his martial arts, raising his body temperature and expelling sweat, which alleviated the discomfort he had been feeling. He stoked the bonfire to ward off dampness and commenced his busy day. At a height of several dozen meters, vines were abundant. The vines, which bore a wooden texture, could serve as the most rudimentary form of timber. The purpose of constructing the walls was not merely to block the wind. It sufficed that they could withstand some pressure and deter external intrusions, rendering complete sealing unnecessary. Additionally, given the environment's suitability, the construction was not particularly challenging. By the end of the morning, the walls on both sides were nearing completion. During the construction process, Limu noted that perhaps due to the restoration of his mental acuity, his spirits were significantly better than in previous days, allowing him to apply the knowledge gained from his last transformation more effectively. Consequently, the outcome of the wall construction exceeded his expectations. After a simple lunch consisting of leftover bird meat, supplemented by a moth egg and some fruit, Limu quickly regained his strength and immediately resumed construction in the afternoon. The railing for the balcony was erected swiftly. He chose a suitable location, drove in several wooden posts, and then wrapped them with vines repeatedly. The most troublesome task remained the roof. Having been startled by the rain, Limu felt that the roof must be resilient enough to withstand impacts, at the very least significantly diminishing the force of any falling objects. After much deliberation, he concluded that the ancestral pointed roof design was the most fitting solution. To construct the pointed roof, a considerable amount of thick and thin vines, suitable timber, and relatively intricate weaving techniques are required. While it may not be cutting-edge technology, it is indeed time-consuming and demands a certain level of dexterity. As the work progressed, the consumption of resources increased, and time seemed to slip away quickly. Astonishingly, an entire afternoon passed, and only about a quarter of the roof was completed. The pace was evidently sluggish. Moreover, Limu discovered a pressing issue. Suitable timber on the trees was scarce, and the potable water supply was dwindling rapidly. It would be prudent to descend tomorrow to gather more resources. One could only hope for favorable weather and less accumulation of water in the tree canopy. The following day, it appeared that Limu's wishes had been granted. The light brightened swiftly, heralding a splendid sunny day. After finishing his morning exercises, Limu sat cross-legged to have breakfast and rested while observing the situation regarding the water runoff from the tree canopy. Although there were occasional drizzles, their frequency was minimal, and the quantity of water was scant, dissipating into droplets before reaching the ground. Having not descended for 2 days, it was time to venture down and assess the situation. With a sigh, Limu made his way back to the forest floor. One must admit, the path through the woods was quite treacherous at that moment. The ground was strewn with varying depths of mud, and the surface was coated with a plethora of decaying twigs and leaves. Even with a mask on, a foul odor lingered in the air. Furthermore, due to various factors, suitable timber for processing was exceedingly hard to find. While it was one thing to gather materials for tools, the quantity needed for roofing was substantial. The aftermath of rain complicated matters further. After a painstaking search, many of the found branches were waterlogged and rotting, rendering them unusable. In some lower-lying areas, water had pooled, making Limu's feet, encased in his shoes, uncomfortable, while he had to remain vigilant for the venomous crabs and bloodthirsty creatures lurking in the water. As Limu trudged through the arduous terrain, a patch of unusually vibrant green light caught his attention. He slowly raised his head to behold towering green plants resembling gigantic chalices standing before him. Upon closer inspection, these plants, known as the palm pool banana, boasted enormous bowl-shaped leaves and cup-like stems capable of storing and purifying substantial amounts of water. In silent contemplation, Limu marveled at this peculiar flora. Though he had not located the timber he sought, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a new water source. Initially, he had intended to devise a method to collect more water before the moisture in the forest evaporated, but instead, he encountered these remarkable plants. This discovery would free up additional time for him to pursue other tasks. Moreover, these plants were not far from his dwelling, just obscured by a few towering trees that made them difficult to spot from above. Since he had already discovered them, he decided to test the quality of the water they contained. Drawing his spear, he punctured a small hole in the stem. In the next moment, the hole gushed forth water like a faucet. He retrieved a wooden bottle he carried and filled it with some of the water. Upon analysis, it was found to contain a considerable amount of microorganisms and curses, yet it possessed the unique vitality and the specific nutrients characteristic of the palm pool banana. It was recommended to boil it for 5 minutes before consumption. Excellent. Limu could not help but murmur, as long as it could be boiled for drinking. This would significantly reduce the time he spent on evaporating water. Time was of the essence for him at this moment. Blocking that hole, Limu resumed his search. After another round of searching, he realized that finding suitable timber was exceedingly difficult, so he decided to abandon his stubborn pursuit. Instead, he returned to investigate the condition of the burnt land, cautiously making his way back to the area beneath his dwelling. Limu began to examine the state of the scorched earth. To his surprise, the outcome was somewhat better than he had anticipated. At the very least, most of the vegetation above ground had turned black and charred. Furthermore, due to the slightly elevated terrain, there were no adverse conditions such as waterlogging. Although the area appeared quite disordered, with a little tidying up, it could still be quite manageable. The expanse seemed to cover approximately 2 acres. And with proper planning and cultivation, it could undoubtedly yield 2 excellent plots of land. Moreover, the surrounding soil was moist, suggesting that the underground water supply should be sufficient. If the plants chosen were resilient, they might thrive without much irrigation. Letting out a weary sigh, Limu leaned against the roots of a colossal tree. Misfortune conceals fortune, and fortune harbors misfortune. Such timeless wisdom remains invaluable. However, just as Limu was about to abandon his plans for the rooftop and prepare to cultivate the land, an unusual occurrence transpired. A faint hissing sound filled the air, and before long, a peculiar creature appeared, obstructing Limu's movements. This being had a large head and a small body, resembling an elderly man, yet the fleshy growths on its skin made it look akin to a giant radish. Standing at no more than half a meter tall, it chattered incessantly in an unintelligible manner. Tense, Limu gripped his spear tightly, ready to analyze the situation. Analysis, Land Spirit, Level 2, a shallow soil sprite with a profound passion and possessiveness towards the land. It bears a potent curse, approach with caution. Level 2? After all this time, this was Limu's first encounter with such a being. Observing the exclamation mark in the analysis, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Previously, he had little understanding of curses and had even questioned the necessity of constructing the Black Rose prison, suspecting it might be a scheme for certain nobles to profit. However, the sensations brought forth by the analysis dispelled all his doubts. As he gazed at the agitated sprite before him, Limu's heart sank. What did this mean? Was it a consequence of my burning the land? Damn it. Now I had yet another factor to consider. Chapter 19. The difficulty of farming to avoid provoking the creature's possessive tendencies. Limu tightened his grip on the spear without aiming it at the being. The little old man, noticing Limu's indifferent and guarded demeanor, grew increasingly anxious. Waving a silver stick in his hand, he babbled excitedly, his saliva flying. Observing the old man's gestures, Limu followed the direction indicated by the stick. Indeed, was it blaming me for scorched earth? Seemingly reading Limu's expression, the little old man tapped his head and ultimately shook it, before silently dissipating back into the soil. What did that mean? Leaving just like that? Limu found himself perplexed, sensing that the other party did not seem to come with the intent of reprimanding him. After a brief adjustment, he resumed his work on the land. This time, everything proceeded smoothly. Moreover, the analysis feature activated spontaneously. Analysis, extraordinary ability. Soil planting information comprehensive. Level 1 composition. Natural forest soil 1, density, granularity, arrangement, composition, contaminants, ecological bias towards strength, special, forest curse. Mark of land spirits, special protection, curses, and other external influences, nutrients. Vitality class 2, heat class 1, acid, alkaline, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, proteins. In various proportions and strengths. This revelation brought a sense of delight to Limu. He realized that the analysis not only allowed for direct examination of observable objects, but could also integrate with other abilities to create a panel-like interface. However, he had not anticipated that this level could also serve to evaluate the comprehensive planting hierarchy of the soil. Yet, with such a vast range for a single level, sandy soil as one level and fertile soil as another, would there be any differentiated impact on ordinary soil? As his gaze shifted downward to the 3 indicators, Limu felt a wave of relief. For typical soil, the 3 indicators below should suffice. With the analytical panel, Limu felt as though he had discovered a fascinating toy, eagerly analyzing various plots of land. Analysis, extraordinary ability. Soil planting information comprehensive. Level 1 composition. Natural forest soil 2 special. Forest curse, deep peering. High gravity nutrients. Venomous class 3. Analysis, extraordinary ability. Soil planting information comprehensive. Level 1 composition. Waterlogged gravelly forest sand soil 1 special. Forest curse, host of rock monsters. Residual magical energy. Blessing from rain spirits nutrients. None. After familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment, Limu discovered that the land beneath his feet was indeed rather promising. The other plots were either peculiar or had insufficient nutrients. Of course, there were also several superior lands, but they were a tad distant from home. With a sigh and hands on his hips, Limu resolved to cease wasting effort on external distractions. Without further ado, he decided to cultivate an acre of land to observe the results. Time passed far more swiftly than he had imagined. Constructing a treehouse was indeed time-consuming, and tending to the fields proved to be even more laborious. By day's end, there was little visible progress. This was undeniably a long-term endeavor. Reluctantly, Limu had to revise his plans to establish a more structured routine. Each morning, he practiced martial arts, collected water sources and fruits, while afternoons were wholly devoted to tilling the land. Yet, even the land scorched by fire remained troublesome to manage. The furrows were difficult to plow straight. Grass roots were stubbornly entrenched, stones blunted the hoe, and peculiar insects emerged from the earth. On the 15th day in the forest, Limu gazed at the acre before him, wiping the sweat from his brow. After several days of farming and exercising, he had grown considerably stronger. The stability of his water supply and consistent hydration had also normalized his metabolism, alleviating several adverse effects. However, Limu still refrained from wandering aimlessly, aware that there were numerous factors to consider. Even with an overloaded mind, it was challenging to attend to everything concurrently. Gazing once more at the land before him, Limu analyzed the soil cultivation information. The soil was categorized as arable, yet it bore peculiar markings of forest curses and land spirits. The nutrients present included vitality type 2 and fire type 1. However, such land still fell short of the required standards, leaving Limu somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, accustomed to his routine, he did not mind spending a few more days refining the earth. In his second endeavor, Limu devised a new plan. He began by organizing the land, aiming for a more standardized grid pattern that would unify the varying elevations. One should not underestimate the importance of such organization. It not only facilitates human labor and transportation, but also allows plants to grow more comfortably, alleviating the issues of overcrowding and malnutrition that arise from uneven growth. Furthermore, cultivated land is significantly easier to organize than untamed wilderness. With Limu's restored physical condition and honed skills, his efficiency soared. In just one day, he nearly completed the task over an acre of land. As evening fell, he ascended to his treehouse, surveying the transformed field below. Although some inclines remained, the overall appearance had shifted from chaotic to relatively orderly. Yet, this was still insufficient to meet the standards. That night, Limu lay silently on his straw bed, staring at the rudimentary ceiling. Despite the progress made in tilling the land, he pondered why it still failed to meet the criteria. What further improvements could be made? The entire night passed without sleep, consumed by thoughts of how to enhance the soil further. Water, fertilizers, aeration, granularity, plowing depth, pests, weeds, gravel, and even protective measures against curses and parasitic entities that siphon vitality from the depths were all considerations. Why had the common folk of the past toiled a lifetime over mere acres of thin soil? If all these factors were taken into account, the difficulty of cultivation would escalate exponentially. Tossing and turning, he struggled through the night. At dawn, Limu rose early, invigorated by the faint outline of his developing muscles. With a solid physical foundation now established, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could commence his fourth exercise regimen. After a simple meal, he confidently approached a colossal plant resembling a chalice, skillfully extracting water from it. Behind him lay a small path, partially revealing the rich black soil beneath. However, unlike previous days, the area around this plant was not its usual pristine self. It was littered with peculiar fruits. Chapter 20. My field has transformed upon analyzing the situation. Limu discovered the seeds of the palm banana, capable of asexual reproduction with a robust root system, high demand for underground water, and directed ability, which could also cure certain parasitic ailments. Excitement surged within him as he beheld the bounty of strange fruits scattered about. This was indeed a fortuitous find. With a curious mind, he picked up a fruit and sliced it open with a hard feather to savor its essence. This fruit bore a resemblance to a coconut, leading Limu to initially believe it was the mildly sweet variety known as multifruit. However, upon tasting the flesh, he discovered that it resembled turtle jelly, devoid of moisture and entirely gelatinous, with a bitterness so profound it could bring tears to one's eyes. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Limu spent a considerable amount of time consuming the fruit until it was entirely gone. He, too, bore the burden of a parasitic ailment, and as the saying goes, bitter medicine is beneficial for the illness. Thus, he could not bear to discard the fruit so readily. Nevertheless, he silently vowed to utilize this fruit primarily for planting and water extraction in the future. This minor episode passed, and Limu returned to his dwelling with 23 fruits of the palm banana, resuming his efforts to cultivate the land. His objectives for the day were twofold: to deepen the plowing and to break up cloddy soil. This was no easy task. By the end of the day, he had rendered several of his previously stored hoes and shovels unusable. Suitable timber for processing was scarce within the forest, marking a significant loss. His current stock of wood consisted of only 7 sticks of varying sizes, 20 pounds of firewood, and 2 planks. The severe shortage of materials compelled Limu to repurpose some of the firewood for furniture and daily necessities. It was quite absurd that in a forest abundant with trees, finding suitable wood for tools proved to be a challenge. Either the wood was too hard to work with, or too soft and brittle to be of use, and the few suitable pieces he discovered were often rotting. Limu had contemplated logging for materials, but upon encountering small spirits residing within the slightly larger trees, he abandoned the idea. Ultimately, he resorted to harvesting wood from shrubs and vines. Fortunately, although tools broke quickly, the rapid transformation of the land was aided by the extended daylight of summer, granting him ample time for his endeavors. Thus, by the end of the day, he felt he had achieved the first step of his goals. Soon, the second day arrived. Today, Limu planned to remove weeds, eliminate eggs, vanquish pests, and clear stones, meticulously extracting all elements detrimental to plant growth from the soil. Thanks to the plowing and subsequent actions from the previous day, today's weeding proved considerably easier. He remained vigilant against sudden assaults from venomous snakes and insects. Consequently, he specially reinforced his tattered feather coat with an additional layer of tough leaf armor. Throughout the day, Limu encountered countless species of insects. Most of the insects in the Kaida forest were social creatures with remarkable communicative abilities. Moreover, many of them bore certain protective blessings. Likely influenced by higher beings or their communities, these insects were indeed formidable, and it was best to avoid provoking them unnecessarily. Limu primarily employed water and fire-infused remedies to drive them away. Much of his time during today's weeding was devoted to dealing with these pests, and he anticipated continuing this task the following day. Perseverance bore fruit, as the land finally exhibited new changes by the end of the day. Analysis, miracle of talent. Soil planting information comprehensive. Level 1 structure. Cultivated land 2 special. Forest curse, mark of the land spirit nutrients. Vitality type 2. Fire type 1. The cultivated land suffix has transformed from 1 to 2. Although it still does not meet the requirements, Limu feels that success is now within reach. On January 18th of summer, the 18th day in the forest, Limu continued the weeding operations from the previous day and embarked on new actions. Seizing the opportunity of watering, he added a mixture of pest-repelling leaf juice, decayed moth eggs, charcoal, and remnants of previously steamed plants into the water source. liberally sprinkling it across the fields. Under the nourishment of medicine, fertilizer, and water, the land noticeably became richer. Moreover, some stubborn pests began to slowly vacate the fields. As evening approached, with hands on his hips, Limu gazed wearily at the land before him. Throughout these days, he had not once contemplated giving up. Rather, he had grown accustomed to this way of life. Caring for the earth had become an integral part of his existence. Reminiscent of a past life spent leveling land on construction sites, where he was perpetually accompanied by soil. Yet, now he was tilling. This land felt akin to a child of his own, and witnessing its gradual transformation stirred an indescribable emotion within him. The land now appeared significantly more refined and delicate, showcasing an even and pristine quality. Miracle of talent. Planting ability miracle conditions 1, completed. Analysis, miracle of talent. Soil planting information comprehensive. Level 1 structure. Cultivated land 3 special. Forest curse. Mark of the land spirit nutrients. Vitality type 2, fire type 1. Growth type 1. The panel underwent another transformation following Limu's completion of the final plan. The delightful news emanated from Miracle of Talent. Next, he need only plant and harvest a fruit rated no lower than 2 to achieve the miracle of planting. During this period, Limu could certainly engage in other miraculous tasks, and even if unsuccessful, he would reap a bountiful harvest. To facilitate future watering, he planted several palm banana seeds at the corners of the field. In the field itself, he sowed some dwarf applewood seedlings with soil. They grew in clusters, flourishing abundantly. And now, nurturing them individually, Limu believed the yield would be even better. Furthermore, the fruit of the dwarf applewood provided sugar and fire-starting materials and grew rapidly, making it the most suitable crop to cultivate at present. As Limu envisioned the future, a familiar hissing sound broke the tranquility. Suddenly, he tensed, gripping his spear tightly, aware that the land spirit had returned. However, this time, the land spirit seemed in high spirits, merely waving its silver staff lightly, resembling a dancing old man. Limu remained vigilant, uncertain of the spirit's intentions. With a peculiar sound, the little old man bowed deeply to Limu. With a strike of his silver staff upon the ground, a multitude of diminutive old men suddenly materialized around him, each resembling tiny potatoes, bobbing their heads in a whimsical manner. Subsequently, the expanse of soil around him began to shimmer momentarily. As the flickering subsided, the anxious Limu cast his gaze upon his cherished plot of land. Analysis, extraordinary ability. Soil cultivation information summary. 1 episode composition. Arable land 3 special. Blessing of spirits 2 nutrients. Vitality 2, flame essence 1. Growth essence 1. Has the forest curse dissipated and acquired a blessing? What does this mean? Limu looked at the small old man before him with a mixture of surprise and contemplation, but as they departed, his emotions coalesced into a singular feeling, excitement. Chapter 21. Logging before long. The date of January 20th in the summer arrived. It indeed seemed that fortune had turned in his favor during this period. Aside from the commonplace dangers, Limu had remarkably encountered no unexpected incidents. Although the challenges he faced were significantly greater than those on Earth, overall, Limu's condition and progress remained steadily upward. Learning from the experience of cultivation, Limu deliberately slowed his pace to fulfill the miraculous transformation conditions in one go, shifting his focus towards quality. Unbeknownst to him, the moth eggs were nearly consumed, and his diet had transitioned from protein to predominantly the singular fruit of the dwarf apple tree. This was where Limu devoted his thoughts. Utilizing his analytical skills, he gathered numerous seeds from the dwarf apple fruits capable of germination, carefully chewing the fruit to avoid damaging the precious seeds. He then selected the seeds with the best condition and potential for nurturing. The remaining requirement for the miraculous transformation of his planting ability was to cultivate and harvest fruits rated no lower than 2. A feat he anticipated would not be easily achieved. Limu had analyzed the wild fruits he had gathered, all uniformly rated at 1. Even those of superior appearance remained at that rating. He even refrained from consuming the flesh of some promising seedlings, allowing them to decompose in the soil as nourishment for the seeds. These seedlings, however, did not disappoint Limu's expectations, demonstrating a remarkably high germination rate after planting. This undoubtedly affirmed that his efforts had not been in vain. The analysis of the seedlings, being related to the extraordinary ability of planting, could be succinctly summarized into a clear panel. Dwarf apple seedling, 3, potential, 2, indicating the optimal growth strength of the plant. Its fruit may fluctuate. Foundation, 2, representing the seedling's health, genetics, root structure, spirit, germination rate, etc. Special, none status. Arable environment 2, blessing of spirits 1. Thriving growth 1 dwarf apple seedling, 5, potential, 1 foundation, 2 special, none status. Arable environment 2, blessing of spirits 1. Rapid growth 1 dwarf apple seedling, 1, potential, 3 foundation, 1 special, none status. Arable environment 2, blessing of spirits 1. After analyzing each one, Limu finally felt at ease. All the seedlings he had planted boasted indices no lower than 1 and successfully achieved at least 2 favorable conditions. This is indeed a fruit seed, meticulously analyzed and selected, ultimately cultivated and replaced bit by bit, before finally determining the seedlings. Each sapling of Limu is cherished dearly. They represent his initial fruit seedlings and inherent essence, verily akin to his lifeblood. Gazing upon this acre of fruit grove, Limu feels an overwhelming affection, yet an equal measure of concern. It appears so stark and vulnerable. What if some calamity were to befall it? The more he contemplates, the more uneasy he becomes, prompting him to take action. After all, the afternoon hours would be spent tending to the fields and gathering water and provisions. Should he construct a fence? Limu stroked his chin, glancing towards a distant thicket, pondering whether to fell some trees. Truth be told, he harbors a certain fear of chopping wood. Who knows what venomous snakes, insects, or mischievous spirits might lurk among the branches, or whether some foul entity might be concealed within. Yet, turning back to survey his field, he feels as though it were akin to his daughter standing exposed on the street, stirring a deep internal conflict. Nonetheless, he realizes that merely enduring will eventually lead to depletion. He must venture forth. Frankly, during this period, there have been few major calamities. Yet the minor tribulations have worn down his spirit, gradually dulling his edge and resolve. This is not a favorable condition, should his focus wane. One day his sanity might be entirely depleted. That afternoon, Limu mustered his courage. It was time to fell trees. The trees in the forest can be broadly categorized into 4 tiers. The first tier consists of colossal trees, typically soaring above 200 to 300 meters, with some even reaching heights of 500 to 800 meters, rivaling small mountains. Of course, this is not the limit. Limu has a premonition that venturing deeper into the forest might reveal trees reaching 1,000 meters. Viewed from above, they resemble a series of green hills forming a 3-dimensional space, a breathtaking spectacle. The wood from these trees is remarkably dense, impervious to fire and resistant to water. A single tree constitutes an entire ecosystem. Not even the most powerful cutting machines from his previous life could tackle them without significant effort, likely leading to rapid metal fatigue and failure. Thus, they are not even considered targets for logging. The second tier comprises tall trees, generally ranging between 50 to 150 meters. These are relatively normal tall trees, yet their robustness and resilience can only be paralleled by Earth's ancient forests. However, due to the presence of magic, spiritual energy, and mystical creatures, these trees are even more resilient than their earthly counterparts, making them equally unattainable for harvest. The third tier includes trees below 50 meters, with heights varying from 30 to 40 meters for the taller ones to a mere 10 or 20 meters for the shorter varieties. These trees can be embraced by 1 or 2 individuals, and while there may be a chance to harvest them with some luck, using a stone axe would prove to be exceedingly time-consuming. Lastly, the fourth tier encompasses the shortest, closest to ground shrubs. These trees typically reach a height of around 10 meters, equivalent to a few stories. The smaller ones may even measure only 1 or 2 meters. Viewed from the canopy of the colossal trees, these green saplings appear like verdant moss carpeting the roots of the giants. These trees are relatively easier to fell, and Limu's aim is to target those that are around 10 meters tall. However, even the task of felling a mere 10-meter tree proves to be quite challenging. Limu has endeavored to craft a sturdy axe. Typically, a makeshift stone axe fashioned in the wild is of the wrap type. Yet, Limu devoted time to select suitable wood, employing charcoal to burn through and create a mortise and tenon design, filling the gaps with charcoal powder and birch tar for preservation and to enhance friction. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the axe remains rather ineffective. The primary reason lies in the fragility of the stone, compounded by Limu's inexperience in logging, resulting in an uneven cut that leaves the lower part of the wood resembling a dog-esque chew, with little progress in depth. The stark contrast between reality and games lies in the abundance of default skills and abilities in the latter, whereas in reality, everything must begin from scratch. As for the creatures and venomous insects that Limu feared, they have yet to appear, which is a small consolation. After numerous attempts at replacing the axe head, Limu finally succeeded in felling a tree. For his own safety, he deliberately struck the tree in a certain direction, wary of it falling upon him. However, in considering his safety, he neglected the tree itself. With a crack, the tree toppled but became entangled with another, leaving Limu in a predicament. The crowns of both trees intertwined, rendering all of Limu's efforts futile. Although he emerged unscathed, the time spent on the tree was effectively wasted. Resigned, Limu trudged toward another tree, his supply of suitable stones for axe heads dwindling. Finding a good stone in this forest proved to be equally arduous. To conserve resources, Limu approached this next endeavor with utmost seriousness and caution, even resorting to mental overload, expending 1 point of mental energy to refine his logging technique. However, this refinement was merely theoretical. With a weak foundation, the outcome was correspondingly mediocre, merely allowing Limu to become more adept at the operation and pick up a few small tricks. Taking a deep breath, he learned from his previous missteps. Attentively assessing his surroundings, he positioned himself to fell the tree at a height of approximately 10 to 20 centimeters above the ground, aligning his cut with the intended direction of the fall. The technique also demanded precision. The first cut's peak angled downward, followed by a second cut's peak angled upward, both targeting the same point. This method would create a V-shaped notch, increasing efficiency and reducing wear on the axe. Once 2/3 of the tree was cut, he adjusted his strategy, switching to the side opposite the notch for a few more cuts, ensuring safety so that the tree would not fall upon him, typically directing the fall as he envisioned. Finally, when the tree appeared ready to fall, he refrained from mindlessly hacking away. Instead, he delivered 1 or 2 strategic kicks to ensure the correct distance and position, conserving energy and improving efficiency. Before long, Limu's stock of stones was entirely depleted. These stones had been meticulously polished during his idle hours, now shattered across the ground, a sight that pained him deeply. He had not expended this many resources even during the initial tilling, yet had now squandered so much simply in felling a few trees. Of course, this was far from the end of his trials. The tree has indeed fallen, yet transporting it back poses a significant challenge. A 10-meter-long log is not something an ordinary person can drag with ease. Sighing, Limu wiped the sweat from his brow. Gazing at the dimming light filtering through the forest, he drew forth his feather knife and commenced his work. He methodically removed the branches and leaves from the crown of the tree and stripped away the excessively cumbersome bark. Felling the tree consumed considerable time, and processing it took even longer. As dusk swiftly descended, Limu had only managed to finish 1 log, leaving 4 untouched. Concerned that the logs left on the muddy ground overnight would begin to rot, He hastily built a fire to char the bark, forming a protective layer of charcoal. Having completed this task, he dragged the processed timber back home. A night passed without incident. However, Limu awoke with a heavy heart, only to discover that wild grasses and venomous insects had once again infiltrated his field. Tending to the land was an ongoing endeavor, and he toiled for quite some time before finally straightening up. After hastily consuming some rather unappetizing fruit, he found the sweetness somewhat lacking. He hurried back to the logging site to inspect the state of the wood. To his astonishment, he noticed that the surrounding green leaves had turned entirely yellow overnight, and some delicate branches and bark exhibited signs of slight decay. The rapidity of this deterioration startled him. Fortunately, when he turned his gaze back to the logs, he found no signs of rot. It appeared that the charred surface was indeed effective in preventing decay. In light of this, could he perhaps construct a surrounding wall? Initially, Limu had merely intended to erect a fence to encircle his vegetable patch. However, new thoughts began to take shape. Given that carbonization effectively prevents rot, could he not utilize the intertwined root systems of the 3 towering trees on his property to enclose the area with substantial wooden posts? The expanse was quite considerable. Using such robust timber for a wall would certainly deter many ground-dwelling creatures. This way, during the day, he could cultivate more land and functional areas, allowing for a more peaceful slumber. If he could resolve the issues posed by the malevolent spirits, building a house on solid ground would become a possibility, potentially unlocking a miraculous new ability. As Limu pondered the feasibility of these ideas while working on the timber, a peculiar sound caught his attention. A piece of bark was peeled away, and a cloud of white powder suddenly erupted, cascading down and coating the surrounding plants in a pallor of white. Analysis: the white powder from the dun tree originates from the starch layer stored beneath its bark, making it suitable for direct consumption. Although this new revelation took Limu by surprise, his expression quickly shifted through confusion, realization, excitement, and sheer elation. Starch, what a familiar and exhilarating term. Most importantly, this substance came from a type of tree known as the dun tree. Such trees may not be common, but they are certainly not rare either. Bread, noodles, dumplings, and various carbohydrate-rich foods flooded his thoughts. Unexpectedly, logging has yielded a delightful surprise. As I engage in physical training, my appetite has naturally increased, and the mental exertion required for various skills is substantial. Just as I was growing weary of fruits, this splendid find presented itself. Hold on. Just as I was about to savor the texture of this white powder, I suddenly noticed something wriggling within it. Analysis: the white powder insect, nourished by the powder and tree sap, is rich in protein and is consumable. This plump little creature resembles a robust silkworm. I paid little heed to the earlier analysis, but the mere notion of it being edible truly captured my attention. In moments of hunger, I had often contemplated insects as a food source. However, most of them are toxic or carry curses and diseases. This marks my first encounter with an edible insect. How fortuitous, with vitamins, proteins, and carbohydrates at hand. A sprinkle of seasoning and salt would elevate this meal to a state of blissful abundance. Most importantly, I have been suppressing my bodily needs lately, leading to increased dryness and diminished energy. Although my muscle definition has sharpened, I have lost the confidence to challenge the 4th tier. Now, with this new food source, how could I not feel elated? Given the current slow pace of development and numerous constraints, perhaps this breakthrough for my body is the key to shattering the bottleneck. Oh, in my excitement, I must quickly note the characteristics of this tree to mark it for future reference, ensuring I do not recklessly fell it. With that thought, I reined in my focus, processing the wood in hand, while documenting its features and contemplating my next steps. Chapter 23, the 4th tier, January 23rd, deep in the night. My logging efficiency has significantly increased, and my handling of the materials has become swifter. With my enhanced physique and improved skills, this efficiency is poised to rise further. The only limitation lies in the difficulty of obtaining suitable stones for sharpening my axe. To date, I have harvested a total of 23 rough-hewn logs, each approximately 30 centimeters in diameter and 8 m in length. If I refine these logs into lengths of 4 m, I would yield 46 logs, sufficient to construct a wall around 14 m long and 3 m high. To encircle the 3 giant tree roots as focal points, I would require approximately 380 m in length, equating to over 600 rough-hewn logs. At my current pace, it would likely take several months to encircle the area entirely. To be honest, this speed leaves me quite dissatisfied. However, constrained by my tools, I find myself unable to expedite the process. The few sources of joy are the thriving seedlings in the fields and the assurance of food in the short term. In recent days of logging, I have marked numerous dun trees and water bananas, yet the complexity of their names makes them difficult to remember. I have taken to referring to these plants more casually as white powder trees and water bananas. Notably, the starch yield from a single white powder tree is remarkably high. A mature tree, around 10 m in height, can produce no less than 200 kilograms of starch with minimal processing. If several trees take turns shedding their bark while being mindful of preservation, it is feasible to sustain consumption for an extended period. However, the starch purity of this substance is rather low, interspersed with numerous indigestible plant fibers, which can lead to gastrointestinal ailments and even hemorrhaging if consumed excessively. Therefore, this white powder should either have its fibers removed or not be regarded as a staple food. After thorough analysis, it has been determined that, to render it suitable for long-term consumption, a combination of high-temperature steaming, pulverizing, and fermentation processes is currently essential. Yet, Limu lacks access to high-temperature methods, does not have the luxury of time to grind it slowly, and has no suitable yeast for fermentation. Thus, while it is edible, it can only be considered as such in the short term and cannot be relied upon as a primary food source. Fortunately, the plump white powder worms can effortlessly digest the fibers within this unique starch, thriving and growing robustly. This provides Limu with a reliable source of superior protein. The collected white powder, therefore, finds its purpose in nourishing the worms. Wild white powder worms are relatively fragile, requiring pristine water to survive, typically relying on tree sap for hydration, resulting in a rather slow growth rate. However, Limu can directly boil the nutrient-rich water extracted from the bananas and mix it with the white powder to feed the worms. After consuming this simple amalgamation, the worms exhibit enhanced vitality and grow at an accelerated pace. Given that the walls cannot be erected in the immediate future, Limu decided to construct several wooden boxes from timber to store food and water, designating one for raising the white powder worms. To create a suitable environment, he added numerous dividers, resembling a beehive. The following morning, Limu stretched and rose early. The substantial protein intake over the past few days, along with a regular routine and physical labor, has gradually rejuvenated his once frail body. He is aware that many hidden ailments and negative effects linger within. Yet this does not hinder his sense of improvement. The preparations he has undertaken have instilled him with the confidence to tackle the fourth set of movements. With a deep breath, he effortlessly adjusted his breathing and entered the zone. The initial 3 sets had been mastered with remarkable proficiency, evoking a sense of formidable vigor. Even the previously daunting 3rd set flowed seamlessly at this moment. Soon, he completed the 3 sets, still possessing ample energy. Limu closed his eyes, attempting to empty his mind. He understood that the 4th set represents a qualitative leap in difficulty, demanding high mental acuity. Just as one must prepare physically when using the restroom, or when experiencing a hiccup or a sneeze, the 4th set also requires a dual preparation of body and spirit, necessitating even greater demands than those physiological reactions. During these times of striving for survival, distractions abound, making it perilous to commence the 4th set in such a state. Thus, Limu did not rush, instead taking considerable time to quiet his breath. Finally, at a certain moment, with a singular thought remaining in his mind, his body gradually began to move. The familiar sound of bones creaking echoed as he commenced. The entire being seemed to ignite, with the flow of blood surging to a heightened pace. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat intensified. Even the gums began to tingle. Breathe, breathe. Limu repeatedly adjusted his state, the internal tumult growing ever more fervent, transitioning into vibrations. The rhythm of these vibrations became increasingly regular and forceful. Muscles, meridians, bones, and even the internal organs began to experience an exceptionally intense stimulation. The fervent sensations came in waves, and although Limu repeatedly fought the urge to cough, he restrained himself. If he released that breath, everything would revert to the beginning. Yet, the more he resisted, the more the bodily stimuli accumulated, making him feel like a balloon on the verge of bursting, his complexion flushed and his entire body ablaze with heat. However, this was merely the commencement. He was to complete an entire set of the 4th tier of exceptionally challenging techniques in this state. Frankly speaking, after the transformation of the 8-fold diamond techniques into the solid diamond techniques, Limu had acquired an observational sense beyond that of an ordinary person. He could no longer be deemed an average individual. Nevertheless, his physique remained that of a common man, and when faced with such drastic changes, suffering was inevitable. As the first movement was painfully executed, the heat within him erupted. Limu forcefully exhaled, synchronizing with the frequency, then inhaled deeply once more. At this moment, though it was early summer, the temperature he inhaled felt refreshing. Drip, 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 sweat poured forth, yet Limu still possessed strength. The 2nd and 3rd movements came, alternating between cold and hot, in tandem with the multi-layered vibrating frequency of his body. Limu could sense the tingling of his organs and the restlessness coursing throughout his entire being. However, after breaking through 5 movements, all of it transformed into a sensation of delight. Not only did he not feel excessively fatigued, but his mind also remained clear, invigorated with each successive action. It was as if the body could feel weary, yet the spirit, the essence within, had flung open the windows, allowing a profound sense of exhilaration as if he were genuinely growing, wildly flourishing. If the first 3 sets were merely foundational, then this 4th set represented the first significant step into a deeper realm, an opening of the door. Perhaps due to the accumulation of latent energy, Limu astonishingly completed the entire 4th set in one go. At that moment, he felt utterly at ease. Even his gastrointestinal system became unblocked, and the long-awaited sensation akin to a release surged through him, shooting straight to the crown of his head. Chapter 24, Reignition. The effects of the 4th set were remarkably evident. The outcomes of the first 3 sets could only be compared to low-intensity workouts. However, the results of the 4th set could be likened to those of high-intensity bodybuilding, and in certain aspects, even surpassed it. All without the various after-effects and side effects associated with bodybuilding. It is hard to fathom what the 5th and 6th sets would entail. Completing all 18 sets would merely signify the entry point, a comprehensive workout akin to a single set of deadlifts and bench presses. In truth, who only performs one set when truly exercising? This was far from over. Limu gazed excitedly at the murky sweat glistening on his skin. He could distinctly sense that numerous minuscule insects resided within this perspiration, remnants of the parasitic affliction he had previously endured. These insects, unable to withstand the internal heat and vibrations, had been expelled through his sweat glands. However, this merely alleviated the symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. Complete recovery would likely necessitate medication and thorough cleansing. Nonetheless, the daily exercise he engaged in could at least suppress the ailment's manifestations. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the sweat and returned to the ground. Famished, Limu felt an irresistible urge to roast a few white powder insects and headed straight for the breeding box. To his dismay, upon lifting the lid, his previously buoyant mood dissipated entirely. Inside the breeding box, a thin layer of mold had unexpectedly formed, with several tiny black insects scuttling about. Most of the white powder insects he had nurtured appeared limp, with a few completely motionless. Having spent considerable time engaged in the game, he had naively assumed that raising insects was a straightforward endeavor, neglecting the intricacies involved. He had hastily constructed the box, filled it with white powder and insects, and felt a sense of pride in his resourcefulness with flour and water. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. In the realm of Kelta, no task could be undertaken lightly. Fortunately, Limu, even in distress, had learned to accept reality without wallowing in self-pity, swiftly analyzing the situation's causes. The explanation was simple. The Kelta forest had recently experienced rainfall, resulting in elevated humidity and concentrations of water elements. The inactive wood was particularly susceptible to mold, especially since he had inadvertently introduced moisture into the white powder, even with the water's inherent medicinal properties, which could inhibit some bacterial growth. The dual assault of internal and external factors had rapidly led to the box's mold infestation and attracted some unwelcome intruders. Living trees possessed self-healing capabilities and resistance, bolstered by the care and blessings of the elves, enabling them to fend off mold. However, the wooden box lacked such defenses. It became evident that raising white powder insects directly, without addressing various environmental issues, was unfeasible. Fortunately, Limu was not foolish. His initial attempt at breeding white powder insects had involved only a small number, and the 2 hours spent gathering them did not constitute an unbearable loss. Nonetheless, the difficulty of cultivation weighed heavily on his mind. It appeared that frequent visits to the white powder trees would be necessary to expedite the maturation of wild white powder insects. Regrettably, the dispersed nature of the white powder trees meant that he could not save time in this quest for protein. As for the wooden box breeding, he would have to contemplate a better strategy before proceeding. Thus, Limu resolved to consume the white powder insects he had raised. Remarkably, when roasted, these insects possessed a delightful flavor, akin to that of grilled shrimp, without the need for shelling. Perfectly aligned with his morning workout, he grew increasingly enthusiastic with each bite, ultimately finishing the entire box. With tears of bittersweet satisfaction, he devoured the insects until his belly was pleasantly rounded, before slowly rising to commence his tasks for the day, which were, fortunately, quite straightforward. Limu intended to clear the vegetation within the realm of the 3 giant trees. He contemplated setting fire to this area, thoroughly incinerating it to rid himself of the incessant assaults from bothersome insects, living in constant apprehension of venomous creatures, pests, and weeds. Not to mention the difficulties of logging and erecting walls. Even cultivating land became an arduous task. It was akin to enjoying a delightful moment with one's daughter, only to be incessantly disturbed by a pesky mosquito. Admittedly, such actions might obliterate some beneficial flora and fauna, yet the vastness of the forest meant that a few acres were of little consequence. It was better to err on the side of caution. Having made up his mind, Limu promptly commenced his endeavor. With the recent rainfall as a backdrop, he resolved to act swiftly. This time, he had ample timber. Limu fashioned several torches and scattered the remaining dry twigs and leaves, igniting them. Soon, flames erupted at multiple locations. A myriad of peculiar scents filled the air as smoke began to rise. For safety's sake, Limu ascended to his treehouse to observe the unfolding scene below. The flames initially flickered sporadically before merging into a continuous blaze that spread outward. 2 lines of fire gradually ceased upon encountering a waterlogged area, while another line extinguished itself as it burned. A few lines continued to propagate, but their diminishing vigor suggested they would not travel far. Everything proceeded smoothly, neither hampered by insufficient flames nor exacerbated by an uncontrollable forest fire. However, Limu refrained from descending immediately. He wished to avoid any toxic smoke or substances dispersing wildly, as well as to prevent any strange creatures from being drawn to the blaze. Thus, he remained in the tree for several hours. Once he confirmed that there were no significant issues within his line of sight, he cautiously returned to the ground. At that moment, a stark boundary was established between the realm of the 3 giant trees and the outside world. Within this area, apart from a few relatively short trees, most of the vegetation and dry debris had been charred, reduced to ash, and lying limply on the earth, revealing the soil beneath. Outside, the landscape remained a verdant hell. The air was permeated with a faint scent of charred plants. Although toxic, the concentration was negligible. Moreover, Limu had the prudent habit of wearing a mask. As he treaded upon the seemingly cleaner ground, a sense of mild relief soothed his latent compulsions. In the future, he could construct walls directly along this boundary, alleviating the anxiety of misjudging directions. Just as Limu felt that the day had unfolded exceptionally well, the long-absent sound of a swift breeze reverberated once more. This familiar rush of air, this recognizable diminutive figure. Limu did not let his guard down due to past experiences. After all, the entity before him was of a so-called second-tier existence, and one misstep could lead to unforeseen dangers. He tightened his grip on the hoe, silently observing the arrival of the being before him. The land spirit, with its hunched form, slowly materialized before Limu in Chapter 25, the arrival of the land spirit. Chattering incessantly, it seemed, whether by illusion or not, to have grown somewhat more corpulent. Limu, unable to comprehend its language and lacking sufficient strength, could only await its departure in silence. However, this time was different. As time wore on, the spirit exhibited no intention of leaving easily, growing increasingly agitated in its speech. Its 4 diminutive limbs flailed about, frequently gesturing towards Limu's fields. Furrowing his brow, Limu remained perplexed by the creature's intentions. Listening to its incessant ramblings was mentally exhausting. Its voice was sharp and uniquely oscillating, likely to induce nosebleeds in any ordinary person. The land spirit, seemingly attuned to Limu's discomfort, fell silent and began to approach his fields. As the creature boldly advanced towards his cherished land, Limu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing it might siphon off vitality or damage his crops. However, upon nearing the fields, the land spirit abruptly halted, as if obstructed, its movements stiffening suddenly. With its short arms writhing, it pointed towards the fruit orchard, gesturing with an increasingly human-like expression of entreaty. What did this mean? What did it desire? Fortunately, with the aid of analysis, Limu could gradually discern the spirit's intentions through prolonged exposure. It turned out that this land spirit had emerged from the nearby acres and possessed a certain awareness and control over the land. However, upon Limu's arrival and subsequent burning of the surface plants, the vitality of the land had diminished significantly, thereby greatly reducing the spirit's presence and shortening its time in the physical realm. Initially, it had intended to teach Limu a lesson, its incessant chatter merely a stream of insults, but upon realizing Limu bore no malice, it hesitated. This very hesitation caused it to exhaust its already limited manifestation time, quickly dissipating thereafter. Upon returning to the shallower layers of its space, the spirit sensed the land's rejuvenation, a form of nourishment it had never experienced, stemming from the cultivation of the soil, which proved immensely beneficial. Thus, it re-emerged to express its gratitude to Limu. However, since the land's transformation originated from Limu's efforts, the spirit had, in a deeper sense, lost a portion of its ownership over the orchard. Now, with Limu once again setting fire to the land, the spirit sensed that Limu intended to undertake a more significant action, to prevent a further diminishment of its ownership over the land, and to continue benefiting from the improvements brought forth by Limu. It resolved to manifest a third time, seeking Limu's acknowledgement. As long as Limu recognized its existence and the use of the land, the spirit could reclaim its logical ownership and derive greater benefits from the cultivated soil. It seemed that its inability to step into the orchard was also tied to this deeper sense of ownership. Gradually understanding the intricacies of the situation, Limu shifted his perspective. In essence, as long as he remained within the confines of the orchard, no matter how formidable a threat the spirit posed, it would be unable to harm him. There is no longer any need for such fear. With a calm mindset, Limu reassessed the peculiar request, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This entity not only failed to offer any assistance, but could potentially bring forth curses. Why should he allow it to inhabit his orchard? Limu's expression shifted, and his gaze towards the land spirit bore a hint of disdain and distance. The spirit, being acutely sensitive to emotions, quickly grasped Limu's sentiments. Chattering nonsensically, the tiny old man grew anxious, his short limbs flailing about in a frenzy. The rapid-fire analysis flooded Limu's mind, akin to a barrage of comments on a screen, depleting his mental energy at an alarming rate. Just as he felt on the verge of being overwhelmed by this little creature, Limu promptly intervened. Re-evaluating the proposition at hand, the spirit conveyed that as a creature of the land, its very existence could nurture the soil and expend energy to assist in caring for the orchard. Frankly, this revelation stirred something within Limu. After all, the daily tasks of pest control, weeding, watering, and inspections were immensely draining. Even though he cherished his orchard dearly, the fatigue was undeniable. Thus, after a prolonged stalemate, with the land spirit on the brink of dissipating, Limu ultimately resolved to acquiesce to its request. The instant he consented, a profound logic seemed to unlock, allowing the spirit, previously unable to approach, to swiftly burrow into the orchard. Analysis, abilities, soil cultivation information comprehensive, 1 episode composition, land 3. Blessed land 1 special, spirit blessing 3, land spirit nutrients, vitality type 2, fire type 1, growth type 1, living essence type 1. Limu could not suppress a sigh. He had not anticipated such immediate effects upon the spirit's entry. Unbeknownst to him, the spirit had directly relocated its essence to the orchard, resulting in these remarkable outcomes. And as they continued to nourish one another, the effects would only amplify. However, a thought struck him. Wait, don't disappear just yet. I still need to explain to you how to care for this orchard. Yet, no matter how much Limu called out, the spirit remained elusive. This was troubling. Could it be that he had truly been taken advantage of? A sense of frustration mounted within him. If it had deceived him once, it could certainly do so again. Such treachery was intolerable. With resolve, Limu shouted, "Show yourself. If you do not emerge, I shall set fire to the field, and you shall gain nothing." The spirit, seemingly startled by the sudden shift in Limu's demeanor, revealed half of its face from the soil, murmuring weakly before retreating once more. Analysis. I will keep watch for several days. Limu briefly analyzed the statement, and suddenly realized something, sheepishly scratching his head. Well, perhaps he had been overly concerned. Indeed, after so many days have passed, the other party, being a creature of the land, must surely be aware of the changes in the soil and have observed Limu's various endeavors. How could they possibly be ignorant of how to tend to the fields? Sighing helplessly, Limu reflected on the age-old adage that concern breeds confusion. In this forest, where one's state of mind can be so easily affected, he found himself inadvertently becoming anxious. Yet, Limu did not perceive this as a misfortune. However, upon further contemplation, he acknowledged that at times he ought to alleviate the burdens of his thoughts. It was merely a plot of fruit-bearing land. Why treat it as if it were a matter of marrying off a daughter? Being overly concerned about gains and losses in the forest was not a commendable habit. He shook his head, as if attempting to cast away those anxious thoughts, but nonetheless, a sense of unease lingered within him. To divert his attention, Limu resolved to chop some wood, believing that exerting himself would offer some relief. With this in mind, he grasped his axe and slowly made his way towards several trees that had yet to be felled amidst the scorched earth. Chapter 26. The face grabber and the unknown tribe. Mindful of his footing, he approached a tree and once again swung his axe. The sound of splintering would fill the air, as it always did. However, just as Limu was about to fell the tree before him, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A section of bark suddenly curled upward. As his attention was drawn to this peculiar sight, an unforeseen event unfolded. A harsh grinding noise pierced the tranquility. To his astonishment, the piece of bark leaped forward, lunging directly at Limu's face. Caught off guard, he was struck by the bark, which clung tightly to his head. In an instant, an immense force locked onto him. While his nostrils and mouth were pried open by several rigid, steel-like appendages beneath the bark, the mask shielding his face was torn apart in an instant, and his mouth was forcibly stretched open, causing his teeth to ache painfully. Almost immediately, a series of writhing, tubular appendages began to extend into his throat. The entire episode transpired with such swiftness that even when Limu activated his mental overload, he could not react in time. The sensation was akin to a person who cannot swim suddenly plunging into water. Utter panic ensued. His first instinct was to pry the creature off, but its grip was too tight. Unless he wee with a sudden thrust, Limu finally pierced the creature's body for the third time. Yet, the monster's mandibles continued their relentless motion. What? Does this creature possess no sense of pain? Unwilling to concede, Limu persistently stabbed at the creature's form. Racing against time, he could sense the creature's mandibles seeking the perfect spot to strike. Once, twice, thrice, until the creature's body was riddled with wounds, seemingly unperturbed. Just as Limu realized he might meet his demise, the insect gradually ceased its movements. Had it bled to death? Or was it simply slow to respond? In any case, seizing the opportunity while the creature was still, Limu hurriedly pried it off his face. At that moment, he felt a profound soreness in his cheeks, a tingling in his gums, and an incessant wave of nausea. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure, only to be confronted by the creature's appearance. It became clear that the vital parts of this being were concentrated in a minuscule area, while the rest served merely as a reservoir for nutrients and concealment. Overall, it resembled a massive tick, akin to tree bark. The reason Limu's stabbing ultimately led to his salvation lay not in the damage inflicted upon the creature, but rather in the feathered dagger he wielded. This dagger was initially coated with the venom from a bird's toxic sac. In an ironic twist of fate, this toxin proved effective against the monster, albeit slowly. Breathing a sigh of relief, Limu rubbed his face, glancing apprehensively at the creature on the ground. Indeed, he had been careless. During his recent woodcutting endeavors, he had encountered no threats, and even the sprites he feared seemed disinclined to oppose him, preferring instead to relocate to another tree. Yet now, he found himself confronting such peril on land he had previously scorched, essentially, in his own home. How could he not feel a twinge of dread? It seemed that when humanity enjoys a modicum of comfort, it easily forgets that its inherent flaws can be fatal. Regaining his composure, Limu's expression turned serious once more. He dismantled the creature's elongated, rigid legs, fashioning them into a new tool, a rake. Remarkably resilient and harder than teeth, it could easily be mistaken for a form of metal. He chose to create a rake due to its practicality in processing the material, aligning with his agricultural aspirations. After such a tumultuous encounter, Limu lost interest in woodcutting and began contemplating other miraculous abilities. Coincidentally, following his ordeal with the insect, another significant event unfolded. The once tranquil area suddenly stirred with unusual activity. The rustling of leaves indicated that something was rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, Limu ascended the tree. Perhaps it was post-traumatic stress or the wisdom gained from hardship. He had become increasingly alert and decisive. High above, the sound of leaves rustling was inaudible, yet the movement of the plants below was discernible. Following the direction of the quivering foliage, Limu caught a fleeting glimpse of several creatures resembling monkeys in pursuit of something. Humans? No, that notion was swiftly dismissed. Although these beings were also bipedal, their arms were disproportionately long, hanging down past their knees, with feet of unusual size, and their lower bodies were remarkably developed, akin to professional athletes specializing in leg strength. Furthermore, their skin bore a deep green hue, and their hair was lush and abundant, with a short black tail faintly visible between two strands. If there were any semblance to humanity, it was only in their faces, which, when viewed from afar, resembled human features, albeit with larger eyes and noses. What were they chasing? If they caught sight of my fruit orchard, it would spell trouble, Limu thought, a flicker of anxiety creeping in. Soon enough, the target of these peculiar bipedal creatures revealed itself. It appeared similar to the pursuers, but was notably smaller and lacked the robust legs and thick fur. It resembled a malnourished child. What could this signify? A runaway? Yet, upon noticing that the beings pursuing the child wielded spears, Limu understood that this was likely a hunt or abduction. Better to avoid trouble, as long as they don't ravage my orchard. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the child, seemingly gaining newfound cleverness, began to change direction repeatedly and dashed towards the vicinity of Limu's fruit orchard. Chapter 27. The Forest Wanderer. What is happening? Limu, who had initially intended to observe the unfolding chaos from a distance, found himself unable to remain passive. If these wildlings caused a ruckus in his orchard, it would be of no consequence. The crux of the matter was that Limu could not guarantee they would disseminate news of the orchard's existence. Should his presence be revealed to an intelligent species, it would pose a grave danger. In the worst-case scenario, he would have to vacate the area. In a more severe outcome, he could end up maimed or enslaved. As thoughts raced through his mind, Limu quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Presently, there was but one path to ensure his safety: eliminate them all. With that resolution, he tightened his grip on the spear and moved along the slope toward a crevice in the trunk of a tree. Closer to the charred remnants of this place instilled in him a profound sense of dissonance. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, four figures, known as the Forest Wanderers, pursued him relentlessly. Halt! A fierce cry echoed, as a burly man collided with him, driving his knee into the youth and pinning him to the ground. The man's robust thigh alone outweighed the boy entirely, unleashing a tremendous force that left the youth utterly powerless to resist. Soon after, the other three muscular figures revealed themselves, encircling the boy completely. Guhala! Guhala! The boy's heart-wrenching cries pierced the air, But the hulking men paid him no heed, swiftly producing vines to bind him. Thud, thud, thud. Limu observed the strength of these men, his heart racing almost to the point of bursting. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage with this band of unknown monstrosities. However, escape was not an option. The intruders quickly detected the peculiarities of the area, their gazes locking onto Limu's orchard with alarming intensity. Jagu jagu, guta na, they murmured amongst themselves. And after securing the boy, they resolved to inspect Limu's fruitful land. Without hesitation, they brandished their weapons, revealing expressions of cruel intent, and even prepared a multitude of harvesting tools. Would any ordinary person react this way upon encountering unfamiliar tilled land? Would a wanderer in the woods carry so many harvesting implements? Their intentions were undoubtedly sinister. As Limu watched the approaching figures inch closer to his orchard, his expression darkened further. Analysis. The forest wanderers, a first-tier group, are cultivators who have awakened from the forest dwellers, traversing the woods and forming bonds through kinship and sex. They prey upon resources, seizing treasures, and honing their physical prowess as a hunting tribe. Although they too belong to the first tier, Limu could distinctly sense that even the most skilled fighters on Earth would be mere lambs to the slaughter in their presence. Moreover, the leader bore a wooden token at his waist, intricately carved with peculiar patterns, indicating a strength that likely approached the second tier. In contrast, the child was merely a analysis. Forest dweller, a first-tier, lower life form concealed within the woods, possessing a modicum of intelligence and skill, but frail in body. They have a limited potential for cultivation and a minuscule chance of evolving into a forest wanderer through training. However, Limu had no time to ponder the relationships among these beings, for his adversaries had already encroached upon his striking range. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his body, preparing himself for action. The blood surged within him, and his mind entered a state of heightened awareness. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his strength. Just as the forest wanderers drew near, the leader appeared to sense something amiss. Whoosh! In an instant, a wooden spear flew at tremendous speed. Thud! To the astonishment of the wanderers, the spear pierced one man's throat. Yet, Limu felt no joy. His aim had been for the head, but it had struck the throat instead, indicating that his throwing skills were lacking. Now exposed, it would be even more challenging to eliminate his foes from a distance, especially with them anticipating his actions. The wooden sign-bearer, unaware of Limu's intentions, fixed his gaze intently on the colossal tree nearby. He was only cognizant of the fact that the opponent had dispatched a newly initiated forest walker with a single spear thrust. Suddenly, the remaining 3 forest walkers became alert. The leader whispered something to a companion beside him, who nodded, tightened his grip on his weapon, and swiftly approached the massive tree where Limu was located. As Limu searched for an opportunity through the gaps, he observed that the man assumed a deep squat. What was he planning? With a subtle thud, the man leaped an impressive 8 feet high, gripping the tree bark with one hand, and swiftly scaled up. Following this, he turned his head with the swiftness of an eagle, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Limu, he executed a series of decisive jumps, weapon raised, rapidly closing the distance between them. The entire sequence was executed with unhesitating grace, akin to flowing water, startling Limu. Fortunately, equipped with an overload of cognitive processing and a solid foundation in martial arts, Limu managed to respond in kind. A tremendous force surged forth. Limu's spear shattered under the impact, causing his hands to sting painfully, yet he barely managed to deflect the oncoming strike. Realizing he could not remain in this standoff, he seized the opportunity to slip away, seeking a more open area. The adversary, sensing Limu's apparent vulnerability, grew more exhilarated, wielding a peculiar wooden blade with increasing speed. Alas, despite the tree trunk's considerable girth, its uneven surface proved a hindrance. Several fierce attacks lacked precision, allowing Limu to narrowly evade them, the reverberating trunk echoing with each strike. Exhaling deeply, Limu drew forth another spear. The opponent, witnessing Limu's defiance, roared and charged forward. With a decisive thrust and a deft parry, Limu had already regained his composure, effortlessly neutralizing the onslaught. Through this exchange, he discerned that while the opponent possessed speed, strength, and reflexes, there was a lack of technique, relying solely on raw instinct and ferocity. As the leader observed his companion struggling to subdue Limu, he signaled another forest walker for assistance, indicating that the child could handle himself. Swiftly, the other forest walker made his way towards the great tree. In the meantime, Limu's excitement grew with each engagement, his proficiency sharpening. Positioned advantageously, he found his movements fluid, bolstered by his extensive practice in stances. Though the tree's surface was uneven, he maintained his stability. In contrast, the adversary, despite his strength and agility, lacked a solid foundation. Should he pause, he would falter. Within mere seconds, Limu fully entered his zone. His prior knowledge of martial arts, combined with the influence of the foundational skills he had honed, and the ongoing analysis of his opponent's movements and the geographical advantages, enabled Limu to begin to counter the forest walker's advances. They were of the same rank, both possessing life and vitality. Why should he lament his fate? In a fleeting moment, Limu deliberately exposed a flaw. The astute opponent seized the opportunity without hesitation. Boom! The sound of tearing filled the air as Limu took advantage of the moment to sweep his spear. The adversary, swift in movement, attempted to evade but was nonetheless struck, leaving a deep gash on his body. Thud! Another sound echoed, just as Limu sought to press his advantage. A second wanderer unexpectedly intervened, thwarting Limu's attempt to finish off his foe. Both sides used this moment to distance themselves. Engaging in combat atop the trees was decidedly unfavorable for the wanderers, and they were acutely aware of this, thus refraining from recklessness. Gula Guhar, Karilo. The opponent babbled in an unintelligible manner, seemingly attempting to convey something. Limu narrowed his eyes. He had no intention of letting his adversaries escape. However, If they were to descend to the ground, he would not only face wanderers in a more advantageous position but also risk being surrounded. Moreover, casting a sidelong glance at the wooden sigil wanderer, Limu sensed an undeniable pressure. Presently, one enemy lay wounded by his poisoned spear, and engaging in dialogue to buy time seemed a prudent choice. He chuckled softly, his tone appearing gentle, as the earthbound beings displayed their keen perception and conversational skills, revealing their adeptness in social nuances. Yet, his words were mere trash talk, for the adversaries could not comprehend him. Seeing Limu willing to engage in conversation, and seemingly understanding their tongue, the opponent grew emboldened. Gurgle, gurgle, foolish wanderers attempted to lure Limu down from the towering tree, while he simply sought to delay the inevitable. Thus, they exchanged banter for a considerable duration, until the wooden sigil wanderer sensed something amiss. Limu's tone became increasingly flippant, and it appeared he could not grasp the language of his own kin. Gaggle, gaggle, the wooden sigil signaled for the two to descend from the giant tree. The wanderer engaged in dialogue cast a puzzled glance at the sigil, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Limu's spear pierced through his chest. The wanderer looked at Limu in disbelief, then glanced at his drowsy companion, who fell straight from the tree. With another sharp sound, Limu struck the long-poisoned wanderer with a final thrust, sending him tumbling from the tree as well. In the blink of an eye, both wanderers lay dead. The wooden sigil below stood frozen in shock. He had never encountered such cunning among primates. To be precise, he had never seen a creature like Limu. With black hair and eyes, limbs in perfect proportion, and skin so delicate, he bore no trace of the savagery or primal instinct for survival characteristic of the species in the Celtic forest. The wooden sigil's expression darkened. Yet, his rise to such a position was not solely due to strength, but also experience. The forest harbors countless dangers, and retreating or evading when necessary is not a sign of weakness. Thus, the sigil uttered nothing further, but began to retreat slowly while dragging the boy along. Little did he know, the direction he retreated towards was the orchard, the very lifeblood of Limu. Whoosh! Limu thrust his spear directly in front of the wooden sigil, bellowing, "Do not dare to retreat any further." Due to the considerable distance, the shot did not strike its intended target, yet it undoubtedly incited the fury of the adversary. The expression on the wooden sign's face darkened as it came to a halt, just as tensions escalated between the two parties. An unusual current of energy surged from the ground. The fruit field was the lifeblood of Limu, as well as that of the land spirit. Suddenly, the earth began to writhe ominously. Before the wooden sign could react, several peculiar thorny plants pierced through its body, and orange-red blood streamed down like a brook. Dripping from the plants, the blood seeped into the soil, quickly vanishing from sight. With great difficulty, the wooden sign turned its head, gazing at the seemingly innocuous old man not far away, who was now glaring at it with evident rage. Ultimately, it was merely a minor figure. The wooden sign, a mere traveler of the woods, was utterly powerless to resist, and was effortlessly slain, its body used for a sacrificial offering by the land spirit, disappearing entirely. Analysis, odd powers. Soil cultivation information comprehensive. Level 1 structure. Arable land 3, spirit blessing 1 special. Spirit blessing 3, land spirit nutrients. Vitality 2, flame transformation 1, growth 1. Living beings 1. The changes in the land were not substantial. Turning to inspect his precious fruit seedling, he noted, dwarf apple seedling, 23, potential, 3 foundation, 1 special, none status. Arable environment 2, spirit blessing 1, vitality sacrifice 1, 99, after several days. The seedling had progressed beyond the seedling stage. It was estimated that with just a couple more phases, it would bear fruit. In total, it had likely been about a month, with a relatively short growth cycle. Additionally, the panel revealed a countdown for the vitality sacrifice effect, which seemed capable of hastening the plant's maturation to some extent. Thus, the ripening period might arrive sooner than anticipated. He glanced at the old man beside him, who now appeared utterly drained, swaying slightly as he retreated once more. It seemed that manifesting his abilities in reality had taken a considerable toll on him. Initially, Limu had intended to rely on him to assist in hunting beasts, but it appeared that such hopes were dashed. With a sigh, Limu turned his attention to the child who had collapsed nearby. Although this individual had rough skin, his youthful features and bewildered expression indicated he was quite young. The question arose, to spare or to slay this child of the forest. The concept of non-human implies an inherent divergence in intentions. Without a shared core of understanding, a common path is unlikely to emerge. However, being a child and of a race closely resembling humanity, there remained a possibility for enlightenment and mutual recognition. Thus, the decision of whether to keep him must be carefully weighed. Chapter 29. The Forest People and the Forest Travelers. Forest Travelers are a martial hunting group bonded by sects and schools of cultivation. They primarily emerge from the awakening of forest dwellers or from the low-probability descendants of forest travelers. Ordinary forest dwellers represent the most rudimentary form of intelligent life in the woods, akin to impoverished, dilapidated inhabitants of deep forests. Their only apparent avenue for advancement lies in consuming the forest fruit, which may grant them a chance to awaken into forest travelers. The forest fruit, akin to royal jelly, is cultivated from special plants nurtured by the blood of high-level forest travelers. The potential to transform ordinary forest dwellers into forest walkers remains rather low, albeit slightly higher than the direct propagation between forest walkers. Consequently, to ensure their own development and interests, forest walkers typically govern or confine forest dwellers, exploiting resources and nurturing new forest walkers. This revelation dawned on Limu as he analyzed the corpses of the forest walkers and the language of the forest children before him. It is no wonder that these forest walkers carry harvesting tools, presumably for the convenience of extracting resources and yields from the forest dwellers at any moment. Among these tools, Limu also discovered implements resembling sickles, leading him to deduce that forest dwellers might possess certain agricultural skills. Furthermore, he unearthed a bamboo slip-like writing instrument from the leading forest walker adorned with a wooden plaque, crafted from the bark of the mulberry tree. Inscribed upon this bark in the script of the forest walkers were records pertaining to the cultivation sect of the forest walker Limu had just slain. As the youth was illiterate, Limu found it more challenging to analyze the boy's gestures and emotions. Ultimately, he gleaned that this sect of forest walkers primarily honed their skills through hunting monsters and traversing the woods to accumulate certain essences, subsequently integrating and passing down their martial and hunting techniques to enhance their strength and elevate their life forms. The more gifted and experienced the forest walker, the stronger they typically became, establishing a hierarchy that classified them into various ranks: unmarked, wooden plaque, stone plaque, jade plaque, elder, with the most powerful elders serving as the clan leader. Limu pondered the lifespan of the forest dwellers and the forest walkers. Given the abstract nature of age, he gestured for quite some time before the boy comprehended his inquiry. Nervously mumbling and fiddling with the leaves on the ground, the boy conveyed that, in his understanding, the oldest among the forest dwellers had lived no more than 7 epochs, with one epoch equating to the completion of 10 seasons, calculated at a day comprising 2,630 hours. This translates to roughly 42 Earth years, illustrating a stark 6-fold disparity in perceived longevity. Such brevity was unsurprising. Reaching the age of 40 was already considered elderly among them. However, the forest walkers presented a different narrative. The boy arranged leaf after leaf, and before long, there lay over 30 leaves on the ground, indicative of a lifespan nearing 200 years. While there may be elements of exaggeration or hearsay involved, it was likely that the lifespan of the forest walkers indeed surpassed that of the forest dwellers significantly. Longevity speaks volumes. The longer one lives, the greater the accumulation of knowledge and experience. To be candid, the memories Limu had regained amounted to merely 2 or 3 decades of modern recollections. If he were to encounter a creature that had roamed the forest for centuries, it was probable that the knowledge and wisdom he took pride in would be rendered inconsequential. The means of such beings were beyond imagination. Contemplating these realizations, Limu fell into a profound silence, gazing at the bodies of the forest walkers, a chill running down his spine. Yet, now that the deed was done, regret was futile. He could only feel a growing anxiety about his own meager strength. He exhaled slowly, gradually straightening his posture. The sky darkened as the bonfire blazed ever brighter. Limu, with an impassive expression, gazed at the child before him, fully aware of the answers he sought. Should he desire, he could easily extinguish the child's life at any moment. Yet, after merely caressing his spear and observing the boy's numb demeanor, Limu pointed at the corpses and posed a question. Why did you run? The child, looking at the lifeless bodies Limu indicated, then at his expression and tone, swiftly grasped Limu's meaning. This marked the first time the child exhibited a notable change in demeanor. Gone was the numbness that accompanied his role as an exploited being, always compliant and answering questions without question. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, he began to move his body slowly. Analysis. With family members deceased, the forest wanderers became sustenance. As the child's movement ceased, Limu's eyes narrowed. Even if the meaning remained somewhat ambiguous, the combination of those few words made it clear to Limu what had transpired. However, he was taken aback to realize that the forest wanderers regarded the forest dwellers as mere food, truly viewing them as livestock rather than as fellow beings. In other words, whether it be the inferior beings, the forest dwellers, or himself, all could be seen as livestock in their eyes, should the forest wanderers so choose. Consequently, Limu's attitude towards the forest wanderers underwent a subtle shift. As he regarded the youth before him once more, his expression grew more solemn. He sensed the budding of familial affection within the boy, and only Limu understood the immense value of labor in the current situation. Yet, he also harbored concerns that the boy might one day turn against him. Nevertheless, he had already arrived at a conclusion. The youth, who had been interrogated by Limu from dawn until dusk, was beginning to exhibit adverse reactions due to hunger. In the face of the formidable forest wanderers, he was incapable of refusal. When his kin urged him to flee, he did not comprehend the rationale. He merely followed their directive, lost in the fear of uncertainty. Yet, once he began to run, he felt an overwhelming urge not to look back, regardless of how relentlessly the forest wanderers pursued him. It was only when he was once again captured by the forest wanderers that confusion enveloped him. He found himself questioning the very reason for his flight. However, upon awakening and witnessing the multitude of forest wanderer corpses, he became ensnared in further bewilderment. Bound as he was, facing Limu, capable of vanquishing the forest wanderers, he seemed to revert to a past state, answering questions without understanding. Yet, when Limu inquired about his reasons for fleeing, something within him stirred, prompting an instinctive expression of his innermost thoughts. He was uncertain whether his response was correct or if he articulated the appropriate rationale. Nevertheless, once Limu acknowledged his answer, he lacked the courage to amend it. Now, he felt both lost and fearful, yet all of it appeared trivial in the face of hunger. Thus, the forest dweller youth seemed to relinquish something, or perhaps he had simply grown too weak, and he gradually collapsed before Limu. Chapter 30. Crossbow. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped by, arriving at the end of January in the summer season. Initially, Limu believed that survival for a month was nearly impossible. However, upon glancing at his little companion behind him, he felt a surge of emotions. Once unable to sustain even himself, he now found himself with the capacity to care for another. This little companion was Lin Min, whom Limu had rescued. His name, when translated, means the great tree among slaves, though the reason behind this title remained a mystery to him. After Limu decided to adopt him, Lin Min's perspective began to subtly shift. He realized that even the strong could possess a benevolent side. Unfamiliar with terms like approachable or caring, he nonetheless had an innate sense of right and wrong. Despite being a formidable figure, Limu provided him with food and water, constructed a shelter, stoked a fire, and even introduced him to the novel concept of farming. Such acts were beyond his wildest dreams. At least for now, he had distinctly experienced the essence of goodness. In just a few days, if possible, he wished to continue accompanying Limu, reveling in this newfound sense of well-being. Linmin, please assist me in refining these sticks. Limu's voice called from a short distance away. Over the past few days, perhaps due to the presence of this young lad, his spirits had lifted, and nightmares had dwindled. Linmin nodded in Limu's direction, a gesture he had learned from him and one he cherished for its clarity in conveying emotions and intentions. With a soft clatter, Linmin picked up several sticks and diligently began to smooth them with a hard feather, a skill taught to him by Limu. He aimed to make the sticks straight and aesthetically pleasing, capable of serving as tools. Compared to his aimless past, he found joy in such tasks. Meanwhile, Limu remained oblivious to Linmin's internal changes. He maintained a careful distance and vigilance, even refusing to let Linmin sleep in the tree with him at night. Currently, he was focused solely on the fruits of his labor from the past days. He had finally completed the components necessary to assemble his own crossbow. Learning from the previous encounter with the forest wanderer, Limu resolved to alter his development strategy. With the assurance of food and water, he decided to prioritize weapon production over construction and collection. Throwing spears proved not only difficult to aim but also limited in range. Had it not been for a stroke of luck during his last encounter, where a mis-thrown spear struck the forest wanderer in the neck, the outcome might have been drastically different had another forest wanderer joined the fray. Thus, the crafting of a crossbow became imperative. Due to a lack of materials and processing techniques, the current model relied on vines to directly pull the resilient limbs, which Limu referred to as a vine crossbow. While it paled in comparison to sophisticated weapons like the chain crossbow, reflex bow, or compound bow, it had nonetheless consumed considerable effort to create, leaving Limu wary of overexerting his mental capacity. Fortunately, even this rudimentary crossbow was easier to aim and deploy than simply throwing a spear. In close quarters, its lethality against small animals was significant. Even if it did not deliver a fatal blow, it could still pose a threat to entities like the forest wanderers through the application of poison. Should I encounter the rodent once more, I shall not remain passive. With the crossbow in hand, arrows are naturally a necessity. The wooden shafts crafted by Jayamisha are intended for the assembly of arrows. The arrowheads are fashioned from the crushed shells of the hugging face insect. While they may lack uniformity, their ability to be shot with stability suffices for my purpose. It is at this moment that the long-forgotten extraordinary ability emerges. Extraordinary ability. Create 10 tools of varying functions, each rated no less than 110. Observing the crossbow I have just assembled, I note, Vine Branch Crossbow, rating, 1, external attachments, none, special attributes, none. In contrast, the spear, the hoe, and even the proud insect claw rake crafted from ebony would fail to achieve any rating. I have come to grasp the underlying principles. Tools that require a certain degree of precision, skill, and assembly are more likely to attain a rating. It appears that the quality of tools is not solely determined by the materials used. Rather, it hinges significantly on the craftsmanship involved. I wonder what rating a modern smartphone would receive. Shaking my head, I feel a slight lift in my spirits as I shoulder the crossbow and resolve to tend to the fruit field. Although the old man overseeing the field is diligent, his expertise is limited, and his time in the physical realm is fleeting. Therefore, I find solace in personally attending to the tasks at hand. It is precisely this hands-on approach that has honed my considerable strength. No wonder in my previous life, one needed to apply pesticides and herbicides. The weeds in a proper field grow with wild abandon, robust and well-rooted. Despite my efforts to burn the land and uproot them daily, I cannot stem the tide of their invasion nor that of the pests. After a single night, a multitude of weeds invariably emerges, accompanied by a swarm of insects, as if they can never be eradicated. I cannot fathom their origins. This has caused me to repeatedly postpone my plans to expand the field. Fortunately, these weeds can be crushed and mixed with various other materials to create green manure. Nonetheless, the true joy of farming lies in the endeavor itself. Your efforts are never in vain. Analysis, extraordinary ability. Soil cultivation information, summary. 1 collection, structure, arable land 3. Spirit blessing land 1, special attributes. Spirit blessing 3, land spirit. Nutrients. Vitality type 3, flame type 1, growth type 1, living spirit type 1. It seems that through prolonged hydration and fertilization, the soil in the fruit field has not only avoided becoming depleted due to plant growth, but has instead risen in vitality from class 2 to class 3. This has enlightened me regarding the information in the nutrient section. As I gaze adoringly at the fruit field, an unusual glimmer catches my attention. No, to be precise, it is my dissatisfaction that is piqued. My affection for the fruit field surpasses that for so-called treasures of heaven and earth. Thus, the peculiar phenomenon near the fruit field does not stir my curiosity. Rather, it heightens my vigilance. Flickering, flickering. My increasingly acute hearing soon detects an anomaly. Could it be a luminescent insect? Buzz. I raise the rake, prepared to confront any irregularity that may arise. When confronting pests, particularly larger ones, hesitation is not an option. One must either scorch them with fire or crush them with a rake. Such indecision not only reflects irresponsibility towards the orchard, but also towards oneself. As Limu prepared to move towards the source of the sound, the creature, unexpectedly, emerged to greet him. Before him hovered a diminutive pony, no larger than the palm of one's hand, its disproportionately large eyes blinking in curiosity, flapping its wings, and trailing sparkling motes as it approached. Chapter 31. The Pony. Analysis. The pixie pony, a creature akin to a celestial steed, is a whimsical being birthed from a unique spirit, fond of fruit. Adept at flight and exploration, and blessed with an exuberant curiosity. Observing the fluttering little pony before him, Limu repeatedly assessed its lack of hostility before sheathing his tool. In contrast, the pony seemed blissfully unaware of Limu's caution, playfully darting around him and occasionally nudging him with its tiny head. Its inherent charm and adorableness quickly won Limu over. Meanwhile, Jamasha, noticing the peculiar sight, pointed inquisitively at the incessantly flitting pony, expressing his curiosity. Even having grown in the depths of the forest, it was his first encounter with such an extraordinary creature. Before they could exchange further words, the pony suddenly lifted its nose, as if detecting something. Just moments ago, it had been playfully circling Limu, but now it executed a swift maneuver, soaring gracefully towards the food storage box. To Limu's astonishment, the clever little pony effortlessly unlatched the box's lock and, using its teeth, managed to lift the wooden lid, extracting a small apple. Without so much as a glance towards Limu for permission, it nonchalantly reclined, clutching the fruit, and began to nibble. Its familiarity was striking. Jamasha, witnessing this scene, exhibited a hint of displeasure. He held no affection for small creatures. To him, any being that pilfered food was equally detestable. In an instant, he raised his small knife, casting a questioning glance at Limu, as if to indicate that he would not hesitate to dispatch the pony at Limu's consent. Seeing Jamasha's demeanor, Limu sighed. Indeed, despite their apparent detachment, the forest dwellers possessed an inherent ruthlessness when it came to survival. However, recognizing the pony's benign nature and the potential for domestication, and given that his food supplies were not critically low, Limu had no inclination to resort to needless violence. After all, slaying such a creature could lead to unforeseen repercussions, perhaps even a lavishly cursed bounty. Since fate had brought them together, Limu decided to see if this creature might offer assistance. Thus, he intervened to halt Jamasha, instructing him to fetch another box from his shelter, one filled with the fine fruits that Jamasha had helped identify, gather, and classify. Among them was a plant bearing pepper-like berries, known as sour tips, a solitary banana plant, reminiscent of corn, with a texture strikingly akin to a succulent raw sweet potato, is known as the lugua fruit. The remainder consists of the diminutive apples left by Limu, which were originally intended for cultivation following an expansion of the fields. Despite his profound reluctance, Jayasasha exhibits a high degree of obedience towards Limu. On one hand, he has come to regard Limu as a nurturer, while on the other, he harbors an underlying sense of servitude, as he accepted the box of fruits. A smile crept across Limu's lips as he gently prodded the little horse's body. A wave of softness enveloped him, evoking a sense of peculiarity, yet simultaneously inciting the horse's displeasure, as if it were disturbed from savoring its delicacies. Just as the little horse was about to bray in protest, it suddenly caught sight of the box of fruits behind Limu, its eyes widening in astonishment. With a flutter of excitement, the little horse prepared to take flight, only to be thwarted by Limu. "Shall we strike a bargain?" Limu proposed, as he found himself in need of assistance to explore the outside world and tend to the fruits. Thus, he offered a warm smile while elucidating his intentions, though this smile caused the little horse's wings to twitch in agitation. After a brief moment of silence, the little horse glanced once more at the box of fruits. With its innate intelligence, it understood the implied exchange. As diligent creatures of nature, they often engaged in trade with other races, bartering labor and resources for sustenance and shelter. It was acutely aware that procuring such a bounty from the outside world would require considerable time and entail numerous dangers. Its parents had met their demise after falling into a gravity-defying pit, crushed into oblivion, a haunting shadow that instilled a primal fear of seeking food. Now, having fortuitously stumbled upon a haven devoid of that brutal and sanguine energy, the little horse was reluctant to depart so swiftly. Its wings fluttered with increasing fervor, mirroring the turmoil within its heart. Ultimately, the little horse diverted its gaze from the box of fruits, blinking its eyes at Limu instead. With an unexpected series of peculiar calls, it suddenly darted towards Limu's face. In the next instant, a sharp, piercing pain radiated from Limu's cheek throughout his entire being. The little horse had audaciously bitten him on the face. Satisfied with the reddening mark it had left, the little creature then dove headfirst into the box brimming with fruits. Meanwhile, Limu found himself nearly curling up in pain, astonished by the intensity of the bite. The agony penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, a sensation far more excruciating than a mere insect sting. Jayasasha, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of anxiety. Unable to assist Limu in confronting the little creature, he could only stand by, perplexed, as Limu rubbed his face. It was not until Limu waved his hand to indicate that he was unharmed that Jayasasha finally settled down. Having encountered various creatures before, Jayasasha was acutely aware of the potential danger they posed, and he harbored genuine concern that Limu might meet a dire fate. Limu found himself unable to fathom the emotions coursing through Jamasha at that moment. He merely covered half of his face, scrutinizing the small bumps that had appeared upon it. Analysis. The contract with the little spirit horse has been established, upon your provision of sufficient sustenance. She shall become your companion. Once it was confirmed that Limu was indeed unharmed, Jamasha gestured towards the little horse that was indulging in a feast nearby. Moo. This time, his voice bore a palpable urgency. It was no wonder that Jamasha was anxious. The little horse had an insatiable appetite. The quantity of food she consumed was disproportionate to her size. Despite being no larger than half a palm, her intake could rival that of a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Fortunately, there was the food that Limu had painstakingly accumulated over the past month, or else he might have truly succumbed to the demands of the little horse. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of regret. He finally comprehended why the little horse had so readily acquiesced to his request, and why she had done so with such alacrity. Chapter 32. the second month with the arrival of a new member, the day passed amidst a flurry of activity. Before long, night fell, and Limu succumbed to a deep slumber. However, this sleep did not extend into the following day. He was abruptly awakened in the dead of night. Guidance. Congratulations. You have successfully survived for 30 days. You have earned 2 stimulation points and 3 internal strength points. Guidance. Congratulations. The accumulation of survival stimulation during this period has granted you 1 stimulation point. Internal strength. 10 stimulation points. 3 mental strength. 57 developed abilities. Guidance 15. Overload 15. Analysis 15. Evolution 25. Extraordinary skill 15. Guidance. New directives. 1. Eliminate a tier 2 creature. Reward. 1 opportunity for ability enhancement. 1 internal strength point. 2. Survive for 30 days in the Celtic Forest. Reward. Increase in mental strength limit by 1. Accelerated recovery of mental strength. 1 opportunity for ability enhancement. Awakened by the notifications, Limu found himself unable to return to sleep. So he decided to delve into these new data points. The 2 newly introduced directives appeared to present a greater challenge than those prior. Setting aside other considerations, how could he possibly eliminate a tier 2 creature? Unless he possessed an anti-material weapon, accompanied by the requisite skill to wield it adeptly. There was no way to ascend to tier 2 simply through brute force. But as he shifted his gaze downward, Limu froze. What was this? Why did the rewards for completing the second directive seem superior? Having endured the initially arduous 30 days, why would the subsequent 30 days appear to be more daunting? Unconsciously furrowing his brow, an alarm bell rang within his mind. To stave off the encroaching anxiety, Limu turned over, attempting to suppress this sense of impending crisis, and then glanced at the 3 stimulation points. It was once again a moment of indecision. Should he develop a new ability or upgrade an existing one? Considering the directives this time, the rewards seemed to favor the enhancement of current abilities. Thus, he resolved to develop a new ability. With that thought, Limu felt a surge of inspiration, and the 3 stimulation points instantaneously transformed into a form of energy, radiating from within outward, buzzing softly surprisingly. This time there was no sensation of dizziness. Perhaps it was due to improved health, or maybe it was the heightened inner strength. Once everything concluded, Limu once again analyzed the panel. Inner strength, 10, stimulation value, 0, mental value, 57. Developed abilities, guidance 15, overload 15, analysis 15, evolution 25, extraordinary ability 15, radiation 15. Radiation. Your body's radiation has undergone a transformation both internally and externally, allowing you to withstand some external radiation while also radiating and influencing your surroundings. It appears to be a passive ability, yet quite useful. It enables you to affect and alter others while providing some resistance against the chaotic radiation of the forest. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Limu slipped back into slumber. As usual, he rose at dawn to practice martial arts. However, today, Jama Shah regarded Limu's training with a hint of curiosity. What was the cause? Over the past few days, Jama Shah had displayed remarkable linguistic aptitude, mastering basic everyday vocabulary after just a few repetitions combined with practical application. Yet, in moments of tension, he would still falter, resorting to clumsy expressions in the language of the forest dwellers. Limu naturally noticed this change in Jama Shah, perhaps influenced by radiation. Or perhaps due to the passage of time, Jama Shah seemed to embody a more childlike demeanor today. Observing him, Limu made a decision. He intended to formally teach Jama Shah the Chinese language. Over these days, Limu had gained a fresh perspective on the forest dweller, particularly on Jama Shah. From the viewpoint of a modern individual, Jama Shah was a child worthy of cultivation. The only concern for Limu was that the lad placed excessive importance on food and held a certain animosity towards the outside world and the unknown. This, he realized, could only be gradually transformed through the passage of time. After their brief exchange, they embarked on a new day of labor. Today, Limu aimed to meticulously organize his tools, as the swift changes of recent times had left many recovered materials neglected. Meanwhile, Jama Shah assisted him in logging. With prior experience living in the woods and adhering to Limu's numerous cautions, he ventured not too far, thus minimizing potential dangers. The real concern lay in Jama Shah's lack of overload and analysis, which made it impossible for him to cover all bases, leading to the risk of simple, careless mistakes. However, ordinary insects would not claim his life. Forest dwellers were far more resilient than their modern counterparts. As for Xiaoma, the land spirit, he took charge of managing the fruit fields during the day. While strolling, he would also help Limu scout the surrounding environment. Yet, summer was a season that promised little tranquility. In the second month of summer, temperatures began to rise steadily, ushering forth a myriad of unfamiliar insects. Occasionally, a loud and heavy cicada call would pierce the air, resonating like a heavy metal bass, shaking the spirit and momentarily halting the heart. To avert the potential dangers posed by future disturbances, Limu is contemplating the creation of suitable earplugs. The humidity within the forest has begun to gradually ascend, altering the altitude conducive to habitation. In any case, Jama Shah's quality of sleep at night has certainly diminished compared to before. However, these are the only observable changes that Limu has noted. The prolonged 6-month summer will undoubtedly be far more complex than what one might experience on Earth. Amidst a day of toil, the summer night remains refreshingly cool, accompanied by a piece of good news. With the rise in temperature and enhancement of light, the concentration of malevolent miasma has waned. Remarkably, Limu, instead of hastily retreating for rest, ventured to the tree shelter where Jama Shah resides. To impart lessons in the intricacies of language, Jama Shah has shown a keen interest in these pictographic characters, perceiving them as a pathway towards enlightenment. Akin to the esoteric texts recorded by the forest wanderers, particularly, the characters that Limu has introduced evoke within him a profound sense of heritage. Little does Jiama Sha realize the transformation within his own thoughts. He is now filled with aspirations for self-cultivation. Come, a horizontal line represents one, and do you know? Two horizontal lines represent two. Limu remains oblivious to Jiama Sha's inner musings, focusing solely on imparting the Chinese language to him. After all, possessing the means of Chinese communication will facilitate interactions and education, potentially yielding effects that are yet unknown. Furthermore, Limu harbors a hidden aspiration, should he ever depart from this world. He wishes for the Chinese language to endure as a testament to his existence within this vast expanse. Thus, one is eager to teach while the other is keen to learn. On this summer night, amidst the chorus of insects, a small pony arrives in haste, unbeknownst to the reason for its urgency. Chapter 33, Goblin Summer has arrived, and all living things are restless, particularly at night. The anxious movements of the small pony immediately capture Limu's attention, and even Jiama Sha senses that something is amiss, watching intently. Beep beep beep. Analysis. Something has happened. Something has happened. In that direction, a horde of green-skinned creatures is clashing with the forest wanderers, and they are approaching our vicinity. Perhaps due to an enhancement in his innate abilities, Limu's translation skills have significantly improved, allowing him to comprehend swiftly. While there may still be some grammatical nuances and details to refine, the effectiveness of his understanding has increased considerably. He quickly discerns the message conveyed by the small pony. Forest wanderers? Green-skinned creatures? At this late hour? Limu furrows his brow, glancing at the thin mist below, which has lightened considerably compared to the previously dense and oppressive miasma. With this understanding, Limu internally sighs, realizing that the forthcoming summer nights may no longer be tranquil. Exhaling deeply, he picks up the crossbow beside him and says, Jiama Sha, brace yourself. Although Jiama Sha does not fully grasp the words, he comprehends Limu's intent, nervously arming himself with a long spear and a spear-throwing device. Currently, aside from farming tools like rakes and hoes, Limu has amassed 30 long spears, most of which are poisoned, with the toxicity diminished due to decay, for which he has supplemented with dung. Simultaneously, to mitigate the disparity in strength among species, Limu has crafted 2 spear-throwing devices that will greatly enhance the throwing distance and power of the spears. Among these spears, several tips were fashioned from hardened feathers and fragments of insect exoskeletons. Additionally, there were a few short blades, 40 arrows, and a single crossbow. The 2 individuals extinguished their fire with palpable tension, silently awaiting atop the trees until the latter part of the night. Meanwhile, a dozen green-skinned creatures, characterized by elongated ears and coarse, abundant fur, swiftly maneuvered through the forest. Their eyes seemed to emit a faint yellow glow, and the central pupils, resembling those of a goat, appeared akin to the malevolent gaze of a demon. They intermittently lifted their heads, utilizing their acute sense of smell to discern the location of their targets. With a clear division of labor, the lead goblin would raise its head to inhale the scents, signaling to the others before dropping back to the rear of the formation, allowing the newly positioned goblin at the front to investigate the aroma. This method ensured both the stability of their formation and the swiftness of their advance. Their agile movements, lithe physiques, and stringent coordination revealed their innate affinity for the forest. Ahead of them was a cadre of rangers from deeper within the woods. This ranger team constituted a complete hunting party, comprising 5 adept members, each proficient in various domains and possessing considerable strength. They frequently undertook tasks involving the collection of resources and intelligence gathering on foreign entities. Just moments ago, they had encountered a goblin slave-capturing squad in the midst of their operations. Regardless of whether the captured forest dwellers belonged to the same faction, mutual assistance among kindred races was often tacitly accepted, particularly when confronting the goblins, a blight upon the woodland. Regrettably, the goblins outnumbered them significantly. They were unable to contend with such overwhelming odds and could only request support from the ranger faction they believed to be nearest. However, the rapid pace of the goblins' nocturnal movements rendered their hopes futile. It was not until the sharp-eyed leader caught a glimpse of flickering light in the distance that he resolved to divert the impending danger. Rustling filled the air, and despite Limu's inability to discern his surroundings, he sensed that something was drawing near. Jiama Sha, too, felt an unsettling presence, his grip on the spear unwittingly causing his hand to bleed. Yet, what was destined to arrive would inevitably do so. In the next moment, several shadows flitted past. Damn it, where did that firelight go? It should be nearby, came the voices of several rangers, their urgency palpable. Limu was taken aback. He had extinguished the fire more than 10 minutes prior, and in such a convoluted forest path, traversing in darkness, how could the others locate him with such precision? Moreover, they seemed to move at remarkable speed without encountering any peril. Indeed, the rangers possessed a remarkable proficiency in navigating the forest. Before Limu could fully comprehend the situation, another rustling disrupted the silence. A group of burly green-skinned creatures suddenly emerged, seemingly attuned to the peculiarities of their surroundings, as they collectively reduced their pace without requiring commands. Were these goblins? Doubtful of his assumptions, Limu endeavored to analyze the unfolding scenario. Analysis. The Biensin goblin warrior, a formidable figure, boasts a robust physique and agile movements, exhibiting remarkable resistance to curses, magic, and diseases. Its intellect is commendable, complemented by keen senses of smell and hearing. Limu was taken aback. Initially, upon hearing the description from the little horse, he believed that the forest wanderers posed the real threat. However, having encountered goblins before, particularly during the time of Maltia, he had seen them cast as monsters on multiple occasions. After all, he himself had been labeled as a yellow-skinned inferior being, a subspecies of goblin confined within the Black Rose prison. The goblins he had seen were typically hunched, diminutive, and crafty. Yet the Biensin goblins before him were utterly astonishing. Even without a clear view of their features, the pronounced musculature, the robust build reminiscent of a bear, and the hair that fluttered in the wind could easily lead one to mistake them for a hybrid of werewolf and troll, were it not for their distinct heads. Furthermore, the pressure emanating from them was reminiscent of the rodent beasts he had encountered, perhaps even more intense. Their height seemed to surpass that of the Maltia people, likely reaching between 1.60 m to 1.70 m. They could no longer be considered mere minor monsters from the border forests. They were undoubtedly creatures of immense stature. It was no wonder they thrived in the Kelta forest, nor that they could chase the forest wanderers in disarray, if they inherited that exaggerated reproductive capacity. Limu felt a chill run down his spine. As Limu pondered how to respond, one of the goblins suddenly sensed something. In an instant, a multitude of eyes from the goblin ranks locked onto him. The goblin's unusual behavior did not go unnoticed by the forest wanderers, who, instead of slowing down due to this distraction, seized the opportunity to hasten their escape. The goblins, not lacking in intelligence, quickly communicated and adapted their strategy. Out of the 13 goblins, 8 continued to pursue the forest wanderers, while the remaining 5 approached Limu's position. They could even discern the number of targets through their sense of smell, efficiently reallocating their numbers within a short span of time. Chapter 34. The storm approaches. The sound of Kamash's nervous fidgeting filled the air, and Limu could feel the surrounding branches trembling. This was likely his first proactive confrontation with an enemy. The goblins, sensing the pervasive fear and tense atmosphere, let out a collective screech, their voices sharp and jarring, as if intent on shattering the last bastion of resolve within one's heart. Limu furrowed his brow, while others may be oblivious. He understood that these were not mere meaningless cries. They were haunting wails capable of influencing the psyche. The goblins here were exceptionally unusual. Kamasha. To prevent Kamasha from succumbing to despair, Limu firmly grasped the trembling arm of the child. After all, it was impossible for one so young not to feel fear. Yet if their trepidation led to losses on their side, the situation would become far more dire. Jayamisha felt the warmth emanating from Limu's palm, and instantly withdrew from her reverie, casting a look of bewilderment and trepidation towards him. Pick it up. Prepare. Limu's assertive demeanor seemed to provide Jayamisha, akin to a floating reed, with a sense of support as she tremulously affixed the spear to the throwing device. The sound of footsteps echoed, thud, thud, thud. Although the goblins were aware of Limu's presence in the tree, they dared not approach recklessly. They understood the concept of traps. Their caution was the cornerstone of their survival. The distance between the two parties gradually diminished in the silence. Jayamisha, I will count to 3. Remember what I taught you tonight. 1, shoot, 1, shoot. Limu gestured emphatically while repeating the phrase. Jayamisha adjusted her breathing, ultimately nodding resolutely. Good. Limu's brow was furrowed, raising the crossbow in his hand. The distance closed once more. 3, 2, 1. The goblins seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. Realizing the urgency, they accelerated. Limu hastened his countdown, bellowing as he sprang to his feet and released a bolt. Following Limu's lead, Jayamisha hurled her spear with precision. A soft thud echoed as the projectile found its mark. Limu could not discern the situation clearly, yet he was certain he had struck a goblin. On the other side, as the goblins adapted their tactics, the sudden onslaught pierced one goblin's abdomen. Meanwhile, Jayamisha's spear lodged itself before another goblin. Stunned, they had not anticipated such a long-range capability from their adversaries. They were mere foot soldiers, skilled only in throwing and melee combat. This distance exceeded their throwing range, making a direct assault exceedingly disadvantageous. In an instant, the remaining goblins halted their advance, retreating several steps instead. Ultimately, they fled in the direction where the forest dweller had vanished. Limu felt the departure of those watchful eyes, his brow tightening further. If they had charged in unison, he could have dealt with 2 or 3 of them. And with the aid of melee combat and a surprise from Xiaoma, he might have managed to annihilate them entirely. But why had they withdrawn? Goblins were known for their greed and arrogance. Such discernment and decisiveness were unexpected. What if they noted his location and returned with a horde of goblins to assault him? Goblins bore grudges. Having injured one, he faced a substantial risk of retaliation in the future. In that moment, Limu found himself at a loss for words. Jayamisha, relieved by the goblin's retreat, noticed Limu's troubled demeanor and dared not make a sound. The night passed in silence, devoid of sleep. The following morning, Limu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, completed his 4th set of martial exercises. He intended to attempt the 5th set, but found his condition far too poor. Restless and unwilling to relocate, Limu ultimately resolved to alter his strategy, prioritizing the construction of a barrier. After all, his existence would inevitably be exposed to the watchful eyes of these foreign beings within the forest, so it was wiser to prepare thoroughly and proactively. Limu first extended his beloved rake, but this time it was not for tilling the fields. Rather, it was to scrape the earth for wall construction. Jiama Sha loosened a patch of soil, while Limu employed a hoe to excavate a deep trench, gathering earth from the surroundings to elevate the soil on either side of the trench, thereby minimizing the required depth of excavation. With Jiama Sha's assistance, the accumulated timber now exceeded 100 pieces. However, the most arduous task remained, hoisting the substantial logs upright into the trench and compacting the surrounding mounds of earth. Once a section of the wall was completed, they proceeded to bind the vines, fill the gaps, and stack stones near the ground to prevent collapse and ensure structural integrity. Time passed swiftly over 3 days. Remarkably, during this period, apart from a few tree-dwelling creatures causing minor disturbances, there were no goblin or beast attacks. Perhaps the goblins had forgotten this place? In any case, this duration had been relatively safe, as if the area where Limu resided had been blessed. A day or 2 could be considered coincidence, but such an extended period surely indicated some underlying reason. Yet, this reason would not be easily discerned. Rather, the progress of the wall's construction demanded Limu's utmost attention. Thanks to the favorable environment, Limu and Jiama Sha successfully completed the 13th phase of their project. erecting the first wall between two colossal trees. However, the pace of progress finally reached a point where the supply of materials could not keep up. Consequently, Limu had no choice but to alter his strategy, dedicating part of his time to logging and processing timber. He sincerely hoped such days would persist. Once the surrounding wall was completed, he could return to tilling the land, endeavoring to accomplish miraculous tasks and quietly pursue development. Yet, it seemed that a certain social structure existed within the forest. The tensions between goblins and forest dwellers were escalating with the rising temperatures. Little Pony frequently brought back information from nearby, and fortunately, these creatures had not encroached upon their territory. Limu was reluctant to involve himself with external matters, though a hint of anxiety lingered within him. It was not until he discovered several water lilies had been deliberately severed while fetching water that he finally grasped the reality. His streak of good fortune could not last indefinitely. The stable water source had been severed. This not only signified that Limu would revert to the days of rationing water, but also indicated the cessation of irrigation. Although he had stockpiled a considerable amount, eliminating immediate survival concerns, what about the fruit-bearing trees? While they could survive without water, cultivating quality fruit was impossible without it. Furthermore, some fertilizers, lacking dilution from water, made Limu apprehensive about burning the seedlings. Most critically, the dwarf apple trees had matured, and fruiting was imminent. This precarious juncture heightened Limu's distress. Should he venture out in search of a new water source? Chapter 35. Jalmashah's passed on the 7th day of the second month of summer. To ensure a stable total water supply, Limu needed to reinitiate his distillation plan. Moreover, Jalmashah was growing, and during this time together, their bond had deepened. Limu was determined not to allow Jalmashah to suffer from any nutritional deficiencies during his formative years, which might result in lasting ailments. Consequently, the necessity for water across various aspects cannot be overlooked. To address this, Limu resolutely decided to significantly reduce the irrigation allocations, providing water solely to a select few of the most robust plants. Jalmashah, demonstrating remarkable understanding, became increasingly proactive under Limu's influence, beginning to assist willingly rather than awaiting commands. As time progressed, he revealed his intelligence. He swiftly grasped simple mathematical concepts and excelled in learning Chinese expressions, exhibiting an insatiable thirst for knowledge that surpassed even his appetite during meals. Both his inner and outer selves had noticeably thickened, contrasting sharply with his previously numb and frail demeanor, now infused with the spirited vitality characteristic of childhood. These transformations further prompted Limu to place greater importance on Jalmashah, who, in no time, could undoubtedly evolve into a significant asset. However, not all matters unfolded smoothly. Apart from Jalmashah's positive changes, the remainder of the news was predominantly disheartening. The persistent rise in temperature led Limu to anticipate that next month, the forest might experience scorching highs of 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, transforming the entire woodland into a vast steamer, posing a genuine threat to life. Additionally, there was an increase in mosquitoes, unseen radiation, extraordinary organisms, unknown pathogens, and unusual magical fluctuations, presenting a plethora of bizarre phenomena. Even though Limu rarely ventured outside, he could still sense these alterations. The mere initial shifts of one season necessitated a substantial revision of the 20-plus precautions he had previously outlined. Even his own fruit orchard seemed to be affected by the summer's influence. Despite the reduction in watering, the plants should not have exhibited noticeable changes so soon. Yet, the reality was stark. Those unwatered plants began to display curling leaves and stunted growth. Even the sealed water reservoir inexplicably lost some water overnight. Under the weight of various influences, Limu felt increasingly agitated and compelled himself to practice the fifth set of the Bungu Jin Gang Gong. The accumulation of effort reached a point where the difficulty approached that of the fourth set, making it a natural progression. After completing the 5 sets, his refined physique encompassed various aspects. Yet, despite this achievement, it could not alleviate the worries that plagued Limu's heart. His furrowed brow did not go unnoticed by Jalmashah. That night, instead of adhering to Limu's instruction to retire early, Jalmashah waited until Limu had concluded his tasks to share his past, hoping to lighten Limu's spirits. His previous life was rather uneventful, characterized by a monotonous routine since birth. During the day, he would polish tools for the forest dwellers, and in the afternoon, he tended to special fruit trees, which were said to bear fruits essential for the dwellers' cultivation. Naturally, these resources did not belong to them. Their sustenance depended solely on the daily provisions brought by the forest dwellers. Should the dwellers fail to arrive one day, they would face hunger. As for pilfering the fruits, the forest dwellers possessed means to detect any transgressions, and should one indulge, the entire village would face dire consequences. To alter their circumstances, they could only rely on luck. The fortunate females, chosen by the wanderers of the forest, may find fleeting joy for a few days. The fortunate males, endowed with notable gifts, are selected to be nourished with the fruits of the forest. Upon awakening as wanderers, they escape the abyss of suffering. The remainder of the populace is condemned to generations of servitude, reduced to mere livestock. The recent prosperity of the wanderers allows for sustenance. Their decline, however, casts the rest as mere provisions. To the lion, a domestic cat bears no distinction from food. And what of rebellion? The slightest act of defiance leads inevitably to the annihilation of entire villages. Much like a biting dog meeting its end, the wanderers would extinguish all who dare resist without a flicker of hesitation. As for fleeing, the already feeble forest dwellers, once severed from the wanderers' shelter, face a grim fate. Moreover, after prolonged subjugation, they have come to view themselves as livestock. Notions of escape or resistance become foreign concepts. From the moment of their birth, they endure a life of unrelenting suffering, destined to perish and return to the earth. The village of Jalmashah epitomizes such a fate. Yet, Jalmashah's lineage diverges. His mother was born of the union between a wanderer and a forest dweller. She had glimpsed a sliver of light and held it steadfast in her heart, nurturing the hope of raising her child into a wanderer, thus artificially altering Jiama Sha's destiny. Alas, fate seems to have played a cruel jest on her. As the wanderers find themselves in dire straits, his village has been reduced to a slaughterhouse. His mother perished before his eyes, urging him to flee. The wanderers, of course, would never permit a forest dweller, aware of the means to escape, to depart. They pursued him relentlessly. It was then that Jiama Sha encountered Limu. Initially, he could not comprehend the necessity of flight or why his mother urged him to run. Yet now, observing Limu, he began to grasp a fraction of his mother's struggles. Limu watched Jiama Sha's clumsy recounting of his past, unable to articulate a single word in response. Even in that state of numbness, Jiama Sha could still summon the courage to escape. Why, then, did he feel as though he were ensnared? Ultimately, it was fear of death and an overwhelming burden of hope for the future that held him captive. After a prolonged silence, Limu's furrowed brow seemed to relax, and the atmosphere turned somber. Suddenly, he grasped Jiama Sha's shoulders, speaking earnestly and deliberately. Jiama Sha, I must venture out tomorrow, perhaps for a day, perhaps for several. I seek water, and I rely on you. If necessary, do not tend to that fruit field, with nowhere else to turn. Even the forest dwellers shunned him as an escaped fugitive, and he found himself inadvertently tethered to Limu. Upon hearing Limu's intent to depart, his instinct was to intervene, yet he ultimately could not extend his hand to stop him. Jiama Sha remained perplexed by his emotions, particularly the tumult of feelings swirling within him, leaving him momentarily speechless and unable to act. Limu offered no further explanation, turning away to ascend towards his treehouse. Jiama Sha watched as Limu's figure faded into the darkness, retreating silently to his makeshift shelter. He spent the night in restless contemplation, determined to offer something to Limu the following morning. Yet a night had passed, and when Jiama Sha, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sought out Limu, he discovered that Limu had already departed. Chapter 36. The peril of seeking water. The following day, before dawn, Limu set forth. The reason for his early departure was not to evade Jiama Sha, but rather that this hour marked the forest's most tranquil period. Comparatively, it should offer a greater sense of safety. Limu had mentally prepared himself. This journey was not merely a brief excursion of a few hundred meters for a casual observation. He intended to thoroughly comprehend the surrounding terrain and locate a stable water source, all the while analyzing and memorizing numerous unknown entities of summer. He had a premonition that if he remained cooped up at home, he would soon perish. Of course, he was not acting impulsively or recklessly charging ahead. Prior to his departure, he had quietly prepared for this endeavor, merely waiting for an opportune moment. He had mended his feathered cloak with vines and bone needles, crafted a rudimentary inner armor from the bark of massive trees, and equipped himself with tools such as a crossbow, spear, and flying blades. He also brought along enough provisions and water for 5 days. Although he did not intend to wander too far, the troubles of venturing too deep were considerable, and he preferred not to loiter at his doorstep. With careful steps, Limu advanced, the faint sounds of his gear rustling surrounding him. Each step was deliberate. He scrutinized all 6 directions, up, down, left, right, forward, and backward. Such meticulousness was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person, a luxury afforded to him by his extraordinary internal strength. The journey thus far had been relatively smooth, as he skillfully avoided potential dangers identified through analysis. Even when faced with unavoidable threats, Limu was capable of mitigating their severity. Although his pace was slow, it ensured his safety. As he navigated the challenging terrain, the soil began to change beneath his feet. It grew softer, with patches of moss emerging on the surface. This was undoubtedly a positive sign, as such moss often flourishes in damp areas, indicating a higher likelihood of a nearby water source, perhaps even a stream or groundwater. Encouraged, Limu quietly followed the dense moss in search of water. The light shifted, and the temperature rose. Towering trees allowed beams of sunlight to filter through their gaps, illuminating the surroundings. Tiny sprites flitted about the shafts of light, and plants appeared to sway of their own accord. The myriad hues of green intertwined, casting a verdant glow upon space, time, and even causality. As time progressed, the light grew brighter, and the soil became increasingly moist. The once chaotic forest now exuded a serene beauty. Yet, the traveler paid little heed to the scenery. Exhausted from both physical and mental exertion, Limu was drenched in sweat, but refrained from shedding his clothing. In silence, he pressed onward. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar tug in his ears, as though he had caught a distant sound. In the oppressive heat, he continued to walk, covering further ground. The muffled noise grew increasingly pronounced. A sudden thought flashed through Limu's mind, causing him to feel an exhilarating surge of energy, prompting his footsteps to quicken. He paid little heed to the cuts his shoes received from the concealed vegetation. The dull, buzzing sound grew increasingly vibrant. Ultimately, as Limu approached, the noise became clearer. It was the sound of flowing water, despite its seemingly modest volume, accompanied by a hint of echo. The familiar gurgling noise amidst the peculiar flora assured Limu that it was indeed a stream. To his astonishment, just one day had yielded such a discovery. His breathing quickened. He was prepared for injuries, for becoming lost, even for the possibility of death. Yet now, all those concerns dissipated. Surely, his luck was ever in his favor. Limu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hastened toward the source of the sound. Steady yourself, he repeated to calm his racing heart. After all, this was a source of water, and there could be unknown creatures lurking nearby. Thus, he forced himself to remain composed while quickening his pace and heightening his vigilance as he drew closer to the sound. Undoubtedly, it must be the water source. With each step, his gaze darted around, ensuring that no creatures roamed nearby before daring to advance further. Finally, he arrived near the source of the sound. Before him stood a patch of grass towering over him, and the sound emanated from behind it. Cautiously, he lifted his spear and began to part the grass to see what lay beyond. In the next moment, Limu was left utterly stunned. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Upon parting the grass, he found no trace of flowing water. Instead, he locked eyes with a massive monstrous head. The creature's head resembled that of a lizard, but beneath its jaw lay another jaw, a bizarre, three-layered head with two mouths that looked utterly peculiar. The sound of flowing water emanated from the upper mouth, its strange appendages writhing like those of a rattlesnake, continuously emitting the sound of water flowing, mingling with the distant echoes of other streams. Analysis: six-legged water-luring beast, level 1, weighing 960 kilograms. A swift forest predator with 6 abdominal limbs, capable of, as the analysis instinctively flashed before him, Limu snapped back to reality. In that fleeting moment, he disregarded the analysis entirely and decided to flee. Roar! The instant Limu turned, the massive form of the water-luring beast burst forth from the thicket. Its gaping maw, lined with teeth like saw blades, instilled dread. A terrifying roar sent a brief ringing in Limu's ears. The sound of its 6 legs pounding the ground was relentless, almost as if stepping upon one's heart. How could something of such size possess such speed? Limu was struck with terror. He realized that his initial head start would not grant him an advantage. Just as he pondered this, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. A sudden and violent crash resonated through the air as a small tree to the left of Limu was uprooted. His pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he veered to the side and fled. He disregarded the pain in his ankle. Survival was paramount. The monstrous roar echoed ominously behind him, yet Limu's speed could not rival that of the beast. In mere breaths, the sound of its thundering footsteps returned to haunt him. A strange, gurgling noise erupted, and through sheer willpower, Limu turned despite the searing agony in his ankle. In the next heartbeat, a highly corrosive pus narrowly missed his back, tearing through the feathers of his coat and searing the plant it struck as if it had been set ablaze. Chapter 37. Timo Rabbit. Limu had not felt such a palpable threat of death since his escape from Martia. At this moment, he was engulfed by that familiar sensation of suffocation, the air piercing his lungs. He could no longer afford to dwell on the wounds that multiplied on his body from weaving through the forest. He knew that to stop meant certain death. Faster, even faster. Yet the 6-legged water enticement beast surged ahead with renewed speed, despite activating his overload and pushing his reflexes beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Under the pressure of such a chase, he could merely manage to make split-second decisions. The beast behind him roared once more, seemingly enraged by its failure to swiftly end Limu's life. The proximity, the volume, the frequency of the roar tightened his skin, rendering him almost instantly deaf. Deprived of one sense, Limu found himself in a more precarious state. Without auditory cues, he could not gauge the distance of the pursuing monster. Fear began to consume his rationality. His breaths quickened, and his steps grew frantic. He changed direction, then changed direction again, frantically navigating through the unknown in a desperate struggle for survival. Suddenly, a sharp spatter of stones struck his hind leg. Limu's pupils dilated in shock. The ground sloped beneath him, and he stumbled, tumbling forward. As he rolled, the world spun wildly around him, and he came to rest at the bottom of a slope, the light suddenly flooding his vision. Before him lay a river, his escape route severed. Yet, pressed against the ground, he could feel the faint tremors beneath him. As his hearing slightly returned, he discerned the thunderous footsteps closing in. He had to make a final stand, ignoring everything else. Limu summoned all his strength and plunged into the river. With a resounding splash, he leapt into the water just as a massive maw snapped at the riverbank. The icy water jolted him back to some semblance of clarity, and he began to swim towards the opposite shore. Little did he know, the creature had no intention of letting him escape. With a thunderous splash, the beast leapt into the water, its tail propelling it with an agility rivaling that of a marine iguana, effortlessly maneuvering through the depths. With a fleeting glance, Limu's heart sank to the depths of despair. As water sprayed around him, he desperately accelerated towards the far bank. Alas, the water temperature was too frigid, and having just sprinted relentlessly, I found myself utterly drained, a sudden stiffness enveloping my limbs. What a predicament! I feared I might cramp. Yet, the sound of splashing behind me, reminiscent of a speedboat, rendered me incapable of halting my escape. As I contemplated whether to take a daring plunge, utilizing the underwater rocks to evade the massive creature pursuing me, a shadow darted overhead with astonishing swiftness, like an arrow or a tempest. In the next instant, a cacophony of splashing erupted behind me, followed by a chilling howl. In that fleeting moment, I seized the opportunity and swam towards the shore. Enduring the cramp in my leg, summoning my formidable mental fortitude and nervous system, I managed to propel myself to the bank, paddling like a frantic oar. Upon reaching the shore and glancing back, I beheld a scene more horrifying than I had imagined. The once ferocious 6-legged water beast now lay lifeless, dragged to the opposite bank, its blood staining the river of vivid crimson. Strangely enough, the creature was not being pulled by any monstrous entity, but by a seemingly innocuous rabbit, one of considerable size, comparable to a baby carriage. Its fur was a brilliant white, its muscular form exaggerated, and its sharp teeth suggested it had decisively slain the water beast. However, I was bewildered as to how it managed to haul such a colossal creature across the river without a single droplet of water marring its pristine coat. Analysis: the Timo rabbit, a social creature known for its burrowing behavior, excels in territorial cultivation, nest construction, and cooperative hunting. Possessing a remarkable capacity for explosive power and an affinity for certain magical energies and sprites, it is dubbed the piranha of the forest. My heart raced in terror as I gazed at the rabbit, which seemed to notice me in turn. However, it appeared indifferent to my presence, continuing to drag the carcass of the water beast away. In that moment of eye contact, my heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, it seemed disinterested in making me its next meal, otherwise my fate would have been dire. It wasn't until I could finally relax that the intense pain and numbness from my cramping left leg surged forth, flooding my senses. Gritting my teeth, I pressed my foot against the ground, desperately adjusting my posture in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, mimicking the various cramp relief techniques I had encountered. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the pain amplified, radiating through other parts of my body as well. Just as I contorted my face in agony, struggling with the discomfort, a sudden voice broke the silence. Goo? Analysis, a colloquial expression akin to hello? Who are you? Are you there? I swiftly turned my head to see a small child with black hair and brown eyes, gazing at me with an expression of curious intrigue. Is this a sprite? To be honest, the child's appearance was strikingly familiar to me, reminiscent of those I had encountered nearly every day in the Martia mine. However, this child appeared slightly taller than their peers from Martia, with more pronounced pointed ears. Overall, it resembles a real-life version of a character from the game Kingdom of Locke, albeit with features more aligned with those of Eastern descent. The complexion is remarkably pure, devoid of any erratic hues. However, the current state of Limu is rather frail, and he has no desire to engage in conversation with someone who cannot communicate. With a simple plop, he collapses to the ground, squinting his eyes as if pretending to be unconscious. Through this efficient method, he observes what the child intends to do and what his true nature is. On the other hand, upon seeing Limu's appearance, the child instinctively assumes him to be of the same kin. Although Limu's ears are slightly rounded at the tips, this minor distinction is dismissed as just a common ailment characterized by squinting eyes, crooked fingers, and a lopsided mouth. Yet, before any interaction could occur, the child's shock at Limu's sudden collapse leaves him utterly bewildered. Lacking various forms of education, witnessing an adult of his kind fall before him renders him speechless. Time passes, 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, while the child remains in a daze, circling around Limu, occasionally reaching out to touch his body, only to recoil as if shocked. Limu initially intended to rest and regain his strength, but, unbeknownst to him, he is so exhausted that he drifts into a deep slumber. Chapter 38. The settlement situation. At an indeterminate moment, Limu yawns and gradually opens his eyes. Startled by the scenery surrounding him, he slowly begins to recollect the events that transpired. Just as he attempts to rise, he discovers himself ensnared by a vine. Awake? A voice, low and measured, inquires beside him. Standing there is an adult elf, robust yet slightly diminutive compared to Limu, though considerably taller than any elves he has previously encountered. Akin to a burly fellow from the northeastern regions among elves. Analysis, Forest Elf, Class 1, potential yet to be developed, exceptional stamina. Where's this? Limu tentatively attempts to communicate in Martia, a language he learned from the lioness, Grail. Unfortunately, his efforts are in vain as the elf does not comprehend. The elf, upon hearing Limu's pronunciation, deduces that he is not one of the local elves. Noticing Limu's exceptionally delicate skin, he shifts his demeanor, saying, "Hello. My name is Rain." Limu instinctively nods. Upon realizing that Limu can understand the elven tongue, Rain's spirits lift, and he prepares to say more when a youthful voice calls from a distance. "I'm back. I found so much food, so much food. Oh, it's Kupai who has returned." Rain turns to greet the newcomer with a smile. The child named Kupai is indeed the same one who had been circling around Limu earlier. "Uncle Rain, look, my pocket is full of little mushrooms. We can have mushroom soup tonight." With that, Kupai proceeds to untie the leaf apron around his waist, spilling the mushrooms onto the ground for all to see. Analysis. The Zilligen, a fascinating species within the realm of luminous fungi, is rich in natural substances that can counteract the adverse effects of extreme weather during dust seasons on the human body. It contains trace amounts of magical metallic elements, and excessive consumption may lead to symptoms such as diarrhea, speech impairment, and joint swelling. Limu silently observed the somewhat coarse conversation between the two individuals. It was not until the child, Kupai, turned his gaze towards Limu that he curiously inquired of Lewin, "Uncle Lewin, should we still bind him? Would it not be better to let him join us in searching for food?" Upon hearing this, Lewin cast a serious glance at Limu once more. "I am unaware of your intentions for being here, but do not provoke those rabbits. You cannot withstand their wrath." With this statement, Lewin evidently deduced something from the water and bloodstains on Limu. Moreover, Limu's height and physique were exceedingly unusual, which placed considerable pressure on Luan, so even with Kupai's suggestion, he had no intention of loosening the vines binding Limu. Subsequently, Lewin added, "We will temporarily provide you with sustenance. Please bear with us for a while." Kupai regarded Limu with a puzzled expression before looking back at Luan, ultimately following him as they walked towards a modest settlement. It appeared they were to confer with other tribesfolk about something. However, the loosening of the vines would have little impact on Limu, as he could easily free himself. Yet, he chose not to hasten any confrontation, opting instead to remain seated, recuperating his strength while quietly gathering information. The surrounding vegetation was notably sparse, and the ground appeared to be well maintained. The presence of children and women within the tribe suggested that this fairy tribe had been surviving in this location for quite some time. However, the quality of their structures and tools, which lacked the refinement and durability of those crafted by skilled hands, coupled with their frail physiques, indicated an anomaly in their ability to survive and reproduce within the Kairta forest. Contemplating this, Limu suddenly recalled the peculiar Timo rabbit. Could it be connected? The analysis mentioned its adeptness in territorial cultivation and communal living. Limu inferred that this region might indeed be a territory of such gregarious creatures. Aside from the water-dwelling beasts, no other monsters or dangers were observed in the vicinity. Additionally, a river flowed nearby, providing a vital surface water source. If this area had been deliberately cleared and selected by the Timo rabbit, then its relative safety became comprehensible. Such secure environments would naturally attract herbivorous populations. making survival within a carnivorous territory preferable to that in a chaotic forest. The diminished scent of blood would also foster the growth of fairies, mushrooms, and berry-type sustenance. Once a territory is established, over time, the Timo rabbit would thrive more rapidly in a suitable environment, further expanding its domain. A larger territory would correspond to an increased safe radius, yielding more resources and attracting more beings, thus creating a relationship of mutual benefit to some extent. Given these various factors, it appeared that this fairy tribe may have actively migrated to this place. In light of this, Lewin's warning took on an additional layer of significance. However, this group comprises a mere 13 individuals, 1 adult male named Ren, 3 young men, 4 women, and 5 children. If Timo Rabbit were to feel adventurous one week and desire a change in diet, consuming one of the refined beings daily, what would happen then? With this thought, Limu shook his head. It was someone else's affair. He had located a water source, thus fulfilling his task. Regardless of how much they resembled Easterners, they were ultimately still refined beings. Ren stood at a modest height of 1.60 m, while the other adult refined beings measured around 1.50 m, their average stature not significantly surpassing that of the refined slaves in Martia. Their tools remained rudimentary, consisting solely of wooden sticks and rudely shaped stones, lacking axes or spears. Apart from Ren, the others appeared either emaciated or swollen and distorted, clearly suffering from malnutrition and hereditary ailments. Moreover, although he was bound, it was unclear whether it was due to the others' inexperience or something else, but they had not even removed his equipment. If he truly wished to leave, these individuals would be incapable of stopping him. Limu's reason for staying was to gather more information and perhaps enjoy a meal. Naturally, acquiring seeds of valuable crops would be even better. As he pondered, the sky gradually darkened. To his astonishment, this land did not produce any malevolent miasma. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the direct sunlight or something Timo Rabbit had done. He could hear the voices of the tribe members echoing around him. And Kupai, unable to contain his curiosity, flitted about Limu's vicinity. An idea struck Limu. He retrieved a small apple from his pocket and offered it to Kupai, subsequently gesturing quietly towards the tribe members. Kupai, eyes wide with excitement at the sight of the fruit, knew well that it was sweet and juicy, filling him with delight. After a brief exchange of gestures, Kupai grasped Limu's meaning and eagerly began to introduce his kin. Having someone speak about them was far superior to his own tentative deductions. Furthermore, upon gaining a clearer understanding of the tribe's structure and observing the numerous women and children, Limu's perspective shifted. These individuals represented labor potential. He was well aware of the refined being's industriousness. However, Kupai was oblivious to Limu's thoughts and, pointing to a woman, began to speak on his own. That is Wendy, Ren's sister, currently responsible for the 2 daughters of the deceased elder. Chapter 39. Journey to the riverbank. Ren seemed to have noticed the interaction between Limu and Kupai, observing Limu's willingness to engage. He stepped in to introduce the tribe's situation. Next to Wendy are Yaya and Nana, and over there, someone is tending to the fire. Ren's sudden interjection stirred a slight displeasure in Limu. It was not so much the interruption itself that irked him, but rather Ren's tone, which bore an air of self-pity. His words suggested a hint of expectation for gratitude regarding the act of saving Limu, as if he were attempting to morally compel him to remain and labor for Ren's tribe in repayment. However, Limu maintained a facade of composure, continuously affirming Ren's sentiments. He understood that creating a rift now would yield no benefits. It was far more prudent to exhibit a semblance of compliance to garner goodwill. Once goodwill was established, it not only signified emotional value but also unveiled vulnerabilities and opportunities. After all, he possessed sufficient strength as a safety net. Thus, contemplating how to acquire more information and benefits with minimal loss was the most judicious course of action. As night deepened, it seemed that Limu's agreement had stirred a response in Ryan. Or perhaps Ryan had simply been starved of affirmation for too long. As he engaged Limu in incessant conversation, traversing the tribe's history and the myriad hardships they had endured. The hardships were known solely to him. Limu, though not particularly hungry, was not overly weary either, and he listened in silence. Who would have imagined that this modest little tribe had once been a migratory group of hundreds? Indeed, after hearing these tales, Limu found his perspective on the tribe shifting. Although their ideology might be archaic, they possessed a survival instinct that the refined individuals from outside lacked. Moreover, the refined beings, being akin to forest spirits, exhibited occupational differentiation and reproductive capabilities akin to goblins, thus proving themselves to be excellent laborers. Were it not for Ryan's moral coercion, which still left Limu feeling somewhat distant and wary, he might have decided to assist them in their development. All right, you should rest well, Ryan said with a yawn, having introduced a plethora of topics. He then untied Limu from his bindings and nonchalantly walked away. It appeared that even though Ryan harbored some reservations, he was not particularly cautious or adept in social interactions. He merely appeared shrewder among the refined beings. Limu smiled in response, yet internally he felt a twinge of conflict. He pondered whether to leverage the refined beings to cultivate his own influence. Survival in the forest was indeed exhausting alone. Having a tribe could undoubtedly bring about a transformative shift in his circumstances. However, the refined beings had yet to fully earn his trust, and if this tribe harbored any fundamental issues, it would only serve to complicate matters for him. Regardless, fostering goodwill was undoubtedly the right approach. Had the conditions been met, rest assured, they had. If he could endure these next few days, a better life awaited him. In the hazy twilight, everyone succumbed to slumber. The following day, Limu rose early. You're awake? He was taken aback by Kupai's voice, the child having risen even earlier than himself. This made Limu, who intended to make a good impression that day, feel slightly embarrassed. Just as Kupai was about to turn and leave, Limu grasped his hand and gestured simply. Understanding Limu's intent, Kupai's face lit up with unrestrained excitement. eager to accompany him. Frankly, children are easily persuaded. After having received a small apple the previous day, this child had placed his trust in Limu without hesitation. Ruffling Ku Pai's thin face, Limu made his way towards the riverbank. Along the way, he inquired about the tribe's dietary customs, aiming to gather information about food while also forging a closer bond with the child. However, upon learning of the tribe's culinary practices, Limu could not summon joy. The tribe possesses neither the prowess for hunting nor the means to sustain themselves on meat, relying primarily on fungi and berries for sustenance. Their sole source of animal protein is a rather foolish rodent. Furthermore, they lack the knowledge to discern the toxicity of mushrooms. Having previously encountered a mushroom creature that devoured a young tribesman, their only recourse is to rely on experience to gather a few distinctly identifiable fungi. As for berries, the loss of ancestral knowledge has left them ignorant of which varieties are edible, resulting in numerous fatalities. Ultimately, they have only identified 2 types of sour red berries. However, Limu is already aware of these. The only potential source of sustenance appears to be the rodent. This foolish creature, resembling a cross between a mole and a bamboo rat, is known for its burrowing habits and abundant flesh, thriving on certain tree roots. Most importantly, this rodent is easily captured by the tribe, suggesting it poses little threat and is relatively common. Henceforth, it might warrant further observation. Although Limu had previously contemplated consuming rodents, the association of these creatures with plagues, curses, and parasites had made him hesitant to indulge. Thus, under Limu's persuasion, Ku Pai divulged nearly all he knew, reveling in a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a child showing off in front of adults. Growing increasingly animated as he spoke, before long, the duo arrived at the riverbank. Since entering the forest, Limu's appetite had notably increased due to his training. The meager portion provided by Lin the previous day was insufficient to satiate his hunger. Having noted the presence of fish and shrimp in the river while fleeing the previous day, he was eager to catch some today to supplement his intake of trace elements. However, Ku Pai, seemingly perceiving Limu's intentions, suddenly seized his arm. No, that way will make you feel all hot all over. There are gargoyles and all sorts of monsters. Limu was startled by Ku Pai's abrupt change in demeanor. He could sense the force with which Ku Pai held him was serious, not playful. With a sense of suspicion, Limu halted his steps. Feeling hot. Gargoyles. Hadn't he just swum across from the other side without incident? To be cautious, Limu remained in place to analyze the situation. Yet, aside from the unidentified microorganisms and increased energy levels in the river water, along with a few warnings from his analysis, there was nothing alarming. Moreover, Timo the rabbit, who cherished its fur, seldom caught fish or shrimp, so it was unlikely such matters would prompt the cleansing of the tribe. Suddenly, amidst Limu's doubts, Ku Pai shrieked in alarm, startling Limu into covering his mouth. He was not keen on attracting any monsters, and promptly turned to follow Ku Pai's gaze. Before him, a palm-sized crab waved its vibrant pincers. Analysis: land crab, a single specimen. Its pincers contain a paralyzing venom that aids in immobilizing fish with tender flesh. Is this what they call a gargoyle? Perceiving the disbelief etched on Limu's face, Ku Pai spoke, his voice trembling. No, this is a small one. There are larger ones, much larger. The big ones are poisonous and can kill. Everyone died, and only we managed to migrate. Limu furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the fact that a mere crab could instill such fear in a child. Although this crab is toxic, it merely possesses a paralyzing toxin and is not lethal. However, the species that Ku Pai mentioned seems to differ from the one before them. It appears that the tribe's scarcity of food is not due to a lack of consideration for aquatic resources, but rather a deep-seated fear of water. Their physical constitution is already frail, and the chill of the water can easily lead to colds, fevers, or even drowning. Perhaps they have previously been attacked by some monstrous crab, which would naturally instill a reluctance to approach the riverbanks. It is no wonder that they extract water from plants rather than venturing to the river's edge. Once confirming that the surroundings posed no threats, Limu took it upon himself to reassure Ku Pai and decided to engage in fishing. With a splash, Limu leapt into the shallows. Ku Pai, startled by the water spray, instinctively took a few steps back, wary of being splashed. Observing Ku Pai's apprehensive demeanor, Limu understood that he could not easily alter his mindset and proceeded to catch fish on his own. The river, approximately 50 meters wide, featured shallow areas adorned with pebbles and peculiar aquatic plants, generally about 1 meter in depth. The center was significantly deeper, reaching around 3 to 4 meters. For now, he focused on the edges where fishing was more convenient. With a spear in hand, he swiftly struck, the spear glinting like a dragon. Given his current physical prowess, catching fish was far less strenuous than in his previous home. Before long, several plump river fish were flung onto the bank. Using a stone coated with low applewood powder, he struck it a few times to ignite a fire, simply preparing the fish before skewering them and placing them beside the flames to roast. This series of actions left Ku Pai astounded, as they were all novel techniques. Yet, Limu remained unsatisfied. The ecological bounty of the river was extraordinary, teeming with sustenance. Small crabs clustered in abundance, and occasionally one could spot robust frogs, land beetles, and an overwhelming number of shrimp and small fish. Even the riverbanks were riddled with peculiar burrows housing numerous unfamiliar creatures. Even certain aquatic plants were edible. This was no mere river, it was an immense larder, operating on a scale far beyond the rivers of his former life. Naturally, there were also bothersome nuisances like mosquito larvae and blood-sucking insects, along with many new varieties of bugs. One particularly troublesome creature, known as the mycelium worm, was slender and elongated, resembling a spider's silk. It would entwine itself around amphibians, propelled by the water's current, and accompany them to various breeding grounds, posing little direct threat. However, the bacteria within it were indeed perilous. Then there was the ovipositor insect, a larger variant of a mosquito that could bite humans, injecting thousands of larvae into their bloodstream in an instant, which would then thrive on the individual's fat, proteins, and oxygen. Legend spoke of these larvae transforming into adult insects within one's body, eventually gnawing through flesh and skin to escape. It was no wonder that proximity to the river could easily induce fevers. The abundance of such creatures was overwhelming. Fortunately, he was clad in long trousers, a long-sleeved shirt, and a jacket with a padded lining. Just as Limu pondered the need for caution, a sudden splash echoed behind him. Before Limu could utter his question, he caught sight of the remnants of fish clinging to Kupai's lips, along with his furtive demeanor. It was unclear when he had ventured into the water, yet the abundance of pebbles at the bottom had caused him to stumble, splashing about and revealing his presence. Kupai, noticing Limu's gaze, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Accompanied by Limu, an adult, and tempted by the delectable texture of the fish, he succumbed to the urge and stealthily entered the water. Observing Kupai's easily readable expression, Limu allowed a smile to grace his lips and refrained from commenting, continuing his foraging for food. As for parasites and such concerns, he had already been in the water for a while, silently hoping that the physiology of the refined beings differed from that of humans. Thus, the morning swiftly passed. Approaching noon, a considerable bounty of aquatic produce had accumulated by the shore. Just as Limu was about to lift the final large stone to uncover any unexpected treasures, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Analysis: thick-soiled crab, an ancient creature, a denizen of the Panlong River, an adult comparable in size to a mountain, currently in slumber, shedding its shell. In that instant, Limu almost believed he was hallucinating. Yet, gazing at the protrusion resembling a stone beneath his feet, the analysis remained unchanged. For a moment, he stood there, awestruck, before glancing at the surrounding ground, where several similar protrusions appeared to lie buried, akin to stones hidden beneath the earth. Slowly, he lowered the stone in his hand, covering the protrusion once more. A wave of weakness washed over him as he contemplated the terrifying reality beneath his feet. Not mere woodland soil, but a monstrous creature whose rank even eluded analysis. Gradually regaining his composure, Limu masked his surprise with a facade of normalcy, yet thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind. At noon, the children, spurred on by Kupai, all rushed to the riverbank. The enticing aroma of grilled fish, fish soup, and large shrimp wafted through the air. Wendy, who traditionally held the most authority within the tribe, initially sought to intervene, but with all the able-bodied members absent, and only Limu remaining, who was also the leader, her efforts proved futile. Resigned, Wendy decided to join in. Ultimately, after savoring the exquisite taste of the aquatic bounty, Wendy too succumbed to the allure. While the young adults toiled in the wilderness, a grand feast awaited at home. In this moment, Limu became the object of admiration. The children, recognizing his amiable nature and ability to procure food, surrounded him eagerly. Limu, gazing at the faces of these young ones, felt a surge of emotion. However, being persistently besieged became tiresome. All right, you all eat. You all eat. I need to take a moment, he said, oblivious to whether they understood. As he extricated himself and sought a moment of privacy, finding a secluded corner, just as he prepared to unfasten his garments, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Could it be a dispute over food distribution? This was Limu's immediate thought. However, as he calmed himself, he discerned unfamiliar voices mingling with the ruckus. Shouldn't he recognize every voice within the tribe? Could it be that the aroma of food had drawn monsters? Certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text. It is rather astonishing. In the territory of the Timo bunny, carnivorous creatures are already scarce, and those that consume aquatic life are even more elusive. The Timo bunny itself does not partake in such fare. It has a distinct preference for the scent of substantial herbivorous animals. Curiously, Limu lifted his gaze, peering through the gaps in the foliage towards the tribe. He observed 3 bipedal beings clad in garments woven from leaves, gradually approaching the campfire, the leader adorned with a wooden emblem at his waist. That physique, that attire, could it be the wayfarer? How careless of me. Indeed, the aroma of food would not entice the Timo bunny, a herbivore. Yet, I overlooked one critical aspect: the unpredictable mobility of intelligent beings, particularly those like the wayfarers, who possess keen olfactory senses and remarkable agility. When one is immersed in their own thoughts, it is easy to neglect the broader picture, and I had forgotten that this vast area was frequented by the wayfarers. Chapter 41. The fruit of the forest and subservience. A cacophony of rummaging echoed through the air. The wayfarers unabashedly pillaged the small tribe before them with ruthless intent. They seized not only the stored provisions, but also forage, timber, and fire-starting tools. Kupai watched helplessly as the fish he had painstakingly prepared was snatched away, not daring to exhibit even the slightest resistance, lacking even the courage to meet the wayfarers' gaze. In the presence of the wayfarers, they resembled docile sheep, their familiar expressions indistinguishable from those of the forest dwellers described by Jaimosa. Observing this scene, Limu fell into a contemplative silence. It was one thing for the adults to accept their fate, but why did the ever-curious Kupai display the same demeanor? Should not an ordinary child reveal fear or confusion? What could account for their immediate submission upon encountering the forest dwellers? This prompted Limu to recall the fair folk of Martia, stirring doubts within him. Was subservience an inherent trait etched into the very bones of the fair folk? You, consume this. As Limu pondered his next course of action, the wayfarer with the emblem spoke, producing a fruit from his garments and extending it to Kupai. The pronunciation differed slightly from Jaimosa-s, suggesting this wayfarer belonged to a different clan or sect. Limu's attention shifted to the fruit. Analysis: the linksing fruit, smeared with a neurotoxin, is a unique offering cultivated through blood sacrifice by the wayfarers. Its initial consumption can yield slight enhancements to the body, While prolonged intake may significantly improve one's constitution, Limu then focused his mind on the fruit's exterior. Analysis. The neurotoxin powder, derived from the poppy flower, possesses a high potential for addiction and inducement. Once addicted, prolonged abstention from treatment or toxin replenishment could lead to fatal poisoning. Upon contemplating such dire implications, Limu furrowed his brow. Why would the wayfarers feed the linksing fruit to the fair folk? Were the forest dwellers no longer sufficient to satisfy their needs? Or had they always conducted themselves in this manner, regardless of race? Just as Limu was deep in thought, Kupai had already opened his mouth and bitten into the fruit. Witnessing Kupai's unusual demeanor filled Limu with unease. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Xingzhe promptly distributed the fruit to the other two children, while Wendy refrained from feeding the two little ones she was accompanied by, as they were too young. In that moment, Limu was enveloped by an indescribable sentiment. The next generation of refined beings had become ensnared by addiction. He had originally intended to devise a means to rescue these children, but now, disregarding Lin Xingzhe's ability to track them. The fact that the youth had succumbed to drugs and harbored a propensity for servitude posed a significant dilemma upon their return. As time languidly passed, a few of Lin Xingzhe's companions remained behind to recuperate. It was only at dusk that they resumed their activities. They approached and stripped the three children who had consumed the Lin fruit of their garments, hoisting them akin to livestock, and meticulously examined them from head to toe. Minutes later, the leader of Lin Xingzhe shook his head. With that, they ceased their actions, taking everything and leaving behind a chaotic scene within the tribe. Silence enveloped the area as Limu watched the unfolding events, deciding against revealing himself. He understood that this tribe was doomed. Despite the absence of any bloodshed, merely from consuming a few fruits, Limu was acutely aware of their impending demise. As twilight descended, he sighed, preparing to rest for the night before returning home. Yet, in the instant he turned, he detected a new anomaly. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, the voice of Ryan echoed nearby. Limu turned to see Ryan seemingly enraged. Striding towards the tribe, Uncle Ryan, the Lin Xingzhe have arrived, but they took the fish and all the delicious provisions. The children clamored in disarray. However, Ryan appeared impervious to their chatter, coldly surveying the scene of the looted tribe, silently inquiring, "What of the young man we rescued?" The children tilted their heads, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Wendy who stepped forward to offer a response. He went to relieve himself. He might have fled upon seeing the Lin Xingzhe's arrival. Ryan glanced at Wendy's expression, which bore a hint of numbness, and a slight smirk crept across his lips. Suddenly, he extended his rough hand and firmly grasped Wendy's chest, startling her into retreating several paces. In stark contrast, the children watched Ryan's slightly greenish arm with a sense of delight, exclaiming, "Uncle, you've succeeded." Wendy regained her composure, still gazing at Ryan with a semblance of numbness. But upon noticing the transformation in his arm, a flicker of relief emerged. "Oh yes, I have succeeded. I have acquired the sludge. The great Ryan is on the brink of triumph. Better days are ahead," Ryan exclaimed, gazing at his skin with a hint of madness. Alas, alas, there aren't enough people. Had he not fled, I would have obtained more sludge, achieving even greater greatness. Limu observed this scene with an increasingly grave expression, sensing that he was on the verge of uncovering something significant. The phrase better days seemed hauntingly familiar, and the peculiarities of Ryan's skin bore an uncanny resemblance to something he had encountered before. Good days, mud, green skin, success. The efforts to leave behind memories of that night's assault. The greenskin group was referred to as the slave catchers. In an instant, Limu connected it to a certain possibility. With a sense of prayer, he glanced once more at Rain. Analysis. Rain, a half-goblin in a semi-transformed state. Utilizing demonic sludge and sacrificing half of his soul, he had a chance of transforming into a goblin due to the bloodline within him. At this moment, Limu felt profoundly naive, attempting to rescue a group that could no longer survive in the forest, willingly becoming livestock for the Timo rabbits. For a fleeting moment, he mistook them for his own kind due to their appearance. Indeed, they feared even fishing by the river and regarded the thought of migration as taboo. Having become timid and self-deprecating to an extreme, what did it matter to forsake their humanity for survival? Observing Kupai's current excitement and Wendy's relief, it appeared they instinctively revered goblins, or rather, had descended to the point of idolizing such a cruel and cunning species. In their struggle for survival, they could genuinely admire and submit to a monster, a madman, even their enemy. Limu couldn't help but inwardly mock himself, then resumed his cautious demeanor. Given the current circumstances, the goblin troop could not be far off. Limu adjusted his stance and position, beginning to survey his surroundings. Chapter 42, Ruthless Goblins. As expected, not far away, in the darkness, rows of lights began to appear. Moreover, within the shadows, there existed a presence that posed a significant threat to Limu. A sensation that rivaled, or even exceeded that of the six-legged water seducer. The enhancement of his inner strength had sharpened his senses. He could distinctly capture the faint glow emanating from the goblin's pupils even from hundreds of meters away, unobstructed. Witnessing the unfolding events, Limu marveled at the fulfillment of the day. Fishing in the morning, encounters with rangers at noon, and goblins at night. Caught amidst the conflict of two tribes. The pitiable and tragic plight of the elves also evoked a sense of disgust. It was time to leave. Limu understood that this goblin troop was anything but ordinary. To be safe, he needed to steer clear of this area, even if it meant traversing through the night. As he ventured forth, he soon sensed intense fighting occurring nearby. With winding rivers on both sides and no cover, he found himself uncertain of which direction to flee. Opting for a large tree, Limu swiftly climbed to the top, quietly observing the situation around him. Ga, insignificant swine. Ga. The goblins moved through the forest with a swiftness that exceeded his expectations. In mere moments, a hunchbacked group of goblins entered the tribal territory. Analysis. Bienson Goblin Scouts. Due to the distance and dim lighting, the information was not detailed, but the name alone indicated their expertise. The hunchback goblins swiftly arrived at the designated location, effectively sealing off the tribe. Before long, a familiar group emerged, all standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, goblin warriors. Among them was an exceptionally robust goblin towering nearly 2 meters, exuding an aura of formidable prowess, a goblin elite warrior. However, this was insufficient to instill in Limu the same level of dread as the six-legged water enticer beast. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the towering goblin giant, also known as a goblin hero, standing over 3 meters tall in the shadows. Typically, goblin heroes measure around 2.5 meters, but this green-skinned behemoth was among the tallest of its kind. Such a being, with its elevated life rank, could easily surpass a second-tier warrior even with a mere collection of fine weapons. Great warriors and loyal servants yearned to serve. Rain turned around, letting out a wild roar. Ga, eat, female, female. In an instant, all the goblins around echoed his chant. Yet, rather than charging recklessly, the goblins remained poised, awaiting something. Suddenly, heavy footsteps reverberated as the goblin giant slowly emerged from the darkness. Pitiful swine, where's the strong one you promised? Its voice was deep and commanding. Before such a presence, Rain felt like a mere chick, his once fervent spirit now subdued as he stammered. He ran away. In that moment, a terrifying roar shattered the forest, seemingly indifferent to everything. Those wretched beings who deceive heroes shall pay the price. Upon hearing this, all the goblins chorused in unison, price. 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 Before Rain could comprehend the situation, the goblin hero seized one of the young ones. As the boy stood frozen in fear, he had no thoughts of escape. A high-pitched scream erupted, raw and desperate. Then, silence fell. After a brief struggle, the goblin carelessly discarded the remains, crushing the flesh into the earth as one would extinguish a cigarette. Roar. Fresh. Delightful. The great hero, in high spirits, declared, I shall pardon your sins. Now, let the welcoming ceremony commence. The goblin hero then turned its gaze towards Wendy. She is yours now. Enjoy the bountiful gifts of the great hero. In the next moment, amidst Wendy's bewildered expression, a throng of goblins, including Rain, lunged at her like rabid dogs. The banquet had begun. Her vocal cords severed. The taciturn girl could no longer utter a sound. Her limbs were dismembered, and despite her desperate desire to flee, she found herself utterly immobilized. Goblins wielded her severed limbs as weapons, engaging in their grotesque revelry. Yet she would not perish. Even in her desire for death, she was bound to live. The goblins possessed myriad ways to ensure her survival. In that moment, Kupai had already succumbed to numbness. His thoughts dulled by the brutal stimuli of Lin Xinghua's horrific tableau. He had lost the capacity for reason, merely observing the unfolding calamity in silence. Not far off, a great tree bore witness to Limu, who shook his head once more. Initially, he believed that such a visceral spectacle would evoke a reaction from Kupai, the promising youth he had nurtured. After all, Wendy was his adoptive mother. Yet now it seemed otherwise. Simultaneously, Limu's understanding of the formidable and frenzied care to goblins had been profoundly challenged. The situation here diverged starkly from the accounts recorded by Martia. These goblins were far from mere ordinary creatures or cunning imps. They were, in truth, grotesquely savage monsters. Turning his gaze away, Limu sought to distance himself from the unfolding horror. However, the goblin hero's next utterance sent a shiver through him. Oh, there are 2 tender piglets here. You call yourself Kupai, right? Bring your 2 sisters over. Kupai, in a state of numbness, glanced at Rain and then at the goblin hero. Yet he took that fateful step, slowly approaching the last 2 surviving children. Those little ones were far too young. Their bewildered expressions reminiscent of innocent children seated on the ground in some distant memory. Yet, advancing towards them was another boy, tormented to the brink of losing his humanity. An unnamed fury surged from the depths of his being, as if transcending both time and space. This very rage shattered Limu's fragile equilibrium. The forest's spiritual influence amplifying his negative emotions, causing his wrath to spiral uncontrollably. He began to conjure justifications for himself. Those 2 little girls are starving. Lin Xinghua has capitulated today. How can I absolve myself? I cannot save the adults. Can I not even rescue the children? To go or not to go? To save or not to save? Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, the temperature of his body skyrocketing as if on the brink of explosion. The rising concentration of his scent inevitably attracted the attention of the keenly perceptive goblins. Gagaga, who is it? Chapter 43, Escape Gagaga? Gagaga. As the first note of inquiry rang out, a multitude of goblins abruptly ceased their raucous din, perking up their ears to sniff the air. The tribe, which had been in a fervor mere moments before, fell into an eerie silence. The abrupt shift in atmosphere was like a splash of cold water, restoring Limu's senses while sending chills down his spine. Yet, as he resolved to flee, he realized that goblins had encroached upon him from all sides, their cunning evident as they surrounded him from the shadows. Had he been even slightly careless, turning abruptly to escape, he would likely have stumbled directly into the trap set by the goblins lurking in the darkness. Cursed be it. Just moments ago, I discerned no abnormalities, particularly in the goblins' eyes, which emit a faint glow in the night. Could it be that these goblins approached with their eyes shut? I have truly underestimated the situation. In the forest, one must not only suppress their breath and movements, but also manage their emotions and scent. Furthermore, the goblins are far more complex than I had anticipated, possessing the cunning to conceal a portion of their scouts within the shadows of the woods. With every cautious step and the slight rustle of leaves, the atmosphere became charged. My adrenaline surged, and my mind raced. Exhaling deeply, I realized that if I could not flee backward, I might as well reverse my course. My heart thumped violently within my chest. I understood the madness of such a thought. Ahead lay a multitude of goblins, far greater in number than those behind me. A single misstep could lead to capture and a grim demise. Yet, retreating would mean facing hidden foes, while the front, though swarming with goblins, seemed concentrated in one area. Unprepared, if I could maneuver with precision, perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself. How many times had I escaped death? What was one more? With a fierce inhalation, I gritted my teeth and surged forward. The ground beneath me trembled as I sprang into action, reminiscent of my youth, where annual sports festivals and physical tests transformed me into a wild stallion, racing forth. The goblins behind me seemed to take note of my sudden shift, raising their heads in surprise, momentarily stunned by my audacity, as I charged toward their ranks with reckless abandon. Yet, the goblin giant in the distance remained unfazed by my boldness, intrigued instead by my frantic sprint through the darkness. As a goblin hero, it possessed an acute sense of smell, distinguishing my scent from that of the elves, recognizing it as unlike any other intelligent race it had encountered. Capture him. The goblin hero, now genuinely interested, commanded its kin without regard for the unfolding chaos. In an instant, the goblins of the tribe surged into the forest. Even amidst my desperate flight, I could hear the cacophony of their footsteps encircling me. With my life hanging in the balance, I had no choice but to forge ahead. Seeking a slender chance of survival, I decided to abandon all hesitation, charging straight toward the goblin hero, the only path free from a swarm of goblins. The goblin hero, noticing my desperate resolve, grinned widely, revealing its jagged yellow teeth, slick with filth and moisture, emanating a foul odor even from afar. Yet, I paid no heed to such repulsiveness. The distance between us rapidly diminished. The goblin hero, with great interest, brandished his weapon, a massive stone blade, seemingly honed with considerable skill. Come forth, insignificant creature. His towering figure, combined with his muscular bulk, exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. In the fleeting moment before their clash, the goblin hero swung his colossal blade directly at Limu's head, evidently intent on claiming it. Yet, Limu executed a swift maneuver, plunging his hands into the earth to abruptly halt his momentum, and then darted rapidly in another direction. Boom. This sudden turn of events caught even the goblin hero off guard. The enormous blade struck the ground, missing its target entirely. In that brief moment of confusion, Limu regained his speed, effortlessly snatching up the two bewildered elven children who had been frozen in shock. Kupai, watching Limu's fleeting silhouette pass before him, was momentarily moved, shedding a few tears. On the other hand, while Limu's instinct to save the two children stemmed from a place of kindness, it was largely motivated by the urgent need to use them as shields or distractions in this perilous situation. The two children, one weighing no more than 10 kilograms and the other just above 30 combined, posed little weight for Limu's enhanced physique, yet they were crucial to his survival, even if it slightly contradicted his conscience. As the goblin hero watched Limu not only outsmart him but also abscond with his quarry, he found himself momentarily in shock. When had he ever suffered such a significant setback at the hands of such a feeble species? A furious roar erupted from him, fueled by his brutal nature, reverberating through the air as if he might shatter his own vocal cords. Yet, Limu paid no heed, swiftly covering a distance of several meters. Although the goblin hero might possess greater strength compared to the six-legged water beast, his roar bore no special effect. Even its chilling resonance failed to disrupt Limu, who had already tasted defeat once. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Limu believed he had narrowly escaped danger, the heavy thuds of pursuit echoed behind him. Instinctively glancing back, he nearly succumbed to terror. Who could have predicted that the seemingly corpulent goblin hero could move with such speed, akin to a rampaging elephant? Each of its strides covered 2 or 3 of Limu's, causing the distance between them to dwindle rather than expand. Gasping for breath, Limu felt the intensity of his exertion mounting. Though his physical capabilities had significantly improved, he had not practiced running in quite some time, and this sustained burst of speed was taxing. Yet, he could not afford to pause. He absolutely must not stop. With footsteps pounding against the ground, Limu instinctively glanced at the children tucked under his arms. Would dropping them now deter the hero? The guttural breaths behind him made it clear that he had genuinely provoked the creature. Even if he discarded the children, it would not slow the goblin hero in the slightest. However, if he released them, the other goblins would swarm in an instant, seizing them and sealing their fate. Cursed be the moment he foolishly thought that bringing these two children would be of any assistance. No, if he were to abandon them and shed his gear, he could enhance his speed and perhaps find a chance to escape. Chapter 44. The stout earth crab. Yet, Limu found himself unable to make this decision. At such a moment, how could his conscience dare to intrude? Determination, the unwavering resolve to survive. In that fleeting instant, Limu's peripheral vision caught sight of a pile of pebbles, and a brilliant idea sparked within him, a potential solution that could serve both sides. Summoning all his strength, Limu shifted directions multiple times, ultimately accelerating towards the riverbank. He was acutely aware that a river obstructed his path, beyond which lay the den of the Timo rabbits, and perhaps a glimmer of hope. The sound of rushing water filled his ears. Judging the distance to be just right, Limu spun around and hurled the two little girls across to the opposite bank. He paid no heed to whether they might suffer injuries from the fall or choke on the water. At least they would have a chance at survival. However, in that very act of turning, Limu lost his balance and plunged into the river. Under the silvery glow of the night, he could vaguely discern that over 30 dark figures were gathering on the far bank. The goblin hero cared little for Limu's entry into the water. Its towering height allowed it to easily wade through the shallow depths, swimming a few strokes to cross the river with ease. Leading the charge, it was soon followed by several relatively robust goblins who plunged into the water as well. Listening to the cacophony of splashes behind him, Limu understood that his plan had succeeded halfway. Not all goblins were adept swimmers, particularly those of shorter stature, even if they could swim. would find it challenging to control their direction and exert force in the turbulent waters. Yet, as Limu's hand grasped the bank, fate dealt him another cruel blow. It seemed that all his fortune had been spent on his previous struggles for survival. The icy river water dripped from his body, reminiscent of the blood pooling around the slain Timo rabbits before him. What could possibly have slain so many of these second-tier Timo rabbits? Suddenly, Limu recalled the sounds of combat he had overheard while perched in the trees. He had never anticipated that those sounds belonged to the Timo rabbits, nor could he have imagined their defeat would occur just moments before his own escape to this very spot. In despair, Limu felt his legs tremble as he slowly turned to face the grotesquely enraged visage of the goblin hero. "You foolish inferior creature, I will ensure your demise." The goblin hero bellowed, its eyes burning red as it stepped onto the shore. Confronted by the goblin's loathsome visage, Limu, amidst despair, found an immense surge of courage rising within him. In that moment, he harbored a singular, unrefined desire to fight with all his might. With a click, he drew forth his crossbow, loading a bolt. The wood had absorbed water, diminishing its potency, but at that moment, Limu could think of nothing else and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! The bolt was successfully launched, aimed directly at the goblin hero's face. Thud! The arrowhead embedded itself slightly into the hero's visage, but inflicted no substantial harm. Even the venom of birds and beasts had little effect on the goblin. The goblin hero, now infuriated, was driven mad by the audacity of Limu to resist. For too long, goblins had dominated the weak, with no one daring to defy them. Furiously yanking the arrows embedded in his thick skin, the goblin hero surged forward once more towards Limu. It seemed to be an instinctual advantage ingrained in his very bones. In moments of dire urgency, Limu found an unexpected calmness. Gazing at the goblin hero, he perceived not a monstrous being, but rather a dynamic organism. His breath grew increasingly rhythmic. Casting a swift glance around his surroundings, Limu's eyes fell upon several familiar massive stones. In the next instant, a manic smile spread across his face. With that moment, Limu fully relinquished his restraint, hurling spear after spear towards the hero. This was no ordinary throwing. Aided by a spear-throwing mechanism, he launched his sharp, insect shell-tipped spears. The force behind these projectiles was such that even the goblin hero could not escape the pangs of pain and sustained injury. Armed only with a stone knife, the goblin hero was rendered to a state of passive defense, compelled to endure the onslaught, which only heightened its hysteria. The relentless barrage gradually tempered its aggressive momentum, allowing Limu to successfully control the distance between them. At last, there came a moment when it seemed as though Limu had exhausted all his spears. Standing momentarily at a loss, before directing his gaze toward a massive stone by the shore, where several discarded spears were lodged, the goblin hero, astute enough to notice, began to regain its composure. It understood that if Limu were to retrieve more spears, the situation could become dire. After all, the number of goblins that had followed it was scarcely over 10, making their ability to secure Limu uncertain. Furthermore, the goblin hero's substantial size demanded considerable energy, and its rage had squandered much of its stamina. Now, having regained some clarity, it began to reassess Limu and plotted to prevent him from acquiring more spears. Roaring with fury, the goblin hero anticipated Limu's next move as he dashed toward the spears. Naturally, the goblin hero would not allow Limu to succeed. It raced ahead, raising its colossal blade high and cleaving down towards the spears. Limu, taken aback, had initially intended to draw closer, luring the goblin hero into a strike, but was surprised to find that the enemy acted without provocation. The strike was precise, achieving the very effect Limu had hoped to gamble on. In that fleeting moment, a wave of dread emanating from the depths of his soul enveloped him. Ignoring all else, Limu pivoted, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, and bolted away. As the goblin hero seethed in rage, realizing it had been outmaneuvered once again, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground, prompting it to slowly close its mouth. Initially, a faint tremor spread across the area, causing all goblins to feel a sense of foreboding. Soon, the magnitude of the shaking intensified, reminiscent of an impending earthquake, as birds scattered and towering trees swayed. In no time, an entire expanse of forest appeared to boil with chaos, shouts, the sounds of frantic footsteps, and a whirlwind of dust enveloped the scene, with leaves cascading like rain. At that moment, the goblin hero seemed to recall the words spoken by the king. Do not recklessly touch the bizarre, giant stones scattered throughout the forest. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating as if the very earth were rumbling beneath. The sound was so profound that it felt as if one's heart might cease to beat. The surface soil cracked open in vast fissures, and various small creatures emerged from the ground, flying and swimming into the air. The goblin regained its senses and attempted to flee, yet the trembling ground impeded its speed. It was as if some equilibrium had been reached, building up with tension. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave of dust that rapidly spread outward. Even after sprinting several thousand meters over the span of mere minutes, the force still caused Limu to stumble, rolling down the slope ahead. In that fall, the feathered cloak was marred with numerous cuts, and even his legs and arms bore wounds. However, the violent shaking of the ground rendered Limu unable to rise and assess his injuries. He could only vaguely discern a colossal crab emerging from the earth, towering like a mountain. In the face of such overwhelming might, Limu realized that no metal he knew could possibly support such a massive form, and no technique could replicate the complex energy signature of that behemoth. Attempting to observe it with his eyes only resulted in a blurred vision, rendering any clear observation impossible. It seemed that the strain of analysis had overwhelmed him, and he felt his soul tremble before curling up in his cloak, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 45. Exploration. After the great change. As dawn broke, Limu gradually awakened from his haze. He slowly rose, displacing a thin layer of dust and dried leaves that slid off his sides. Throughout the night, his physical condition had deteriorated sharply. Pain, parasites, bacteria, and temperature fluctuations had left him in a dire state. Yet, at least his fundamental vitality remained intact, and the cloak provided some protection, allowing him to endure the night spent on the ground. With a long exhale, he stood once more against the blinding light of day. A single glance left him in a state of mental upheaval. Nearby, the towering trees had all tilted to varying degrees, while the low-growing plants appeared as if swept by a fierce wind, all bending backward. Further afield, colossal trees lay toppled, their massive trunks stacked upon one another in a magnificent display. It seemed as though the very earth had been turned upside down. The landscape was reconfigured. Rivers overflowed to form broader bends, and the sunlight fell unobstructed upon the ground, where tiny particles sparkled and danced in the illuminated ruins. In just one night, the terrifying green hell had undergone such a monumental transformation. Yet, the spectacle was not over. Following the direction of the fallen trees, Limu beheld a swath of forest, at least a kilometer wide, cascading deeper into the woods, creating a vast thoroughfare through the trees. Countless strange wonders of the forest unfolded before his eyes, extending to the blurred horizon where the green woods melded with the blue sky, leaving no visible boundary of the forest. A profound sense of insignificance welled up within him. Limu adjusted his breathing and cautiously made his way toward the direction of the tribe he had encountered yesterday, hoping to gather some additional resources. His steps were light, and he felt an inexplicable urge to tread carefully. As he ventured deeper, a sense of trepidation grew within him. Towering stone spires, reaching heights of over 100 meters, loomed throughout the forest. These formations were not mere stones. They were the result of the entropy distortion phenomenon caused by the magical currents emitted by the giant crabs. Furthermore, these spires were not randomly formed. At their summits lay the remains of various creatures: goblins, Timo rabbits, six-legged water lures, some recognizable, others not. Their blood trickled down the spires, pooling on the ground, some even yet to dry. With a shudder, Limu exhaled, relieved that his swift and decisive escape had spared him from joining the ranks of the deceased atop those spires. It was unfathomable to consider the kind of army or individual that could inflict harm upon such a formidable entity as the giant crab, even if it stood still to be attacked. However, as fate would have it, the chaos wrought by the giant crab had rendered many resources previously inaccessible to Limu now within his grasp. Hard-to-harvest timber could now be easily processed for use, and herbs guarded by monsters could be collected, provided they were not too severely damaged. Moreover, this area, which was already relatively safe, had become even more so amidst the disturbance caused by the giant crab. Claiming this sunlit territory as his own was not out of the question. The prospects of husbandry, agriculture, construction, development, and training had suddenly become far more attainable. It was as if, overnight, a plethora of bottlenecks had been uncorked, akin to the opening of champagne. Contemplating this, even the physical pain he endured seemed trivial, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Nevertheless, having learned from the previous night's experience, Limu was cautious not to let his spirits soar too high, for even a modest elevation in emotion could attract monsters with a propensity to endanger him. Thus, armed with a crossbow in one hand and a spear in the other, he began to explore this land bestowed by the crabs with utmost care. After a short while, he detected an unusual commotion. Due to the flooding, the river, which had originally spanned 50 meters, had suddenly expanded to several hundred. Although the water was shallow, there was no guarantee that some amphibious creature had not evaded danger and sought to exploit this opportunity to proliferate its kind. With a snap, the tip of his spear was aimed at the source of the disturbance. Gently parting a tangle of fallen brush, he revealed the scene behind it. Surprisingly, Limu did not strike, for the commotion was caused by the very two girls he had rescued the previous night. They were now shivering, soaked to the bone, and huddled together in a small space surrounded by thickets, sneezing in the chill. It appeared that they had escaped danger by drifting along the shallow waters, carried by the waves stirred up by the giant crab. As it happens, there are no colossal stone cones emerging from the river, suggesting there lies a reason behind it. Upon the arrival of Limu, the children remained on high alert, their gazes filled with trepidation. With a sigh, Limu pondered, is this what they call fate? Had he arrived a day later, or failed to notice them, they would surely not have survived in their current state. Yet, since fate allowed him to discover them at the earliest opportunity, it must be a chance for him to atone for his conscience. Silently, Limu bent down, shedding his feathered cloak and gently draping it over the two small children. Initially resistant, the little girl instinctively shrank deeper into the warmth of the cloak. Truth be told, they bore no animosity towards Limu. In fact, they were grateful for his rescue the previous night. However, being so young, they lacked the capacity for such complex emotions, only knowing fear and trembling, akin to the scars left by war. Nonetheless, they understood the instinct for survival. As Limu stood upright, they instinctively rose, desiring to follow this adult of their kind. Limu spoke not a word, continuing to explore their surroundings. The children maintained their silence, trailing behind him. Glancing back at their unsteady forms, Limu sighed once more. He led the two girls out of the waterlogged area, seeking a relatively dry spot where he could quietly tend to them, gesturing for them to remain in place. Yet, the moment he turned, they would follow closely behind. After several repetitions of this, Limu recognized that no words would penetrate their minds at this moment, and time was of the essence. Eventually, other tribes or creatures would surely come to scavenge. He needed to ascertain the availability of resources swiftly, prioritizing the collection of food, water, and materials in a systematic manner. Since the little ones insisted on following, Limu decided to let them accompany him without further concern. Thus, upon the damp earth, a half-clad man swatted away the mosquitoes while determining the locations of resources, with two small children sharing a single cloak trailing behind him. Chapter 46. The Rabbit Burrow's Bounty. Before long, Limu arrived at the site of his battle with the goblin hero from the previous night. This area had undergone the most significant transformation, with water levels nearing 10 centimeters, nearly submerging his ankles, hiding a myriad of peculiar insects and small creatures. Occasionally, he could spot ethereal fairies, semi-transparent, marching in a long line atop a fallen giant tree, their short limbs swaying uncertainly as they ventured forth. In this waterlogged expanse, there lay a higher ground, a low slope that had once been the burrow of the Timo rabbit. However, it had since collapsed, with numerous branches strewn about, and the burrow's entrance buried beneath the debris. Limu's objective in coming here was to excavate the Timo rabbit's nest. Although unearthing the earth that concealed it would prove challenging, one could never know what treasures might reside within a burrowing creature's lair. Even the bones of formidable beings would not be without value. Thus, he set to work. Limu casually gathered a few thick branches that had fallen from the towering trees and began to dig. With each thrust of the shovel, the damp earth was turned over, revealing the timber hidden beneath. Limu seized the exposed wood and forcefully tossed it aside, mud flying in great clumps. One must admit, the Timo rabbits displayed a remarkable intelligence. Not only did they know how to dig holes, but they also understood the importance of creating entrances and constructing shelters at the openings. Even within the burrows, one could occasionally glimpse the shadows of sticks. Limu believed that these were not merely remnants of an earthquake. After all, the tips of each stick were gnawed and sharpened, suggesting that the Timo rabbits had deliberately placed them there to support their tunnels. Before long, Limu was astounded by the absurdity of this underground kingdom inhabited by the Timo rabbits. Although the earthquake had caused considerable destruction, remnants allowed one to infer the once intricate structure of their tunnels. Among the debris, luminescent stones were arranged for illumination and marking purposes. It was no wonder they were classified as secondary-tier creatures. Not only were they powerful, but their intelligence also exceeded expectations. What a pity it was. Just as Limu was lost in thought, a flash of white caught his eye, slowly revealing its fangs as it approached him in the tunnel. Was that a Timo rabbit? A wave of tension washed over Limu. However, upon observing the feeble appearance of the creature, he quickly devised a new plan. With determination, he thrust his spear backward with precision. A slight sensation of penetrating flesh accompanied a stronger recoil. Goodness, how tough and resilient it was. The Timo rabbit, sensing Limu's audacity to poke it, emitted a feeble yet furious cry. Yet, Limu offered no respite. He jabbed the spear towards its mouth once more. Having learned from the previous night's lesson, Limu resolved to act decisively. If one thrust was insufficient, he would employ two. If two proved ineffective, he would resort to three. Surely, a creature that had fallen from grace could not be impervious to his attacks. Time slipped away unnoticed. The Timo rabbit's fur was riddled with wounds from Limu's relentless jabs, and blood flowed from its mouth as Limu employed various methods to pierce it. In its final moments, Limu felt the poignant reality of a life extinguishing before him, as if something profound had stirred within him, gradually dissipating into the ether. It seemed that, on some level, secondary-tier life resembled true life, evoking an inexplicable sensation. Limu pondered a profound question. What is the essence of a life's soul? With a sigh, just as he prepared to extricate himself with the Timo rabbit's corpse, a message abruptly resonated. Guidance. Congratulations on slaying a secondary-tier creature. Reward. 1 opportunity for ability enhancement. Analysis. 1 opportunity for ability enhancement allows for a random improvement of a single ability. Realizing he had a task to fulfill, the unexpected joy dispelled his earlier distress, prompting him to hastily attempt the enhancement. Buzzing echoed within the tunnel as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Inner strength, 10. Stimulus value, 0. Mental capacity, 77. Developed abilities, guidance 15. Overload 15. Analysis, 25. Evolution, 25. Extraordinary talent, 15. Radiation, 15. Analysis. Your analytical skills have been enhanced. Analytical abilities, information analysis, weakness perception, language deconstruction, physical diagnosis. Indeed, upon reaching a level of 25, not only does the intrinsic strength of the ability increase, but its application also becomes more refined and diverse, much like the earlier evolution ability. It seems that my mental capacity has once again reached its peak, which explains my recent state of heightened well-being. However, once I return and life settles down, I must find an opportunity to utilize it. As the saying goes, good fortune often comes in pairs, and this is truly the case. After dragging away the corpse of the Timo rabbit, Limu unexpectedly discovered numerous items behind it. Most notably, there were 6 little fur balls, the offspring of the Timo rabbit. Breathless, Limu felt an increasing urgency in his breathing. Gurgle, gurgle, faint sounds reminiscent of underground water currents caught his attention. This incidental glance revealed yet more treasures. Not only the Timo rabbit's young, but also a peculiar stone that bore a resemblance to jade. Analysis. Absolute diamond, a unique and rare underground mineral from the Grail layer, possesses an extraordinary structure of energy, magic, and spiritual power. It can only exist in high-intensity spaces, surpassing diamond in hardness, and exhibiting excellent ductility and high-temperature resistance, earning it the moniker of the strong stone. Hardness exceeding that of diamond, or far surpassing it. It is known in physics that the most stable structure is triangular. The structure of diamond nearly reaches the pinnacle of hardness found in nature. To transcend this limitation, or to far exceed it, would require concepts beyond physics. Perhaps even those that reside in a broader and higher realm. Humans accumulate knowledge through sensory experiences, sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and ultimately process and comprehend this information with their brains. However, when confronted with phenomena beyond sensory perception, accumulation and learning become impossible, let alone comprehension. If such phenomena transcend the rules of the human mind, even sight would not suffice for understanding. Limu was astonished not only by the extraordinary hardness, but also by his own capacity to analyze such exaggerated information. Have I gradually begun to transcend humanity? Nevertheless, this was merely a fleeting interlude. Limu's hands were unrelenting as he swiftly stowed away the stone and the Timo rabbit's young, continuing to drag the rabbit's corpse as he emerged. Of course, as the saying goes, fortune seldom comes alone. Just as Limu was about to exit the Timo rabbit's burrow, believing he had amassed a bountiful haul, a chance glance revealed a peculiar half-fruit concealed in the hands of a little girl, its seed faintly visible within. This fruit seemed strikingly familiar. With his mind in a heightened state of activity, Limu instantly recognized the object, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. Analysis: where did this half-fruit come from? Limu curiously pointed at the fruit in the little girl's hand. This inquiry was quite straightforward, and the two children quickly grasped its meaning, responding thoughtfully to Limu. The last thing Coolpad provided was not to be discarded. The little girl could not speak, yet Limu's analysis effortlessly deciphered the underlying significance. Not to be discarded? Coolpad. For a moment, Limu stood there in a daze, taken aback by the unexpected outcome, glancing at the distant scene of devastation across the river, lost in thought. Chapter 47. Returning home on the way back, Limu entrusted the 6 young Timo rabbits to the 2 children. The reason was simple. He had collected too many items and found it inconvenient to carry live creatures. Initially, Limu intended to roast a few rabbits on the spot before heading back, as it would have been considerably easier and would allow him to test the benefits of Timo rabbit meat on his body. However, seeing the sympathy and reluctance in the eyes of the 2 children, Limu realized they would not want to trouble him over such matters. Thus, he willingly dismissed the thought and decided to take them all home to raise and conduct experiments, which would also be quite beneficial. Before long, Limu returned to his dwelling. As he pushed aside the branches, the scene that greeted him was somewhat unexpected. In just a few days, a wooden wall had been mysteriously repaired. It usually took 2 people a considerable amount of time to fix a wall. How could Jayamasha have accomplished it alone so swiftly? Moreover, why was there so much charcoal on the ground? Had the ownership of this place changed? Drawing his spear in an instant, Limu, filled with questions and concerns, quickly made his way to his fruit field. To his astonishment, the field was a vibrant red, far exceeding his expectations, showing no signs of the previous drought's impact. Dwarf apple, 1 piece. Rating, 1 potential. 3 foundation, 2 special, none status. Cultivated environment 2, spirit blessing 1. Limu cautiously stepped into the fruit field, meticulously observing the details. With his enhanced analysis, the plant panel had become even more enriched. It appeared that the caretakers of the fruit field were indeed Jayamasha and the land spirit. The familiar traces and methods could only be attributed to Jayamasha, whom he had personally taught. Gently plucking a fruit, he examined it. Analysis: dwarf apple, rating 1, normal state. An artificially cultivated fruit capable of receiving a rating. Is more nutritious and has a superior taste compared to ordinary wild fruits. Slowly wiping away the fruit's surface wax, Limu handed the fruit to the 2 children, who had been eagerly awaiting it. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to walk towards the side of the fruit field, driven by the knowledge that there were still a few visibly strong plants remaining in the field. Dwarf apple tree, 1st tier, evaluation, 2 potential, 3 foundation, 3 special, none status. Cultivation environment 2. Spirit blessing 1. Spirit apple tree, 2nd tier, evaluation, 3 potential, 5 foundation, 4 special, vital essence nurturing status. Cultivation environment 2, spirit blessing 1. Spiritual guidance 1. Is there truly a mutated specimen? The first tree, unaffected by mutation, bears fruit significantly larger than typical dwarf apples, and it appears quite extraordinary. The second mutated specimen is even more peculiar, as its life level has astonishingly reached the 2nd tier. This plant possesses neither intelligence nor aggression, yet it has attained such a level, which can only indicate its immense intrinsic value. Observing these fruits, Limu's heart raced with excitement. By harvesting these fruits, not only would he reap exceptional bounty, but he would also be able to miraculously enhance a certain ability. Without hesitation, Limu set out to pluck the mutated fruit. Suddenly, a few palm-sized miniature horses darted out, directly obstructing Limu's path. Each one glared fiercely, flapping their wings, ready to launch an attack, without uttering a word. Limu furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, just as he was about to retaliate. One of the miniature horses quickly flew over. Beep, beep, beep. Stop, stop. We're friends, it chattered, fluttering its tiny wings and addressing the others behind it. Beep. He is the owner of the orchard I mentioned before. After a considerable amount of time, the miniature horse managed to mediate between both parties. Limu gradually grasped the events of the past few days. Due to the goblin's aggressive slave capturing, several sects of the forest walkers began targeted hunts against them, leading to a volatile conflict. However, the goblins had long plotted, and with their overwhelming numbers, they seized the opportunity to attack and obliterate a sect while the forest walkers were gathered elsewhere. Following the disappearance of the sect, the entire region fell into chaos. These little spirit horses were among those who had escaped earlier. Upon encountering the patrolling miniature horses, Jayamasha, out of kindness, took them in, and due to their inherent spirit nature, they naturally began to tend to the orchard. But wait, where did the vital essence of this mutated plant originate? Limu questioned, pointing inquisitively at the specimen. Most of the miniature horses could not comprehend his words, and just as Limu prepared to gesture for clarification, one particularly striking miniature horse, entirely blue with snow-white mane, flew forth with grace. Esteemed owner of the orchard, this vital essence belongs to Jayamasha. In exchange for sustenance, he acquired a method of cultivation from a young forest walker. What an astonishing revelation. The creature spoke in Chinese? No, that was not quite right. It felt as though the voice was communicating directly with his soul, rather than merely speaking a language. Wait a moment, a young forest walker? Most forest walkers are transformed from forest dwellers, who typically consume the fruit of the forest in their youth, followed by a period of cultivation before awakening their transformation. The existence of a young forest walker suggests only one possibility. Both of their parents are forest walkers. Why would such a lineage agree to Jamash's exchange? Should they not have simply come to seize it? Perceiving Limu's confusion, the blue pony continued. The sect of that young wanderer is the same one that was recently annihilated by goblins. Ah, that elucidates much, Limu thought. And what of the child? He inquired further. She resides not far from here. Jama has deliberately kept her from knowing about this place, preventing her from accompanying us, the blue pony replied gravely. Limu responded with a note of delight, appearing somewhat composed on the surface, yet inwardly he felt a surge of joy. It appeared that this fruitful land was largely tended by Jama. Rather than suffering from drought-induced contraction, it had instead yielded crops rated at 2 and 3. No wonder there was so much charcoal outside. It seemed Jama had been working diligently in his absence. Nodding appreciatively, Limu expressed his gratitude to the blue pony and subsequently offered a mutated spirit apple as a token of thanks, which the blue pony graciously accepted. Analysis. The spirit apple, classified as a second-tier fruit, is imbued with spiritual energy and essence, serving as a significant boon for spiritual entities. For ordinary individuals, its consumption can gradually enhance one's physique and alleviate internal heat. Remarkable ability. Successfully cultivating and harvesting a fruit of no less than a rating of 2 signifies a miraculous achievement in planting. Congratulations on attaining planting. Remarkable ability. Planting. Analysis. Your planting prowess can yield miracles. Your skills, knowledge, and unique abilities will grow exponentially. Any actions related to planting will enhance the capabilities associated with this miracle. Chapter 48. A hopeful future. Planting gathering 1. Soil enrichment 1. Protection 1. Sowing 1. Cultivation 1. Planning 1. As waves of inspiration flooded over him, Limu found himself enraptured in a whirlwind of ideas, dizzy from the multitude of intertwining thoughts. Yet in the next moment, he realized that the benefits derived from this experience far surpassed those gained from multiple agricultural evolutions. It felt as if this ability had been inscribed deep within his very soul, in its roots. Its future potential would far exceed mere knowledge. It was as though these skills had transformed into a reflex, a passive instinct. Limu then proceeded to analyze the effects of these miraculous passive abilities one by one. For instance, gathering 1. Your skills and collection have improved, enhancing your yield. The crops you harvest will be in better condition, with a minuscule chance of reaping additional benefits. Each of these abilities could significantly amplify his agricultural prowess, even presenting the possibility of unexpected outcomes. Moreover, these abilities could be further enhanced. Limu dared not imagine that even if he were given a single seed, after the refinement of these capabilities through generations of cultivation and selection, he might cultivate a vibrant garden of extraordinary herbs. Indeed, miracles transform the mundane into the extraordinary at an unimaginable pace, enriching and empowering them in ways that seem almost miraculous. Thus, it appears imperative for him to swiftly activate all the abilities that can be miraculous at present. As he envisioned the future, Limu felt an exhilarating excitement. For the first time in many days, he harbored a sense of hope and anticipation for what lay ahead. Suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within, Limu resolved to treat everyone well today. At that moment, Masha returned, grasping a dagger of unknown material, which he idly played with, likely acquired from the child of the forest wanderer, and it seemed he cherished it dearly. However, upon catching sight of Limu's familiar figure, the dagger slipped from Masha's hand and clattered to the ground. Moo. In that instant, Masha was overwhelmed with excitement, rushing towards Limu with unrestrained fervor, leaving the 2 small figures behind Limu in a state of astonishment, clearly witnessing a forest dweller's child for the first time. Masha paid no heed to anything else as he leapt into Limu's embrace. After all, he was still a child, acutely aware of the perils that lay within the forest. Even the stone tablet's forest wanderer had met his demise amidst the trees, let alone Limu's frail frame following the chaos of the previous night. All right, it's all good. Initially, Limu felt a surge of happiness at the child's affection. However, as Masha rubbed his runny nose against him, Limu's expression swiftly reverted to its usual stern demeanor, and he gently pushed Masha away. Once they were apart, Limu finally had the opportunity to observe the changes in Masha over the past few days. Overall, there was little alteration, but he seemed to have grown sturdier and possessed a unique charm. Under Limu's scrutinizing gaze, Masha lowered his head slightly. Limu naturally noticed this unusual behavior. What's the matter? Why are you feeling self-conscious again? Does it have something to do with that forest wanderer girl? Limu inquired earnestly. Masha looked at Limu, tears streaming down his face. I lack the talent for cultivation. I cannot become a forest wanderer. And I cannot help you. The boy cried while wiping away his tears with his hands, seemingly worried that such a display would displease Limu, wishing to hide it from him. It was only then that Limu noticed the redness and swelling of Masha's hands. Reflecting on the wooden wall constructed over the past few days and the large patches of charcoal on the ground, a realization dawned upon him. This was the first time he felt a flicker of trust and recognition towards the beings of the forest in his past life. Only family would go to such lengths for him. Unconsciously, Limu drew Masha into his embrace, feeling the warmth of Limu's broad chest. Masha began to sob once more. However, just as Masha attempted to wipe his nose on Limu again, Limu gently pushed him away. The little boy gazed at Limu in surprise, while Limu returned a somewhat awkward look. Ahem, I apologize. It was instinctive. Perhaps you could wipe your nose first, and then we can try again. After a brief silence, both of them burst into laughter. All right, come. Let's celebrate my return today and the arrival of your 2 sisters. I shall prepare a splendid dish for everyone present. Jiamasha could not fully comprehend Limu's words. However, he distinctly understood the mention of sisters and delicious food. Subsequently, Jiamasha turned to glance behind Limu, only to discover two small children following him. Appearing to be of the same race, yet possessing subtle differences. The two little ones appeared somewhat timid, continually hiding beside Limu, hesitant to stray even a step away. Fortunately, Jiamasha's disposition remained relatively cheerful, and he soon engaged the two little ones in conversation, albeit primarily in a question-and-answer format. Jiamasha was not perturbed. He had encountered far more tedious matters than this. Meanwhile, Limu, with the assistance of the little ponies, was diligently preparing a sumptuous dinner. Among the ponies present, aside from the initial green one, there were three others, blue, purple, and white. The fairy ponies represented a complex race, akin to the elf ponies, possessing numerous branches. Unicorns, Pegasus, camels, nightmares, warhorses, fairy ponies, undead ponies, flesh ponies, zombies, and so forth. Of the four little ponies now, only the blue one was a unicorn. The remaining three were Pegasi. To facilitate identification, Limu had named them, the blue one Wisdom, the green one Farmer, the purple one Miss, and the white one Snow White. Wisdom, true to her name, was indeed clever, assisting Limu in selecting food. Miss, the only female pony aside from Snow White, cherished her mane and exhibited considerable artistic talent, taking charge of the presentation. Snow White, also a female pony with a gentle and meticulous nature, assisted Limu. Farmer was tasked with the more laborious chores, due to injuries on his hands. Limu did not allow Jiamasha to help, but instead had him familiarize the two little ones with their surroundings. As for the land spirit, it had yet to make an appearance, likely waiting for Limu to serve a meal. This entity did not consume food, but could absorb its essence and savor its aroma. Moreover, food excessively consumed by it would become dry and tasteless, requiring caution. As time gradually passed, nightfall approached. Around the modest campfire sat a large figure, three little ponies, and a group of tiny beings. At the center of the fire was a pot containing Limu's secret dish, sweet and sour rabbit meat. Although lacking actual sugar and vinegar, Limu utilized spirit apples, which imparted a tangy sweetness. With careful control over the cooking time and heat, he successfully created a sweet and sour sauce. With premium sauce, quality rabbit meat, and a blend of edible plant fragments, he stirred it all with a wooden stick. At the moment the dish was ready, words were unnecessary. Let's dig in. Special ability. Congratulations on completing the preparation of a dish containing special ingredients. Chapter 49. Dinner and Evening Conversations. Special ability. Continuous cooking for 10 days. With the dish's rating not falling below 1, Limu was taken aback to receive two notifications at once. Although he had contemplated fulfilling the conditions through tonight's meal, he did not expect to accomplish it all at once. Perhaps it was the quality of the ingredients or the genuine effort Limu had put into cooking today. The outcome was remarkably favorable, and Limu chose not to dwell on it. As night enveloped them, everyone gathered to enjoy the meal together. When the sweet and sour rabbit meat was presented, its extraordinary aroma captivated all. Jiamasha and the little ponies led the charge, tearing into the meat while it was still steaming hot. Limu had not anticipated that these little ponies would consume meat, and with such enthusiasm. Aside from Wisdom, who displayed a hint of decorum, the other three little ponies were eager to taste the dish. He shook his head, not at all concerned about the prospect of going hungry. After all, an adult Timo rabbit yields at least 70 pounds of meat. Observing the little horses and Jiamasha gnawing away, Limu finally joined in, tearing off a piece himself. The steaming rabbit meat scalded his hands as he alternated between them, blowing on it continuously. The texture resembled a blend of beef and pork. The muscles were well developed yet did not appear tough. Moreover, the marination in spirit applesauce rendered the meat even more tender. Once it seemed sufficiently cooled, Limu ceased his observations and took a hearty bite. Contrary to his expectations, the aroma was not overwhelmingly meaty. One could say it was rather ordinary. However, the texture was delightful, elastic yet soft and glutinous. The flavor did not possess the rich oiliness of pork nor the inherent freshness of chicken. Additionally, lacking salt or spices such as cumin, it resembled the flavor of raw flour. Yet, the areas coated in fruit sauce were significantly better, despite a hint of disappointment in Limu's heart. The little horses in Jiamasha savored their meal with great enthusiasm. The little horses, whose taste buds were not particularly discerning, relished the fruit sauce atop the meat, much like the filling of an Oreo cookie, regarding the meat merely as an accompaniment. Jiamasha, on the other hand, was quite different, having rarely tasted meat. He was highly sensitive to its flavor, and even the faintest aroma of rabbit meat seemed to him a delicacy. Watching Jiamasha's expression, Limu was reminded of the two little ones trailing behind him. At that moment, they were gazing longingly at the feast, yet dared not approach for scraps. Deeply ingrained in their nature were the customs of their former tribe, which dictated that mealtime was reserved in order of adult males, juvenile males, adult females, and finally juvenile females. Such a precious resource as meat was typically beyond their reach, even if leftovers remained by the end of the meal. The portion for them would be set aside rather than shared. Nonetheless, simply catching a whiff of the aroma brought them joy, satisfying their olfactory desires and symbolizing a brief period of prosperity. However, this time was different. Take this, each of you a small piece, and do not eat too quickly. Be careful, it's hot. Limu made his intentions clear, regardless of whether the two little ones understood. He then used a sturdy feather to cut off two small pieces of meat for them. After a day of nibbling on a few dwarf apples, they hadn't had a proper meal. The two little ones looked at Limu in astonishment, frozen in disbelief for some time. It was only after Jiamasha spoke to them in a language they comprehended that they reached out to accept the meat. Initially, they took small bites tentatively, but soon they were voraciously devouring it, resembling awakened beasts of the forest rather than girls. As the latter part of dinner progressed, the earth spirit stealthily approached. surreptitiously siphoning off a generous portion of meat essence before burping contentedly and disappearing back underground, heedless of the little horse's impending reprimand. This simple farce did not last long. Soon everyone was sated and returned to their respective abodes to rest. Limu settled the two little ones in his treehouse, and once they had fallen asleep, he made his way to Jayamisha's dwelling. He sought to gain a more intricate understanding of the events that transpired during his absence, particularly concerning the girl from the Wayfarers. Naturally, Jayamisha had much to convey to Limu as well. Thus, the two engaged in conversation, continuing until the stroke of midnight. Limu felt reassured that no significant danger had occurred during that time. The general outline of events aligned closely with what had been shared during the day. The sect of the Wayfarers, to which that girl belonged, had indeed been utterly eradicated, as it was the very sect that governed Jayamisha's village. A fact he had personally verified. The relationships among the various Wayfarer sects were even more chaotic and fragmented than those among the Martians, often igniting conflicts over scarce resources, compounded by their differing cultivation methods and beliefs. Consequently, when encountering Wayfarer refugees from other sects, few were willing to offer sanctuary. This young girl was a victim of such circumstances, surviving alone, had she not crossed paths with Little Ma on patrol and subsequently exchanged food with Jayamisha. She might not have lived to see today. It is worth noting that the provisions Jayamisha used for the exchange were not Limu's low-quality apples or white powder, but rather berries he had foraged himself. He was acutely aware of his limitations, unlike the oblivious denizens of the forest who had perished long ago. After confirming the pertinent details, their discussion meandered towards methods of cultivation. The technique Jayamisha acquired involved enhancing one's strength through hunting, sacrifice, and blood refinement. During the hunt, one hones their skills and fortifies their physical form, while the sacrificial rites yield unique boons, allowing for the alchemical refinement of one's essence through shamanic practices. Limu understood that this process was not as straightforward as it appeared. For instance, hunting, similar to the exhilaration he felt after slaying a Tier 2 Timo rabbit today, could indeed be harnessed to elevate oneself. Yet, how does one comprehend, summarize, and apply those esoteric principles? It seemed that Jayamisha perceived Limu's perplexity, as he produced a fruit pit and a piece of animal hide. Consume the fruit. Let the blood flow, then seek a master, he demonstrated. Limu soon grasped Jayamisha's intent. So this was how the Wayfarers swiftly transmitted their cultivation techniques. One first consumes the fruits of the forest, initiating the transformation of the body and filtering out those capable of awakening. Then, utilizing the special shamanic hide and their own essence, they stimulate the initial sensations of cultivation, ultimately selecting a mentor-like figure to guide them on their formal path of practice. It was not overly complex. However, the shamanic hide left Limu in awe. The idea that one could evoke impressions and sensations through the stimulation of blood was remarkable. The principle bore a resemblance to dreaming, where daytime stimuli coalesce into night visions, yet it was evidently more intricate. Regrettably, he found himself unable to even embark on the first step. As Limu pondered this, Jayamisha sighed once more. He had consumed several fruits without awakening and had attempted to offer his blood more than once. Yet all he had gleaned was the knowledge of how to sacrifice his essence, with no further sensations to speak of. Chapter 50. The method of cultivation. This marked the second occasion on which Limu witnessed Jayamisha sigh. Observing his demeanor, Limu felt a twinge of discontent, which evoked memories of Martia and some unpleasant recollections from his past life. Why must every endeavor hinge upon inherent talent or background? Is it true that without talent or the lineage of a wayfarer, one cannot grow stronger? Are humans inherently classified into ranks of superiority? Limu does not subscribe to such notions. He believes that everyone possesses their unique abilities. Some are prodigies, others are mediocre, and some merely possess minor talents. This disparity is solely a consequence of environmental influences. A genius is merely one who has been favored by fate, allowing their potential to flourish. Those haughty and ostentatious talents, in Limu's eyes, are nothing but ordinary individuals. Exceptional horses may abound, yet the discerning judges are scarce. The ancients never claimed that common folk lack talent. They merely stated that true talent requires a skilled mentor to nurture it, which is indeed rare. The figure of Jayamisha reminded him of his former self. Once belittled by teachers and manipulated by superiors, he had felt inferior, devoid of merit, and bereft of ambition. It was only after delving into ancient texts and liberating himself from self-doubt that he regained his confidence and a sense of equanimity. With a furrowed brow, Limu inquired, "Do you still possess the Wayfarer fruit?" Jayamisha instinctively nodded. The fruit was prone to decay, and the Wayfarer girl had indeed provided him with plenty, all of which he had exchanged for long-lasting berries and nuts. "Hand it over," Limu said, foregoing further conversation as he extended his hand. Jayamisha had surmised Limu's intentions. Indeed, Limu sought to convey that he too lacked the divine talent of a wayfarer, yet had still managed to repel several of them. A person's worth is never confined to a singular path defined by others. With a crunch, Limu quickly consumed the entire wayfarer fruit, leaving only a seed behind. He then seized the shamanic beast's skin, pricked his finger with a sharp feather, allowing a drop of blood to fall. "Observe closely, even if I cannot." However, before Limu could complete his thought, a wave of intense dizziness suddenly enveloped him. What is happening? In that moment, he felt a searing heat in his abdomen, while shadows danced in the periphery. An indescribable sensation began to surge within him, overwhelming his heart and limbs. "Surely, I am not transforming into a wayfarer, am I?" "Mumu," Jayamisha anxiously murmured something. But Limu gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to comprehend. In his dreams, he sensed peculiar thoughts emerging from nowhere, accompanied by a painful swelling in his limbs, leaving him feeling feeble. Fortunately, besides the wayfarer fruit in his stomach, the warmth from the Timo rabbit meat alleviated the void and disorientation. Deep within, Certain magnetic forces seemed to resist external influences. The following day, Limu slowly opened his eyes to find Jiamisha dozing beside him. Suddenly recalling the strange events of the previous night, he hastily lifted his garments to inspect himself. His arms appeared normal, and his thighs seemed intact. He had not transformed into a wayfarer. Was this a failure? Yet, he could distinctly sense subtle changes within his body. It was akin to the refreshing sensation experienced after a vigorous workout, leading me to believe that the results of today's training would surpass those of previous sessions. I shook my head slightly, finding it amusing that I had intended to impart a thorough lesson to Jiamisha last night. Yet this commotion made it impossible to continue. As Limu found himself lost in thought, Jiamisha, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "Mu, you actually succeeded?" "What? Succeeded? Yet I have not transformed." After a brief exchange, Limu learned that Lin Xinghua could only transform Lin Min into Lin Xingxia. As for the Jingren, the awakening probability was significantly lower, even if awakened. The most one could expect was a slight increase in height, typically leading to servitude under those prestigious Lin Xingxia. Now that success had been achieved, Limu pondered briefly and discovered a surge of thoughts and sensations within his mind. Although vague, these notions and feelings could not be grasped merely through verbal instruction in a short span of time. It seemed that the shamanic animal hide was indeed an essential component of the Lin Xingxia's cultivation process. However, the obscurity of these thoughts and feelings left Limu at a loss. Without guidance from a teacher, he could not ascertain when he might begin to comprehend the cultivation system of the Lin Xingxia. Lacking this understanding, he could not determine the specific strength of the Lin Xingxia or how their maximum combat prowess manifested. This half-understanding left him feeling as though a cat's claw was scratching at his heart, an uncomfortable sensation. Should I attempt evolution? Evolution 25. 1. Consume 1 point of mental energy to conduct a technical derivation. 2. Consume 3 points of mental energy to conduct a probability derivation. 3. Consume 5 points of mental energy to conduct a technique derivation. Speaking of which, it had been several days since I last utilized my fully restored mental energy. This time, I would not squander it, but would instead engage in a technique derivation to see what unfolds. Yet, before evolution commenced, a new possibility suddenly struck me, causing a wave of discomfort. Should I evolve the Ben Gujin Gang Gong once more, or delve into this blood essence cultivation method? Fortunately, I did not linger in indecision for long, as the Ben Gujin Gang Gong was incapable of a second evolution. My memory and knowledge reserves had reached their limits regarding its evolution. In other words, evolution could not produce something that even analysis could not comprehend. With this clarity, I resolved to focus on the blood essence cultivation, commencing forthwith. Buzzing sensations, long absent, returned to me. Not only did I grasp previously elusive concepts, but the entirety of my understanding was also undergoing continuous refinement and transformation. Before long, a series of information collectively termed true blood cultivation method manifested. This method delineated clear realms, unlike the crude and ambiguous practices of the Lin Xingxia. Similar to the Ben Gujin Gang Gong, it encompassed numerous facets, exhibiting no shortcomings, and could be said to be far more systematic and efficient than those hastily constructed cultivation methods of the same tier. Even in terms of physical refinement, it surpassed the superficial representations found in entertainment media, being far more comprehensive and precise. With a clear direction, it specialized in the blood essence faction's physical techniques. At the pinnacle of each stage, one could extract the blood essence characteristics of a creature to transcend phases and gain new insights into unique traits. It was indeed a commendable technique, yet Limu now feels as though his mental state has abruptly reverted to that of a month ago. The persistent sensation of dizziness causing him considerable discomfort. Moreover, this cultivation method, to be frank, is ill-suited for someone of his modern disposition. The profound foundational principles and bodily structure of contemporary individuals are inherently incompatible with sacrificial, bloody, and refining training techniques. Conversely, the Lin Min, known as Jia Mo Sha, is far more fitting for such practices. Given Limu's grasp of this technique, even without shamanic animal skins, instructing a pure-hearted child who has yet to awaken their intellect would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, such a potent technique, could it genuinely be entrusted to Jia Mo Sha? One must harbor no malicious intent, but vigilance is paramount. History has borne witness to instances where disciples have turned against their masters. What if one day Jia Mo Sha were to betray him? However, the enhancement of Jia Mo Sha's capabilities would equally yield substantial benefits. His innate resilience and strong capacity for learning, when coupled with improved physical prowess, would not only aid in fending off adversaries, but also enhance operational efficiency. Limu gazed at the child before him, mired in contemplation. Despite Jia Mo Sha having proven himself and moved Limu, an unbridgeable distance remained in Limu's heart. Exhaling slowly, Limu ultimately resolved to leave the future to itself. In a world devoid of absolutely secure options, one cannot remain shackled by hesitation if one wishes to accomplish anything. Jia Mo Sha, I had a dream and discovered the potential for your cultivation. Limu's voice was calm. Jia Mo Sha found himself questioning whether he had misheard, yet he could not fathom Limu lying. Momentarily, he was rendered speechless. On that morning, Limu broke through to the 5th set of the diamond technique. Building upon his existing foundation, he further refined and distilled both essence and vitality. Even with a lower cognitive capacity, he felt significantly more invigorated than before. Daily training had elevated his effectiveness to new heights. Presently, if he were merely an ordinary free-fighting contender, Limu felt confident he could defeat such an opponent with a single hand. Jia Mo Sha also began to tentatively engage in training. Busy with morning chores, he started to follow Limu in his practice. Due to Jia Mo Sha's youth and malnutrition, his foundation was rather weak. Thus, Limu did not immediately thrust him into the complexities of cultivation, but instead focused on foundational physical training such as squats, push-ups, and running. Even so, Jia Mo soon realized just how fortunate he had been to escape from the Lin Walker that day. Had he encountered Limu even a moment later, he might have succumbed to exhaustion. After completing their morning training, the two embarked on the day's tasks. Limu intended to return to the riverside to gather resources, survey the terrain, and prepare to channel water back through the low-lying areas. Jia Mo was tasked with assisting, transporting timber and food, and aiding in excavation efforts. This routine persisted for 2 days. On the third day, sensing a resurgence of dangerous creatures at the riverbank, Limu decided against venturing far, opting instead to extend the guided water channel towards their dwelling. As night fell, they began to tally the fruits of their labor from the past few days. The Hall of Aquatic Life, timber, and berries constituted essential supplies, sufficient to sustain them for nearly a month. In addition, there were several biological remains, due to limited capabilities. The forest was rife with scavengers and carnivorous creatures, ultimately resulting in the retrieval of merely 4 corpses of the Timo rabbits, while the remaining 12 consisted of first-tier biological remains. It is fair to say that this territory belongs to the Timo rabbits, as no trace of any second-tier creatures could be found. However, when it comes to the most significant discovery, nothing surpasses the precious diamond. Although it is but a small fragment, it holds the potential to serve as an exceptional cutting tool when affixed to the tip of a blade. Not only can it slice through flesh, but it can also cleave through massive timber, provided one possesses sufficient strength. Additionally, there were a few plant seeds, including the lingxing fruit, the golden fragrance flower, and the gray grass. The golden fragrance flower blooms in clusters, and when crushed and applied externally, it can halt bleeding and reduce swelling. The fine hairs on the surface of the gray grass leaves secrete a remarkable liquid that not only attracts and kills mosquitoes but, when dried and ground into powder, can function as a digestive aid. These 2 plants were only collected because Jia Sha informed Limu of their properties. To be candid, Limu's analysis, which is triggered by mere observation, compelled him to release it actively. He dared not maintain it passively, lest he be overwhelmed by exhaustive analyses of the very air he breathed with each step taken in the forest. Even when actively engaged, while traversing the woods, Limu seldom conducted widespread analyses of his surroundings beyond assessing imminent dangers, as it proved excessively time-consuming and detrimental to his mental state. This tendency often led him to overlook many valuable items, yet it served as a form of self-preservation. However, with Jia Sha by his side, the situation was entirely different. Limu ensured safety while Jia Sha sought out valuable resources, which led to the acquisition of both the golden fragrance flower and the gray grass. During the inventory of their findings, Limu inadvertently caught sight of a tooth hanging from his person. Ah, the token of the golden lion. Which reminds me that it has been over a month since I left the land of Martia. Limu slowly picked up the token, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he toyed with it, uncertain if this constituted superstition. Yet, through unintentional analysis, he uncovered remarkable information. Analysis. The milk tooth of the Golden Lion King, a token of the Golden Lion clan, possesses characteristics such as warding off evil, transforming misfortune into good fortune, forest blessings, and an aura of dominance, concealing a secret of the magical forest region. Without delving into other matters, merely considering those attributes was enough to astonish Limu. Perhaps his string of fortunate escapes along the journey was indeed the result of this token's influence. A troubling memory began to resurface. After gently wiping away the grime from the token's surface, Limu sighed and secured the token more tightly around his waist. Seeking solace, he resolved to find the 2 little ones for some healing. As the daughters of the chieftain of the refined tribe, the 2 little ones were not unattractive, possessing the makings of beauty. Alas, the harsh environment had hindered their skeletal and skin development, resulting in significant deformities. Nevertheless, this did not deter Limu from providing them with attentive care, since they had been rescued and could assist in tasks. There was no need for the imposition of servitude or exploitation. After all, harvesting leeks cannot compare to allowing them to bloom and bear seeds for the long term. Much like the present situation, where the 2 young ones are entrusted with the care of the juvenile Timo rabbits, engaging in activities they cherish. And with the assistance of Limu, they are able to sustain the delicate Timo offspring. These omnivorous yet carnivorous young rabbits, despite having weaned from their mother's milk, require regular feeding of minced meat and fruits, as they are unable to synthesize certain nutrients on their own or hunt for sustenance. They are reliant on external sources to supplement their protein and essential nutrients. Moreover, due to their tender age, their dietary needs differ from those of adult rabbits, and their digestive systems take time to adjust. Occasionally, assistance is needed to stimulate their bowel movements. Such low-energy yet time-consuming tasks are perfectly suited for the 2 young caretakers. When the elder of the 2, Yiya, noticed Limu's arrival, she rose to greet him, displaying a more outgoing demeanor as the elder sister. Meanwhile, the younger sister, Nana, appeared a tad timid, merely nudging closer to Limu, feeling shy about speaking as she had just begun to grasp a smattering of Chinese. Chapter 52. The concept of crafting tools. Limu gently patted the shoulders of the 2 young ones, tidying their tousled hair before squatting down to observe the juvenile Timo rabbits. In just a few days, the meat rabbits had begun to sprout a thin layer of fur. Yet, their appearance deviated somewhat from Limu's expectations. It remained uncertain whether this was due to their immaturity or malnutrition, as their fur was a pale yellow. Nevertheless, based on the analyzed information, it seemed they would likely reach maturity without much difficulty. However, an additional descriptor concerning Limu's radiation had surfaced within their data. The exact nature of its effects, whether beneficial or detrimental, could not yet be determined, leaving the resolution pending until their growth. Intrigued by the mention of radiation, Limu felt compelled to explore the extent of its influence. However, After a thorough inspection of his surroundings, he found little evidence of significant impact. Yet, through observations of certain flora, he gleaned some insights. It appeared that his radiation was still rather weak, rendering its effects on normal entities imperceptible. The longer the duration and the smaller the individual, the more pronounced the effects became. It was already challenging for a typical organism to be influenced. To induce an effect on living beings and elicit relevant descriptors and analysis, the optimal approach would be to remain close to them during their infancy for a period. Prior to the enhancement of the radiation ability, any augmentation would likely depend on increasing internal strength. Unfortunately, obtaining stimuli had become increasingly difficult. What he considered stimulating, such as the giant crab, did not sufficiently elevate his stimulus value given his accustomed resilience to life and death. Nonetheless, these stimuli could accumulate. And Limu sensed that after experiencing some events, the accumulated stimuli would suffice to yield an increase of 1 stimulus point. Since the life and death crises had proven less effective, Limu resolved to pursue development as a means of enhancing his stimulus acquisition. After bidding farewell to the 2 little ones, Limu resolved to embark on a miraculous transformation of his various abilities, with the intention of enhancing his surroundings and seeking opportunities to expand the scale of cultivation, all while experimenting with the effects of miraculous planting. In the evening, during his leisure time while constructing a wall, Limu prepared to craft some superior tools. With better timber at his disposal, he aimed to replace a batch of outdated implements. It must be said, in the absence of heavy machinery, physical prowess truly becomes paramount. Grasping the adamant and stone, his hands bore the brunt, yet he could only scrape away the bark from the surface of the massive wood. The hardwood within could only be gently coaxed. A mere mortal would likely struggle to even tear off the bark. Reluctantly, Limu turned his gaze toward the tall trees. This time, the task proved considerably easier. The hardness of the high trees was merely slightly greater than that of the equivalent timber on Earth, making it manageable for Limu's physique, particularly the branches, which were far more amenable to manipulation than the main trunks, mostly growing straight and requiring only minimal cutting and polishing to yield fine timber. Before long, Limu had fashioned a substantial assortment of wooden sticks and blocks. To ensure the safety of his palms, he decided to first use the adamantine stone to create a scraping tool. With the aid of superior vines, tar, and mortise and tenon joints, he quickly fashioned the scraper. To his surprise, this scraper triggered a miraculous ability. Miraculous ability. Create 10 tools of varying functions, each rated no less than 210. The structure of this tool isn't particularly complex. How could it warrant a rating? Could it be due to the materials? Contemplating this, Limu silently examined the adamantine stone and wooden handle in his grasp. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced at the pile of assorted high wood materials on the ground, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Disassembling the scraper, he retrieved the sharpening stone and reassembled it into a hoe. Miraculous ability. Create 10 tools of varying functions, each rated no less than 310. Hooray! Limu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Soon, he crafted a dagger and a spear, 410, 510, until he completed 1010. With this, another condition for the miraculous ability was fulfilled. An uncontrollable thrill washed over Limu's face. It seemed that as long as one comprehended the miraculous abilities well and sought shortcuts, swift completion was not merely a dream. Why not try to create a tool that might pique the curiosity of the little spirits and observe the effects of this ability as transformation? Meanwhile, a few small ponies watched Limu with a mix of fear and concern. In their eyes, every time he assembled a tool, he would immediately disassemble it, laughing as he did so, appearing almost bewitched. Even the wise one was at a loss, unable to discern Limu's intentions. As time passed into the night, no tool had been fully completed. Yet, the task of creating a tool to spark curiosity in the little spirits showed no signs of progress. Realizing this, Limu suddenly regained his composure, as if acknowledging that some things cannot be forced. After a simple dinner, he resumed his crafting endeavors. This time, Limu approached the task with a heartfelt intention to craft exquisite tools. He gathered all the finest materials at his disposal. Save for the elusive adamantium, the fur of the Timo rabbit, insect carapaces, resilient feathers, Timo rabbit bones, and the magical vine known as the magic tendril, reminiscent of rubber. With the aid of these vines, Limu intended to sew garments from Timo rabbit fur for himself, Jamasha, Yaya, and Nana. Although their physical resilience surpassed his in many aspects, they were not immune to insects or toxins. Thus, it was prudent to don an outer garment, which could prove life-saving in critical moments. The strength and comfort of this rabbit fur were remarkable, surpassing that of leather armor while being softer than mink. Its breathability was adequate, though it might still be somewhat warm during the summer. The insect carapaces were plentiful. They could be crushed and fashioned into arrowheads. With a little effort, these insects were not hard to find, though Limu preferred to avoid provoking them. The resilient feathers had dwindled in quantity, and he currently planned to use them for crafting short blades, intending to produce several. Previously, while being pursued by a goblin hero, though it was staged, the experience of running out of spears was perilous, so having multiple daggers at hand for throwing would be advantageous. The Timo rabbit bones were particularly valuable. Limu intended to replace his crossbow with one made from this bone material. This change would alleviate the weakening and malfunctioning effects caused by water exposure, while also enhancing the power and stability of the weapon. However, crafting these items would undoubtedly require more than a single night. As time progressed, the days reached the midpoint of the second month of summer. It was then that Limu realized he had underestimated the impact of the Cancer constellation. The lingering aura of terror, radiation, and magical energy continued to render the vicinity devoid of life for a 10-mile radius. In fact, some exceedingly diminutive creatures, unable to withstand the adverse effects, were continuously migrating outward. The exodus of lower-tier organisms led to the subsequent departure of their upper-tier consumers. Many animals, plants, fungi, spirits, and phantoms gradually vanished from sight. Consequently, the entire area grew increasingly silent, with species density plummeting to merely a fraction of that found in typical tropical rainforests. This decline significantly reduced Limu's yield from external explorations, but rendered the region remarkably safe in the short term. Limu's own resistance to radiation was sufficient for him to live normally at the periphery of the cancer radiation zone without adverse effects. Occasionally, small migrating creatures would venture close to his living space, seeking refuge from the magnetic field and radiation. Recognizing this as an opportunity for cultivation, he refrained from hastily driving them away or exterminating them. Yet, it was precisely this decision that led to the devastation of his fruit fields. Brother Mu, more mice have invaded the fruit fields and are stealing the crops. Ah, and those large beetles too. Jiamasha's anxious voice rang out once more. Limu quickly set aside the wood he was sanding, grasped his rabbit bone crossbow, and rushed toward the fields. Now, he is filled with profound regret. Initially, he had the opportunity to eliminate those rodents, and he himself cannot comprehend how the notion of allowing them to roam freely suddenly took root in his mind. Now, it is too late. He has missed the prime moment for extermination. These mice have already burrowed intricate tunnels nearby and have commenced reproduction, making any attempt to hunt them futile. Moreover, Limu underestimated the allure that the fruits would hold for these small creatures, even when faced with various predators. They have no intention of relocating. Upon arriving at the orchard, Limu lacked the slightest interest to linger. He raised his hand and swiftly unleashed 2 arrows, taking down 1 mouse and 1 insect. These creatures are inedible, their flesh tainted with excessive heavy metals and the peculiar toxic elements acquired from prolonged underground dwelling, rendering them unsuitable even as fertilizer. Upon witnessing Limu's timely arrival, Jiamasha sheepishly scratched his head. This is the second time. I'll say it for the last time. Hand me the crossbow you've been carrying, Limu admonished sternly. It was evident that Limu was genuinely upset, prompting Jiamasha to nod silently in acknowledgement. After acquiring the rabbit bone crossbow, Limu made slight modifications to the vine crossbow and passed it to Jiamasha. However, Jiamasha had been experiencing significant progress in his physical training over the past few days, leading to a slight increase in his physique. And he fancied himself capable of catching mice barehanded, thus unwilling to continuously bear the cumbersome vine crossbow. Yet, this was the second time he had been outsmarted. Although he was still too young to grasp certain lessons, this incident helped him reassess himself. He recognized that if he continued to disregard Limu's advice, he could not escape the consequences. Not to mention, he was reluctant to part with the rabbit fur clothing that protected him from mosquitoes. The pelts of the second-tier creatures were not something even a ranger could don. Alright, just a final touch. I need to finish repairing this wall today, or those cunning foxes will sneak in at night to steal the fruits, Limu remarked, observing Jiamasha's realization of his mistake and choosing not to say more as he turned to leave. Currently, 3 walls had been nearly completed, with only 2 sets of round wooden stakes remaining. Over the past few days, Limu not only advanced the progress, but also reinforced and repaired the previous walls, transforming the single-layer wooden walls into double layers and adding 3 doors. The dual layers of logs provided significantly greater strength than a single layer, with a thickness exceeding half a meter, allowing individuals to stand atop the walls and facilitating the setup of minor traps. The gaps between the wooden materials were also filled with charcoal to enhance stability and prevent decay. There was no alternative. The Cancer constellation had been generous, providing Limu with an abundance of timber. Wiping the sweat from his brow, as he completed the final vine wrapping and crushed the charcoal for filling, a notification appeared. Extraordinary ability. Achieved a comprehensive evaluation of no less than 3 in the construction of 5 structures. 15. Solid wooden wall strength. 5. Shear resistance 1. Corrosion resistance 1. Evaluation. 3 special. None protection. None. Oh, a new panel has appeared, indicating that the path to a new miracle is well underway. Brother, why are you smiling? At that moment, a clumsy voice in Chinese broke the silence. It was Yaya, who had come to walk her rabbit, and she happened to catch Limu in a daze, smiling foolishly. Huh, oh, am I smiling? Limu lifted Yaya into his arms, and the surrounding rabbits gathered around him. With a smile, Yaya pointed curiously at Limu's face and spoke. The concept of smile was imparted to the 2 little ones by Jiamasha. The cheerful Yaya was always intrigued by everything. Seeing Limu smile, she couldn't help but express her excitement, as if to validate or showcase her thoughts, mirroring the innocent musings of a child. It must be said that the children of the Jingrun and Lin Min are indeed easy to nurture, perhaps due to the influence of long-term natural selection. As long as they are provided with food, they are not so easily perished. When taught something, they quickly grasp it, and they are inclined to accept new ideas with remarkable swiftness, alongside a rapid pace of physical development. Perhaps they are not unintelligent, and may even surpass modern individuals in cleverness. They merely lack the generational accumulation and transmission of knowledge, the shoulders of giants to stand upon. Lost in thought, Yaya's voice broke through his reverie once more, reminding Limu that he had unknowingly slipped back into contemplation. With his enhanced inner strength, his surplus capacity for thought often led him to ponder various matters. Indeed, he mused, gently smoothing Yaya's hair before placing her back on the ground. The little rabbits followed suit, gathering around her. I still want to be held. Yaya seemed to have reached an age where she craved affection. If one didn't hold her, it was inconsequential. However, once embraced, she would cling on with unwavering determination. If Limu did not carry her, she would hold onto his coat until nightfall, refusing to relent. He had learned this through experience. This persistence was far more enduring than the fleeting whims of children back on Earth, and certainly more challenging. Perhaps children raised in the forest find solace in clinging to adults? Sighing inwardly, Limu reproached himself for his impulsive actions, wondering how he had instinctively scooped her up. With no other choice, he supported Yi with one hand, placing her on his back to avoid hindering his tasks. Yet, before he could rise, a sudden weight settled on his back, accompanied by a soft, gentle voice. Limu knew without a doubt that Nana had also climbed aboard. Chapter 54. The culinary miracle. Thus, with two little ones clinging to his neck, he busied himself until nightfall, repairing walls, tending to the fruit fields, processing timber, crafting arrows, and leveling the ground. Though Limu was genuinely curious whether their arms grew weary from such a day-long embrace, he resigned himself to consider it a form of strength training. This experience felt reminiscent of his former laborious days, or rather, akin to being a model worker among beasts of burden. The crackling of burning firewood filled the air. Jamasha had already kindled a bonfire, preparing for the evening's meal. If one were to inquire about the time when he was most diligent each day, it would undoubtedly be during the evening firemaking. Trailing behind him were 6 golden-haired rabbits. And with 2 children draped upon him, he made his way to Jamasha. Upon seeing the bonfire, the 2 little ones seemed to finally tire of their perch and nimbly hopped down, obediently settling on a nearby tree stump. As mealtime approached, the little ponies, of course, would not be absent. They galloped over from afar, calling out excitedly. However, they were not merely freeloaders. During the day, they would remain vigilant of their surroundings and lend a helping hand at night. Limu remained silent, quietly lifting the rabbit fur coat and immersing himself in his task. This meal would be pivotal for him. It marked the 9th day since the sweet and sour rabbit meat, as well as the 9th consecutive day of cooking dishes rated no lower than 1. If he could maintain a steady performance tonight and utilize all the collected seasonings, he might very well achieve a miraculous enhancement of his culinary skills. To play it safe, Limu began by preparing the rabbit meat. Special ability: continuous cooking for 10 days, with each dish rated no less than 1010. Everything was progressing smoothly, and Limu let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he had been apprehensive that any day might break this streak, for maintaining continuity was no easy feat. Next came the attempt to incorporate the seasonings. The gray grass powder aided digestion, the spirit apple sauce enhanced flavor, the fatty meat rendered fragrance, while the collected salt was boiled down, and the golden flour added seasoning. With these 5 diverse ingredients, he had pieced together a concoction. Of course, to mitigate any potential failures stemming from overly meticulous phrasing, Limu did not allow himself to relax simply because he had 5 seasonings at his disposal. Tonight, he planned to prepare battered fried meat. The meat was first cleaned and braised, then marinated in several sauces for half an hour. Following this, it was coated in a layer of white worm juice as a substitute for egg whites, and then dusted with white powder as a substitute for flour. Finally, it was dropped into the hot oil for frying. Truth be told, it took Limu quite some time to prepare the oil for frying. Thanks to the previous scavenging, he was not short on fatty meat. What he lacked was the time spent simmering and straining. This was all for the sake of today's endeavor. He hoped for a successful outcome. After all, he had often cooked on Earth and couldn't he possibly mess up something as simple as frying. Limu silently prayed. Then, with 2 twigs, he carefully placed the prepared meat into the heated oil. In the next moment, a cacophony of sizzling erupted, oil splattering and fragrance wafting through the air. This startled the onlooking Jayamasha, but Limu remained as steady as a mountain, having anticipated this reaction. After the initial burst, the splattering of oil subsided somewhat. Although the frying process appeared daunting, the aroma was undeniably enticing. Soon, Jayamasha returned to observe. The ingrained culinary respect and pursuit of flavor from the land of flowers would not permit Limu to serve up a meal that was anything less than exquisite. It is often said that children do not appreciate the value of food and frequently waste it. Yet, who considers that the true waste lies with those chefs who transform fine ingredients into swine-like fare? Perhaps it was Limu's attitude that allowed him to succeed at once. As the pieces of meat floated and tumbled in golden hues, Limu realized he was likely successful. He used long chopsticks to lift the pieces, placing them onto a wooden platter. The enticing aroma of freshly fried meat had lingered in his thoughts for far too long. Before anyone else could speak, Limu took the initiative to taste a piece. The golden brown crust was crispy and delightful. With a single bite, it crackled, perfectly locking in the meat's moisture, tender and juicy, bursting with flavor. A familiar sensation. Compared to the finest fried meat he had tasted in his past life, it may not have been anything extraordinary, yet to Limu, it was akin to a delicacy. Unable to resist the urge to savor, I hesitated to swallow. The unique flavor and rich aroma of the meat, the crispness of its exterior, and the layers of texture were sensations that Limu had not experienced in a long time. Extraordinary skill. Utilize at least 5 spices to create a culinary masterpiece. Extraordinary skill. Planting. Cooking a comprehensive enhancement of your culinary abilities and insights, allowing you to perceive a broader range of cuisines, including spiritual cuisine, medicinal dishes, and magical foods, with a certain probability of bestowing stronger effects and special enhancements upon your meals. Cooking processing 1, inspiration 1, enhancement 1, technique 1, perception 2. Perception 2, a deeper understanding of the fundamentals of various cuisines, with a focus on mastering intricate details and complexities. In that moment, Limu felt an overwhelming sense of wonder enveloping him. Even cooking could receive enhancements, elevating its effects and pushing his skills beyond their previous limits, creating miraculous outcomes. This sensation lingered for several minutes before Limu regained his composure. Furthermore, good fortune came in pairs. Guidance. You have gained sufficient stimulation. Your stimulation value is now 1. Guidance. Your recent survival has significantly reinforced your inner strength. Your inner strength is now 1. Inner strength. 11. Symbolizing the composite strength of soul, nerves, and spirit. This value can be increased through stimulation, exercise, cultivation, nurturing, and skill development. Stimulation value. 1 for every 3 points. It can be used to develop a new ability or enhance an existing one. obtainable through external stimuli and completing guidance tasks. Mental value, 77, increased based on inner strength and stimulation received, can be restored through rest. And excessively low values may affect normal living. Developed abilities, guidance 15, overload 15, analysis 25, evolution 25, extraordinary skill 15, radiation 15, planting, cooking. Excellent, truly excellent. The efforts of this period have not been in vain. Now, with the walls completed and the majority of the collected resources processed, the environment should remain relatively safe for the time being, and the survival of the group has begun to stabilize. The prerequisites for development have finally settled, and the next step is to lay the foundation for progress. Tomorrow, I will have some free time to test the two newly miraculous abilities and see what effects they possess as passives. The more Limu thought about it, the happier he became. He truly cherished this sense of hope for the future. Well, regardless of anything else, I should treat myself to something good first. With that thought, Limu turned his gaze back to the wooden platter. Silence. Observing those gluttonous individuals with grease smeared across their mouths, he looked down to find the platter completely bare. So, not a single piece of meat was left for me. Chapter 55, Leveling the Land. February 20th, Summer. Limu leveled most of the land within the enclosure, a process that proved to be quite challenging. Initially, he had only burned a small area near a tree root, resulting in only 2 or 3 acres of cleared land nearby. Thus, even with the walls constructed, the interior space appeared chaotic and perilous. This time, in order to prevent losses, Limu chose not to use fire. The spreading flames pose a threat to the surrounding walls and may incinerate valuable flora, potentially forcing insects, rodents, and snakes into disarray. Now that the walls have been restored, any chaos within this relatively enclosed space could lead to significant troubles. Thus, Limu resolved to proceed with caution in leveling the area. During this time, his diligent effort bore fruit, as he discovered a plethora of valuable resources and amassed a wealth of information. Among the useful plants, he identified 4 distinct varieties: Yakai, Tizenkeo, Padikai, and Dugan. The names Tizenkeo and Dugan alone suggest that they are not to be trifled with. Tizenkeo, true to its name, resembles a flower crafted from embroidery needles at its core, surrounded by sharp thorns akin to bamboo shoots, some of which are already exposed above ground with barbed spikes. Others remain hidden underground, laden with toxins. Moreover, their rate of propagation is exceedingly rapid. While this plant is inedible and lacks the requisite hardness for weaponry, its potential becomes intriguing when considering the prospect of cultivating it in a perimeter outside the walls. Furthermore, this plant has a natural adversary, Dugan. Dugan is easily recognizable, with its above-ground appearance resembling a blend of foxtail grass and dandelions, adorned with a small tuft. Its name, however, derives from the formidable nature of its roots. The root system of Dugan is exceedingly robust, actively extending towards the roots of neighboring plants to inject toxins, causing deterioration without death. In this process, it absorbs excess liquefied nutrients released by the affected plants. Additionally, the venom of Dugan affects nearby fauna, driving away smaller creatures intolerant of its toxicity. By cultivating a ring of Tizenkeo and Dugan outside the walls, their combined effects could deter various organisms both above and below ground while mutually restraining one another, proactively preventing localized infestations. Perhaps, in the future, more formidable varieties could be cultivated for further applications. Moreover, Yakai and Padikai also warrant attention. Padikai, known for its edibility, lives up to its name and is rich in vitamins and minerals, which help regulate bodily balance, alleviate fatigue, and enhance sleep quality. Yakai, resembling elongated fangs, bears a resemblance to a hybrid of aloe and wolf's tooth. Although its sap is neither consumable nor suitable for topical application, it serves a crucial purpose. Prolonged soaking can enhance the toughness of specific fibers, such as the internal fibers of the slippery snake vine, which are used for transporting moisture. The slippery snake vine can directly influence crossbow strings. If one were to extract its inner core and soak it in Yakai juice, it could potentially be crafted for formidable crossbows, musical strings, or cutting ropes. Carefully excavating the recently discovered Yakai, along with a generous amount of surrounding soil, Limu placed them into a rudimentary wooden basin. Let's call it a day, he thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ever since the upheaval caused by the giant crab, the surrounding light had noticeably improved, and the issues related to humidity had significantly diminished. Thanks to this, Limu was able to devote more energy to the analysis of plants rather than to dangers, leading to the discovery of the aforementioned 4 treasures. Observing the last few acres still abundant with vegetation, Limu nodded in satisfaction. At present, everything appeared to be progressing smoothly. The leveled land was indeed flat, devoid of any signs of canine gnawing. He meticulously divided the area into grids, visually assessed the ground's elevation, calculated relevant data, cleared the surface, and made slight adjustments by digging and filling. He spared no effort in these steps, for he understood that this seemingly simple civil engineering process held significant implications. Should the foundation be poorly laid now, it would pose potential hazards for any future construction endeavors. Once the leveling was completed, he could proceed to the next phase, compaction. Selecting the areas for compaction, Limu intended to utilize the Yakeo, sliding snake vine, large stones, pulleys, and leverage the massive timber to elevate the stones, subsequently employing gravitational acceleration to strike the ground. This method would not only render the designated plot more stable and solid for future development and current habitation, but also demolish those vexatious mouse burrows and insect nests. Furthermore, the pulley-like structures employed to hoist the massive stones could serve as a means for Jiamos's training. Cough cough. As for himself, he undoubtedly had more pressing matters to attend to, such as attempting to harness his miraculous abilities, guiding Jiamosa in his techniques, or responding to the urgent call. Brother, come quickly, there's a problem with the water. While Limu was lost in thoughts of the future, Yaya's voice echoed from afar. Water? The flow has ceased? Limu frowned and hastily inquired. Their water source relied solely on the previously excavated channel, which was approximately 40 centimeters deep. If large stones or clods rolled in, the water flow could easily be disrupted. No, it's overflowing, came Jamosa's voice from nearby. Overflowing? With minimal visual obstructions. Limu took a few steps and soon discerned the small puddle in the distance, where ripples were indeed forming, indicating a significant rise in water level. While a cessation of flow could be easily explained, an increase in water was perplexing. Beep, beep, beep. Analysis. Over there, the river is rising. At that moment, a young farmer rushed over, anxiously repeating his words. The river is rising? Come, take me to see. Limu quickly donned his gear and followed the farmer to a location where the river was visible. The sight before him was indeed startling. The river had expanded to a width of several hundred meters and showed signs of further encroachment. A summer flood? However, Limu swiftly dismissed this notion. As there were no signs of water flow in the vicinity, only the evident forest soil. Could it be caused by the crab? Was it the influence of magical currents or the emergence of underground water? Regardless, the rising river was a tangible reality. This could be either fortuitous or disastrous for Limu, and it seemed prudent to make early preparations. Farmer, please keep a close watch on the river during this period. If the flooding intensifies tonight or spreads more rapidly, you must inform me immediately. The farmer nodded solemnly, acknowledging the importance of the fruit fields. Chapter 56. The Cultivation of Jamasha. In the dead of night, the farmer, somewhat fatigued, flew into Limu's embrace, bearing tidings of the river's stabilization. The river had spread to a width of approximately 500 meters, ceasing its expansion. It appeared that the velocity of the river's east-west flow had reached equilibrium with its lateral spread. However, the inundation had caused the surrounding ground to sink. With the departure of the giant crab, numerous cavities had formed in the underlying geology. The river's erosion under such circumstances would inevitably lead to problems in due course. Provided that no major incidents occurred in the future, the water's width would likely stabilize around 400 meters, with a depth significantly greater than it currently was. During this period, it would be prudent to avoid the riverbanks, for one could easily find themselves sinking into the muck. Overall, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. At the very least, Limu's small puddle had transformed into a small pond, alleviating future concerns regarding water supply. With the arrival of such abundant water, it was time to reassess developmental plans. As those who were aware of the situation settled down with ease, the night passed swiftly. Early the next morning, Limu rose early to level the last patch of land. Within the walls, aside from a few white powder trees and low creeping grass that Limu had purposely retained, there was scarcely a hint of greenery. The white powder trees could yield starch, while the low creeping grass served as a lawn, protecting the soil, conserving moisture, and attracting vital elements. Though not particularly edible or materially valuable, if it could be cultivated on a larger scale, it would indeed be a treasure. Thus, half the morning slipped away. In the remaining hours, Limu commenced the setup of the equipment necessary for the soil compaction plan. Covering approximately 100 acres, he selected around 10 acres for compaction, specifically a perimeter behind the walls and certain areas with poor soil quality, facilitating future construction and ensuring safer pathways. Having anticipated this plan, Limu had prepared extensively in advance. Consequently, within just half a morning, everything was in place. At noon, Limu and Jamasha had a light meal and took a brief rest before embarking on their afternoon labor. Frankly, Jamasha was exceedingly diligent. If left unchecked, he might toil from dawn until dusk, subsisting on but a single evening meal. Perhaps this was a habit ingrained from his past. However, such routines were detrimental to his development and potential. Thus, under Limu's firm insistence, Jamasha gradually adjusted to a regimen of 3 meals a day, with midday and evening breaks. Following this adjustment, Jamasha not only grew sturdier, but also exhibited a noticeable improvement in complexion and spirit. Nonetheless, every accumulation bears significance. The physical endurance Jamasha had built during this period would serve as the foundation for the challenges Limu intended to impose upon him today. If you seek to cultivate yourself, you must be prepared to endure hardship, even to the brink of death. I ask you once more, do you truly wish to pursue this path? Limu's change in demeanor left Jamasha disoriented. Were not the exercises I previously engaged in considered cultivation? If you believe that a few squats and push-ups can enable you to vanquish the wanderer, then so be it. I shall ask you once more, do you truly wish to embark on this journey of cultivation? Limu's words carried an unmistakable gravity, enveloping Jamasha in an atmosphere markedly different from the usual. It seemed that should he make an erroneous choice, the consequences would be profoundly tormenting. Thus, Jamasha hesitated, lowering his gaze. Typically, he complied with Limu's every command. Now, Limu was urging him to make his own choice and judgment. This was the first time he was compelled to reflect from his own perspective. Limu remained patient, silently awaiting Jamasha's response. Should he be unwilling, Limu would cease imparting techniques to him, relegating him solely to physical training. Conversely, if he consented, the task of hauling stones today would mark the initial step of his cultivation, ushering in a journey fraught with spiritual, physical, and mental tribulations. Jamasha remained silent for an extended period. His experiences were limited. He was unaccustomed to the intricacies of deliberation and lacked clarity on how to weigh advantages against disadvantages. Memories of the past flickered through his mind, culminating in the tragic times preceding his encounter with Limu, particularly the moment when his mother uttered that incomprehensible word, one that must never be spoken in the presence of the wanderer, escape. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the essence of something profound. I am willing to cultivate. No, I desire to cultivate. Mu, please allow me. Teach me to cultivate. Jamasha abruptly lifted his head, gazing earnestly at Limu. Very well, Limu replied with a stoic expression, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Now, wrap these vines around yourself. Huh. Jia Emosha was taken aback. Wrap. Yet, Limu's uncharacteristic solemnity compelled Jia Emosha to comply hastily. The thick vines appeared particularly cumbersome on the still diminutive Jia Emosha. Limu continued, now move forward. Jia Emosha no longer questioned, diligently following the instruction. However, as he attempted to take his first step, he realized the immense weight of the boulder being dragged by the vines. Indeed, even the length of the vine itself was burdensome, and that boulder was merely the smallest among a row of large stones. Move. Limu's voice was devoid of emotion, leaving no room for dissent. Jia Emosha responded, striving to take a step forward, yet he was too small, even lighter than the boulder itself. How could he possibly shift it? Limu disregarded Jia Emosha's struggle, repeating the cold command, move. Unable to defy Limu, and fearful of resistance, Jia Emosha could only persist in his attempts to advance, exerting every ounce of strength. His face flushed crimson, yet he remained immobile. Drip drop, humiliation, inferiority, and panic intertwined within him until, unexpectedly, tears streamed down his face. Yet before he could utter a sound, Limu's cold voice echoed once more, move forward. This was not merely Limu's eccentricity. It stemmed from his previous leniency towards Jia Emosha, which had proven ineffective in compelling him to push beyond his limits. The profound conflict and stimuli brought about by this drastic shift were, in Limu's estimation, the simplest means to provoke Jia Emosha into transcending that threshold. Tick-tock. In an instant, Jia Emosha felt as though he had lost his anchor, enveloped by a myriad of negative emotions. The tumultuous fluctuations of his feelings ignited a fervor within him, consuming his very essence. He yearned to advance, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Tears, mucus, saliva, and sweat cascaded to the ground. Yet, akin to his earlier flight for survival, he remained oblivious to the underlying truths, never ceasing his efforts. His limbs continued to strive forward. This was the essence of Jia Emosha. He would not falter or retreat in the face of the unknown. Excellent. Strive harder, continue to persevere. Jia Emosha? At that moment, a voice of encouragement resonated from Limu's direction. Chapter 57. The weakness of Jia Emosha. After the nadir comes the ascent. In this moment, Jia Emosha's state was at its zenith, with his blood boiling and every fiber of his being exerting itself to the fullest. Limu's encouragement ignited within him like a flickering flame. Strive, strive. Jia Emosha sought recognition, a chance to avenge his mother. Such was the lesson imparted by his anger. When his legs faltered, he relied on his hands. When his hands proved insufficient, he utilized his neck, abdomen, and ultimately, his entire body. Under immense pressure, his blood surged with heightened velocity. In that instant, warmth enveloped Jia Emosha. The nourishment from Timo rabbit meat, sustenance, and exercise had culminated in a powerful release. The sound of grinding teeth echoed clearly as his hands clawed into the ground, akin to a madman. An excess of spirit and strength plunged Jia Emosha into a brief state of hypoxia and faintness. Focus, concentrate, steady your mind, let the blood rise to the stars. At that moment, under the radiating influence of Limu and the stimulation of incantations, words of power seemed to guide Jia Emosha crucially, coupled with his accumulated strength. He erupted, his body temperature soaring. A roar erupted from deep within, resonating outward, as the pent-up energy within him burst forth. His blood felt palpable, coursing vigorously through his veins. In that moment, Limu realized that Jia Emosha had transcended. The initiation of the true blood cultivation method is neither too difficult nor too simple. It requires an individual to delve deeply into their blood, fostering a profound understanding of the concept of true blood. Subsequently, one must continuously refine and comprehend the core essence of the technique until reaching a certain pinnacle. Achieving these 2 points establishes the foundation for cultivation, and Lin Min's physical structure is naturally predisposed to facilitate this process. At this juncture, Jia Emosha's body temperature had reached an extraordinary height. From head to toe, even his eyeballs and gums appeared excessively flushed. Fiery breaths escaped his lips incessantly. This state had transcended normal physiological responses, entering a realm unfamiliar to Limu. Yet, despite such intense exertion, Jia Emosha exhibited not a trace of weakness. Rather, he resembled someone intoxicated, his limbs firmly anchored to the ground, sustaining his exertion. Gradually, Jia Emosha's skin ceased to perspire, revealing signs of subcutaneous congestion. Was this deemed normal? Limu furrowed his brow deeply. It is imperative to recognize that excessive dehydration in the human body can manifest as internal hemorrhaging. To ensure safety, a thorough analysis must be conducted. Analysis: elevated body temperature, muscle breakdown, severe dehydration, insufficient oxygen supply, mild shock, hormonal fluctuations. Observing these indications, Limu could no longer afford to hesitate and hurried to fetch water. Jia Emosha? Jia Emosha? He called out tentatively, yet received no response. Realizing that he had to rely solely on himself, Limu quickly adjusted Jia Emosha's position and gently administered cool water from his mouth. The intense heat emanating from Jia Emosha made Limu's hands feel scorched. Acknowledging that merely providing water was insufficient, Limu shifted his focus to cooling Jia Emosha down. Without concern for the risk of chilling, he poured cold water directly over Jia Emosha's body to restore a normal temperature. To prevent excessive energy loss, Limu also infused the drinking water with juice from the spirit apple, aiming to replenish sugars and essential nutrients. However, this measure barely sufficed to maintain control. The blood within Jia Emosha's body continued to flow uncontrollably at a high rate, with no indication of a decrease in heart rate. Limu feared that he might not endure this ordeal. Thus, for nearly 2 hours, as Limu began to despair over Jia Emosha's fate, a notable decline in body temperature finally emerged. Furthermore, the subcutaneous blood clots began to seep through the skin, reminiscent of ruptured capillaries. The 2 little ones. having noticed the situation, wished to assist but found themselves helpless, so they joined Limu in fetching water from the pond. Observing Jiamasha's temperature gradually returning to normal eased their worries. Suddenly, Jiamasha coughed violently, expelling thick, yellowish saliva involuntarily. As he slowly opened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming weakness, his body felt light, and he experienced an indescribable soreness, akin to having gone 5 days without food. Just as he was about to speak, Limu interrupted him. Do not speak. Expel the impurities from your mouth and throat. Drink some water, and take the day off from work to rest. Jiamasha, upon witnessing Limu's concerned expression, obediently nodded and leaned against the tree root to recuperate, estimating a high fever of over 40 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. He was surprisingly able to sit up immediately, his temperature now nearly normal. It must be acknowledged that the physique of the forest dwellers is indeed superior to that of earthlings. Watching Jiamasha drink water slowly while leaning against the tree root, Limu shook his head. Although he possessed knowledge regarding the techniques of cultivation, he was entirely oblivious to the various responses that might arise from different races practicing their respective methods. This journey ahead is indeed daunting. Today's task of tamping the earth must be undertaken alone. Thus, Jiamasha rested throughout the afternoon while Limu toiled diligently. With a resounding thud, a dull roar echoed. Dust billowing forth, and the ground's subsidence showed little change. It cannot be denied that, without cranes and heavy machinery, relying solely on human strength for such tasks is undeniably exhausting. Fortunately, Limu's physique had gradually surpassed human limits, making the task of lifting stones and tamping earth less arduous. In the course of an afternoon, Limu successfully completed the 15th segment of the rammed earth project. The remaining work, if undertaken by 2 individuals, could be completed in no more than 3 days, and potentially in as little as 2. However, during this period, Limu observed a rather troubling phenomenon. As the soil of the targeted plot became more compacted, a number of mice, despite their nests being destroyed and scurrying about in plain sight, showed no inclination to vacate the area. The allure of the spirit apples appeared to be far greater than he had anticipated. This prompted Limu to realize that, in the future, when cultivating exceptional produce, it would be imperative to implement stringent confidentiality measures for protection. Furthermore, some of these mice, having lost their homes, began to target not only the fruit fields, but also the wooden crates where Limu stored food. Throughout the afternoon, he spent at least a quarter of his time exterminating these rodents. The land spirit had been vigilantly guarding the fruit fields at night. Yet even its formidable nature was starting to show signs of fatigue. To ease the burden of vigilance, and coincidentally as Jiamasha was particularly hungry that day, he emptied a crate of remaining food, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. Yet, it seemed as though the mice were inexhaustible, and the relief was minimal. They could only hope that conditions would improve once the rammed earth project was completed. Chapter 58. Thoughts in a sense of crisis. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Jiamasha, as was his custom, rose earlier than Limu. However, unlike before, today he did not wait for Limu to accompany him. Instead, he commenced his training independently. Have you recovered? Limu inquired with a yawn, his concern evident. Jiamasha turned to Limu with an expression of pure excitement. Nodding vigorously, I feel light, so light, he exclaimed, demonstrating his newfound agility with a few jumps. Remarkably, Limu could indeed perceive a difference. Jiamasha appeared taller and broader, his physique more pleasing to the eye and proportionate. Although it is common for a person's height to vary throughout the day, Jiamasha's jumps seemed to amplify this effect, suggesting that he had genuinely grown a few millimeters or even a couple of centimeters overnight. Analysis: the Forest Hunter, Level 1. In development, a rare variant of the forest dwellers, possessing heightened intelligence, remarkable learning ability, and immense potential in physical strength and capability. Jiamasha, Limu thought, somewhat astonished as he read this description. It encapsulated the essence of the adage that great things come from accumulation. In nature, a bee aspiring to become a queen cannot do so without royal jelly. However, under human influence, the selection process for the linxing fruit would no longer be the sole criterion. Limu sensed that if Jiamasha continued to develop well, by the time he reached adulthood, Level 2 would hardly represent his limits. Do you feel it too? I feel as if I have become a forest walker. Yet somehow different, Jiamasha said, beaming with joy as he waved his robust arms. Limu finally comprehended why Jiamasha appeared more harmonious in his proportions. Unlike the agile Lin Xingxia, whose upper limbs are equally developed, the Lin Hunter excels in combat, throwing, and weightlifting to an extent that, once fully matured, surpasses even the pinnacle of Earth's bodybuilders and gorillas. Nonetheless, training must not be neglected. Limu felt a sense of relief, grateful that his initial choice had proven to be correct. Yes, replied Jiamasha earnestly. He now comprehended the distinction between seriousness and the mundane, recognizing that cultivation was the aspect deserving of utmost dedication. The true blood cultivation method presents an initial threshold to cross. Achieving the first stage is yet another barrier. This method signifies not merely the essence of blood, but embodies the concept of true vitality. The training of the first stage is no trivial matter. It necessitates relentless and exaggerated exercises to temper the body, allowing it to harness and sustain true blood, which in turn refines the physical form until the first threshold is attained. While these exercises yield remarkable results, they also inflict considerable strain on the body. To ensure efficiency and enhance outcomes, one must meticulously manage diet, environment, and other factors to promote recovery. Not only Jiamasha, but Limu himself must also possess these fundamentals before attempting the sixth set. It appears that meat and medicinal substances pose a significant challenge. Water is abundant, and attempting to boil for a bath is feasible. Having medicinal herbs for a herbal bath would be even better. Moreover, if he possessed skills in martial arts such as acupressure or acupuncture to strengthen muscles and stimulate meridians, it would be advantageous. Additionally, there are breathing techniques, mental disciplines, and various other supportive measures, including medicinal cuisine, equipment, feng shui, and environmental considerations, too many to enumerate. The more he pondered, the more Limu realized that the endeavor of physical training encompassed an astonishing array of elements. Rich in martial prowess, poor in literary pursuits, so it is, he mused. With this thought, he glanced at Jiama Sha's diligent little figure and felt a pang of anxiety. There was no time to waste. Progress must accelerate. Since Jiama Sha had already embarked on his journey, there was no need to continue with basic explosive stimulation or foundational exercises. It was time to introduce Jiama Sha to weighted training. By adding weight, his overall mass would exceed that of the stones, and simultaneously dragging the stones would greatly benefit his physical conditioning. As for the formal cultivation methods, they could commence once sufficient resources were available. Limu was determined not to let Jiama Sha suffer hidden ailments at such a tender age. With that resolve, before Jiama Sha could fully comprehend the situation, Limu equipped him with a considerable amount of weight. Utilizing a series of pulley-like structures, the originally under 50 kg Jiama Sha bore an additional 50 kilograms on his back and began to pull a stone weighing over 300 kilograms. His diminutive figure appeared almost dwarfed by the stone. In truth, the stone ascended slowly. Limu had no expectation that Jiama Sha could raise it to great heights multiple times. Yet, the fact that he could move such a substantial weight under such burden was nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, Limu busied himself with compacting earth, and in accordance with his original plan, he mapped out several additional pathways requiring fortification. The purpose is to enclose the future fields with a protective barrier, facilitating pathways and the arrangement of facilities, while subtly deterring the intrusion of rodents and insects seeking to burrow into the land. On the 25th of February in summer, the entire area within the wall, as viewed from the aerial vantage of a treehouse, is meticulously organized into squares of various sizes. Those sections appearing smoother and more level are the result of tamped earth, and a portion has been adorned with small stones by Limu. Meanwhile, the rodent population has reached a balance, likely due to Limu's relentless hunting, as well as the ecological restoration of the surrounding area. For instance, some peculiar snake species, previously unseen, seem adept at burrowing to catch mice. Indeed, the local ecosystem is gradually recovering in preparation for the emergence of the Cancer constellation. Although the formidable influence of the Cancer will persist for an extended period, it is inevitable that some fearless creatures will migrate here. Once these beings withstand the radiation of the Cancer, they can thrive in this hard-won safety. Even though there exists a semblance of life in this region, it remains significantly safer than elsewhere. However, reverting to the state before the land was broken is a daunting thought, recalling those arduous days that one cannot face lightly. A mere rainstorm could spell disaster. Limu is acutely aware that this period of stable development will not last indefinitely. Consequently, he must hasten his efforts, utilizing his miraculous abilities to expand the scale of the fields and further optimize their productivity. Upon gathering sufficient ingredients, he will attempt cooking to assess the outcome. If the results prove satisfactory, he can then embark on more intense physical training. Simultaneously, he must refine the arrangement and infrastructure of the various plots within the area, including pond renovations, house construction, composting toilets, cooking stations, and the technical evolution of furniture and tools, alongside the burgeoning demands for new materials. As the pace of stability gradually establishes itself, the tasks at hand do not diminish. Rather, they multiply. Limu has a premonition that despite bearing a token and possessing unique abilities, the dangers of the forest will not remain confined to mere glimpses. Chapter 59. The idea of expanding the fields. Planting Gathering 1, Soil Cultivation 1, Protection 1, Planting 1, Cultivation 1, Planning 1. Initially, Limu believed that the recently acquired miraculous planting abilities might not yield significant results. However, upon commencing the transformation of the fields, he was genuinely astonished by the capabilities these skills afforded him. Take, for example, Gathering 1. Limu endeavored to harvest some subpar short apples from the orchard, making room for more promising seeds rated at 2 and 3 for future planting. To his surprise, he discovered that the harvested produce had inexplicably increased in weight. Upon analysis, he realized this phenomenon was a direct result of Gathering 1. This ability not only diminished his error rate while collecting fruits, but also enriched his skills and knowledge, making him far more adept than before. Instances of fruit falling to the ground and gathering dust were significantly reduced. Moreover, some of the harvest were bestowed with special protections, as evidenced by the 2 types of enhancements on certain fruits. Analysis. Dwarf apples, Episode 1, Harvest Blessing 1. The fruits are imbued with blessings, resulting in a slight enhancement of their quality and nutrients. Analysis. Dwarf apples, Episode 1, Fruit Blessing 1. The fruits receive blessings that extend their storage time marginally. Analysis. Dwarf apples, Episode 1, Fruit Blessing 2. The fruits are blessed, allowing for prolonged storage and enhanced flavor. Among these fruits, the finest specimen possesses both Harvest Blessing 1 and Fruit Blessing 2, and was harvested in impeccable condition, pristine and unblemished, with the leaves and branches also well preserved. This is merely the first harvest, and it comprises discarded, inferior dwarf apple trees. The effects are astonishing. Most importantly, during the continuous harvesting process, Limu can intuitively sense that the first harvest itself is being enhanced in return. Of course, if only the harvesting aspect were considered, the miraculous transformation would not pertain solely to cultivation. The process of soil enrichment is even more remarkable. As Limu attempts soil cultivation, he instantly acquires a wealth of knowledge regarding soil enrichment 1. This singular aspect encompasses numerous facets of soil, addressing not only the removal of impurities, soil texture, and nutrient ratios, but also delving into the blessings, sacrifices, biological nurturing, special minerals, unique structural magnetic fields, spiritual energy, and geomantic arrays, totaling 15 areas of knowledge. Regrettably, at this stage, Limu can only tackle 7 of these aspects. First and foremost, he must address the impurities, stones, non-biodegradable wood, pests, and weeds, all of which require systematic removal. Following this, he can enhance soil texture through deep and shallow tillage, facilitating the loosening of the soil. Subsequently, he can employ young Timo rabbits to further refine the loosened soil, rendering it both airy and delicate. With this foundation laid, he can proceed to the next steps of cultivation and sacrifice. Although the concept of sacrifice appears straightforward, the process is intricate, necessitating offerings, rituals, tools, and sincere communication with deeper spiritual entities to solidify and proliferate the underlying soil, thereby impacting reality and augmenting its potential and capacity for special attributes. After the sacrifices, the transformation of soil characteristics and fertility requires fertilizers, minerals, and medicinal substances. Once the enhancements in impurity removal, soil texture, sacrifice, soil characteristics, and fertility are complete, Limu must summon the land spirits to bestow further blessings. Following this comprehensive preparation, the land must be allowed to nurture for a period, during which he will also establish ditches, paths, and ridges, and plant some banana palms to aid in biological nurturing. This serves a dual purpose: to secure superior water sources and to enable the banana palms to draw underground water and mineral nutrients, enriching the upper layers of soil with moisture and nourishment. Ideally, biological nurturing should encompass not only plants but also animals, insects, and spiritual entities. However, Limu finds himself unable to address every aspect comprehensively. Achieving a basic balance across 7 areas is already his current limit. With all plans established, the busy work commences. Limu understands that this time, expanding and improving the fields will demand even more effort, not only due to the increased scope, but also because of the myriad intricate details involved. For instance, when it comes to sacrifice, what shall be offered? What if the sacrifice fails, and how shall we account for the time wasted? Fortunately, the overall progress has been smooth. The anticipated expansion of the fields has merely increased from 1 acre to 5. Among the crops to be cultivated are 6 varieties: dwarf apples, spirit apples, forest fruits, golden fragrant flowers, gray grass, and ground vegetables. Notably, the spirit apples and forest fruits, due to their scarce yet superior seeds, are likely to yield exclusively second-grade produce. Revered on earth as precious elixirs, with the spirit fruits being no exaggeration, this acre of land will receive special attention from Limu, who plans to offer the body of a Timo rabbit as a sacrifice. Moreover, planting them in the same acre facilitates management, and their formidable plant vitality will not overwhelm the first-grade crops. The dwarf apples, however, will remain undisturbed in their original plot, though some underperforming plants will be replaced with seedlings of at least grade 2. Limu believes that after several rounds of selective breeding, it is not far-fetched to envision a future where the land is abundant with grade 2 and even grade 3 fruits. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the dwarf apples, the more wax they produce, enhancing their ignition properties and even creating the potential for crafting long-lasting torches. As for the golden fragrant flowers and gray grass, being somewhat delicate as semi-medicinal plants, Limu intends to transplant them cautiously, increasing the spacing between plants to observe the effects of artificial cultivation on their growth. Nevertheless, these medicinal plants will undoubtedly constitute a significant portion of future usage, as both he and Jiao Shah have commenced their training, with the likelihood of growing demand for various medicinal substances in the future. Even for experimental purposes, one must not relent. Conversely, the ground vegetables can be a source of relief. Currently a primary food source, barring unforeseen circumstances, they are likely to remain a staple for a considerable time ahead. Their compact size, commonality, and robust vitality lead Limu to plan for a substantial transplantation. After all, even if some do not thrive, they can be uprooted and consumed, effectively storing them in the soil. Even if waste occurs, one could always seek out additional acreage elsewhere. Of course, aside from these, trees producing white powder and sour plants are also suitable for cultivation. However, one cannot truly grasp the worth of resources without first-hand experience. It was only through direct involvement that Limu realized the complexities of managing several acres of land. At this stage, he must selectively experiment with cost-effective plants for cultivation, relegating those with either low yields or high cultivation difficulties as targets unworthy of consideration. Chapter 60. Better and more arable land at the end of February and summer. Yaya. Here. Yes. Right here. Let the little ones exert some effort. Limu's voice resonated beside the field. Before him were 6 oddly shaped yellow-furred rabbits, vigorously tilling the soil under Yaya's command. Analysis: Timo rabbit, mutated, first grade, juvenile. It must be said that these Timo rabbit offspring grow remarkably fast. Initially, Limu was reluctant to feed them meat, fearing it might cultivate a wild nature within them. However, after Yaya inadvertently allowed them to consume cooked meat, Limu discovered that the rabbits exhibited a significantly enhanced growth rate and displayed no hostility. Instead, they became increasingly reliant on Yaya. Weighing the pros and cons, the rabbits began to adopt a dietary regimen that included a mix of fruits, vegetables, and cooked meat. As time passed, coupled with the radiation influence from Limu himself, these little rabbits grew even faster than the average Timo rabbit cubs, leading to the emergence of the term mutation in the analysis. As for the specifics of their transformation, it is likely that such traits will only manifest once they reach adulthood. Limu had grown accustomed to such phenomena. He now faced more pressing and vital matters: farming. Xiao Wu over here. Xiao Lu over there. Yaya wiped the sweat from her brow, vigorously directing the efforts. Whether the 6 rabbits truly comprehended human language was uncertain. but they toiled away diligently under her guidance, appearing quite engaged in their tasks. Observing that the final acre of land was nearing proper cultivation, Limu hurried to the next plot for inspection. At this moment, Jama Shah was performing the sacrificial rites on behalf of Limu. For ordinary fields, a simple offering of blood essence sufficed, though the quantity required was notably greater than the mere single plant previously needed. After ensuring the situation was stable, Limu proceeded to the following acre. Here, the little ponies were methodically watering and fertilizing the crops. This was their first attempt at such a methodical approach to cultivation. Previously, they would merely carry seeds and toss them haphazardly at their doorsteps, never concerning themselves with the growth environment or the quality of the fruits. Instead, indulging in whatever they could find. It was only after they tasted the fruits cultivated by Limu that they became aware of the disparity, being particularly sensitive to the essence of these fruits. Initially, they were too preoccupied with eating to appreciate the underlying challenges. Now, as they assisted in nurturing the fields, they began to realize the arduousness of this endeavor, leading them to consume even more at night. Of course, such expenses had led to a decline in food supplies, especially meat. A significant portion of the meat consumed was derived from previously collected animal carcasses, such as the flesh of the six-legged water lure beast, which had lasted several days. However, at home, there was Limu, Jama Shah, who each required 3 meals of meat daily. Yiya and Nana needed 2 meals. And the 6 rabbits, for little ponies, and the land spirits also demanded their share of meat each day. While it may not seem excessive on a daily basis, the cumulative effect over time had begun to strain their resources. It seemed that hunting and farming would have to be considered in the future. Nevertheless, they had successfully endured the recent agrarian reforms. On the final day of summer, Limu had nearly completed the development of 5 acres of land. Aside from the medicinal herbs and the 2 acres of linksing fruit, the remaining 3 acres were ready for planting seedlings. It must be noted that the role of the soil cultivation was not merely one of imparting invaluable knowledge. It also provided protective benefits, such as the earth's guardianship bestowed upon the master of soil cultivation. Take, for instance, the plot where the spiritual apples had previously sprouted. This was the earlier state of the land. Soil Planting Information Compilation, Volume 1 Structure, Arable Land 3. Spiritual Blessing Land 1 Special, Land Spirits Enhancements, Spirit Blessing 3 Nutrients, Vitality 3, Flame Transformation 1, Growth 1, Life Essence 1. This is the current status panel. Soil Planting Information Compilation, Volume 2 Structure, Arable Land 5, Spiritual Blessing Land 2 Special, Land Spirits, Pom-Pom Banana Enhancements, Spirit Blessing 3, Earth Blessing 1, Master of Soil 1, Sacrificial Blessing 1 Nutrients, Vitality 4, Flame Transformation 2, Purified Land 1. Not only are the effects more pronounced, but the level of arable land has also risen. Furthermore, the nutrients are no longer haphazardly mixed. Limu has made adjustments to cater to the nature of the dwarf peach tree, enhancing both the purity and potency of the nutrients. The overall soil has now reached the category of Volume 2. Such soil could undoubtedly enhance any Volume 1 plant that is merely inserted into it, surpassing their wild counterparts by leaps and bounds. But the marvel does not end there. Within Limu's extraordinary abilities, there are also Planting 1, Cultivation 1, and Planting 1. Planting refers to the nurturing of seeds and the sowing of seedlings. During this stage, the plants can gain additional protection and effects upon taking root. Cultivation pertains to the subsequent care for the plants, enhancing their survival rate and growth speed, with the possibility of producing special effects. Moreover, in the long run, it may yield unexpected rewards. Planting, while currently unnecessary, involves the compilation and derivation of plant combinations, land formations, soil structures, planting modes, and plant diseases. Next, as long as the medicinal and spiritual fields are properly managed, these 5 acres of modest land will be deemed complete. However, such extraordinary planting abilities raise the question, could cooking also possess remarkable effects? These past few days have been quite busy, and food has not been as plentiful as before, prompting Limu to have Jama Shah roast meat and gather fruits for direct consumption. Reflecting on it, he realized he hadn't properly prepared a meal in quite some time. Now that the fields are nearing completion, the level ground nearby has also been designated for kitchen use. Perhaps, instead of hastily processing the timber tonight, he could cook a meal instead. The woodwork is all set. At that moment, a faint voice from Jama Shah reached his ears. Although blood essence can restore vitality and Jama Shah's physique has significantly improved, the continuous sacrifices have inevitably taken a toll on his health. Observing Jama Shah's slightly pale face, Limu recognized the hardships he had endured in recent days. Indeed, he resolved to cook tonight and prepare more dishes as a reward for him. Rest for a while, you need not move tonight. I will handle dinner, Limu said, patting Jama Shah on the shoulder. Jama Shah was momentarily taken aback, but then a pure smile spread across his face, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Mu, I have some small items here, all edible. Let us prepare these too, he said, grinning foolishly as he produced a handful of small mushrooms and berries from somewhere. Gazing at the slightly wilted treasures in Jama Shah's hands, and then at the innocent smile on his face, Limu felt a warmth in his heart. It appears that this individual has been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to cook for quite some time. Chapter 61. The Marvels of Culinary Arts. Cooking Processing 1, Inspiration 1. Enhancement 1, Technique 1, Perception 2. Much like the art of cultivation, the miraculous aspects of cooking have significantly broadened Limu's skills and knowledge, while also providing similar enhancement effects. This even includes complementary culinary techniques akin to certain methodologies. After all, in this world, there exists a plethora of monsters and extraordinary items. To truly harness the potential of ingredients and create medicinal dishes, ethereal cuisines, and imperial banquets, conventional cooking methods are utterly insufficient. This domain even encompasses the application of magical energy, spiritual power, techniques, mastery aura, and combat energy. Although Limu's current physical form is disconnected from these elements, it does not hinder his ability to acquire knowledge. Whenever he encounters something he does not comprehend, he activates an overload analysis, which allows him to grasp a basic understanding. This, in turn, has granted Limu a deeper awareness of the world beneath his feet. The entire region he inhabits is referred to as the Southern District. The expanse of the Southern District is defined by the high-altitude clouds that blanket the sky. These high-altitude clouds, situated approximately 350,000 kilometers above, reflect the external blue light, creating a cerulean sky. However, due to spatial distortions, these clouds appear to cling to the ground at the borders of the Southern District, resembling a dome enveloping the entire area, hence the term cloud dome. Above the clouds lies the Lar light flow layer, which emits a form of light that is far from ordinary. It is a manifestation akin to light itself. This flow possesses dual wave particle characteristics, generating signals that the human eye interprets as light. Its remarkable penetrative ability and high destructive potential mean that even amidst a forest of towering trees, Limu experiences a sense of dimness rather than darkness during the day. Thus, despite minimal sun exposure, he consistently feels rays of radiation directed towards him. The alternating golden and silver hues of the Lar light flow layer bring about variations in energy and brightness, delineating day from night. Estimating time based on the various frequencies his body underwent during prior training, Limu finds that it consistently stabilizes at approximately 26 hours each day. The area of the Southern District is also gradually expanding, yet its precise magnitude remains indeterminate. The nature of what lies above the Lar light flow layer and the thickness of the ground below are also currently beyond analysis. However, the status of this realm is assuredly not confined to low-level concepts such as higher dimensions or divine essence. It transcends even those notions. From the intricate and coexisting energies that Limu perceives, he senses that the world he has glimpsed is but the tip of the iceberg, perhaps even less than that. Limu, hurry and flip the spatula. It's about to burn. The urgent voice of Jiao Sha suddenly resonated in his ears. It was only then that Limu snapped back to reality, realizing he was in the midst of frying mushroom slices. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he quickly tossed the ingredients in the pan. Despite being deeply immersed in the knowledge of cooking, he had inexplicably drifted into a myriad of chaotic thoughts. Fortunately, Jiao Sha's timely reminder allowed Limu to regain his focus and rectify his culinary oversight. This was the first time Limu had prepared a dish since arriving here, and the onlookers observed with curiosity, as though witnessing a performance. However, as the enticing aroma of the sautéed mushrooms and meat wafted through the air, it became evident that this was no mere spectacle, but rather an exquisite culinary technique. With the enhancements of cooking, Limu could perceive the temperature, flames, utensils, and even some peculiar elements with greater finesse, skillfully guiding and utilizing them to render the dish more hygienic, aromatic, visually appealing, and delectable. The already tender slices of biomeat were transformed by Limu into a texture akin to jade snow, turning golden and brown as they were stir-fried, resembling a piece of art. Complemented by various seasonings and the rich fragrance of natural wild mushrooms, the combination of meaty and earthy aromas, along with vibrant colors, created a symphony of flavors. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in the special effects accompanying the mushroom meat dish. Monkey mushroom meat overall rating, 5 special effects. Culinary Master 1, Material Exposition 1, Excitement Amplification 1, Health Master 1. The Culinary Master effect enhances the dish's visual appeal, aroma, and flavor, augmenting its artistic essence and sensory stimulation. Material exposition, as the name suggests, effectively releases the inherent qualities of the ingredients. For instance, the experience of consuming biomeat roasted pales in comparison to this dish. Excitement amplification denotes an active effect, implying that consuming this dish invigorates one without adverse side effects. This effect can synergize with certain abilities and potions. For example, after consuming this dish, Limu could utilize his ability, Overload, to exceed previous limits. Health Master, equally straightforward, signifies that this food nurtures the body, promoting digestion, vitality, strength, and detoxification, among other benefits. However, with a suffix of 1, should it be higher, it could even serve as a fortifying elixir or potion that is safer and more comprehensive. Having perused this information, a subtle smile graced Limu's lips. He had resolutely decided that he would not yield an inch during this meal. Here comes the meat. As the announcement rang out, Limu slowly approached the wooden table. Under the watchful eyes of the eager crowd, he felt a surge of pressure. Yet, which man could resist the allure of this dish? However, learning from previous experiences, he knew that as he held the plate today, he must seize the initiative. Taking a deep breath, he discreetly prepared himself. With a decisive thud, he placed the plate on the table and, without hesitation, grasped his chopsticks, scooping a generous portion and unceremoniously stuffing it into his mouth, disregarding all else. This audacious act left the onlookers astounded. It was well known that Limu typically refrained from engaging in their culinary contests. Today was indeed unusual. While everyone was still in a stupor, the usually reticent Nana was the first to reach for her chopsticks. Despite her introverted nature and petite stature, she had an impressive appetite, capable of matching Kimasha's consumption when unrestrained. Observing Nana's initiative, the others quickly followed suit. It was not until the moment the food touched their tongues that they comprehended the extraordinary nature of Limu's creation. Their astonished gazes locked onto him. Though they lacked the means to articulate it, their bodies' jubilant reactions required no explanation. This dish was undeniably exceptional. Jiao gazed in astonishment at Limu. Among the group of children, he was the eldest and had spent the most time in the company of Limu. Only he could truly grasp the extravagance of the meal before them. Remarkably, Limu not only possessed knowledge of cultivation and agriculture, but also harbored hidden talents in cooking. However, it was evident that Limu paid no heed to Jiao intrusions. With the limited meat available, He intended to ensure he ate enough to honor the efforts he had invested over the past several days. Chapter 62. The arrival of early summer and March night fell swiftly. In early March, the temperature in the forest soared above 35 degrees Celsius. Although Limu's constitution had improved, living without air conditioning or fans in such heat rendered restful sleep a challenge. As he tossed and turned, the guiding voice resonated once more. Guidance. Congratulations on surviving in the Celtic forest for 60 days. You have received an increase in mental capacity limit by 1. Accelerated mental recovery, and 1 opportunity for ability enhancement. Analysis. Ability enhancement successful. Overload 25. Internal strength. 12 stimulus value. 1 mental capacity. 88 developed abilities. Guidance 15. Overload 25. Analysis 25. Evolution 25. Extraordinary ability 15. Radiation 15. Farming. Cooking. Overload. 1. Under more complex and profound stimuli. Significantly enhance every nerve throughout your body. 2. In an overloaded state, you gain greater observational and perceptual abilities, encompassing the 6th and 7th senses, totaling 16 senses. 3. You find it easier to surpass your limits, experiencing accelerated enhancement across all aspects, and an increase in deep-seated stress resistance. Guidance. New directives. 1. Please eliminate 10 first-tier creatures and 3 second-tier creatures to gain a stimulus value of 1 and internal strength of 1. 2. Please survive in the forest for a total of 90 days to receive 1 ability enhancement, an increase in mental capacity limit by 2, and a limited time experience of all abilities at level 1. As Limu absorbed this information, the previously overwhelming heat became even more intense. The breakthrough in mental capacity was noteworthy, yet he remained composed, realizing that only evolution was presently applicable. However, the enhancement from overload was extraordinary. What did it mean to enhance every nerve? Known nerves, unknown meridians, the brain, the spine, everything related could potentially be overloaded, yielding even greater effects. Just the overload of visual nerves alone was astonishing, akin to experiencing time dilation. If the entire body could undergo overload, his combat capabilities would increase exponentially. Furthermore, during his regular training, he could perform more comprehensively and efficiently, and coupled with the effects of 3, the rate of improvement would likely accelerate dramatically. As for 2, it was even more remarkable. Although it merely involved a foundational perception, what did 16 senses entail? This suggested that, barring overly complex matters, by merely activating overload, he could analyze, learn, and even predict. In the future, when encountering esoteric cultivation methods of the forest dwellers, activating overload would grant him preliminary comprehension. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement bubbling within. Observing those abilities rated at 25, it was evident that each was extraordinarily formidable. The development of the human brain and soul could indeed reach such exaggerated heights. On Earth, is it conceivable to develop the human mind to such an extent? As ideal thoughts surged forth, a sense of tranquility gradually enveloped Limu. He then turned his gaze towards the new directive. To slay 10 first-tier creatures and 3 second-tier beings. While the task of eliminating 10 first-tier beings seemed manageable, provided one avoided formidable adversaries like the goblin hero or the 6-legged water lure beast, even an average ranger could easily dispatch them. Naturally, Limu preferred to deal with a few mice to fulfill the requirement. However, the challenge lay in locating those 3 second-tier beings. Not only was it uncertain whether he could defeat them, but finding them posed an additional dilemma. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear that this directive was a synthesis of self and external influences, an analysis and summary of the future, causality, and stimuli. The directive would not present impossible tasks, suggesting that he would indeed encounter at least 3 second-tier creatures in the future. Nevertheless, the directive was not a reward, and whether he could successfully complete it remained to be seen. The second directive remained consistent, yet this time the dangers were significantly heightened. It was even more formidable than the previous one, leading Limu to ponder incessantly. At times, Limu wished to embrace the life of a recluse, preferring to avoid peril and simply develop within the safety of his own abode. However, reality had already been established, rendering any fanciful thoughts futile. With a sigh, he shifted his mood and glanced at his mental capacity, which stood at 88. Although he felt invigorated when his mental capacity was at its peak, the fact that it was quantified made him uneasy when it went unused. Evolution 25. 1. Consume 1 point of mental capacity to perform a technical derivation. 2. Consume 3 points of mental capacity to conduct a probability derivation. 3. Consume 5 points of mental capacity to execute a martial arts derivation. Limu began to contemplate what to evolve. Should he enhance some techniques or develop martial arts? As for the probability derivation, it was a sheer waste of mental capacity. It merely involved selecting an event and extrapolating its probability. The result, a simple case of flipping a leaf, could yield thousands of probabilistic scenarios, the leaf being blown away by the wind, destroyed by a sudden surge of magical energy, stolen by a mischievous sprite, or lodged in the soil at various angles, some probabilities even fluctuating continuously. Fluctuating probabilities? What significance does my derivation hold if I am inundated with an overwhelming array of possibilities? This illustrates that the certainty and uncertainty of the future cannot yield definitive results through my current extrapolations. Thus, Limu decided to shelve this particular derivation. Now, he was left to deliberate between technical and martial arts derivations. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to pursue the martial arts derivation. Technical derivations were too slow. If he were in the process of inventing or creating something, it could help him break through barriers. Given the current circumstances, it was more prudent to attain a clear outcome. Consequently, Limu began to search within his mind for the foundational materials necessary for martial arts evolution. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were indeed numerous elements that satisfied the criteria for martial arts derivation. What encompasses feng shui, martial arts, formations, opera, painting, traditional Chinese medicine, mechanics, civil engineering, and other domains steeped in tradition, rich in historical accumulation, and imbued with enigmatic theories, as well as highly specialized knowledge. All satisfy the conditions for the evolution of techniques. This indeed startled Limu. While martial arts and formations are somewhat comprehensible, the relevance of opera, mechanics, and civil engineering is perplexing. Are we to delve into a lament of severed emotions, or a cult of mechanical divinity, or perhaps the sacred text of civil engineering? After some contemplation, Limu considered the practicality of the current phase. Ultimately, for the sake of prudence, he decided to select feng shui. After all, when he tended to his fields, he had already laid a foundation in feng shui through soil cultivation. Thus, he concluded, yes, this shall be it, he muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts, feeling his mental acuity rapidly diminish, and his psychological state experienced a certain impact, though notably better than the last time. Soon after, the familiar storm of ideas surged once again. Chapter 63, The Great World Feng Shui Method. Before long, a brand new technique emerged, the Great World Feng Shui Method. This technique does not emphasize the act of cultivation per se. Rather, it is primarily about cultivating a form of feng shui energy and calculation ability. This cannot be forced. It demands high levels of practice, learning, and introspection, relying solely on prolonged accumulation to gradually refine this energy and ability. Even those with exceptional talent in this area find no shortcuts. They may progress faster and possess greater application skills. Yet the underlying principles significantly surpass those of the methods of fundamental stability and true blood. When mastered, one could potentially alter the cosmic feng shui dynamics single-handedly. Overall, it would not distract one from cultivating the other two methods, thus preserving Limu's training time. As long as he incorporates this method during his farming and construction activities, he can simultaneously engage in cultivation and accumulation. Unable to sleep any longer, Limu decided to forego slumber altogether. He directly employed the feng shui method to analyze the land he valued most. Upon analysis, he discovered the intricate complexities hidden beneath the surface. Feng shui encompasses aspects of environment, causality, formations, yin and yang, and divinity, among many others. Naturally, its intricacies and life's trivialities preclude meticulous scrutiny of every stone or blade of grass. Therefore, Limu chose to observe broadly, delving into specifics only when encountering significant anomalies. Through this exploration, Limu realized that the impact of feng shui in this world was considerable, far exceeding his initial expectations. However, his current level of cultivation was too shallow, and his understanding too limited to fully integrate and apply the knowledge. By leveraging feng shui analysis, Limu discerned why certain fruits in his orchard grew unremarkably, while others exhibited remarkable transformations. The forest inherently bore a heavy yin influence, with most plants adapted to a low and tranquil habitat. Yet Limu's presence disrupted the pre-existing feng shui layout, altering magnetic fields and airflow. Consequently, plants situated in unfavorable magnetic fields and divine positions, frequently exposed to unusual air currents, naturally struggled to thrive. The location of the spiritual apple fortuitously eludes the sinister winds emanating from the depths of the forest, nestled between two flourishing magnetic fields. This phenomenon of spiritual effulgence occurs as it thrives within the fruit grove, situated on the auspicious hexagram of the tri-tree zone. The Li tree itself generates a unique magnetic field, making this position an exceptionally fortunate one for a tree already blessed with good fortune. From another perspective, mice, known for their acute sensitivity, persist in the Li tree's orchard despite repeated attempts to drive them away, hinting at a subtle connection to the environmental feng shui. Thus, the ability of this particular location to nurture the spiritual apple tree is not altogether astonishing. It is merely a testament to its inherent good fortune. Even if it does not yield a second harvest, it is likely to be among the finest produce in the field. Of course, while one can disrupt certain feng shui balances, one can also create new ones. To counter the encroaching sinister winds, one need only raise the wall facing the orchard, though care must be taken not to make it excessively high, which would obstruct beneficial elements carried by the forest's depths. Hence, the optimal solution would be to place guardian animal sculptures, approximately 30 centimeters high, upon the wall. This not only enhances the yield but also wards off malevolence. Furthermore, other factors, such as magnetic fields, come into play. The Li tree could also alter the landscape by constructing roads, erecting fences, rearranging the ridges, and strategically placing talismanic stones, scarecrows, and charms within the fields to redirect energies and fortify the underlying essence, thereby adjusting the feng shui balance to attract blessings and avert misfortune. The greater the effort invested in these endeavors, the more profound the protective and special effects upon the land. Having absorbed this wealth of information, Limu felt an irresistible urge to act, venturing into the fields before dawn. He first modified his original plan, attempting to establish a new vital position for the orchard by planting the palm pool banana seedlings ahead of schedule. He also crafted a simple scarecrow, positioning it at the predetermined site within the orchard. Engaging in these tasks with an enhanced sense of awareness, Limu felt a deeper understanding of certain arcane principles, accompanied by a faint, peculiar sensation. Yet, these sensations were not enough to deter him from his explorations. Eagerly, he continued to analyze the various sections of the field, beginning with its most promising areas. Soil cultivation information. Summary. Second harvest. Composition. Arable land 5. Spiritual blessing land 2. Special. Land spirit. Palm pool banana. Blessings. Spirit blessing 3. Earth blessing 1. Soil master 1. Sacrificial blessing 1. Feng shui master 1. Nutrients. Vitality 4. Fiery transformation 2. Purified Earth 1 Analysis. With the presence of a feng shui master, the enhanced feng shui will facilitate smoother and more stable development, gradually improving certain aspects with a chance for minor miracles to occur, although the changes may appear minimal. The addition of a feng shui master indicates tangible benefits that will be advantageous in various ways in the future. This is merely the beginning with a feng shui master. If he could implement all that he knows to perfection, might he elevate it to levels 2 or even 3? The magnitude of feng shui's influence at that point, and the effects it could yield, are indeed intriguing. Witnessing such transformation brought about by the principles of geomancy is nothing short of remarkable. Most importantly, these elements possess the potential to impart education. Naturally, without the assistance of radiation, it is exceedingly challenging to convey knowledge solely on the surface. However, if the teachings are delivered by someone endowed with radiation abilities, the likelihood of the students mastering the techniques significantly increases. As the number of individuals grows, collective wisdom and efforts can be harnessed to better apply and develop these techniques, elevating them to new heights and accelerating real-world advancements. This negates the necessity of undertaking every task single-handedly. Furthermore, consider the broader perspective. If traditional skills and cultural knowledge were to be integrated with modern specialized expertise, resulting in the emergence of numerous techniques of such caliber, the benefits would be immense. With these techniques in hand, one could then gather a trusted group of individuals and tailor the instruction accordingly. The speed of development would inevitably witness a profound transformation. Limu, sitting beside the fruit field, felt a surge of excitement, calming himself after a while, realizing that this evolution must be employed frequently yet judiciously. Just as he contemplated the direction of this evolution, Jayamisha approached from a distance, rubbing his eyes. Brother Mu, you didn't sleep well either? He yawned. Observing Jayamisha's drowsy appearance, Limu inquired, what is wrong? It's still early, and you stayed up late last night. Why not rest a little longer? Seemingly regaining his composure, Jayamisha replied languidly, I don't know why, but I've been feeling increasingly uncomfortable while sleeping these past few days. Thus, in the early hours, the two engaged in casual conversation, neither rushing to undertake any significant tasks, merely attending to minor chores and chatting. As dawn broke, Limu began to sense something amiss. Given their constitutions, he and Jayamisha should not be struggling with sleep due to ordinary temperature fluctuations, especially since the forest nights were not overly warm. However, as morning arrived, Jayamisha's words heightened Limu's awareness of an underlying discomfort. It was not until Limu employed analysis for a bodily assessment that he uncovered the clues. Perusing the chaotic descriptions, he grasped a few key points. Yang deficiency, excessive internal heat, these seemingly contradictory terms appeared together. Subsequently, Limu conducted a more refined analysis to discern the reasons behind this. Yang deficiency is relatively understandable. During the sweltering summer, Limu engaged in high-intensity exercise and labor, often sweating profusely, exhausting his energy before resting, particularly in the southern regions of this world, resulting in damage to various forms of yang, such as organ yang, strength yang, and essence yang. Simultaneously, summer is characterized by abundant yang energy and vigorous blood circulation. During this time, warming the kidney yang and dispelling cold and evil influences can expedite the elimination of internal dampness and cold pathogens, restoring the body's yang energy and enhancing immunity, thereby preparing the body for subsequent seasons. This aligns with the adage, eat radishes in winter and ginger in summer, which stems from this principle. As for the excessive internal heat, while it contains the character for fire, it does not necessarily indicate yang. This fire represents the body's response to adverse influences, serving as a means of detoxification, disease resistance, and the dispersal of harmful warmth. Amidst it all, there exists a myriad of elements unique to the summer season, such as the pervasive heat and inflammation, which can easily incite agitation and disrupt the balance of one's internal organs. This can lead to the dispelling of essential moisture and even precipitate instances of heat stroke due to summer toxins. According to my prior understanding of the seasonal cycles, summer spans a total of 6 months, with April and May being its peak. It is only early March, so why do issues arise so soon? Thankfully, these matters seem manageable. I believe that by adjusting one's diet, increasing water intake, and bathing more frequently, one can mitigate these adverse effects. However, as time progressed and daylight broke, I encountered a second troubling phenomenon. The intensity of sunlight today surged significantly compared to yesterday. It is rather warm, I remarked, feeling the heat enveloping me. After a rigorous workout, Jamasha gulped down several bowls of cold water, gasping as he spoke. He gestured toward a nearby mouse that was reluctant to show itself. Given the heat, perhaps it's best to refrain from overexerting ourselves today, I concurred, realizing that it's unwise to labor too hard in such conditions. Although the temperature hovered in the 30s, I could still endure it. However, the penetrating and destructive rays of sunlight made my skin tingle with discomfort. To avert any issues, it would be prudent to seek refuge indoors. Brother, look. The rabbits upon entering the makeshift shelter, I noticed 2 small ones anxiously cradling a rabbit kit. Following their gaze, I discovered the young rabbits appeared lethargic, huddled together and unwilling to move. After a brief assessment, I reassured them softly. There's nothing to worry about. They're merely suffering from the heat and sun. Upon hearing my words, Yana and Nana ceased their fussing over the unresponsive rabbits and settled quietly beneath the shelter. The structure was well constructed, effectively shielding us from direct sunlight, allowing even the errant little horse patrolling outside to take refuge within, babbling indistinctly amongst themselves. The atmosphere in our dwelling swiftly turned serene, as everyone sought solace from the oppressive midday heat and radiation. Interestingly, it seemed that unfamiliar green grasses had sprouted all around. I wondered if they were edible. Noticing my prolonged silence, Jamal Shah, unable to contain his curiosity, broke the stillness. Ah, I noticed that too. Yana chimed in agreement. Is that so? I shall investigate tonight to see if they are consumable, I replied succinctly, sinking into the chair I had painstakingly crafted, exclaiming, "It is unbearably hot." Thus, the ambience lapsed into tranquility once more. After a while, Jamal Shah, ever restless, asked, "By the way, have you caught a whiff of something peculiar?" "I detected it as well," Yana echoed. Though I was reluctant to exert myself, I had little else to occupy my mind. I focused my attention and inhaled deeply. Is that sulfur I smell?" I mused, rising slightly in surprise. "No, that is not quite right. This scent merely resembles sulfur. There is a subtle difference," I noted. Yet, it was faint and evenly distributed in the air, suggesting it was not the result of any anomalous creatures or minerals, but rather a characteristic of the intense summer heat. Analysis. The presence of sulfurous fumes, though mildly toxic, can lead to capillary rupture and increased burden on internal organs with prolonged exposure, rendering combustible materials more flammable and harder to extinguish. A high concentration of sulfurous fumes may herald the arrival of a toxic rain. Limu found himself at a loss for words. After seemingly luxuriating for half a month, he had forgotten that he was in the Kale forest. Realizing this, he donned a mask, yet upon taking a breath, he discovered that even the mask could not prevent this substance from invading his nostrils. This entity was reminiscent of cigarette smoke, only more potent and vibrant. It was not merely particulate, but a wave that could split and merge at will, akin to gas molecules darting about chaotically. Describing it as an exceedingly chaotic and liberated wave would not be an exaggeration, for it was also a wave that could be sensed olfactorily, were it not for the exceedingly low concentration in the air. Inhaling it for just a few days could lead to severe health issues. Moreover, this wave was so unrestrained that even the most advanced modern wave-eliminating materials could not prevent its passage and penetration. Did this imply that he would have to live amidst such waves daily? Gulps of water seemed to reveal Jamal Shah's perception of Limu's anxiety. As he offered advice, "Do not worry, Mu. This scent is not lethal. I have experienced it more than once. Furthermore, as long as the odor is sufficiently faint, there are indeed ways to eliminate it." Limu looked at Jamal Shah with a spark of surprise. He realized he had underestimated Jamal Shah, who had lived in the forest for more than a century, experiencing a complete cycle of 10 seasons and undoubtedly possessing more knowledge than he did. Indeed, certain peculiar flowers, when planted nearby, could mask the odor. And I recall that the vicinity of the corpses of formidable creatures could also mitigate such scents. Generally, those forest wanderers who require air purification rely on the presence of powerful creature corpses to lessen the impact, albeit their effectiveness is not as pronounced as that of flowers. Chapter 65. The gathering of strength and pressure corpses of powerful creatures? As Limu further inquired, he grasped that this so-called strength was roughly at the upper echelon of the second tier. At the very least, it would be sufficient to easily slay a group of Timo rabbits possessing a rabbit king. Thus, Limu gained a deeper understanding of why battles at higher tiers were nearly impossible, as the disparity within the same tier was already exceedingly vast. Furthermore, the existence of higher tiers exponentially enlarges the gap to the next tier, resembling a Fibonacci sequence in its escalating differences. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89. Those without a tier, akin to mayflies, could dissipate from this world at any moment, with the difference to the first tier being merely 2. This too can be metaphorically likened to the gap between the golden elixir and chi refinement stages, representing 2 grand realms. The difference between the first and second tiers is similarly 2. It is no wonder that powerful 6-legged water-luring beasts and errant rats belong to the same tier. Of course, this comparison remains somewhat acceptable. However, the disparity between the second and third tiers is 4, while between the third and fourth tiers, it is 6. As the fourth and fifth episodes unfolded, they reached a staggering score of 10. Cumulatively, the disparity between the first and the fifth episodes amounted to 22. Within the framework of cultivation, this difference is equivalent to a staggering gap of 22 major realms, far surpassing the divide between deities, sages, and mortals. The hierarchy has been irrevocably widened. However, despite such a significant chasm, one would expect the colossal crab to emanate an even more terrifying aura, perhaps evoking the sensation of effortlessly annihilating an entire forest with a mere gesture. Yet, to Limu's discerning eye, the imposing presence of the crab, while formidable, paled in comparison to the unfathomable implications of this 22-point gap. Consequently, Limu gleaned a new crucial insight, one that could profoundly influence his future developmental strategies: the concept of pressure. Indeed, it was not merely about atmospheric pressure, it was a form of energetic pressure. This is rather comprehensible, as every blade of grass and every stone in the southern region possesses a distinctly potent energy field, with complex characteristics and protective attributes. The myriad influences radiating outward from all things collectively form the energetic pressure of the southern district. Thus, while the crab in the fifth episode was undeniably powerful, its expressive potential was significantly diminished under the overwhelming energetic pressure. In truth, Limu had long had the opportunity to recognize the existence of this energetic pressure. Initially, when he was warming himself by a fire in the trees, the dimness of the flames was not an illusion. Subsequently, during several attempts to ignite fires on the ground, the flames always extinguished as desired, preventing any forest fire. All of these occurrences were manifestations of energetic pressure. The stronger and more vigorous the reaction, the greater the energetic pressure exerted, thus severely limiting its expressiveness. It is essential to note that this limitation pertains solely to expressiveness. One must not recklessly challenge higher tier entities simply because the apparent disparity does not seem so vast. The significant gap remains unchanged. With this knowledge, Limu could comprehend why the remains of certain powerful creatures could mitigate the sulfurous breath of flames. The residual effects of those beings post-mortem likely counteract a portion of the free waves, thereby alleviating the situation. This led Limu to ponder whether the stone pillars left by the crab could also serve a similar purpose. Could it be? He mused aloud, prompting a moment of silence from Jiamosa. Lacking Limu's analytical prowess, learning, and comprehension, Jiamosa could only respond based on his years of experience. It should be possible. I suppose. Very well, let us gather a few in the evening and examine them, Limu concluded, imitating Jiamosa by gulping down a refreshing drink of water. The sweltering noon once again fell into tranquility. Come evening, after a brief period of labor, Limu and Jiamosa, equipped and prepared, decided to venture forth to collect some stone pillar materials. However, upon stepping outside, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. The ground, previously disturbed by the crab days earlier, was now completely overrun with dense thorny plants. Most astonishing was the rapid growth of these plants. If one were to calm their mind and observe closely, they would witness the thorns slowly spreading outward. Limu had encountered such thorns before. They typically grew at a languid pace and lacked competitive vigor, rendering them quite rare. At this moment, they are abundantly scattered across the ground. Strangely, they seem undeterred by the myriad dangers of summer. Rather, they revel in the intense sunlight and the various influences of the season, continuously expanding. This is the grass I previously mentioned, which grows rapidly and abundantly. Did you mention it before? Indeed. Limu gazed at the thorns, his brow furrowed tightly. Analysis. Bloodthorn. A species that thrives in warmth and light, grows and reproduces at an accelerated rate under specific influences, possessing a certain resistance to anticoagulants and neurotoxins. At this rate, in less than a month, the entire ground may be overrun with these things. One might even risk injury while sleeping outdoors at night. However, Limu swiftly adjusted his mindset and said calmly, "Let us retrieve the stone pillar first. We can address these thorns later. Be careful while walking and avoid getting scratched." "I understand," Jiamosa replied earnestly. Thus, the two proceeded cautiously, one in front of the other, navigating the dense thickets. Due to the lack of suitable cutting tools and the lurking presence of venomous snakes within the thorns, their pace was exceedingly slow. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the surrounding environment began to ease, and the scent of moisture near the river intensified. Approaching the riverbank, the towering stone pillars came into view, with the decayed body of a goblin affixed to the top, surrounded by several fragments of rotting bones on the ground. As they neared, Limu lifted his head and carefully inhaled the air. Indeed, the scent has lessened. This stone pillar must be effective, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiamosa followed suit, taking a sniff, and then exclaimed with excitement, "Fantastic! We've discovered something that can alleviate the burdens of summer." With their target for collection now confirmed, there was no reason to hesitate. Limu grasped an axe and, like a lumberjack, expertly struck the pillar several times. The clang of unmelodious sounds echoed. The axe made a deep cut, while the stone pillar merely bore two faint white marks. "How sturdy," Jiamosa remarked, prodding it with his spear, unable to suppress his astonishment. Now that they had found the material, they faced the challenge of collecting it. Limu pondered deeply, lowering his gaze in contemplation. Chapter 66. The Stone Pillar and the Little Girl. After a brief moment of reflection, Limu retrieved several tools made from various materials, hard feathers, and insect shells. Yet he still found himself unable to effectively collect from the stone pillar. Thus, Limu deduced that the overall strength of this stone likely rivals that of steel. However, without any adamantine on hand, how would they proceed with the collection? Jiamosa also fell into deep thought, striving to recall anything stronger than hard feathers or insect shells. Just as Limu hesitated over whether to make another trip for adamantine, he suddenly brushed against the token at his waist while sheathing his axe. This tooth. He wondered if it could help, but he feared that using it might wear it down, potentially diminishing its effects. However, before Limu could retrieve the teeth from his waist, Jiamosa had already produced a prominent incisor from a Timo rabbit. "Here, give this a try," said Jiamosa. Observing the rabbit's tooth in Jiamosa's hand, Limu felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. After all, the Timo rabbit, classified as a level 2 creature, was renowned not only for its exceptional agility and social survival instincts, but also for its formidable incisors, which contributed significantly to its prowess. With this thought in mind, Limu accepted the rabbit's tooth, gripping it firmly as he drew it across the stone pillar. With a swift motion, a shallow groove appeared on the pillar, accompanied by a scattering of fine debris. This could work," Limu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jiamosa nodded in agreement, pulling out another incisor. The two exchanged a knowing glance. "Let us get to it." They replaced the axe with the rabbit's tooth and set to work on the stone pillar throughout the evening. Creaking and grinding echoed as the massive stone pillar finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris flying while shattering into several segments. Before Limu could utter a word, Jiamosa seized the shortest and thinnest section, hoisting it onto his shoulder. Witnessing Jiamosa's thoughtfulness, Limu, despite any thoughts he might have had, felt hesitant to voice them. He quietly reminded himself to carry the adamantine stone with him next time. Thus, the two began their journey back. Due to the weight of their burden, retracing their steps along the original path proved inconvenient. Therefore, Limu decided to return along the route carved by the fallen pillar. He forged ahead, with Jiamosa carefully balancing the stone behind him. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Limu ignited a torch. Crafted from the wax of the spirit apple, this torch could burn for nearly 15 minutes, effectively dispelling some of the night's impurities while offering resistance against threats akin to the blower. Initially, they anticipated a smooth return. Yet, just as they neared their dwelling, an unsettling disturbance arose. From the thicket of thorns nearby came an unsettling rustling. The thorns had grown to half the height of an adult. And even if Jiamosa stood tall, the thorns could easily graze his throat. In the dense underbrush, even the brightness of the southern district at night made it challenging to discern their surroundings. With a shared glance, Limu and Zhao Masha understood the need for caution. The next moment, Zhao Masha set down the stone pillar. Flames flickered as they ignited a second, then a third torch, quickly lighting several more. To ascertain their surroundings, Limu casually tossed a torch into the thicket, no longer concerned about the risk of forest fires. Zhao Masha followed suit, casting torches into the area without hesitation. Meanwhile, both men readied their spears. As the surroundings illuminated, they finally assessed the situation. It appeared that no other monstrous entities lurked nearby, only a struggling humanoid figure not far from them. Nevertheless, Limu remained vigilant, recalling how he had once been deceived by the calls of the water-baiting beasts. That humanoid creature could very well be a trap as well. Zhao Masha, let us advance cautiously, Limu said earnestly. Masha nodded earnestly. Shortly thereafter, Limu produced more torches. When he ventured outside, he made sure to bring an ample supply of tools and equipment, driven solely by a desire for self-preservation. As the torches ignited one after another, the two proceeded forward, using the flames to illuminate their surroundings and clear a path. Before long, a trail of fire extended toward the vicinity of the humanoid creature. Gagugle, a sudden voice of alarm pierced the air. Limu slowly raised his torch, revealing the gaunt face of a young girl. Gula? Before Limu could respond, Masha exclaimed. Masha? The girl, with a trace of accent and surprise, gazed at Masha's face. She then glanced at Masha's notably heightened stature and increasingly defined muscles, becoming suddenly wary. Masha? Limu whispered, still gripping his spear tightly. Masha quickly clarified. Limu, this is the Linwalker girl I mentioned before, who traded food with me using her techniques. Limu turned to look again. Analysis. The Linwalker is a being born directly from Linwalkers, possessing superior talents and physical foundations. It seemed to align with what he had previously understood. Afterward, Masha conversed with the girl for a while, gaining a clearer picture of her situation. It turned out that after their last food exchange, she had quickly consumed her provisions and had to venture out in search of more. Trained in elite practices from a young age, she had neglected the skills necessary for survival in the wilderness, and being so young, she was struggling greatly. As summer approached, the thorns grew rampant, and while searching for food, she inadvertently got lost and became ensnared by the brambles, leading her to panic and lash out wildly. Through Masha's translation, Limu observed the girl. Her body bore numerous scratches, from which blood seeped continuously, showing no signs of cessation. It appeared she was indeed telling the truth. Limu then scrutinized the young girl from head to toe. Though her face seemed gaunt, likely due to recent malnutrition, the definition of her leg muscles was evident, something no ordinary child could possess, indicating considerable potential. Her age seemed comparable to Masha's, and the effects of his radiation should still have a significant impact on her. Meanwhile, the girl trembled under Limu's gaze, as if he could see straight through her, prompting her to take a few steps back. As both parties found themselves at a loss for how to communicate further, Limu pondered for a moment before decisively speaking. Masha, ask her if she is willing to return with me. I can guarantee her food, even help her rebuild her sect. All she needs to do is work for me. This was a deception. Though Limu possessed a kind heart, he was no philanthropist. For him, the priority was to lure the girl back, with ample means at his disposal to reshape her thoughts so that she would become inseparable from him. A child endowed with such potential and capability is undoubtedly capable of generating far greater value than a mere few meals. In Chapter 67, the little girl was evidently taken aback by Limu's unsolicited invitation, which included promises of benefits. Unlike Masha, she was not so naive. Although her age was comparable to Masha's, she had witnessed enough of the intrigues within the cultivation world to remain cautious. Thus, when Limu made such a direct and decisive proposal, she hesitated, her wariness palpable. Of course, Limu had contemplated whether his straightforwardness might intimidate her. However, prioritizing the conservation of time and the need to gauge her character, he opted to express his thoughts candidly. A silence enveloped them once more, but Limu remained unperturbed. It was the girl who felt urgency. As time elapsed, her wounds bled profusely, and her strength waned. She had already endured nearly 3 days of starvation, and the psychological strain compounded by the blood loss left her at a loss for alternatives beyond relying on others for sustenance. Moreover, her youth and tender heart craved security, and her current state was a blend of frailty and inner turmoil. It was not until Masha broke the silence that the atmosphere shifted. I believe you are curious about how I became a forest walker. No, a forest hunter, he stated, his words laced with a slight accent. Sensing the awkwardness, he felt compelled to initiate a conversation. Yet, that single utterance offered the girl a psychological foothold, coupled with her inexplicable fascination and yearning for the cultivation world. It resonated within her like a primal instinct. I think, if you don't mind, she replied. Her response revealing how the hardships she had faced had stripped away any airs of entitlement. Masha, oblivious to the intricacies of her situation, turned back to Limu with excitement, exclaiming in Chinese, Mu, she has agreed. Limu nodded silently. Tell her to come back with us now. After a brief exchange, they finally concluded their negotiations. Limu stepped forward, simply instructing, bear with it. In the next moment, he gently cleaned the wounds on her legs and arms with boiled drinking water, applying appropriate pressure before smearing a paste made from gold flour and charcoal powder on her injuries. Initially, the girl assumed that Limu, as a male, must be inviting her for the purpose of procreation. The immediacy of his actions filled her with resistance and fear. However, Limu's strength and swiftness left her with no means of escape. As time passed, her situation proved to be starkly different from her initial assumptions. Observing Masha's foolish demeanor and Limu's calm expression, she began to realize that she had misjudged Limu's intentions. As her wounds were gradually cleaned, the sharp pain was supplanted by the soothing coolness of the gold flower, and the bleeding slowly subsided. The girl finally felt a sense of relief. Despite having encountered more than her peers, she remained a child at heart. A slight gesture of kindness was enough to earn her trust. Ultimately, in the stillness, the young girl allowed Limu to examine her, ensuring that no fractures or torn muscles were present. Only then did the group commence their return. Thus, they set out as two, but returned as three. Upon reaching their abode, the gates slowly creaked open. As the brother returned, a throng of eager faces, both young and old, gathered in anticipation of the meal. While they harbored concerns for Limu, they were even more eagerly awaiting another matter. Ever since they had tasted Limu's cooking, mealtime had become their greatest anticipation. The observant Yiyu was quick to notice the girl who accompanied them back, instinctively inching closer to Limu, a subtle wariness evident in her demeanor, prompting even Nana to unconsciously shuffle a few steps nearer. All right, everyone, take your seats over there and prepare for dinner, Limu instructed. He noted this detail and gently patted the shoulders of the two young ones in a show of reassurance. However, before Limu could utter another word, the rabbit and the pony, indifferent to the unfolding scene, rushed over, eagerly tugging at Limu's tattered trousers, pulling him toward the stone stove. Unable to resist the enthusiastic creatures, Limu relented and made his way to the stove. With a sigh, he instructed Jia Mo-sha, find a way to break that stone pillar. We shall lay it across the area tonight. Understood, Jia Mo-sha nodded in agreement. Rolling up his sleeves and getting to work, the new girl watched the lively scene, momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat out of place. Unable to find her footing, she ultimately settled down on a tree stump, quietly resting. Meanwhile, on Limu's side, the pony and rabbit presented an array of ingredients. Perhaps due to the quality of their meals or the influence of radiation, these small creatures had begun to comprehend his words, particularly the names of spices and foods. Whatever Limu mentioned, they would fetch without error. Today, with an additional guest, Limu intended to prepare several more dishes. He heated oil in the pan and began with the stir-fry. The gray grass powder, known for its digestive benefits, was not ground but rather tossed into the pan alongside the ground greens as a meat accompaniment. Their distinct aromas and textures harmonized beautifully with the cubed pork belly, creating a delightful balance, reminiscent of the mythical harmony between the azure dragon and the white tiger. On another front, a stone pot simmered with mushroom soup, enriched by adding roasted, crushed white powder, a method that effectively handled fibrous content. This treated powder lent the soup a rich and creamy appearance, providing warmth and nourishment on a summer night, with a unique protein supplement. Given the presence of the white powder, the staple food could not be overlooked. Though there was no time to make noodles and let them rise, the leftover oil from the frying pan was not wasted, allowing him to fry a few oil cakes with ease. Should it prove too oily, they could always dip them in some berry jam for a tangy contrast. Despite the challenging conditions and limited ingredients, Limu managed to create a variety of dishes. Not only did he infuse his food with special effects, but as a Chinese individual, he refused to compromise on quality when circumstances allowed. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. After a prolonged period of hunger, the young wanderer found herself unable to quell her yearning for the delightful aroma wafting through the air, no matter how she adjusted her position. Before long, several dishes emerged from the kitchen. Perhaps due to the abundance of food prepared, this time, the dishes primarily showcased the prowess of a master chef, lacking any extraordinary effects. However, as her abilities were still in their nascent stages, there was no need for excessive concern. With a clatter, several plates were swiftly placed upon the table. Jamosa, without needing to be summoned by Limu, returned once he caught a whiff of the enticing scents. The young wanderer, however, appeared rather shy. Observing her hesitance, Limu sighed and remarked, Jamosa, please invite her to join us. Chapter 68. Dinner in the sixth set as a warm soup filled her belly, and a crispy pancake was savored alongside stir-fried meat and vegetables. It felt as if she were truly alive at that moment. The young wanderer could no longer restrain herself. The more she ate, the more her hunger intensified. Any notions of restraint or shyness dissipated in an instant. The novel flavors tantalized her taste buds, stimulating every nerve. Astonishingly, the effects of the food rivaled those of the mystical fruits and potions found within her tribe. As she devoured the meal ravenously, her gaze flickered towards Jia Mosa's figure, and she seemed to comprehend why the young man from the Lin clan had undergone such significant changes in a short span. Yet, she had no time for idle thoughts, for if she delayed her eating any further, she would find herself unable to compete even with the peculiar yellow-skinned rabbits. Of course, if she were to learn that they were Timo rabbits, it would likely frighten her to death. Gulping down her food, she had never received any lessons in ladylike behavior or cultural refinement, and faced with the meal, she consumed it with the fervor of a pig rooting for feed. Thankfully, there was soup, otherwise she might have choked. In this atmosphere, everyone quickly bonded over the shared meal. In the presence of food, all were treated as equals, and Limu finally understood why a culture of dining existed. It turned out that around the dinner table, it was indeed easier to bridge the gaps between one another. As time gently passed, with the pot being licked clean, the evening drew to a close. Limu reclined in his chair, savoring the moment of tranquility. Jia Mosa intended to return to scatter some of the shattered stone columns around their dwelling. However, just as she stood up, the young wanderer suddenly spoke. Wait. Jia Mosa looked at her in confusion, then glanced at Limu. With a nod from Limu, the girl, feeling the weight of their gazes upon her, hesitated momentarily before finally uttering, My name is Mingyin, which signifies the sound of the Lenin falcon. I hope to inherit my mother's agility and my father's skills. What are your names? My name is Jia Mosa, she replied, and then translated the girl's words to Limu. Although Limu understood her, he let Jia Mosa translate, considering it a valuable exercise, as he would likely need to interact with the wanderer in the future. I am Limu. Thus, they exchanged names, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. As the hour grew late, Limu arranged a shelter for Mingyin and encouraged everyone to return and rest. leaving only Jia Mosha behind. Mu, what is the matter? Is there something going on? Jia Mosha inquired with a hint of curiosity. Limu, maintaining an air of calm, responded, Ming-yin is Lin Xingxia. Do you not harbor any animosity towards her? Indeed, Ming-yin is Lin Xingxia, and her parents were responsible for the oppression that led to the demise of Jia Mosha's own parents. Jia Mosha had once been stirred by Limu into feelings of anger and hatred. Now, however, Limu harbored concerns that Jia Mosha might conceal these negative emotions, ultimately leading to grave consequences. Observing Limu's serious demeanor, Jia Mosha hesitated before answering, I don't know why, but I do not hate her. Oh, I am also unclear. It seems I do not hate her after all. When I am with her, I do not feel any surge of anger. So I believe that I do not truly hate her. His response was framed as a question. Although he had once experienced hatred, he now found it difficult to discern what constituted true hatred. Limu nodded silently. It appeared that Jia Mosha had nothing to conceal from himself. This honesty and innocence were precisely the reasons Limu gradually began to trust him and was willing to nurture his potential. However, Limu had not anticipated that Jia Mosha would articulate such a notion, that it seemed he did not hate her. This was sufficient evidence of the balance between Jia Mosha's reason and emotion, devoid of misplaced anger or deliberate suppression. Such a mindset and disposition elucidated why Jia Mosha advanced swiftly in his cultivation. Mu, you saved me and taught me the ways of cultivation. Though I may be ignorant of these matters, the one thing I am certain of is my trust in you, Jia Mosha observed, echoing Limu's comforting words, albeit in the voice of a child, which touched Limu profoundly. Well then, it's best to get some rest, Limu said, having gained a general understanding of Jia Mosha's thoughts, and bid him farewell to return and rest. Limu remained behind to continue spreading the remaining fragments of the stone pillar throughout their living area. As dawn broke, Limu awoke earlier than usual, breathing in the air now less tainted by sulfur. He descended from the treehouse with an exceptional sense of vigor. After such a long period of accumulation, it was time to challenge the sixth set of exercises. Should he manage to commence with the sixth set daily, the efficiency of his physical enhancement would undoubtedly soar, marking the initial step towards a burgeoning momentum. Exhaling deeply, he resolved to seize the coolness of the morning before the heat set in. Without further hesitation, he swiftly entered a focused state. The first 3 sets were completed seamlessly, but from the 4th and 5th sets onwards, Limu experienced a significant increase in exertion and a decrease in speed. Nevertheless, he performed with much greater proficiency than at the outset. As he concluded the 5th set, Limu found himself in a tranquil state. He understood that the 6th set, as the second pivotal juncture, would not be easily conquered. Yet, it shared commonalities with the 3rd set. It too encapsulated the essence of all preceding sets, demanding a robust foundational understanding while introducing novel elements and transformative processes. Lingering in indecision would only squander time and the opportunity presented by the refreshing morning air. Gently inhaling the flow of air, I activated overload. From head to toe, my entire being felt as though it were coiled tightly, filled with an energy that rendered everything around me sluggish. My tongue pressed against the roof of my mouth, and I adjusted the intricate details of my body, experiencing the convergence of energy at my crown, which transformed into a warm current, descending through my being. In just a few brief minutes, I could feel the heat radiating from my eyes, and an overwhelming weakness enveloped me. It is worth noting that my physical stamina could easily endure a trek of several thousand meters. Yet, merely initiating this process left me feeling drained, indicating that I had tapped into an unexplored realm of my strength. But this was merely the beginning. I silently recited the ancient scriptures of my technique, allowing my mind to follow the guiding meditations. I resisted the sensation of weakness and moved in harmony with nature. My legs spread shoulder-width apart. I slightly bent my knees, and my arms rose slowly, like an eagle poised to take flight, a fierce tiger stalking its prey in the forest, or a colossal whale breaching the waves. I sought the essence of my being, returning to my roots. Gradually, I turned my body, every joint moving in concert, a unique rhythm emerging subtly. I endeavored to regulate my breathing, striving to maintain that rhythm. My fists and feet no longer felt like mere appendages. Gradually, my sweat soaked through my garments. Yet my gaze grew ever more resolute and luminous. Though I appeared exceedingly weak, an inner strength was germinating. The 6th set, thus, I transcended. Just as I began to concentrate and regain my energy, the urgent voice of Jia Mosha echoed once more. Mu, it's bad. The Thorns, Chapter 69. The thorny catastrophe. The thorns have already grown up to the walls, Jia Mosha exclaimed anxiously. He rose early each day, driven by his fervor, often running several kilometers around the vicinity to observe any changes in the surroundings. Today, this habit indeed revealed an anomaly. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I straightened and calmly regarded Jia Mosha. Let us go take a look together. Without hesitation, Jia Mosha led me toward the gate of the wall. Creaking, the wooden door swung open, revealing the situation outside. Before us lay a dense thicket of thorns, towering 2 meters high, sprawling across every corner. The branches were robust and resilient, appearing even more challenging to cut than the day before. They were adorned with sharp spikes, large thorns beside smaller ones, and small thorns bearing barbs, each resembling instruments of cruelty. These thorns intertwined, forming a complex network, akin to an impenetrable barrier. This sea of thorns obscured over 70% of the surface vegetation, with only a few resilient blades of grass struggling for survival amidst the thorny crevices. The daylight filtered through the gaps in the thorns, casting mottled shadows that imparted an oppressive atmosphere. For a moment, I stood there, entranced. As if summer had abruptly descended overnight, a multitude of thorns had erupted. I found myself resonating with the ancient sentiment of awe in the face of such dramatic environmental change. If this forest had seasons, I would name this day the Day of Thorns. Moo moo, what if they breach the walls? What if they invade? Giamosha expressed his concerns. Observing this scene, the pleasant mood that had accompanied the breakthrough of the sixth set dissipated entirely. Limu furrowed his brow and responded, "Let us try burning it first. But be cautious not to scorch the surrounding walls." To be candid, Limu had already realized last night when the torch was discarded that these thorns were, in fact, impervious to flames. Their composition resembled some form of non-flammable, rigid resin. While they would shrink upon exposure to high temperatures, they would not ignite. It appeared that eliminating the surrounding thorns solely with fire would require an extravagant amount of combustible materials. However, reality proved to be even more merciless than Limu had anticipated, as Giamosha ignited some fuel with a torch, generating a great blaze. The thorns outside displayed no signs of the anticipated contraction. Indeed, those thorns scorched by the fire not only failed to shrink due to dehydration or carbonization, but instead became even more resilient under the intense heat, with the only observable change being a deepening of the stem's hue. Moreover, even with this alteration in color, their relentless spread could not be curtailed. It seemed as if this was not merely a normal organic growth, but rather a manifestation of some unknown reaction. "Wood is ineffective," Giamosha remarked, gazing at the dying flames and the thorns with a mixture of disappointment and confusion. "Though we have encountered similar plant disasters in the summer before, none involved these indestructible thorns." With Giamosha at a loss for what to do next, the situation had escalated more severely than anticipated. Just as March commenced, trouble had arrived, and Limu realized he had once again underestimated everything in this place. The cicadas began to sing. Seemingly aware of Limu's frustrations with the thorny conundrum, exacerbating the situation. The sound was piercing and exceedingly loud, causing discomfort even from a distance. And coupled with the oppressive heat, it heightened emotional volatility. "Giamosha, let us retreat for now. It's impossible to think clearly in this cacophony." Limu suppressed his irritation and beckoned for a temporary return. With the wooden walls and shelter providing some barrier, the cicada sounds, though still bothersome, became significantly less intolerable upon their return. Once back, Limu, unable to conceive a viable solution, decided to shift his approach, aiming to analyze the various transformations of summer. He invested considerable mental effort into this analysis, ultimately finding it rewarding. Just from the current observations, he was able to delineate numerous common seasonal phenomena characteristic of summer, encompassing hurricanes, torrential rains, fire whirlwinds, summer behemoths, atmospheric imbalances, massive forest migrations, proliferating plant disasters, elemental chaos, the resurgence of fire demons, radiation storms, gravitational upheaval, the spread of unique geomorphologies, thunder and fire from the heavens, toxic waves, scalding rains, and the emergence of monstrous entities. This was merely a categorization of the overarching phenomena. Each major category could further subdivide into several, if not dozens, of minor classifications. Initially intending to derive inspiration for resolving the plant disasters, Limu found himself increasingly despondent after such exhaustive analysis. Just as he was engulfed in a sense of melancholy, the ground trembled slightly, and the cicada's chorus abruptly ceased, interrupting his contemplations. "What is happening?" Limu exclaimed, abruptly raising his head. Giamosha, too, pressed an ear to the ground, listening intently for a moment before rising with a serious expression, stating, "It is those colossal creatures commonly seen during summer." The rumbling resounded ominously, prompting Limu to lower himself silently, straining to listen closely. The somber sound indeed resembled the footsteps of a colossal beast. So soon? Just after the analysis and deductions were completed, the commotion of that summer giant emerged. At this moment, Limu did not regret his earlier analysis. At least he would not be at a loss when encountering new challenges in the future, possessing a general understanding. Curiosity piqued, Limu returned to the treehouse, utilizing the height to peer through the gaps between the towering trees. Fortuitously, the giant creature traversed the opposite bank of the river, where the trees were sparse, allowing Limu to glimpse the indistinct massive silhouette in the distance. It bore some resemblance to a brachiosaurus from the realm of dinosaurs, yet it was significantly larger, at least the size of a giant crab's leg. Moreover, it was a social creature, with the largest among them comparable to half a giant crab. Each appeared to be at least 3 times larger than a typical specimen, but the distance made precise analysis impossible. Fortunately, due to their immense size, these colossal beings exhibited a low level of aggression towards humanoid creatures. They primarily pursued the warm currents of summer, migrating towards the Far East. After marching Kelta, waves of warm air and unique energy flows would continually pass through, indicating that from March onwards, a succession of summer giants would traverse the forest. Despite their massive forms, their movements were surprisingly agile. Thus, upon sensing any anomaly, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance to avoid being crushed or trampled. Just as Limu observed them, a juvenile giant within the group suddenly let out a roar, seemingly having detected something. A small patch of forest appeared to tremble unnaturally, uprooting itself and scuttling towards a closer direction. In the next moment, the other juvenile giants, alerted by the sound, broke away from the group, turned towards the fleeing woods, and opened their massive jaws, filled with the essence of the hunt. What was that? A small grove? A gathering of trance? Thus, was this giant a carnivore or an herbivore? Wait, it seemed he had conceived a method for clearing the thorns. Chapter 70. Absurd seriousness and tenacity. Giamosha, hurry, prepare quickly. I have thought of a way to deal with the thorns. Limu exclaimed with urgency. Indeed, upon witnessing those beasts breaking from the group, Limu was struck by an idea. He contemplated guiding the trance to lead the giants past his vicinity, allowing them to obliterate the encroaching thorns. This would significantly slow the spread of the thorns, and if these high-tier creatures could eradicate some directly, it would be an excellent method for their destruction. What is the matter? What is happening? Giamosha was startled by Limu's sudden call, hastily donning his gear. Hurry, there's no time. As Limu saw Jamasha was nearly ready, he pulled him upwards, stating, I want to see if we can use those giants to destroy the thorns. With that, he had already secured vines around his waist. The ground is treacherous, let us swing across. Leaving those words, Limu grasped the vines and swung towards a nearby giant tree. This was originally a retreat he had prepared, yet he did not anticipate it would be put to use so swiftly. Jamasha paused momentarily, but soon comprehended Limu's intentions and swiftly followed suit. Below, the two small creatures observed the startled duo, oblivious to their purpose. They had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, their hearts silently praying for Limu's safe return. This route has been meticulously planned for quite some time. Consider this an early trial, Limu reassured himself. Jamasha, grasp that branch over there. Do not make a mistake. Hurry up. Jamasha, demonstrating the innate prowess of a woodland hunter, despite this being her first rapid traversal through the forest, exhibited neither clumsiness nor trepidation, closely mirroring Limu's pace. Before long, the pair arrived at their designated location. Only now did Limu fully appreciate the extraordinary nature of the grove. Almost every tree appeared to be of the second tier, with only a few diminutive saplings belonging to the first. They were densely packed together, their roots writhing and flailing like octopus tentacles, hastily surging in one direction. Not far behind them stood the colossal juvenile behemoths, towering at 30 meters or more. Although their forms bore a resemblance to the dual-chambered dragon, at this proximity, their heads seemed disproportionately large, filled with razor-sharp teeth. Their bodies were clad in a fine-scale armor, with enormous, elongated forelimbs, enabling swift running and remarkable agility in jumping and standing, reminiscent of a combination of Tyrannosaurus and Pangolin. Now, a pressing question arose: how to safely guide these treants towards their vicinity without allowing them to draw too close and inflict harm. Through careful analysis, Limu had discerned some of the treant's vulnerabilities, with fire being the most feasible weapon. However, the challenge lay in the size of the flames. If the fire were too small, it would extinguish upon contact, rendering it ineffective. Therefore, it was imperative to swiftly gather a substantial amount of dry twigs and leaves from the ground and stack them to a height of at least 1 meter before igniting. Yet, descending to the ground posed significant danger, especially with the uncertainty of the thorny underbrush below. Limu, I should go down, Jamasha offered, recognizing his hesitation. Limu cast a glance at Jamasha, realizing that indecision was not an option, and promptly resolved, no, I will descend. Your vision is superior. Remain in the trees and keep me informed of the situation. Now, ignite the torch and be ready to direct the flames. This moment tested their trust and cooperation profoundly. Should Jamasha entertain any treacherous thoughts, Limu would likely meet his demise. Jamasha gazed deeply at Limu, ultimately conceding, very well, I shall heed your counsel. Limu. Thus, Limu descended swiftly along the towering trunk to the forest floor. Clad in a rabbit fur coat, he hurriedly gathered and stacked the kindling. He aimed to establish multiple fire piles at specific intervals and locations before the treant horde arrived, intending to redirect their course. When the treants encountered an open flame, they would most likely not look back. If the fire was positioned to the left, they would likely veer to the right, and vice versa. Of course, should circumstances unfold unfavorably, he would need to prepare additional measures in the opposite direction. Certainly, it is possible that even a second attempt at diversion may not yield the desired results, necessitating the establishment of a third location. However, the most pressing issue at present is the insufficient passage of time. Moreover, each pile of kindling is of paramount importance. A single misstep could potentially lead to a series of failures in the tree person's diversion, resulting in a complete undoing of efforts, or worse, personal harm. With a deep breath, disregarding the venomous insects and toxic plants hidden among the withered branches and leaves, I completed the first setup of kindling. The tremors beneath my feet grew increasingly pronounced. Onward to the next location. I, Limu, fought against my trepidation and swiftly moved in a chosen direction to continue the arrangement. 1 pile, 2 piles, just as I was halfway through the second setup, I heard the anxious voice of Jayasisha above me. Mu, hurry, it's almost here. Furrowing my brow, I discerned from Jayasisha's tone that we had yet to reach the limit. Believing I could continue, I resolved to complete this second setup. The earth's vibrations became unmistakable, and the rumbling sounds were now clear to my ears. Mu, the tree person is approaching. I gritted my teeth. It was impossible to arrange a third diversion now, but I had to finish this second one as a minimum requirement. I sensed that the first attempt might encounter difficulties, but the second was undoubtedly crucial. The cacophony of rumbling and the eerie cries of the tree person were now alarmingly close. Mu, hurry, there's no time left. Jayasisha was on the verge of tears. At this distance, retreating was no longer an option. I had to choose a relatively tall tree and climb swiftly. Yet, the height of this tree was precarious, still susceptible to being toppled by the tree person. Furrowing my brow, I could only pray for good fortune. Subsequently, I ignited the torch I carried, setting the kindling below ablaze. Several fires roared to life, quickly forming a wall of flames. However, Jayasisha hesitated, unable to ignite the kindling below for a long time. If he threw down his torch, and the tree person did not divert as planned, it could lead to danger for me. Was it truly necessary to proceed with this plan merely to clear thorns? He feared for my life. Jayasisha, throw it. In moments like these, hesitation could lead to lost opportunities. I was unwilling to miss this chance, unwilling to delay my progress. Even if success was not guaranteed, I preferred to embrace the risk and attempt it. This was not merely a challenge to the forest. It was also a test of courage and a means to adjust my survival mindset, a form of self-rescue. For I understood that if I did not recalibrate my mentality now, retreating into isolation and closing myself off from the world would inevitably lead to unforeseen dangers that could spell doom for all. Moreover, I had meticulously analyzed the thorns. They could not simply be eradicated by cutting, burning, applying chemicals, or uprooting. If I did not venture out to confront them now, within 3 days, the breach of the walls would be a minor concern compared to my home being overrun by thorns. The potential of being fatally ensnared in a dream, suffocated, poisoned, or killed by creatures lurking within the thorns was no jest. On the surface, the thorns appeared tranquil, seemingly harmless. Yet it was precisely this tranquility that posed the greatest threat, numbing and deceiving one into complacency. If one truly cannot respond and refrains from attempting various actions, it is akin to waiting for death. After contemplating this, Limu suddenly resolved to seize this seemingly absurd opportunity. Thus, upon noticing Jia Mo Sha's sudden daze, Limu shouted in anger. Jia Mo Sha, startled by Limu's outburst, inadvertently dropped the torch. The first torch fell, and with no turning back, they had no choice but to proceed with determination. In the next moment, the torch, coated with wax, fell into the kindling. Instantly, flames erupted, spreading rapidly and forming a wall of fire. Just as the firewall took shape, a cacophony of chaos approached swiftly. As the first treant discovered the wall of fire ahead, a peculiar cry resonated from its wooden cavity. An unexpected scene unfolded. The treant ranks instantly dispersed into multiple groups, fleeing in directions beyond the immediate front. Limu was clearly taken aback by this turn of events. Even when being pursued by the colossal beast, they had maintained their formation. He instinctively overlooked this situation. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. The emergence of a firewall prompted the treants to scatter. As the treants dispersed, the monstrous offspring trailing behind them also split apart. There was no need for Limu to take further action. Several groups of pursuers headed towards the direction he had anticipated. As they passed, thorns shattered and pits formed in the ground. However, just when Limu believed the situation was resolved, an unforeseen twist occurred. The scattered treants seemed to show signs of regrouping, while the monstrous younglings, confused by the erratic movements of the treants, chaotically switched their pursuit targets. Though Limu was unaware of the cause, the longer they roamed nearby, the more thorns they destroyed, ultimately aiding him. Seizing this opportunity, Limu hastily descended the tree and climbed onto Jia Mo Sha's massive trunk. Upon Limu's arrival, Jia Mo Sha appeared somewhat silent. A glance was enough for Limu to discern his thoughts, and he feigned seriousness, stating, "Trust is mutual. There shall be no next time." Jia Mo Sha lifted his gaze to Limu, seemingly pondering this statement. Just as he was about to respond, a piercing shriek abruptly interrupted their exchange. A monstrous offspring was emitting frantic cries, attempting to rid itself of a small tree entangled atop its head. As the tree seemed to be siphoning the creature's brain fluid with its roots. Analysis, the blood elf treant, with considerable intelligence, excels in commanding tree clusters. Regardless of how fiercely the monstrous offspring struggled or how it attempted to claw with its forelimbs, it always fell short. It sought to leverage its physical advantage to collide with the massive tree, forcing the blood elf treant away. Yet it was hindered by the presence of numerous robust treants obstructing its limbs, preventing it from gaining speed. Alone, it could manage 1 or 2 treants. But facing a multitude of them, it found itself utterly immobilized. Though the shrill cries echoed far and wide, they inevitably captured the attention of several companions, who yearned to return in support. Unbeknownst to them, they had strayed far apart. By the time the young ones realized the urgency of the situation and sought to rescue their kin, it was already too late. The screaming juvenile had succumbed, its head drawn in, and its massive body gradually collapsed to the ground. The younglings sensed the peril and instinctively sought to regroup, yearning for the protection of the adults. However, after such a prolonged chase, the group had already distanced itself considerably. The blood elf treant, resembling a bouncing octopus, leapt high into the air, traversing dozens of meters before ensnaring the nearest juvenile. In mere seconds, a second young one lay lifeless on the ground. In the distance, adult giants, drawn by the cries for help, rushed forth, their formidable presence akin to a massive vessel thundering across the land. Yet, the blood elf treant, not greedy, ceased its actions after devouring 2, and released fragments of crimson light that sprinkled downwards. The treants, having bathed in this sanguine glow, stood taller and moved swifter, their canopies brimming with lush greenery. In this enhanced state, the treants scattered once more, fleeing in all directions, rendering the scene increasingly chaotic. Although the adult behemoths closed the distance in mere breaths upon arrival, they could do little more than unleash a terrifying sonic wave that shattered the little treants within a 100-meter radius, while those already sprinting in various directions remained beyond their grasp. Ultimately, they could only depart, reluctantly leading a few juvenile giants away. In the span of mere minutes, the tables had turned, prey had become predator, and hunters had transformed into fugitives. Limu was profoundly astonished, for it was his first encounter with this ecological facet of the forest creatures. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Observing the giants, whose intelligence appeared comparable to certain primates, one would presume they understood the importance of protecting and nurturing their young. If so, why did they initially allow the juveniles to roam freely? Was it a process of elimination and selection? Sighing, he pondered the purpose of the numerous campfires he had painstakingly prepared. Even without the fires, wouldn't these treants soon scatter in chaos? After taking a deep breath and rubbing his somewhat sore ears, he surveyed the disarray around him and resolved to think no more on the matter. The treant, Jaimosa, regarded Limu's expression of constipation and murmured softly. Limu merely scoffed. Indeed, as you see, our efforts may have been in vain. However, is there not some improvement regarding the thorns? Though much time has been squandered and danger faced, while Jaimosa, observing Limu's forced attempt at self-comfort, gradually emerged from his own dismal mood and couldn't he help but chuckle softly. Uffed. Limu, witnessing Jaimosa's teasing demeanor, playfully delivered a light smack to the back of his head. Hey, you must admit, that sound was anything but juvenile. It rang quite clear. Thus, the two descended the tree slowly, weary, and prepared to return. Just then, an unexpectedly sharp and eerie voice interrupted, leaving them both momentarily stunned. The uncanny sensation instilled a profound fear within all primates, a terror not rooted in the unknown or the formidable, but rather an instinctual dread of a natural enemy. In an instant, Limu's body was awash with goosebumps as his spear was drawn and swept horizontally, its sharp tips seemingly colliding with some unyielding entity, producing a resounding metallic clash. A fleeting glance revealed a figure behind him, resembling a human yet covered in long hair, emitting a mocking laughter while firmly clutching his spear. Monstrous being, murmured Jayamisha under his breath. These creatures, monsters, aberrations, fiends, contribute to the rich biodiversity of the Kelta forest, creating a complex ecosystem rather than a mere simplistic one. The term monstrous being evoked a primal fear deep within Limu's veins, compelling him to flee. Chapter 72. Monstrous beings are entities born from malevolence and peculiarity, evolving through specific patterns. Should they deviate from these patterns, they transform into indescribable and twisted abominations. Both categories are inherently incompatible with ordinary life forms, resulting in significant ecological conflict and contradiction. Their formidable cultivation talents and cunning strategies render them the natural adversaries of primates. Before the arrival of the goblin-like creatures, the ancestors of forest dwellers primarily contended with these monstrous entities, which included phantoms and other aberrations that inflicted devastating losses, reducing countless villages to veritable hells on earth. The suffering inflicted upon the populace was unbearable. Livestock fared no better. For reasons unknown, the majority of these creatures later migrated deeper into the wilderness. Yet this did not signify their absence from the land. On the contrary, the wild entities, now unrestrained by their kin, became even more unbridled. The survival of these monsters necessitated vast quantities of flesh, souls, and emotions, making primates their primary targets for slaughter. Often, their motives transcended mere bloodlust. They sought the value of souls and emotions as well. They crafted beds from human skin, furniture from human bones, and amulets from human hearts and intestines, or amalgamated human limbs with various monstrosities for the purpose of humiliation. In an instant, a torrent of analytical information flooded Limu's mind, amplifying his innate fear. Overwhelmed, he commanded himself to regain composure, shouting, "Jayamisha, move." At that moment, Jayamisha also grasped the urgency of their situation. He too was now a hunter of the forest and possessed the means to confront these monstrous beings. With a swift motion, he drew a crossbow and aimed directly at the creature's visage. The monstrous being instinctively evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Limu unsheathed his spear and retreated. After Jayamisha released his arrow, he too withdrew, creating distance between them. Only then did Limu clearly discern the features of their pursuer. The figure was not tall. Rather, it appeared somewhat diminutive, clad in coarse garments resembling sackcloth, with a long knife at its waist and a string of skulls dangling from it. However, its appearance is far from the frailness typically associated with a rat. Instead, it exudes a cunning and fierce demeanor. Its entire body is cloaked in deep gray fur, shimmering with an enigmatic luster, as if it could seamlessly blend into its surroundings. A pair of beady little eyes seems capable of penetrating the human soul, gazing at Limu and his companion as if they were mere morsels, drool hanging from its jaws. Limu does not underestimate this creature due to its size. It is worth noting that his earlier thrust of the spear, executed with 70% of its strength, easily sliced through the thick hide of the six-legged water-dwelling beast. Upon closer inspection, its claws glistened with a steel-like sharpness, adorned with barbed hooks and a long, whip-like tail. The arrow from Jayamisha was swiftly severed by those very claws. Analysis: The Defoe Rat Demon, Episode 2. Without further ado, upon seeing the title of the second episode, Limu understood that this was a precarious situation. He cast a glance towards Jayamisha, who, too, recognized that such a fiend was far beyond their current capabilities. Even seasoned forest wanderers would require a full stone plate team to barely contend with such a creature. Hiss! The demon's keen senses detected Limu's subtle intentions to flee, prompting it to emit a peculiar rat-like shriek. Buzz! As that eerie sound resonated, Limu felt an uncontrollable urge to charge forward. Fortunately, due to the overload within him, his brain was able to adjust rapidly, and his internal strength vastly exceeded that of an ordinary person, allowing him to resist the strange call. However, Jayamisha was not as fortunate. His eyes bulged with blood, veins protruding ominously. This is bad. Limu was alarmed and immediately slapped Jayamisha across the face. The effect was minimal. The rat demon, realizing Limu's unusual reaction and decisive capabilities, chose not to test further. It leaped forward with lethal intent, its terrifying aura suffocating Limu's breath. With little choice, Limu delivered a swift chop to Jayamisha's neck, rendering him unconscious, and quickly pulled him to evade the demon's attack. As the strike missed its mark, the rat demon's interest shifted. Why run? After all, you're destined to die. The sudden emergence of coherent Chinese startled Limu, but he quickly deduced that it was not the demon's voice, but rather an auditory hallucination in his mind. Buzz! Startled, he heard a slicing sound behind him. Limu's pupils constricted as he forcefully pushed Jayamisha away, and they both recoiled to narrowly evade another strike. That blow nearly grazed Limu's arm, and the cold sweat covering him testified to the danger. Observing Limu's ability to react, the demon's excitement only grew. Kid, I will paralyze your left leg. The bizarre auditory illusion struck again, momentarily stunning him. The rat demon curled its lips back and exhaled, unleashing a curse-like energy that coiled around Limu's left leg. Clearly caught off guard by such a direct curse, Limu exerted all his strength to evade, but was a beat too slow. feeling the creeping numbness envelop his leg. Seizing the opportunity, the rat demon closed the distance once more, raising its blade menacingly toward Limu. Limu, aware of the precariousness of close combat, sought to bend down and create distance once more. However, the rat demon, with a swift pivot of its blade, aimed for the nearby Jama Sha instead. Instinctively, Limu attempted to intervene, but the rat demon seemed to anticipate his move. Its long knife traced an arc and ultimately came slicing back towards Limu. At this proximity, even with his overload, there was no evading it. Crack! The inner wooden armor offered no resistance, shattering with a harsh screech. The 3 layers of protection over his chest failed to prevent the demon's blade from tearing into his flesh. As he attempted to regain distance, a fiery sensation surged in his chest, blood oozing forth uncontrollably. The scent of blood invigorated the rat demon, its expression growing increasingly frenzied. As if it had no intention of prolonging the sport. Whoosh! It leaped several meters high, a terrifying burst of power propelling it as if it were soaring. Limu realized that this time, trouble was imminent. Buzz! In that instant, a soft chime resonated, and a crossbow bolt hurtled towards the airborne rat demon. Jama Sha had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, before Limu could feel elated, he witnessed the rat demon curling its body mid-air. Clang! Another metallic clash echoed. The arrow struck its back fur, as though colliding with steel needles, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Run! This time, Limu forcibly shook off his stupor, bellowing in urgency. Jama Sha, understanding the gravity of the situation, abandoned the crossbow and accelerated in the opposite direction. By the time the rat demon landed, both Jama Sha and Limu had sprinted away in divergent paths. The rat demon, witnessing this scene, could not suppress its anger, baring its teeth in frustration. Just as it intended to pursue the slower Jama Sha, it caught a whiff of something, grinding its teeth in resentment before darting off in another direction. Chapter 73. The slave capture team. In mere moments, the two had distanced themselves by over 100 meters. When Jama Sha sensed the surrounding stillness, he cautiously turned his head, only to find that the rat demon had vanished, while Limu continued to limping towards the riverbank. If not for Jama Sha's shout, Limu might have run several kilometers away. Even upon hearing Jama Sha's call, Limu merely paused at a distance, hesitating to return and reunite with him. On one hand, he feared it was a trap set by the rat demon. On the other, he discerned faint sounds emanating from across the river. To this end, Limu raised his arms, first signaling Jama Sha to halt his approach, then pointed towards the opposite bank, making a gesture for silence. Jama Sha quickly grasped the meaning, falling silent and remaining still, refraining from advancing. After meticulously assessing the surroundings and waiting until the lingering demonic energy dissipated, Limu finally felt reassured enough to beckon Jama Sha over. As Jama Sha drew near, his acute senses immediately detected something amiss. What? Are there many people crying in that direction? Limu nodded. He found himself in a quandary, torn between returning directly or investigating further before making their way back. After experiencing 2 bouts of intense exhaustion, Limu found himself utterly drained, both physically and mentally, and was reluctant to take further risks. However, sensing that something significant was amiss nearby, he felt a compelling need to investigate. Jama Sha, understanding Limu's concerns, spoke up. Limu, I am not fatigued. I will follow your lead. Limu cast a glance at Jama Sha, feeling a mix of gratitude and contemplation regarding their options. After all, one should not hesitate more than twice. Thus, Limu resolved that this would be their final venture of the day. Let us go and take a look. With renewed determination, the two set off towards the source of the sound. As they drew closer, the cries became increasingly distinct, causing Limu to furrow his brow. The origin of these lamentations was none other than the previously encountered elven tribe. Could there be survivors among the 2 little ones? Or perhaps, creatures akin to the water-luring beast? Limu, I detect a scent, one that is quite familiar, Jama Sha suddenly remarked. Limu, puzzled, glanced over but dismissed the notion. If it was indeed familiar, it must be something they had encountered in the past 2 months. Upon reaching the final thicket obscuring their view, Limu felt a surge of tension, apprehensive that a monstrous head might emerge at any moment. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he cautiously used his spear to part the foliage. The scene within the tribe unfolded before them, revealing an unexpected sight. The clearing, once occupied by the small tribe, was now teeming with dozens of elves, being guarded by 3 goblins. The foremost goblin appeared particularly robust, adorned with an odd headscarf, and was brazenly toying with an elven female. Judging by their physiques, it was evident that all 3 goblins were warriors. The frequency with which goblins had been raiding recently had noticeably increased, compounded by the previous signs of transformation in rain. This led Limu to suspect that these goblins were systematically capturing slaves, presumably to augment their numbers. However, as he continued to observe, a familiar figure caught his eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he beheld a frail elven boy bound to a tree, a damaged bow and crossbow at his side. Limu, shall we rescue them? Jama Sha whispered. Had Jama Sha posed this question earlier, Limu might have chosen to remain uninvolved, despite their significant odds against the 3 goblins. The deep-seated subservience of the elves instinctively repulsed him. Yet, upon recognizing the boy, Limu's resolve shifted. He had countless questions for the child. Yes, he replied almost instinctively. In the clearing, the lead goblin warrior reveled in its spoils, while the other 2, newly minted as warriors, clumsily mishandled a few of the reproductive tools due to their inexperience. With tasks at hand, they could not afford the luxury of selecting their female companions at will. If an unexpected female is accidentally eliminated, they can no longer continue. Thus, they can only watch as the leading warriors indulge, venting their fury upon the inferior beings, yet unable to kill them at will. However, a few goblins clearly underestimated this group of elves. Chu-Chu had fled from the mines towards the border forest 3 months prior. Along the way, he encountered several elven clans, all seemingly benevolent. And the naive Chu Chu easily placed his trust in them. Little did he know, these elves were complicit in the slave trade, with no virtuous individuals among them. Many of Chu Chu's companions fell victim to their treachery, as they specifically trafficked their kin to surrounding nations. Fortunately, the bone crossbow left by Limu proved instrumental, enabling him to escape from a perilous situation. Deeply disillusioned with his own kind and wishing to avoid encounters with such treacherous elves again, Chu Chu resolved to venture deeper into the border forest in search of a more honorable elven tribe. Yet, the deeper circles of the border forest, while devoid of Martia's slave trade, were rife with the clandestine experiments of the unknown. Alongside the perilous natural environment, they faced numerous failed experimental products. And the plight of the elves was equally dire. Well-traveled and knowledgeable, Chu Chu quickly allied with like-minded elves. Deciding to continue their exploration deeper in search of a suitable place for elven propagation, they set off on their journey aboard a group of diminutive chickens. A total of 80 souls, both young and old, embarking on a 2-month trek. Throughout their journey, their numbers fluctuated, with some elves perishing while others joined the ranks. Eventually, they arrived at the deepest part of the border forest, at the very edge of the Kelta forest, known as the Great Rift. The Great Rift spanned the entire land, dividing the border forest from the Kelta forest, stretching endlessly with a terrifying width of several hundred kilometers. The only passage to the Kelta forest consisted of aged suspension bridges, the material of which was uncertain, often flanked by decrepit castles. After spending another half-month and losing half their number and all their mounts, they crossed one of the suspension bridges and entered the Kelta forest. However, what awaited them was not paradise, but hell. The elves here were equally subservient, their living conditions even harsher. Wandering aimlessly, they encountered a physically imposing goblin slave-catching squad. Despite their attempts to resist, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and their group was utterly scattered, with all captured and taken by the goblin warriors to an unknown destination. Chapter 74. Swiftly slaying goblins and healing among them. Chu Chu's group was the most unruly. With a clear sense of purpose and having resisted numerous times, Chu Chu was far from intimidated by the goblins. It can be said that since his escape from the mines, particularly after witnessing the demise of those who had once trampled upon him, he had harbored thoughts distinct from those of most elves. During their transport by goblins, Chu Chu led his kin in multiple acts of defiance, reducing the slave-catching squad, originally composed of 12 goblin warriors, to a mere 3. The goblins are not foolish. After eliminating the majority of the able-bodied, they soon realized that mere slaughter was insufficient and would hinder the completion of their objectives. Thus, before reaching the narrowest stretch of the Panlong River, they selected a prestigious target and began to torment him relentlessly, using him to sap and threaten the will of the elves. This individual was none other than the unconscious Chu Chu, bound to a tree. The remaining elves were predominantly elderly or frail, their spirits worn down by the forest's brutality. And with Chu Chu's life hanging in the balance, they naturally lost any thoughts of resistance. However, in Limu's eyes, their spirit of defiance was still lacking. Over 20 elves were subdued by merely 3 goblin warriors, indicating that they were either inept or possessed in ingrained submissiveness. Limu was unaware of Chu Chu's experiences. He was merely intrigued as to why Chu Chu had appeared here and whether he had discovered a route out of the Kelta forest or the terrain of the surrounding area. Regardless, Limu was eager to uncover the memories locked within Chu Chu's mind. Release him, was all he coldly uttered. Buzzing, both Limu and Jayamisha released their crossbows simultaneously, launching 2 arrows made from insect shells. Thud! One struck a goblin in the right chest, while the other embedded itself in a goblin's calf. The goblin warriors, however, were not so easily caught off guard. The moment the crossbows were triggered, they sensed the anomaly. Yet, compared to the speed of the bolts, their reaction was a fraction too slow, with the initial surprise fading as the 2 goblins focused on the arrows embedded in them. Limu and Jayamisha burst forth from the bushes. Whack! Jayamisha's spear pierced the nearest goblin directly. Bang! Limu's thrust was intercepted by a 3rd goblin wielding a stone knife. Although the 3rd goblin managed to block Limu's attack, the sheer force of his strike shattered its thumb, leaving it contorted in pain. Realizing the peril, the goblin with the scarf clutched its right chest and hastily retreated. Limu sheathed his spear and pursued. Jayamisha followed closely behind, delivering a fatal thrust to the goblin with the broken thumb. Calling. The goblin's speed was insufficient to evade Limu, who quickly closed the distance. The scarfed goblin, sensing the imminent threat, dropped to its knees, bowing before Limu. However, Limu paid it no mind. Seizing the moment, he thrust his weapon backward. Gurgle. The scarfed goblin looked at Limu with surprise before clutching its throat and slowly collapsing, blood seeping from its mouth. With a swift flick, Limu cast aside the blood from his spear's tip and turned to Jayamisha. Understanding the unspoken command, Jayamisha produced a flint, igniting a fire to burn the corpse, then sprinkled some powdered giant crabstone over it. These were the measures they had agreed upon at home: slaying monsters, delivering finishing blows, incinerating corpses, and scattering ashes. They were not lacking in the bones of goblins, nor could they consume the toxic flesh of these creatures. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to utterly erase any trace of them. The entire process took merely a few minutes, most of which was spent igniting the fire to incinerate the corpses. Actual combat was swifter, even rendering the use of overload unnecessary. Once upon a time, Limu would tremble at the sight of these robust goblins, yet now, he merely regarded them as a fitting warm-up exercise, a stark contrast to the previous encounters with the 2 series of rat demons. Indeed, even though he was still at the 1st tier, within the realm of 1st-tier beings, aside from the goblin hero, Limu could not find another that posed a significant challenge, not even the previous water-luring beast or the tree-dwelling rodent. On the other side, the agile beings, witnessing the swift and decisive demise of 3 goblins, were momentarily stunned. Just a second ago, they were preoccupied with the dread of which unfortunate soul the goblins would drag away to torment. Yet now, the ominous shadow that seemed to envelop their entire sky had been effortlessly dismantled. And astonishingly, one of their own kin had been among the destroyers. A palpable uncertainty gripped the crowd. They lacked the courage to flee, and even to speak seemed daunting. Fortunately, the individual in question appeared indifferent to their presence. Striding directly towards Chu-Chu, Limu, observing Chu-Chu's battered form, marred by bruises and festering wounds, could not suppress a shiver of unease. Jiamosa, please fetch some water from the river to boil, but be cautious, he instructed in a calm tone. Though Jiamosa discerned the underlying distress in Limu's voice and hurried off to the riverbank. Meanwhile, Limu rested a hand on Chu-Chu's wrist, initiating an assessment of his condition. It was evident that the situation was dire, even worse than when he first arrived at the Kelta forest. He administered some of his carried boiled water to clean the surface wounds and applied a medicinal paste made from golden fragrant flowers to the more severe injuries. However, the effectiveness of the golden fragrant flower was primarily in stemming bleeding and reducing inflammation, which was only moderate in its efficacy for those festering wounds. Noticing a slight alteration in Chu-Chu's breathing, Limu diluted some jam made from spirit apples, a nutrient-rich sustenance, with water and offered it to Chu-Chu in small increments, due to his limited ability to swallow. I am here, Mu. He soon heard Jiamosa return with river water. Observing Limu in action, he took the initiative to kindle a fire to boil the water, all while remaining vigilant of the curled-up agile beings. Although he was curious as to why Limu chose to attend to the young boy over the many agile beings, he trusted that Limu's decision was grounded in reason. The water soon began to bubble, albeit with less fervor than one might expect on Earth, requiring careful attention to discern when it reached a boil. As the minutes passed, the surrounding agile beings remained watchful and silent, their expressions fixed in a daze. Noticing Limu's earnest demeanor, Jiamosa refrained from interrupting once the fire was extinguished, both waiting in quiet anticipation. The atmosphere was enveloped in an unusual stillness, until a sudden fit of coughing erupted. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 75, The Essence of Humanity. Chu-Chu gradually awakened, and in his hazy state, he seemed to glimpse the figure that had once rescued him from peril. His arrival at this juncture was largely attributed to the recollection of that towering silhouette, which continually rekindled his courage to resist. Alas, he still fell short in many aspects, didn't he? Just as Chu-Chu was about to close his eyes once more, a jolt of pain radiated from his cheek, the sharp sensation startling him into a gasp. Do not faint. How can you cooperate with the treatment if you lose consciousness? Wake up, Chu-Chu, a familiar voice called out. Yet, Limu did not merely slap him. He incessantly pinched the acupoint on his face, leaving Chu-Chu no opportunity to speak. With Limu's significantly enhanced physique, the strength of his hands had also increased considerably. What he believed to be a gentle slap was, in fact, a resounding smack upon Chu-Chu's face. Only when tears streamed down Chu-Chu's cheeks did the nearby Jiamosa notice the unusual state. Mu, he has awakened. Stop, stop. Awaken? Limu seemed to harbor disbelief. Placing his fingers on Chu-Chu's pulse, he truly is awake. Fearing another slap from Limu, Chu-Chu hastily nodded. Although he felt exhilaration and astonishment at seeing Limu again, a greater sense of apprehension overshadowed him, prompting him to be proactive to avoid further slaps. Good. You're awake. Do not rush. Cooperate with me. Though Chu-Chu could not comprehend Limu's words, Jiamosa was there to translate. The overall treatment progressed relatively smoothly. Due to a lack of medication, only superficial injuries could be addressed, alongside realigning bones, massage, and providing some nutritional energy. The more intricate matters of inflammation and illness could only be tackled upon their return. Time passed slowly. Chu-Chu's treatment reached a preliminary completion, allowing him to shake off the debilitating weakness that had plagued him. After a long day, Limu and Jiamosa finally found a moment to rest. In their conversation, Chu-Chu and Limu exchanged various accounts of their journey thus far. As Limu had anticipated, Chu-Chu indeed provided extensive information regarding the surrounding terrain. However, upon learning that crossing the border forest to the outside world would require over 3 months, even with a mount skilled in traversing woodlands, a flicker of disappointment crept in. Nonetheless, based on Chu-Chu's intelligence, it was inferred that they were merely at the extreme edge of the Kelta forest. If the Kelta forest were likened to a verdant sea, their position would be akin to that of a beach. Venturing deeper would entail greater caution. Even a single forest curse could easily claim one's life. Moreover, the curse functioned similarly to water pressure. The deeper one ventured, the more terrifying and exaggerated the curse became. Additionally, the Kelta forest experienced a phenomenon akin to tides. Typically, its cycles were based on a decade, approximately a full cycle of 60 years, with a decade of rising tides followed by a decade of retreating tides. During the high tide, the density of vegetation, curses, energy, and other factors surged dramatically. The strength of the flora increased significantly, leading to the emergence of colossal vines spanning vast chasms, laden with seeds and creatures that infiltrated the border forest, causing immense losses to neighboring nations. At that time, even the curse at the very edge of the forest was not a pleasant experience. Now, however, it coincides with the ebbing tide, presenting a stark contrast to the previous circumstances. Martia, having never endured the brutalities of the rising tide, has only recently dared to recklessly delve into the depths of the border forest for exploitation and enslavement. Conversely, Marvin, despite possessing a comprehensive map of the border forest, has refrained from felling the trees, opting instead to scheme for the mineral resources along Marsh's borders. Moreover, Chu-Chu has provided a wealth of information regarding the dynamics of the border forest and the goblin slave-catching teams. It can be said that Chu has amassed an abundance of valuable intelligence during this journey, significantly compensating for Limu's current state of limited knowledge. Thus, their conversation continued until dusk. Noticing the late hour, Limu subtly expressed his desire to leave with Chu. Chu, too, realized that Limu seemed skeptical about the group of elves behind him and did not intend to take them along. However, these individuals had accompanied him through the treacherous border forest and had resisted the goblins on multiple occasions. Abandoning them now weighed heavily on his conscience. Their determination to venture deeper into the forest and their willingness to confront challenges demonstrated a certain fortitude among the elves, albeit they were currently lacking in confidence. Limu appeared to perceive Chu's sentiment and sighed helplessly. He was not lacking in provisions, but rather, he found himself in need of labor. Yet, he struggled to reconcile the idea of bringing back individuals whose backgrounds were unknown to him. Just then, a voice rang out from the group. "My lord, please take those children. They are still young and hold greater potential." At this point, Limu had begun to grasp some of the language, though he still required Jayasima for crucial translations. Upon comprehending the essence of the words, Limu wore a look of expectation. However, when he turned to the speaker, he was taken aback. It was an elder. This group of elves, who lived in conditions even more stifling than those of the forest dwellers, had an elder among them? How had he overlooked this detail initially? Chu, who is he? Limu instinctively inquired. Before Chu could respond, the elder seemed to have understood Limu's question and replied. "Greetings, esteemed one. I am known as Earth Sasa." The presence of a surname suggested that his former tribe must have been significant. Furthermore, the elder exhibited remarkable insight and decisiveness. Noticing Limu's silence, Earth Sasa continued, "I recognize that this request may seem presumptuous, but we are willing to relinquish all our current food and hidden supplies, solely beseeching you to take the children." "Oh, hidden supplies as well?" Limu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, just as Chu intended to interject, the elder Sasa silenced him with a glance. Indeed, at this juncture, Elder Sasa sought for the children to accompany Limu directly, rather than remaining due to Chu's personal plea. This way, their fate would not be confined to Chu alone. Having navigated the intricacies of the land for many years, Limu discerned these nuances from that one glance. Indeed, this elderly figure is entirely distinct from the other beings of his kind that he has encountered. If you are amenable, I would be inclined to share the thoughts that old Sasa was on the verge of expressing before being abruptly interrupted by Limu. Do not presume that I share the same greedy and cowardly inclinations as my kin. I have no interest in such sustenance. Moreover, do I appear to you as one who lacks provisions? Upon uttering these words, Limu nonchalantly showcased his well-defined musculature. Observing Limu's demeanor, old Sasa swiftly comprehended that this individual was not an ordinary member of his race, and he felt a pang of guilt for having spoken prematurely, realizing he should have exercised greater consideration. Chapter 76. Return to the abode. However, Limu's subsequent remark left old Sasa momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, I shall acquiesce to your request. Alternatively, I cannot bear to witness those children suffer. Yet, I must preface my statement with a rather unpleasant truth. Old Sasa looked up in surprise, his gaze fixed upon Limu. In this place, I do not tolerate the presence of the timid or the indolent, Limu continued after a brief pause. He initially contemplated using terms such as coward or lazy, but deemed them inaccurate and less suitable for translation, opting instead for more commonly understood phrases. Upon hearing Limu's words, both old Sasa and Chu visibly relaxed. However, before old Sasa could convey any further details, Limu interjected once more. I am willing to accept not only the children but also adults, including yourself. Yet, the conditions remain the same as before. With that, he cast an intrigued glance toward the elder. The revelation stirred the attention of all the beings present, as the prospect of being sheltered by a formidable kin was a rare opportunity indeed. Furthermore, the stipulations Limu proposed appeared rather vague and straightforward. No cowardice, no laziness. At this pronouncement, the atmosphere brightened with newfound hope. Old Sasa was particularly astonished. He had witnessed many powerful leaders of the elven tribes, and it was customary for such strong figures to accept only children, due to their malleability. Adults, on the other hand, had their potential firmly established and were prone to betrayal. Yet, here was a kin who was willing to embrace adults, even an elder like himself. This was indeed remarkable, truly remarkable. Yet, a hint of trepidation lingered. With a glance into Limu's penetrating gaze, old Sasa began to grasp a deeper understanding. Feeling a shift within him, as he surveyed his fellow kin within the group, a newfound resolve glimmered in his eyes. Thank you, esteemed one. We extol your virtues. Old Sasa promptly led the others in expressing their gratitude. The elder among the elves, as one of the few bearers of ancestral wisdom, held significant esteem within closely knit tribes. With old Sasa at the forefront, the adults and children alike followed suit in their expressions of appreciation. On the other hand, Limu was not inclined to accept them with such ease. Except for Chu, he had no intention of bringing any of the elves back to his home. Instead, he planned to find a vacant space nearby, guiding them in constructing shelters, and, over time, influencing and nurturing them, ultimately discerning those who were worthy of trust. Certainly, even though Chu was present, Limu remains hesitant to take him back in a short span of time. After all, he is still youthful, his temperament undetermined. Who knows if his true nature has shifted during this period? In the evening, after a brief guidance session, Limu departed with Jia Mo Sha. The first taste of jam-glazed fish and the learning of mortise and tenon construction left the spirits in a state of wonder. However, their frail constitutions, coupled with the fatigue of travel, prompted Limu to refrain from further exertions, arranging for them to rest early, repeatedly confirming that no spirits were following. He finally relaxed his pace toward their dwelling. Along the way, although many brambles had perished due to the high-density biological devastation and were no longer spreading, the process of clearing a path remained troublesome. To avert a resurgence, it was essential to seize this opportunity to eradicate the problem entirely. With this silent resolution, the duo returned to their abode. The creaking wooden gate of the enclosure opened slowly, and a few small horses galloped over to greet them. Nuzzling against Limu's face with their soft, doughy bodies, undeterred by the scent of sweat, Limu understood that their affection was not born of closeness, but rather of hunger, having not been fed throughout the day. Just as Limu intended to tend to the fields, and perhaps pluck a few low-hanging apples, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. He beheld Ming-Yin, the little forest wanderer, diligently attending to the field with the assistance of Yi and several rabbits. Although they had not planted any miraculous crops, their efforts were certainly more beneficial than leaving the field unattended in Limu's absence. What surprised Limu the most was that Ming-Yin, having just arrived, already knew to offer her assistance without any prompt from him, displaying none of the aloofness characteristic of the forest wanderers. This was far more endearing than the naive demeanor of Jia Mo Sha upon his arrival. Achoo! Jia Mo Sha rubbed his nose, scratching his head in bewilderment, before obediently scurrying off to chop wood and kindle a fire. Meanwhile, the two little ones and the rabbits, as per usual, raced toward Limu. However, the previously pure and innocent eagerness now bore a hint of competitive zeal. With a flurry of chaotic leaps, Limu could only embrace them one by one, also taking note of Ming Yin's smile and bow, seemingly performing a greeting customary to their former sect. The lively commotion continued until dinner. A group gathered around a broad tree stump, vying for the freshly served ingredients, basking in the warmth and transformation of their bodies. Yet, the seemingly understanding Ming-Yin remained somewhat overly quiet. Were it not for her clumsy use of chopsticks, one would scarcely perceive any hint of childishness about her. After the meal, recognizing that Jia Mo Sha had spent the day with him and was quite fatigued, Limu encouraged him to retire early for rest. As for himself, he intended to engage Ming-Yin in conversation. To be honest, he harbored a genuine interest in the specific ecology and society of the forest wanderers. To make their dialogue appear more natural, Limu discreetly concealed a dish, only revealing it after the others had dispersed. I see you didn't have enough for dinner. Would you care for some more? As she observed Limu, who had taken out a plate of dishes, Ming-Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet she nodded in acknowledgement. However, her use of chopsticks was rather clumsy, and in Limu's presence, she found herself blushing slightly. There was no rush. In this secluded setting, it was perfectly acceptable to use one's hands if one was not adept with chopsticks. Limu offered gentle reassurances with a smile. Thus, the two spent a considerable time together amidst the tranquil night and flickering flames. Noticing that Ming-Yin had nearly finished her meal, Limu spoke up. You seem to be harboring some concerns. Keeping everything bottled up is not conducive. If you are willing, would you care to share? At that moment, having just satisfied her hunger and feeling a release of emotions due to various hormones, Ming-Yin pondered for a brief moment before nodding. All right. This development exceeded Limu's expectations. He had anticipated that this young lady would be the type to feign understanding while being reluctant to engage in conversation. This openness pleased him, sparing him the need for elaborate maneuvers to extract information. Thus, illuminated by the firelight, the two commenced their dialogue. Chapter 77. The Wayfarer Sect. After conversing with Ming-Yin, Limu learned that the demise of her sect was not solely due to the goblin invasion, but also the treachery of other factions within her own lineage. In the forest, the Wayfarers did not engage in the modern complexities of commerce and political intrigue. However, this did not imply that relationships between different Wayfarer sects were devoid of maintenance. Typically, they would establish a web of connections based on blood ties, paths of cultivation, and resource exchanges. Ming-Yin was a casualty of this rudimentary social interaction. As the daughter of the clan leader, she possessed remarkable talent. Yet her physical constitution was somewhat inferior to that of males, rendering her the ideal candidate for political alliances to solidify relationships. Therefore, from the moment of her birth, she bore the marks of others' ambitions, and upon reaching a suitable age for reproduction, she was compelled to serve as a concubine for the son of an elder within the Gus sect, a prominent Wayfarer faction. The concept of a concubine is easily understood. Given the difficulties in procreation among the Wayfarers and their lack of emphasis on emotional development, it is customary for them to practice polygamy. Thus, a concubine is essentially a vessel for bearing offspring. Yet, even such humiliation and injustice were not the most degrading aspect of her situation. The true affront came when the youth of the Gus sect, perceiving her sect's weakness, abruptly altered their agreement, forcibly taking her away while simultaneously tearing apart various treaties and alliances, enticing the goblins to obliterate her sect and seize all resources. Afterward, they not only escaped censure from other sects, but also gained a reputation for their valor in repelling the goblins. As for Ming-Yin, she managed to escape amidst the chaos wrought by her clan's resistance in the goblin onslaught. Largely, she lacked the pride typical of the Wayfarers and exhibited a more delicate disposition, a reflection of her past experiences. What, then, was the true strength of the Gus sect? Limu, accustomed to tales of misfortune, harbored no significant indignation, but rather a keen interest in the Gus sect, which seemed to be a formidable entity far surpassing the average Wayfarer faction. This instilled a sense of vigilance in Limu, as it appeared that the Lin Wanderers were far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Gus Bei seemed reluctant to reminisce about the past. Ming-Yin appeared hesitant, yet ultimately ventured to explain. Due to Limu's non-systematic study of the Lin Wanderer language during this period, some details may have been misjudged, but he had nonetheless acquired a fundamental understanding of the Gus Bei, a faction of Lin Wanderers. Strictly speaking, Gus Bei does not constitute a sect or tribe, but rather a composite organization, formed by the collaboration of multiple Lin Wanderer factions, complementing and enhancing one another. It possesses a defined management jurisdiction, specialized logistics in agriculture, gathering, and hunting, as well as dedicated training, cultivation, and diplomacy. indicating the nascent emergence of a system of division of labor. Overall, it resembles a sect system found in entertainment works, albeit more closely aligned with practical life. This disparity results in a significant gap between the general sect's smaller communities, which engage in hunting and cultivation, and this larger sect. In what is rarely seen among ordinary sects, the dual-class Lin wanderers may be ubiquitous within such a grand sect. Under Limu's guidance, Mingyin gradually opened up, sharing freely and without reservation. She seemed to have finally found someone to confide in. Once, her family treated her as an outsider, neglecting her thoughts, as well as those of all female Lin wanderers. Yet, such a family was still hers. She had not only endured harsh humiliation from her kin, but had also suffered violence and plunder at the hands of goblins. These complex emotions had been brewing within her heart, culminating until today. Limu, in a fortunate twist of fate due to her tragic experiences, effortlessly and swiftly acquired a wealth of information about the Lin wanderers. This exchange continued until the late hours of the night. Just as Limu was contemplating an opportunity to conclude the discussion and prepare for slumber, Mingyin unexpectedly voiced a request that astonished him. I do not ask you to help me rebuild this sect, nor do I require you to continually provide me with sustenance. But could you impart to me your cultivation methods? Before Limu could respond, Mingyin continued, No, it is different. I understand this may seem greedy and presumptuous. Yet upon seeing the Jayamisha, I sense that you possess the means to make me stronger, to enable my revenge. This marked the first time Mingyin had spoken several lengthy sentences in succession. In that moment, she appeared the antithesis of her usual quiet and docile self. As if this was the true essence of her being, waiting for the opportunity to voice this plea to Limu. Limu remained unaffected by her emotions, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded her, while Mingyin met his gaze unwaveringly. They exchanged a prolonged, silent stare. After a considerable time, Limu finally spoke. Allow me to ponder this further. Seeing Limu's demeanor, Mingyin ceased to hesitate, for she understood that his lack of a definitive refusal was sufficient. She was acutely aware that Jayamisha's talents were not something that ordinary cultivation could yield results from, let alone transform her into that which is known as a Lin hunter in a short span of time. The only plausible secret likely resides within Limu. This conjecture became increasingly certain after she had shared several meals. The night passed in silence. Both Limu and Mingyin behaved as usual. As for Mingyin's request, Limu had no intention of acquiescing in the near future. Firstly, her mental faculties were insufficient. Secondly, she did not yet possess the trust in Mingyin necessary to easily transfer her skills. Thus, she decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Her focus shifted to the present, as there were indeed numerous tasks ahead. After completing their tasks with GMO Shah, the two set out early to the location where the Jing people were stationed. Their mission today was to command the Jing people in eradicating the thorns. The area, recently trampled by a colossal beast, had suffered significant damage. The thorns were now in a weakened state, presenting an opportune moment for their removal. The method employed was straightforward, a combination of stone powder and flames. While this approach was ineffective with a small number of people, one could burn the thorns faster than they could grow. Once a sizable group gathered, the dynamics shifted dramatically. With dozens of individuals simultaneously searching for the thorn roots and igniting the powder, the efficiency would multiply, transforming the improbable into the achievable. However, upon Limu's arrival at the Jing people's encampment, she was taken aback. Not only was she stunned, but GMO Shah was equally astonished. The surprise did not stem from the early start of this group of Jing people or the quantity of food they had gathered, but rather from the sight of several Jing corpses strewn across the ground. Despite the presence of these lifeless bodies, the remaining Jing people maintained an eerie silence, as if the fallen were merely inconsequential blades of grass. In the distance, upon noticing Limu's arrival, Chu Chu hurried over, accompanied by the elder Sa Sa. "Milady," she called out. Limu acknowledged her with a slight nod, yet her gaze remained fixed on the corpses. Elder Sa Sa, perceptive to Limu's